Chapter 1, Protagonist Template. An 8-year-old orphan start. Should I store my brain for a moment? Hello, host. We have detected that your life on Earth has been quite challenging. Would you like to pay 3 dog heads to bind to this system? Dog head, dog head, dog head. Congratulations on successful payment. Proceeding with soul crossing, please select a world dimension. A. Fantasy world. B. Ancient history. C. Parallel Earth. D. C. Please choose your starting identity phase. This system will match you with the corresponding parallel world. I want a protagonist template, born with the fate of a protagonist. Narrowing matching range. Please select your own golden finger. A. Literary genius. B. Academic prodigy. C. Pinnacle of power. D. Wealthy beyond measure. E. Sports star. F. Z. Adults make no choices. I want them all. Z. Search complete. Matching successful. Crossing in progress. In 2.5 minutes, the host will embark on a new life. Please enjoy. Parallel world. Blue star. 6 a.m. In a rural scrapyard on the outskirts of Young City. Inside a simple, slightly damaged shed built under a rain canopy. Lin Li rubbed his eyes, looking around in disbelief. He muttered, "No way, I really crossed over? But did I cross into the wrong place?" He had been scrolling through Douyin when he suddenly came across a short video about sending 3 dog heads to choose a crossing system. At the time, he was just playing out of boredom. And now, it turned out to be real? Suddenly, his brain shook, and a wave of memories surged forth, merging with him. There weren't many memories, because there were only 8 years' worth of memories. Damn it, where's the dog system? Didn't you say it was a protagonist template? How come? I'm an orphan? Shouldn't I have started in Rome, with a powerful dad, a rich mom, a kind grandpa, and a doting billionaire grandpa? I was promised a wealthy life. How did it turn into the birth of a useless person? Lin Li was confused. According to the merged memories, his parents had died when he was young, and he had been raised by his grandfather in extreme poverty to provide a better childhood for his grandson. His grandfather, despite his old age, worked tirelessly to support him in school. But after years of hard work, his 80-year-old grandfather passed away 2 months ago, reuniting with Lin Li's parents. Leaving him all alone, he had completely become an orphan. Ding dong. System. Dear host, the adorable little system is here. Lin Li's body trembled, and he immediately shouted, "What the hell? Didn't you say it was a protagonist template? Are you making me experience the hardships of life again?" System. Calm down, host. Think about the sun. Someone means feel-good literature you read in your last life. The protagonists are all born orphans. So, isn't that right? Lin Li, point 6. He was extremely speechless. If he had known this system was so cute, it would have been better if it had directly told him what kind of start he wanted. The key is that he was only virtually 8 years old, actually only 7, without an ID card, and there were many things he simply couldn't do. Sigh. Lin Li sighed. System, can we restart? System, no. Lin Li had no choice but to accept his fate. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After all, while starting was difficult, he was still young, and the future held great promise. Moreover, now that he had this system, there was hope for the future. He delved into understanding the system in his mind. The first thing that came to his mind was an adult human model. System. This model represents what the host will look like when grown up. Before it is formed, it can be altered based on emotional points. System. Every 1 million emotional points can be exchanged for 1 modeling point, which can be used to change according to one's aesthetic preferences. Lin Li looked at this human model and began to study it carefully. There were various options available. For example, eyes, almond eyes, peach blossom eyes, phoenix eyes, lychee eyes. For example, muscles, abs, chest muscles, biceps, shark muscles. For example, face shapes. In short, there were all kinds of types, and he could completely grow into the appearance and figure he desired. Perfect. In addition to this function, there were options for athletic abilities, body sensitivity, and many other aspects. A hexagonal warrior. Similarly, these emotional points could also be exchanged for works from his last life, such as songs, poems, etc. Everything one could want out of course. The only regret was that there was no option to directly exchange for cash, not giving him any chance to lay flat. After all, he was someone who frequently read feel-good literature, and he quickly understood this system. Now, the key question arose: where to get emotional points? Lin Li felt a bit melancholic as he looked around the scrapyard, then glanced down at the old phone left by his grandfather. Was he already at a dead end at such a young age? Suddenly, he felt a headache, not from the side effects of the crossing, but because he remembered that today was the first day of his first grade elementary school. Oh no, this crossing also meant he had to go to school, and it was elementary school. Lin Li was helpless but still changed into a brand new school uniform, picked up the new backpack printed with a blue cartoon character, and set off for school. The opportunity to go to school was something his grandfather had worked hard to secure before he passed away. The tuition had already been paid, and his grandfather's greatest wish was for him to study well and grow up to be a person useful to society. Although Lin Li had taken over the identity of the original Lin Li, he felt he could not let down this heavy love. Mainly, since the tuition had already been paid, not going would be a waste, right? Should he ask the school if the tuition could be refunded? As a minor, he should be able to apply for a full refund, right? The school was a bit far from where he lived, and he relied on his memories and past experiences to take the bus there alone. At 7:30 a.m., Lin Li got off the bus and walked towards the school. From a distance, he saw luxury cars parked at the school gate, with well-dressed men and women sending off their children. Wow, no way. Did my grandfather enroll me in a private elite school? Lin Li was not like other kids. He understood luxury car brands very well to the school gate. Besides the usual BBA cars, there were also Porsches, Maseratis, Bentleys, and even a little golden figure with wings. Seeing these luxury cars, Lin Li was puzzled. He could understand the BBA cars, as many families could afford them. But wasn't that Rolls-Royce a bit excessive? He wondered if his family was some kind of rich family that intentionally arranged this script for him to suffer hardships from a young age so that he wouldn't squander wealth and would have ambition. Lin Li felt there was a possibility starting as an orphan, but actually having a mysterious family background. Wasn't that the classic template of a feel-good urban protagonist? We're taking off. Brothers. He quickened his pace toward the school, and at that moment, he noticed that besides the parents with luxury cars, there were also several people holding cameras filming. Moreover, there was a broadcast control vehicle in the parking area at the school gate. It was labeled New Star Youth Class. Chapter 2, Flirting with the Teacher? Innate Scum Man Saint Body. Lin Li's small head was filled with questions that didn't belong to his age. Variety show? He felt he might need to understand something. Wasn't he worried about not knowing how to obtain emotional points? This variety show might just be what he needed. He hurried to the school gate, where many teachers were greeting parents, signaling them to take their children to their respective classes. Lin Li approached a teacher wearing a dress, who looked to be around 25 years old. He looked up politely and said, "Teacher, hello." He almost habitually called her beautiful, and Lin Li felt a bit embarrassed, as he called any unfamiliar girl beautiful in his last life, regardless of their looks, the female. Teacher lowered her head to look at Lin Li and squatted down with a friendly smile, saying, "Hello, little friend." "Teacher, what are those?" Lin Li directly asked, pointing at the photographer behind her. The female teacher was slightly taken aback. She thought the little boy would ask how to get to his classroom, but he ended up asking about the photographer. However, she patiently explained to Lin Li, "They are cameras from the TV station, recording the program New Star Youth Class at our school." Oh, Lin Li raised his eyebrows, responding as if he hadn't said anything. Couldn't he tell that? But thinking about it, her explanation was the simplest and most straightforward, and since she was talking to a child, it depended on whether he could understand. The female teacher continued, "They will be filming continuously at school, so you need to perform well, little friend." Ding dong. Affection level 1. Lin Li suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind and quickly turned his gaze to the photographer behind the female teacher. He thought to himself, is this a live broadcast? If it is a live broadcast, then he really needs to put in the effort this semester, at least until the program team finishes. But right now, the voice in his head just sounded, and he suspected whether it was the female teacher contributing to the emotion or the camera to confirm his thoughts. He said, "Teacher, can I borrow your phone? I want to call my mom to let her know I'm safe." He added, "I came to school by myself." The female teacher smiled and said, "Of course. What's your mom's phone number?" Lin Li quickly recited the number of his grandfather's old phone. After the female teacher inputted the number, she dialed it. Before long, the old phone in Lin Li's pocket started ringing. "You're the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart." Keep you. Anyone who has used an old phone knows that, ignoring its audio quality, the volume is definitely louder than any high-end model. At that moment, the song by Phoenix Legend echoed loudly at the school gate. The female teacher looked at Lin Li with confusion. "Is your mom's phone ringing for you?" Lin Li took out the old phone from his pocket and refused to answer, saying in a childish voice, "I know your number. They'll call you when I have time. See you at school." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the female teacher's surprised expression, the photographer's wide-eyed stare, or the puzzled looks from others, and walked into the school with a confident stride. Just after the ringtone sounded and he finished that sentence, he felt his emotional value rapidly increase in his mind. Lin Li was certain that this program was live. That means he was going to get rich. As Lin Li confirmed, New Star Youth Class is a live broadcast program at this moment. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were extremely surprised by Lin Li's actions. Impressive, I admire it. Truly a little boy. At such a young age, he knows how to flirt? Must be a natural playboy. A master, I'm dumbfounded. If I had this ability, I would have changed my girlfriend long ago. Don't learn from him. He's in the rookie protection period for others. It might be a detention period. The teacher was controlled by him for a few seconds. Amazing. At an age where he can't even control his bladder. Yet he can control women. Is this kid in the youth class? I kind of want to see him. Probably not. Look at his clothes. He seems like an ordinary student. Those getting out of luxury cars are the ones. At this moment, the live broadcast room had only about 500,000 viewers. But most of the audience was discussing Lin Li because the first program effect after the broadcast came from him. This New Star Youth Class is a variety show overseen and created by a seasoned director. The purpose is to cultivate and select child stars. There is no script, and kids can't possibly act according to script the whole time. All relies on personal charm and family upbringing. To be honest, the gimmick is good, but the appeal of children is still a bit limited. To boost ratings, the program team invited some entertainers from the entertainment industry to serve as temporary teachers for the youth class. Although many in the entertainment industry are illiterate and have low education, there are also quite a few well-educated artists with good reputations. These people are more than capable of teaching first-grade courses. This time, Lin Li arrived in his classroom, sat down in his seat according to the welcoming teacher's position at the door, and kept observing the other kids and the parents. Accompanying them, he noticed that many parents were dressed simply, without any gold or silver accessories, and didn't seem low-key. Some even appeared particularly reserved. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't this a private school for the elite? But after taking a look, he felt it looked more like a regular public school. What about those luxury cars at the entrance? Lin Li was puzzled, with the dream of being a wealthy heir shrouded in thick fog. He felt he had to figure this out if it weren't for the old phone being just a phone for calls and texts, and, at most, playing a song. He could have just searched online. But this didn't stump Lin Li inside. His small body was the soul of an adult. He quickly started chatting with his deskmate's parents, using his childish voice to continuously find topics and ask questions. Before long, he understood. This school is indeed a public school, and those who drove luxury cars to drop off their kids were members of the youth class. That AS for why the program team chose this place. Lin Li inferred from their conversation and combined it with what he saw when he arrived at the school, those construction sites. Nearby, that it was to promote the school, better sell housing in the area, raise surrounding property prices, and create a celebrity elementary school. Okay, the mysterious background of the wealthy heir was shattered. He was really just a second-generation poor kid. As for why the program team would cooperate with this school, Lin Li didn't think too much about it. It had nothing to do with him. His main goal now is how to get into the youth class. Just that scene at the school gate gave him nearly 80,000 emotional points, which is a rare opportunity for exposure in the youth class. He must go. But thinking about how the youth class consists of kids from wealthy families with luxury cars, it was clearly a predetermined connection or paid entry. With his poor background, would the program team let him in? He needed to think of a way. Chapter 3. The youth class. My district chief father at this time, in a makeshift studio set up inside the school, the old strategist leisurely sipped tea, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the screen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The little child just now performed quite well and was quite interesting. Indeed, just from that clip, there were quick-fingered TikTok influencers who had already edited and posted it. And now the audience had come over to watch because of that clip. The assistant beside him chuckled, and the old strategist said, "He's a bit too precocious. Tell the school leaders to temporarily arrange for this child to be placed in the youth class." The assistant was taken aback. The youth class was already full. Isn't it a bit sudden to pull someone in now? Though he thought this in his heart. He verbally agreed and planned to turn around and communicate with the school leaders immediately. The old strategist spoke again, stopping him, and asked the leader Fong to send over the child's information. Okay, On the other side, preparing to go on stage, He Jiong smiled and said, "Gold will shine no matter what." Knowing the tricks at such a young age shows he's quite smart. It's reasonable to give him a chance. That's right. But this trick is a bit precocious. Hee. The old strategist shook his head with a hint of amusement, then looked at He Jiong and said, "Get ready. Homeroom teacher and Chinese teacher." "I'm already prepared," He Jiong replied lightly. As a seasoned host in the entertainment industry, his literary foundation was sufficient for teaching elementary school students. The old strategist reminded him, "These are all children without scripts. They should still be cautious." As the clock struck 8, the first class began. In the first class, parents accompanied their children, standing at the back of the classroom, watching their performances. Lin Li propped his chin up with one hand on the desk, pondering, should he just rush over and directly enter the youth class, showing off in front of the camera, reciting a few Tang poems from the 300 Tang poems, or silently calculating to dozens of decimal places? Just as he was deep in thought, the homeroom teacher walked in, accompanied by a school leader. Lin Li was jolted out of his thoughts and looked confusedly at the podium. He saw the school leader waving at him. Lin Li was puzzled, but obediently stood up from his seat and walked over. The school leader put his arm around Lin Li's shoulder and led him outside the classroom. Smiling like a sly old fox, he crouched down and said to Lin Li, "Lin Li, after consideration by our school, we plan to temporarily assign you to the youth class. Do you agree?" Although sending Lin Li to the youth class was the old strategist's idea, the credit would still go to their school. What if Lin Li became popular in the youth class? Wouldn't this favor be recorded in their school's name? After all, Lin Li was truly a student of their school. While those in the youth class would return to their elite schools after the program ended, they were only here temporarily to record the show. Lin Li's small face was momentarily stunned. He had planned to show off in front of everyone and let the whole internet know how impressive he was, prompting the production team to recognize his popularity and allow him to join the youth class. But unexpectedly, they didn't even give him the chance to show off and directly arrange for him to be placed in the class. He was very puzzled about what suddenly made the school have this idea. I agree. Although he couldn't think of the reason immediately, he quickly opened his mouth to respond. Only a fool wouldn't go. Good, go there and perform well. This is an opportunity that our school has worked hard to secure for you, the school leader said with a smile, knowing that the child probably wouldn't understand these words, but still felt it necessary to say them. Go and get your backpack. I'll take you to the youth class. Okay. Under the curious gazes of some parents and students in the classroom, Lin Li picked up his backpack and followed the school leader to the youth class. Along the way, the school leader didn't say much else, just repeatedly reminded him to perform well. Study hard? Is that class really for studying? They're all adults. They know what they know. What can they learn? At this moment, in the youth class, He Jiong had finished introducing himself and then arranged for the new students in the youth class to introduce themselves one by one. Some children were very nervous and went on stage with their parent support. Some kids already showed signs of being social butterflies, confidently and fearlessly introducing themselves on stage. "Hello, everyone. I'm Li Jianren, 7.5 years old, and my dad is the district chief, Li Gang. Hello, everyone. I'm Xia Shi, Summer Xia, and Stream Shi. I love dancing, and my dream is to become a big star like my aunt. I'm Song Mingqi. When I grow up, I want to be a scientist. Hello, everyone. I'm Li Jieqi. When I grow up, I want to be a live streaming host to provide benefits for my family. Yuan Hua. When I grow up, I want to be a beloved district chief like my father. Wang Chanyu. My family has a lot of money." Children's words are often spoken without intention, but can carry weight for the listeners. Some parents secretly noted down the district chief's child and the chief's son. He Jiong, on the other hand, smiled bitterly inside, thinking, what is this? I asked you to introduce yourselves, and you're all competing over your parents? And what's with wanting to be a host? At least a scientist sounds normal. It made me laugh. I said the youth class wouldn't have any connections, but look, they're all from privileged backgrounds. I was carefully observing this little friend, Li Jianren, wondering if he had anything on him that exceeded his father's income, starting to exploit their fathers at such a young age. When they grow up, maybe being a district chief is the highest they can achieve. Children speak without reservation. But I have to say, the program's effect is coming out. It starts with a competition over parents, flaunting wealth. The self-introduction segment was full of laughs, joy, and highlights, indeed bringing a lot of heat to the program. The children were still introducing themselves one after another, and some children who hadn't gone on stage yet had their parents whispering in their ears, reminding them not to mention what their family does. Viewers could notice, and they naturally understood, just as the children in the youth class were taking turns introducing themselves. Lin Li arrived at the youth class under the guidance of the school leader. He lightly knocked on the door, and Jiong looked over, smiling and nodding at him. As a greeting, "Teacher I leave Lin Li in your hands. This child is very smart." Okay, don't worry," Jiong replied. The cameraman zoomed in on the door, capturing Lin Li. Many viewers in the live broadcast room have been watching since the show started and immediately recognized this innate playboy who was flirting at the school gate. Suddenly, the bullet screen erupted with little kid brother. Jiong took Lin Li's hand and brought him to the front of the podium, saying, "Let's welcome our new classmate to join us." Meanwhile, seeing that there were still students who hadn't introduced themselves yet, he said to Lin Li, "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Chapter 4. Why is this kid so confident? At this moment, the netizens were actually very eager to hear Lin Li's self-introduction. They knew that Lin Li was not a member of the original youth class, which indicated that he might not be a wealthy student with a powerful background. His presence here might just mean that the production team noticed his performance at the school gate. After all, many people who came to the live broadcast room were attracted by that video clip. Surely, he wouldn't get on stage to show off his wealth or family background, right? He should give a self-introduction that resonates with ordinary people. The parents present were a bit puzzled by the sudden appearance of this child. Could he be the child of some leader? After all, they understood that there were only 35 spots in the youth class, and some of them had pulled a lot of strings to secure their children's positions. However, this child's image, well, it was a bit hard to guess. He didn't look like a leader's child at all. As for the other kids, some were curious about Lin Li's sudden appearance, some looked down on him, and others even showed a hint of disdain. After all, they had grown up in privileged families and could easily see Lin Li's rustic demeanor from head to toe. Indeed, Lin Li's image at this moment was nowhere near comparable to those young masters and young ladies. In comparison, he was completely a poor kid from the countryside. After hearing Jiong's words, Lin Li nodded, ignoring the strange gazes of others, and confidently faced them. He cleared his throat like an adult and then spoke loudly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Li, Lin from Roaring in the Mountains, and Li from Standing Tall and Unyielding. I'm 8 years old, and this name was given to me by my grandfather. It signifies that I should be as towering as the great trees in the forest, standing upright and being a righteous person." As soon as he finished this sentence, everyone present, except for the children, Jiong, the audience in the live broadcast room, and the parents in the studio, including the seasoned veterans, were all shocked. Is this self-introduction something a child can articulate? Roaring in the mountains, standing tall, and unyielding. The choice of words was precise, and coupled with the last phrase about being a towering tree. You tell me this is an 8-year-old child? Have kids learned so many idioms now? Frankly speaking, just that last sentence elevated his entire name. The vision is broad. I knew this kid wouldn't disappoint me. He's amazing. Just this one sentence directly overshadowed all the weak introductions from directors and district leaders. This child's future is limitless. Look at how articulate he is compared to my kid, who only knows how to play games. What a huge gap. I remember Lin Li. His self-introduction is even more impressive than that of most adults. Is he really only 8? Compared to him, I feel like I'm the one who's in elementary school. What kind of family education produced this? Just as they were in shock, Lin Li's self-introduction was not over yet. He continued loudly, showing no signs of stage fright. I feel deeply honored and fortunate to be in the youth class. In the future, I will work hard to learn, deeply understand the key points of the knowledge taught by the teachers, consciously listen attentively in class, avoid distractions, submit my homework on time, and unite with my classmates. I strive to be a pioneer in learning, an outstanding member of the class, and an excellent student in the eyes of the teachers. Oh my goodness. 3 sentences that directly made everyone go from being amazed by his previous brilliant self-introduction to feeling a chill on their scalps. Is this a self-introduction? What does it feel like? A personal speech. Many parents believed that if it were their own self-introduction, They definitely couldn't articulate words like he did. Is this 8 years old? How come he is so eloquent compared to their own children? Lin Li's self-introduction continued. Likewise, I will set an example, motivate the whole class to study together, eliminate bad living habits, and strengthen moral character. I will continuously maintain a sunny, energetic, and cheerful state of mind as a student, cultivate the ability to apply what I have learned, and strive to keep my mind clear, my thoughts active, and study diligently. At this moment, all the viewers online, as well as the parents and teachers present, were already astonished. They all had their mouths agape and eyes wide open. Now, they were incredibly certain that this was not a self-introduction. This was a damn personal speech report. Moreover, it was the type of formal report usually given in judicial or government meetings. Listening to his word choice, tone, and his innocent yet straightforward expression, aside from his childish voice, he resembled a leader giving a speech. Earlier, there were kids introducing themselves, and their fathers were district leaders. But at this moment, Lin Li was in their eyes. Lin, the director, the seasoned veteran backstage, was almost ready to pop his eyes out of their sockets. He thought this child might have some showmanship, but he didn't expect it to have such a huge impact. To be honest, he was old enough to have seen a lot in the entertainment industry and various creative shows, but he was still stunned by Lin Li. He quickly picked up the materials sent by the school from the screen. Upon careful inspection, no doubt about it, he was an orphan. How did he sound like he had a high-ranking official at home? Youth class. Finally, I will always maintain a proactive attitude toward learning and not cause any trouble for the school teachers. I will firmly establish the idea of treating the school as my home, always work diligently in my studies, and be earnest and hardworking. I will shine the light of the youth class, uphold the integrity of the youth class, and guard the door of the youth class. I will dedicate myself to learning, entrust my progress to the teachers and my grades to the school, striving to be an excellent student. Lin Li spoke so much in one breath. His little face slightly flushed. He bowed deeply to the parents and the camera. Thank you, everyone. I welcome everyone to supervise me. After finishing the last sentence, he stood straight next to Heejyeong. He waited for a long time without hearing any applause, not even a little sound. Why is no one speaking? Did I say something wrong? His expression was calm, examining the audience with the demeanor of an experienced official. Damn it, is this something an 8-year-old child can say? Who taught him to speak like this? I just had the illusion that it was our school leader speaking. Why does this kid sound so authoritative? Does he have someone in the family who is an official? Just the way he spoke earlier had the air of someone above provincial level. His family definitely has someone in government, and through family influence, he naturally expresses himself this way. I am sure he has a high-ranking official in the family, a significant one. I thought the self-introduction was already impressive, but I didn't expect what followed. Wow, the youth class people are really not giving Lin any respect. Not even a clap. They totally downgraded him. In the youth class, Heejyeong had finally snapped out of his shock and looked at Lin Li, who was 2.5 heads shorter than him, with a strange expression. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say after years of hosting grand stages. Chapter 5. Annie, you really have a charming presence. He quickly steadied his mind and said, Little Lin Li did a great job. Classmates, let's give him a round of applause. As he said this, he was the first to start clapping. When faced with an awkward situation on stage, he didn't know how to proceed, so he used the audience's applause to dispel the tension. This method had never failed him. Clap, clap, clap. With Heejyeong leading the way, the parents and classmates all joined in the applause. Suddenly, Heejyeong thought of a question. He slightly bent down and asked, Lin Li, who taught you these words? Heejyeong couldn't believe that an 8-year-old child could come up with such words on his own. There must be an elder who taught him. Without any hesitation, Lin Li cheerfully replied, It was Grandpa Leader who taught me. Heejyeong's expression froze, and his pupils shrank sharply. The applause in the room paused for a moment, and then burst into even more enthusiastic clapping. At this moment, the applause wasn't for Lin Li. It was for his grandfather, the leader. They had said he wasn't connected, that he had been parachuted in, and that his background was ordinary. But who would have thought his background was this significant? The grandfather he mentioned was the most beloved leader among everyone. However, soon their applause stopped, thinking this kid must be bragging. If your grandfather was really him, would you still be attending this school? Are you kidding me? In the back. The old schemer couldn't sit still upon hearing this. Along with the principal, watching the live broadcast in the principal's office, they both sprang up from their seats. What? This kid is an orphan? Clearly, he's just hiding the truth. But who would have thought that a child couldn't keep a secret and just blurted it out? They thought they must go meet Lin Li later and treat him well. They needed to flatter him in front of this little boy. But then they thought, they must have misunderstood or misinterpreted. How could it be? Although this kid spoke as if he had been influenced for years, there was no way he had a leader grandfather. How could the grandson of that leader come to this school to participate in this program? That's nonsense. Just like the old schemer, if he had a grandson, he would definitely provide the best education and would never send him to a public school like this. Even the principal of the school would never send his own grandson to study at his own school. In the youth class, Joan took a quick breath and immediately thought of this issue. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Is this kid already bragging at such a young age? That's not a good habit. Your grandfather is a leader? No, my grandfather isn't. Lin Li shook his head, with a hint of authority in his demeanor. I often watch CCTV1, and I can see that grandpa on the news broadcast at 7 p.m. every night. As soon as he said this, the parents secretly smiled wryly. Sure enough, they had misunderstood. This child wasn't bragging after all. In the broadcasting studio and the principal's office, the old schemer and the principal both sat back down. It turned out that the so-called leader grandfather was just a term of respect from a child. Sigh, look at how excited I got. Damn, you scared me. I thought he really was that leader's grandson. If he hadn't said that, I would have believed it. I thought, if he were really that leader's grandson, how could he come to participate in such a program? Lin Li is definitely a master. His emotional control is top-notch. A born leader. He must be a leader. Didn't you hear him say he watches the news broadcast every night on time? While other kids are watching cartoons like Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, he is concerned about national affairs. Just arrive in the live broadcast room. Which one is Lin Li? There were many clip creators in the live broadcast room, and not long after Lin Li finished his self-introduction, they posted clips of him on Douyin. And just like that, he went viral. If these words were spoken by an average adult, they might not have garnered much attention. But when an 8-year-old child speaks them spontaneously, it is bound to shock people. At this moment, Lin Li's name was spreading rapidly on Douyin. In the youth class, Jiong kept watching Lin Li. His keen observation skills made him notice a glint of cunning in Lin Li's eyes. He sighed inwardly. This child has unlimited potential as he grows up. He managed to leave this entertainment industry veteran dumbfounded. Too clever. All right, your self-introduction was great. I believe everyone remembers you now. After that, Lin Li stepped down and walked to the seat Jiong pointed out, putting down his backpack. Other classmates who hadn't introduced themselves continued to come up on stage as Jiong called their names. Lin Li sat in his seat, his hands clasped and resting on the desk, looking seriously at the children on stage. He resembled a leader sitting below, listening to and evaluating the work report on stage. Lin Li felt he was starting to like this state. After all, he was definitely putting on a show. The emotional value in his mind had already surpassed 1 million. Sure enough, harvesting emotional points still comes faster when you show off in front of the public camera. At this moment, the photographer received orders from the backstage command center's old schemer, and he took several close-ups of Lin Li. Look at that posture, expression. A perfect image of an old cadre. Just then, Lin Li's arm was suddenly tapped lightly by his deskmate. Lin Li turned his head to look seriously. He had just been thinking about how to maintain his old cadre demeanor and hadn't paid much attention to his deskmate. This little girl was quite charming. She would definitely grow up to be a beauty. Is there something? Hello, my name is Xiaxi. You did great just now, Xiaxi said sweetly. Thank you. My name is Lin Li. Oh, I know. To be honest, Lin Li hadn't interacted much with children lately, and now he had to maintain his cool demeanor, not knowing what to say. Therefore, Xiaxi felt that this Lin Li was hard to approach. Lin Li, hello, I am Xiaxi's mother. Xiaxi's mother saw her daughter actively greeting this impressive child and thought perhaps her daughter wanted to be friends with him. But seeing this seemingly aloof child, she decided to speak up to ease the atmosphere. Moreover, she had a small thought. This child, although his clothing didn't seem to suggest a wealthy background, exuded an aura of someone with power. Perhaps his family has some background. Who knows? He might be an important connection in the future, beneficial for her own career. Whether for her daughter or her own situation, it would be advantageous to get to know him. Lin Li slightly tilted his head to look at her, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Annie, you really have a... Huh? Auntie, you are really beautiful. Lin Li was about to slap himself. If it weren't for his quick thinking, he would have almost blurted out charming presents. Chapter 6, let me be the class leader. My family is rich, is that so? The little kid really knows how to talk, said Xiaxi's mother with a happy smile. Women, after all, like to hear others say they are beautiful, although the one complimenting her was just a little kid who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. But there's a saying, children don't lie. So she really is beautiful. Xiali, in a future program, Xiaxi will be your desk mate. You two should help each other with your studies. Okay? Okay. Lin Li readily agreed, thinking this was nothing. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi smiled broadly, her little tiger teeth showing, looking very cute. We're good friends now. Good friends. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me, and I will help you uphold justice. Yay! Xiaxi let out a small cheer, reached into the drawer, and then took out a piece of chocolate ball wrapped in golden foil that Lin Li had never seen before and handed it to Lin Li. Here, eat this. Thank you. Lin Li did not refuse. After taking the chocolate ball, he did not eat it immediately, but put it into the drawer. He then continued listening to the self-introduction at the podium with an air of authority. Soon, all the students in the junior class finished their self-introductions. And after a brief speech from Hejiong, the first class ended. The purpose of the first class for new students was to let everyone get to know each other, while the parents attended to reassure their nervous children about school. Seeing that their kids performed well during the class and weren't noisy, the parents all showed proud expressions for their children. Hejiong called for the parents to leave and gathered them outside the classroom. Inside the classroom, without parents and teachers, the children immediately became lively. The children from wealthy families took out snacks from their backpacks, either eating them themselves or sharing them with nearby kids who were good at socializing. I might run for class leader, so everyone vote for me. Nowadays, kids are very mature, even though they're only 7 or 8 years old, under the impact of the internet and the flow of big data. This group of kids often sees school-related content. They understand the positions available in their class. Moreover, these rich and powerful kids, influenced by their family education, no more than kids from ordinary families. Their parents have already told them to perform well in the junior class and to strive to become class leaders. Class leaders represent outstanding ability. Once elected, it undoubtedly showcases the friendship of their children to the entire internet audience. Classmates, if I run for class leader, everyone vote for me. I will bring you lots and lots of snacks. My family is rich. Wang Tianyu stood up and shouted to the whole class, opening his luxury backpack and pouring a big bag of snacks onto the table. The photographer captured this scene for the live broadcast, instantly making many netizens laugh. Wow, at such a young age, he already knows how to bribe. Using snacks to win hearts, huh? He'll be a shrewd businessman when he grows up. What a lack of fair competition. These kids are so mature. This is environmental influence. It's obvious his dad has done this a lot. Be careful what you say. I remember Wang Tianyu got a Rolls Royce when the show started, and the license plate was a fancy number from Shanghai. Originally, it was thought that a children's variety show would be uninteresting, but now it seems it is not what was initially expected. The children are genuine, not hiding anything. And when given an opportunity to perform, they really do. And they stand out so much, reflecting contemporary social phenomena. The show-us effect can be said to be maximized. In the classroom, is it just you with snacks? As if no one else has money. A tall, chubby boy in the back also opened his backpack and spilled out a lot of snacks. He loudly said, "Everyone vote for me as class leader. Not only are these snacks yours, but I'll also treat everyone to dinner after school." Upon seeing this, Wang Tianyu immediately raised his eyebrows, unhappy. "What do you think you are? You dare compete with me for class leader? My dad is the president of a listed company. TCH, whose dad isn't a president." The chubby boy scoffed proudly. Wang Tianyu declared fiercely, "This class leader position is mine for sure. No one can stop me." The chubby boy ignored him, instead calling over classmates around him to come and take snacks from his table. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu quickly rallied support and distributed snacks. The children in the junior class all come from wealthy families, and under their parents' influence, they all want to compete for class leader. So some rejected the snacks from both of them, stating they also want to be class leader. This is bribery, do you know that? You could go to jail for this. Li Jianren reproached Wang Tianyu for his snacks. Exactly, you're bribing the children of officials. This is unfair competition. I'm going to report this to the teacher. Yuan Hua added. Sitting by the window, Xiaoxi noticed the class was all competing to be class leader and softly asked Lin Li, aren't you going to compete? Don't you want to be class leader? Lin Li did not answer directly, but instead asked back, I want to be the cultural committee member even more. Xiaoxi replied. Lin Li smiled. Okay, when I become class leader, I'll recommend you to be the cultural committee member. He was determined to secure the class leader position, not only for the sake of the show to gain audience emotional value, but mainly because he did not want to be overshadowed by these little kids. Okay, I'll give you lots and lots of snacks then. Xiaoxi sweetly smiled upon hearing this. No need, you don't have to bribe me. As a future successor, I absolutely cannot be corrupted by greed. We must start from a young age. At this moment, the competition for class leader in the classroom grew increasingly intense. Out of 36 students, 30 wanted to be class leader. This made it so that the snacks from a chubby boy and Wang Tianyu couldn't be distributed at all. Besides, all the kids came from well-off families. Who needs these little snacks? Clearly, using snacks as bribes was a wrong tactic. This is hilarious. Who would have thought the kids would have such great show effects? It's like a small social structure. By the way, why isn't Lin Li running for class leader? Yeah, where's Lin Li? Can a photographer give Lin Li more screen time? I wonder if we can vote. If so, I vote for Lin Li. Lin Li looks like someone who can do great things. He must be running for class leader, right? If he doesn't run, his persona will collapse. What does a kid know about persona? Seriously, these kids understand just as much as we do. The production team clearly noticed the comments and quickly instructed the photographer to shift the focus from the kids competing fiercely to Lin Li. He was seen chatting and laughing with a little girl nearby, seemingly having no intention of competing for class leader. This disappointed many viewers who had come to watch the clips. Lin Li's entrepreneurial ambitions had already been distracted by a girl. Chapter 7. As soon as he spoke, he knew who the class monitor was. 6,666. However, this little girl is indeed quite good-looking. She'll definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Lin Ting really has an eye for talent. Well, it seems Lin Ting doesn't plan to run for class monitor anymore. He's already infatuated with the opposite sex. Indeed, the allure of women is a major obstacle on a man's path to success. In the backstage studio, Lao Mozi spoke into the intercom to He Jiong, saying, delay the second class for a bit. What's up, Director Zhang? Lao Mozi looked at the screen and replied, the children's performance is quite good. Wait until the situation becomes uncontrollable before you intervene. Got it. He Jiong responded immediately. No one cared if this would affect their studies. Everyone knew very well that they had come here to learn, right? To take a step back, even if these kids were a nuisance for the entire semester. When the second semester started, given their family situations, they would still catch up with the other children. Although it was still a bit early to run for class monitor. Who chooses a class monitor on the first day of school? They need to observe the students' performances for a few days before making a decision. At this moment, many parents had not left the school, but had instead come to a specially arranged classroom to watch the scenes projected on the screen. They praised this child for a while, and then chatted with each other to expand their networks. Adults have their own world. In the adult world, it's mostly about cooperative interests. In the youth class classroom, Lin Li noticed that the bell for the second class rang, but the teacher had not yet arrived, and he gradually understood. You want to see the performance effect, right? Isn't this just giving him a chance to shine? To be honest, under normal class conditions, Lin Li couldn't think of anything that could attract the audience's emotions. All he could do was show off his knowledge from his 9 years of compulsory education to impress them. Other than that, he really had nothing else. Lin Li said to Xiaoxi, watch me win them over. Saying this, he stood up and walked to the edge of the podium. Everyone be quiet. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears, and the noisy classroom momentarily paused, with everyone, whether munching on snacks or playing on their phones, looking up at Lin Li at the podium. The viewers in the live broadcast room showed expressions of anticipation as they saw Lin Li take the stage. Currently, Lin Li was the most popular and watched student in the program. Many people had come to see him because of his impressive self-introduction. Now, seeing that he seemed to be participating in the class monitor election, Everyone was extremely eager. Even the backstage Lao Mozi and He Jiong, along with some celebrity teachers, were looking forward to it. Lin Li cleared his throat. I was just sitting there, watching everyone run for class monitor. Before he could finish, Wang Tianyu interrupted disdainfully. Are you also going to compete? Lin Li wasn't at all angry about his rude interruption. He nodded first, then shook his head. Right? I originally wanted to run for class monitor too, but everyone is so outstanding now. I feel like I'm not up to the task. Li Jianren bluntly replied. Then why did you come up? Since you're not running, vote for me later. Other kids chimed in. Yeah. Why are you up here if you're not running? You're interrupting our campaign. How boring. Kids tend to have a little flaw. They like to show off, especially boys. Although they couldn't fully understand Lin Li's opening self-introduction, they could see a bit from He Jiong and the parents' expressions. Plus, when they introduced themselves, they didn't receive such enthusiastic applause, but Lin Li did. This indicated that the spotlight had been stolen by Lin Li. They were jealous. They were the precious darlings of their families, enjoying praise and flattery from those around them since childhood. They always thought of themselves as the center, the main characters. But now, being overshadowed by Lin Li, they definitely felt displeased. Lin Li smiled, showing no signs of anger. He calmly said, students who can come to the youth class are definitely outstanding. You don't need to say that. Someone below immediately became proud. So whoever we choose as class monitor, others will definitely be unconvinced, even if it's the teacher's appointed class monitor. Initially, the viewers in the live room were curious about what Lin Li would do to run for class monitor. But when they saw him step back from the election, some began to wonder, but soon some quick-thinking, socially skilled netizens started to cheer. Lin Ting's future is definitely limitless. What a move of retreating to advance. Damn, is he 8 years old? What the hell? First polite and humble, then praising everyone, and also stating the fairness of the class monitor election. Now he's digging pits for them. A master, definitely a master, so young, and with this many tricks. This isn't just a trick, it's wisdom. Whose child is this? So outstanding. Lin Ting is definitely going to be the class monitor. These kids can't compete with him. After some netizens explained, others who didn't understand suddenly got it. Goodness. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Lao Mozi and He Jiong backstage exchanged glances, realizing this child was a prodigy. At such a young age, he knew how to use strategies to get what he wanted rather than forming cliques like the other kids. Although these words seemed simple and pure, the wisdom and strategies contained within were not something an 8-year-old could grasp. It was simply a born talent for politics. Such a person would definitely thrive in any situation as they grow up. In the youth class, Lin Li continued, so, we need to elect someone everyone respects as class monitor. The kids didn't fully understand, but it was clear they had been led into Lin Li's rhythm. Yuan Hua said, I think what you said is right. My dad often says that to be a good leader, you must lead the team well and gain everyone's respect. So what do you think we should do? How should we run for class monitor? Wang Tianyu straightened up. Yeah, tell us the way to compete. Well, Lin Li chuckled lightly and said loudly, it's simple. We should set aside our family backgrounds and rely entirely on our personal abilities. I know many of you have wealthy families and good fathers. When the backstage Lao Mozi heard this, he immediately gave Lin Li a thumbs up on the screen. He had seen Lin Li's profile and knew he was an orphan. This move undoubtedly eliminated the most disadvantageous factor in his campaign. This kid is impressive. Knowing how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, truly remarkable. At this moment, Lin Li continued, but family is family, we are ourselves. We must not let our parents' brilliance become a bonus in our election. Therefore, we should cast aside everything and decide who should be class monitor based on our own abilities. Seeing the kids starting to listen seriously to what he was saying, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Lin Li's eyes. Chapter 8. The Number Game. Strategies for the whole class. As students, we naturally prioritize our academic performance, and we also aim to impress others with what we've learned. So, let's play a number game. The voices around the podium continuously echoed, piquing not only the children's curiosity about how he would proceed, but also that of the parents and viewers in the live stream. He stated, the rules of the game are very simple. I guarantee everyone can do it. Anyone who has attended kindergarten should be able to participate. As he spoke, he moved a stool from the side of the podium and picked up a piece of chalk from the podium. climbing onto the stool. He began writing the game content on the blackboard. Game rules. Write the Arabic numbers from 1 to 500. Requirements. 1. During the writing, you cannot erase, cannot go back, cannot add strokes, and cannot retrace. If it's supposed to be written in one stroke, it must be one stroke. If it's two strokes, it must be two strokes. 2. Write in the correct numerical order. For example, for 91, you must write 9 first and then 1, not the other way around. 3. Write in the order of the numbers. For example, for 789, you cannot write 7 to 9 and then write the middle 8. Any mistakes in the above will result in immediate disqualification from the class leader election. There is only one chance. The one who writes the most without mistakes will win. If there are 2 or more successful contenders, there will be a tiebreaker round. The rules are very simple. Even children can understand them. No one was surprised that Lin Li could write so many characters, as most kids can write a bit these days. And there were no obscure characters or difficult fonts involved. After finishing, Lin Li climbed down from a stool and looked up at the words on the blackboard. Not bad, quite neat, he thought. To ensure the children could understand, he deliberately wrote slowly, carefully crafting each stroke without any messy or hasty movements. I think everyone should be fine with this, right? If you can't even participate in such a simple game, you might as well ask your parents to withdraw you from the youth class. The youth class does not accept useless students. The children couldn't stand being provoked, especially this group of self-proclaimed elite boys and girls. Originally hesitant and frowning, or questioning why it was Lin Li who posed the challenge, they suddenly became furious and shouted, "Who do you look down on? I could write up to 1,000 in kindergarten. My mom is an accountant. I'm genetically sensitive to numbers. This is child play. I'll go first." Seeing the excited children, Lin Li couldn't help but smile broadly. Kids are just kids. They're easily stimulated. To get them to agree to his proposed game, he intentionally provoked them verbally. This way, their competitive spirit was ignited. Moreover, once their emotions were stirred, it would be easy for them to make mistakes while playing the game. It is essential to remain calm while playing this game. Any significant emotional fluctuations or external distractions that divert their attention can lead to errors. This is one reason he chose this game. Kids, unlike adults, cannot self-soothe and calm down without external encouragement. Furthermore, this type of number game is the most suitable for them, since everyone can do it. If he had posed a different question or game type, some might not be able to participate, which would create a sense of unfairness. There's no need to guess. Lin Li is sure to be the class leader. Yes, Lin Li was already confident of victory. This group of kids had all fallen into his trap. Come on, this is very simple, right? It's easy to say, but try playing it yourself. It's 20 yuan for a round at the park. I thought it was easy to at first, but after playing a round, I couldn't even write 50 before losing. Lin Li had already stirred up the excitement of these children, but to win this game, one must remain calm. He also cut off any chance for those children to refute him, which was clever. Many netizens were not unfamiliar with this game. There is always a similar game outside parks akin to ring toss. Some adults might not even manage to write them all down, let alone these children, especially after being provoked. If this game were genuinely that simple, there wouldn't be people setting up stalls outside parks to make money from it. Who's coming first? Lin Li asked cheerfully from the podium. His smile appeared to the adults as that of a cunning little fox whose schemes had succeeded. This kid has been playing mind games since he was little. At this moment, the classmates, stirred by Lin Li, were all eager to try. "I'll go first." Wang Tianyu stepped forward. "I'll go first." The chubby boy quickly followed. "I'll go first." "My dad is Li Gang. I'll go first." Lin Li said, "Don't rush. Everyone gets a chance. You can go first," pointed to Wang Tianyu. "After all, you were the first to interrupt me. So it seems you must be the most capable." The surrounding classmates didn't feel anything, but the adults in the live stream collectively gasped. Lin Li not only held grudges, but also enjoyed psychological games. You must know that in any situation, the first to stick their head out often suffers the worst. The first to play the game will undoubtedly be the focus of the entire class, which is immense pressure for someone with poor psychological resilience. Unless one has absolute skill, being the first to go under everyone's scrutiny can provide a previously unknown sense of vanity and satisfaction. In the adjacent classroom, Wang Tianyu's mother saw her son being toyed with and foolishly volunteering to jump into the pit, and her brows furrowed continuously. Silly child, you're going to suffer a big loss. But perhaps it's better this way. Let the child learn a lesson. No one knew better than her what kind of character her child had. This Lin Li is too clever. The parents nearby began discussing. Yes, my kid definitely can't compete with him. I always thought my child was the best, but now it seems Lin Li is the real standout. Too excellent. Xiaoxi's mother looked at Lin Li on the screen, completely stunned and speechless. This child has a bright future ahead. His potential is limitless. I must talk to my daughter when we get home and make sure she becomes the best of friends with Lin Li, hopefully even childhood sweethearts. In just over an hour, Lin Li's excellence had already deeply impressed everyone. At this moment, in the classroom, Wang Tianyu was already seated, writing furiously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He wrote the first 20 numbers smoothly, feeling proud, thinking, this isn't hard at all. I thought it would be much more difficult. Look, I'm the first to write, and everyone is watching me. I must have the qualities to be the class leader. Chapter 9, 8, Good Leader Comforts Subordinates 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. At first, he wrote quickly and smoothly, but as the numbers got larger, his speed began to slow down. By the time he got to 50, Lin Li noticed that a bit of sweat had started to appear on his forehead. Getting nervous. This kid is doing well. Carrying the gaze of so many people and managing to write over 50 shows, he has quite a strong psychological endurance. Oh, he made a mistake, but not by much. Just then, a mistake occurred when Wang Tianyu wrote 77 to 78, first writing 8. You're wrong. You're eliminated. Wang Tianyu, you're so short. Didn't he even make it to 100? The students around him began to jeer. Wang Tianyu stared blankly at the paper. How could this be? Did he really make a mistake? He found it hard to accept. At first, he was very confident while writing, but as he continued, he felt more and more pressure. It wasn't that he couldn't remember the numbers, but he was afraid of writing incorrectly and being laughed at by his classmates. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. But the more he thought like this, the more nervous he became, which directly led to him being eliminated before even reaching 100. Lin Li saw Wang Tianyu lost in thought and said, You failed. Give me another chance. I will definitely succeed. Wang Tianyu was unwilling to admit his failure. He felt that he must have just been too quick earlier, clearly remembering the numbers. So how could he have written it wrong? If he just had another chance, he would slow down and think carefully. Our game rule is 1 chance each. Are you trying to cheat? Without Lin Li needing to say anything, Li Jianren and the other students began to shout. Can you take a loss? You have to accept it. Cheating? Aren't you ashamed? These words reached Wang Tianyu's ears, causing his little face to alternate between green and red. I'm not. I didn't. Lin Li stepped forward, putting a hand on Wang Tianyu's shoulder, displaying a warm smile. You've done really well to write this much. Then he turned to the jeering students and said, Everyone, don't laugh at him. It's impressive that Wang Tianyu was the first to withstand the pressure and write. We should all applaud him. Saying this, he started clapping first. Come on, don't be discouraged. Listening to Lin Li's words and feeling his sincere applause, Wang Tianyu felt a bit moved. It seemed that this Lin Li wasn't so annoying after all. Everyone else was mocking him, but he was encouraging and comforting him like his own parents. Yes, a good person. Thank you. Lin Li's actions no longer surprised me. I was already numb to it. This move is called winning hearts. While everyone was mocking Wang Tianyu, Lin Li was supporting him and saying good things. Wow. I have a feeling that this Wang Tianyu will become Lin Li's number 1 lackey soon. What kind of family is Lin Li from? He seems like he could get by in college. When I was a kid, I was still playing in the mud, and he was already playing with power tactics. Damn it. The audience could see through Lin Li's heart-winning tactics, all of them shouting 666. Now, thanks to Slice content creators constantly editing Lin Li's highlights into clips for short videos, the number of viewers in the live stream has exceeded 5 million. These over 5 million people are all real viewers, with absolutely no possibility of any faking. And all 5 million of them are stunned by Lin Li's actions. At this moment, the second student in the junior class began their challenge. The second challenger was a girl. Lin Li learned from a student nearby that her name was Song Yishue. She wore glasses and was nearsighted at such a young age. Lin Li knew that this little girl probably had some skills, as evidenced by her glasses. She must have done a lot of extra study at home. Moreover, her psychological endurance was also good, as she wrote steadily all the way to over 400. Lin Li chose her as the second challenger to create pressure for the others. And sure enough, as he expected, the little girl performed impressively, writing over 400 without making a mistake. Amazing. Yes, over 400. It doesn't seem that hard when you look at it this way. It's just that Wang Tianyu was too weak. What did you say? Wang Tianyu heard this and immediately glared over. Lin Li frowned, exuding an aura of dominance. Quiet down. Don't disturb her. You wouldn't want it to be noisy when it's your turn to challenge, would you? Hearing his reprimand, everyone immediately closed their mouths and quieted down. Song Yishue wrote very steadily, but unfortunately, when she got to 456 and was about to write 457, she wrote it incorrectly as 466. Impressive. After her failure, Lin Li immediately praised her again, this time sincerely. Song Yishue shyly lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "Thank you. You might be the most likely to become class monitor," Lin Li said. Oh. Song Yishue's face turned red. Then, the third student began their challenge. Following that, the fourth, fifth, after 10 consecutive students passed, not a single one completed the challenge. At this point, the classmates finally realized that this game was quite difficult, especially with the 456 from the second challenger, Song Yishue, which increased the pressure significantly. Because if they couldn't surpass 456, no matter how smoothly they wrote before, they wouldn't qualify for victory. In other words, the starting point for winning had risen. Many students had already backed out and were no longer as eager as before. Although the challengers all failed, Lin Li would always give heartfelt encouragement and praise each time. Winning hearts, right? The more you win over, the better. Is there anyone else? Seeing no students volunteering to challenge, Lin Li called out loudly. The students looked at each other, and no one spoke. Even Li Jianren, who had initially shouted the loudest, and whose father was Li Gang, unconsciously took a step back. There were also some fat kids like Wang Tianyu who were quite generous. That said, there were still a few stubborn ones wanting to give it a try. Unfortunately, the final result was the same. Failure. Some didn't even make it past writing 20. The continuous failures made others who hadn't challenged yet hesitant to try. Moreover, there was that towering mountain of 456. Is there anyone else? Lin Li asked with a smile. The others all shook their heads. Since no one else is left, then I'll give it a try. Lin Li began his final challenge. He took out a new A4 paper, sat down, and temporarily didn't write, but instead, in the system shop, he used 50,000 emotional points to purchase 5 minutes of concentration. Normally, Lin Li wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could write everything down correctly in one go. If it were at an amusement park or something, it would matter because there are multiple attempts. But here, the rule he set for himself was that there was only one chance. Chapter 10. Lin Li is the people's choice, be the class leader. At the same time, he is aware of the difficulty of this game. The biggest challenge is the potential distractions from those around him, which can lead to momentary lapses in concentration and mistakes. Any comment from the people nearby, whether praise or jeers, will inevitably stir some emotions in the challenger. Therefore, to write it all down completely, one must stay focused at all times, without any distractions. It's worth mentioning that as long as you have emotions, the system can exchange anything for you, except for cash and physical assets. After making his purchases, Lin Li started to write. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The classmates gathered around, watching his performance closely. At the same time, the camera captured plenty of close-ups of Lin Li. The audience had high expectations for Lin Li, thinking that since he set the game rules himself, he must be confident in his ability to complete it. Otherwise, wouldn't that just be a joke? Amazing, his speed hasn't changed at all, a classmate exclaimed. At this moment, Lin Li had already written over 400, maintaining a steady breath, writing calmly, without rushing. Xiaoxi shot a small glare at the boy who spoke and said, "Don't talk." "Yes, don't disturb him," Song Yishue added. She remembered that when she was writing, Lin Li had also said the same thing. 456. He surpassed. As long as he writes 457, he will surpass Song Yishue. Everyone was tense, holding their breath. 457. Lin Li wrote it down. He didn't stop continuing. For 92, 493. When he reached this point, the students in the class couldn't help but shout out together. For 94, 495. 500. Yay, he succeeded. Xiaxi immediately jumped up, happy as if she had finished it herself. Awesome, Wang Tianyu shouted. Only those who have tried know how hard this is. But at this moment, Lin Li had finished and succeeded in the challenge. Clap, clap, clap. Song Yixue took the initiative to applaud, showing her admiration for Lin Li. Clap, clap. Applause gradually echoed throughout the class. Lin Li stood up, not displaying any pride or complacency, remaining very calm. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? At this moment, seeing Lin Li succeed, those who initially hesitated began to feel eager to try again. If Lin Li can do it, why can't we? This is not an impossible task. Look, someone succeeded. So, they became confident again and started a challenge. A typical, if you can do it, I could do it too. But unfortunately, after several consecutive challenges, no one succeeded again. This made everyone completely abandon the thought of challenging again. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Li spoke up. Well, unfortunately, according to the game rules, I'm the class leader. Who agrees, who opposes? As soon as these words came out, Xiaxi immediately raised both hands. I agree. Song Yixue, I agree too. Many students who had failed the challenge had received Lin Li's comfort and encouragement. So at this moment, they all chimed in to agree. Lin Li is indeed the people's choice. Be the class leader, be the class leader. Although a few students were still unconvinced, like Li Jianren and Li Jieqi, they understood the principle of accepting defeat. If they went against the grain now, they would be outcast by their classmates. So, they chose to remain silent, neither supporting nor opposing. I agree too, Wang Tianyu said, seeing that even Wang Tianyu, who was most eager for the position of class leader, supported it. The classmates were stunned. What is going on? Is this what they call if you can't beat them, join them? Lin Li is awesome. Truly the people's choice. From the beginning, I was sure Lin Li would become class leader. In this youth class, he is simply a dimensional strike. Compared to him, I feel like a naive elementary school student. The netizens were in awe of this 8-year-old child, admiring him wholeheartedly. In their eyes, even if this child doesn't study hard, with this level of thoughtfulness and depth, he can thrive anywhere when he grows up. Not joking at all. For such an exciting and engaging class leader lection segment, the behind-the-scenes strategist was very satisfied. He chuckled and said, "This kid is too smart. I'm starting to like him. I'll see if there are any scripts needing child stars to get him involved. Haha, I even want to take him to participate in variety shows. I really want to see if this kid can outsmart the artist when playing games. I think the show effect will definitely be huge." He Jiong looked at Lin Li on the screen, growing fonder the more he watched. Okay, when the time comes, see if there are any intellectual competition shows. This kid might really be able to make the adults spin around. The strategist immediately became excited. Of course, at this moment, they were not the only ones with such thoughts. Many directors who had come to watch also shared the same idea. This Lin Li is simply perfect for variety shows. He can create great program effects. And besides, this kid hasn't debuted yet, making him quite affordable. So, they began to set their sights on Lin Li. All right, you can go ahead and take charge. Follow the process, the strategist said to He Jiong. He Jiong nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, in the youth class, the class leader election was officially concluded. Regardless of some people's dissatisfaction, for now, it was a done deal that Lin Li would become the class leader. They were just waiting for the homeroom teacher to officially award the title. Lin Li enjoyed the compliments from the kids, especially Wang Tianyu, who directly dumped all the snacks he couldn't take back on Lin Li's desk. Class leader, congratulations. Too polite. The title hasn't even been officially given yet. Elena Lismila Liuli. Hey, class leader, since you're the class leader now, can I be the vice class leader? Wang Tianyu had his own thoughts. Since he couldn't become the class leader, there was still the position of vice class leader, right? Although it wasn't the highest position in the class, at least it was second, right? Lin Li looked at him seriously. Good kid. Indeed, there isn't a single easy one in this youth class. He was boasting about himself, hoping to use his influence as class leader to support him in becoming vice class leader. This kid was good at settling for less. He was quite talented. Look at how smoothly he called for the class leader. Wang Tianyu, you know that being vice class leader isn't up to me. Elena li firmly rejecta. Don't. Class leader, if you support me, I'll share these snacks with you. Wang Tianyu nudged the snacks on the table. Lin Li immediately frowned, raising his voice slightly. Are you trying to bribe me? His voice instantly caught the attention of the students who were always watching him, and they turned their heads to look at him. Meanwhile, the camera refocused on Lin Li. Chapter 11. Is this how we test our cadres? Wang Tianyu suddenly felt the attention of the whole class on him, and his vanity was instantly satisfied. It's not a bribe. I'm just suggesting that I become the vice monitor so we can manage the class together. Not far away. Li Jianren and Yuan Hua heard him and immediately got up from their seats and walked over. At the same time, the chubby Wu Cheng did the same, bringing over snacks from his desk that he usually never shared. Kids these days are so clever. Upon hearing Wang Tianyu's words, they probably understood why he was looking for Lin Li. For the position of vice monitor, although they couldn't become the class monitor, they were immediately interested when they heard about the vice monitor. Wang Tianyu, you actually have the audacity to bribe again. Li Jianren shouted in accusation. Yes. If this kind of bad behavior spreads, it will have a huge impact on the whole class, Yuan Hua said with an air of authority. The chubby Wu Cheng stuffed snacks into Lin Li's arms. Monitor, let me be the vice monitor, and I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Tianyu glared at them. I said this is not a bribe. Then what do you call it? Li Jianren pressed on. Wang Tianyu's face turned red as he thought for a long time before explaining. This is just me sharing snacks with a good friend. Since he is the class monitor, giving him something to seek a position is bribery, Yuan Hua stated, showing his background from a family of officials. The four of them started arguing again. The audience in the live broadcast room watched, excitedly calling it a good show. I'm dying of laughter. This class is just like empresses in the palace. No, it's more like In the Name of the People, with power struggles, corruption, and all kinds of bad influences. It feels like they shouldn't call it New Star Youth Class anymore. It should be renamed in the name of the students. Let's see how Lin Li, the newly appointed class monitor, resolves this issue. I'm looking forward to Lin Li's performance. Honestly, I'm only watching this show for him. Lin Li felt a bit of headache. It was getting so loud that it seemed like a fight was about to break out. He sighed inwardly. He usually wouldn't bother with such matters. But now that he was the class monitor, he had to take responsibility. Since he held the position, he had to fulfill his duties. Moreover, he had just taken office and needed to mediate, or he could easily be impeached by many. Not everyone in the class was convinced by him yet. There was still a risk. He glared and said, "Everyone, stop arguing. What does this look like?" His shout instantly quieted them down. Lin Li continued, "We are all classmates. Don't let others see us making a fool of ourselves." After saying this, he left his seat and walked up to the podium, clearing his throat. "Classmates, I know there are still many positions for class cadres available, and I know many of you want to be class cadres. However, you cannot obtain them through bribery. This is a very unhealthy social practice that we must eliminate. Furthermore, let me tell you that I am a clean and upright class cadre and will not accept any bribes." The viewers in the live room sent messages of approval as they heard this. What is awareness? This is awareness. Lin Li's voice continued to resonate in their ears. "If you don't believe me, you could try any means to corrupt me, but I will make sure you all fail. This unhealthy social practice will start to be rectified from me. In other words, if you want me to do something for you, you must give a gift. And while I may not accept it, you cannot skip giving it. I will let you know what it means to be a clean official, what it means to resist temptation." Lin Li's expression was incredibly resolute, and every word he spoke was filled with power, as if declaring his determination and belief to everyone. "I will never share a fate with corruption and bribery." After shouting once more, Lin Li ignored the wide-eyed children and returned directly to his seat, returning the snacks to the stunned Wang Tianyu and Wu Cheng. He pointed at the snacks and said, "Take these back. Is this how you test a cadre? Which cadre can withstand such a test?" After sitting down, he glared at them with confidence. He didn't know if the kids understood his words. However, he was aware that his reputation had received unanimous praise from everyone in the live room. This was because, after he finished speaking, the system prompt in his mind kept ringing. "Lin Li, I bowed down to you. Damn, today's kids are really so high in awareness. This is not just a class monitor. He is the people's monitor." Just this one speech from Lin Li has outperformed many officials. If Lin Li were to enter politics in the future, he would definitely be a clean official, capable of benefiting the common people. Not only is he intelligent and skilled, but he's also so upright. At this moment, the image of this 8-year-old boy in their minds grew larger and larger. This speech made many people applaud. All being cadres, an 8-year-old class cadre has such high awareness. How embarrassing would it be for the other cadres? At this time in the youth class, He-jeong walked in. He was watching the live broadcast on his phone as he walked in, so he also heard Lin Li's words. As he entered the classroom, he began to clap. Lin Li spoke very well. We should eliminate this kind of unhealthy influence. I saw everything that happened just now on the show, so I have decided that Lin Li will officially become the class monitor of the youth class. I hope he can uphold his original intention and lead our class to create a positive and uplifting environment, eliminating bad influences. Seeing He-jeong come in, all the students immediately returned to their seats. Who do children fear the most? First, parents. Second, teachers. Hearing He-jeong's words, Wang Tianyu and the others' faces turned red, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, Xia Shi, Song Yishue, and others applauded along with He-jeong. Lin Li felt surprised. This had backfired. He was still thinking about how to get He-jeong to directly acknowledge him as the class monitor, but now, since the position of class monitor had completely fallen into his hands, he felt he should say a few words. Standing up, he said, "Thank you, teacher He, for your trust and expectations. I will definitely not disappoint you. I accept the supervision of all classmates, and if anyone discovers that I am corrupt, you don't need to say anything. I will voluntarily step down as class monitor." Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted again. The more He-jeong looked at Lin Li, the more he liked him. This kid really knows how to speak. Lin Li smiled and nodded at his classmates, then sat down. In his heart, he thought that he had basically secured the position of class monitor. What did they possibly come up with to test him? Even if it were money, he believed he could resist. After all, he had a system backing him up. Mere ordinary things couldn't affect him, right? Absolument impossible. Chapter 12, Star Teachers. Teacher, I really want to improve, but I have to admit I have a weakness. Yes, that would be my weakness for women. This is his biggest weakness and the easiest way to corrupt him. However, I'm only 8 years old. Who would use women to corrupt me? The class leader's farce has completely ended. He-jeong said, "All right, classmates, those who didn't become class leader shouldn't be discouraged. There are many other class officer positions in the class, and everyone can actively sign up to compete for them. However, for now, I will evaluate the other class officer positions based on everyone's performance later, so everyone must show their best selves." Yes, the students shouted in unison. Now I will introduce the teachers for each subject for the coming semester. After He-jeong finished speaking, the backstage manager called all the star teachers over through the intercom. Soon, one by one, the big stars that could only be seen on screen appear in the junior class. Seeing these stars, the audience in the live broadcast exclaimed how luxurious it was. The star teachers lined up in front of the podium, and He-jeong said, "Teachers, please introduce yourselves to the students." The students below were very excited. Although they weren't chasing stars yet, that didn't stop them from liking them. A female star dressed in a gray professional suit with a skirt, her slender legs clad in black stockings and high heels, and wearing black-rimmed glasses, smiled and introduced herself to the students. "Hello, classmates. I am your math teacher and moral education teacher, Yang-mi." Yang-mi's math skills are quite reputable in the entertainment circle, as it is said that her uncle is a math professor at Tsinghua University and Peking University. Teaching first grade is more than enough. Wow, so beautiful. Teacher Yang-mi, you are so beautiful. Both male and female students shouted their compliments. "Thank you," Yang-mi smiled. The second teacher began to introduce herself, also a female star, dressed in a white fairy dress. "Hello, classmates. I am your English teacher, Louis Fei. I will be teaching you English from now on, and I'm also your art teacher." Louis Fei has experience in Hollywood and can communicate normally with foreigners. So being the English teacher for the junior class is completely fine. Wow, fairy sister. Mom, I saw the fairy sister. The third teacher was still a female, wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt and loose jeans. "Hello, classmates. I am Deng Ziki, your music teacher, and I also teach science. There are so many people in the entertainment circle who can be music teachers, but so far, Many stars have been found to hold two positions. Deng Ziki is a science student. Although she isn't a top science student, she can easily handle first graders. Sister Ziki, I like listening to your songs. Little goldfish. When Deng Ziki heard someone call her little goldfish, she immediately puffed her cheeks, and the students cooperated. Haha, instantly brought laughter from the students. Then, the fourth teacher introduced himself. This time it was a male star. Hello everyone, I am Deng Zhao, your PE teacher and computer teacher. Finding a PE teacher in the entertainment circle is even easier, as long as he is a man. However, to make the program more interesting and not seem so dull, the latest generation comedian Deng Zhao came. With that, the introductions of the four teachers were complete. Lin Li stared at them, internally exclaiming that the production team really spent a lot. Top streamers in domestic entertainment, Hong Kong and Taiwan queens, movie kings, and gold medal hosts. Is this show aiming to be the #1 variety show in domestic entertainment? You have to know they're not just participating in this show for one episode. They are permanent guests. 6,666. Great. With the fan base of these stars, my emotional value will definitely increase quickly. Damn, why am I only 8 years old? Demi Mi and Liu Yifei seem much younger than what I saw on screen in my previous life. No, I need to learn well from these two teachers. Their appearance instantly ignited Lin Li's desire to learn. He really wants to improve. Amazing. When it was said to be an all-star lineup, it really is incredible. It's my first time seeing Demi Mi and Liu Tianxian participate in a variety show together. The teachers are all great, but looking at it this way, Super Brother seems a bit casual and hasty. Haha, after all, he is a PE teacher. I would definitely pay attention in class if they were my elementary school teachers. Am I still on time to sign up? He Jiong said, it seems everyone knows our teachers, so I believe during class time, everyone will listen attentively, right? Yes. The students' voices were loud, indicating that they also wanted to improve. All right, now we will start distributing the textbooks. Saying this, He Jiong went outside the classroom with Yang Mi and a few others to receive the books delivered by the staff. Then they began distributing them one by one. When Yang Mi handed a stack of math textbooks to Lin Li's desk, she looked at this small child with a refined atmosphere. Teacher Yang, please don't look at me like that. I will feel shy, Lin Li shamelessly said. As the saying goes, opportunities are prepared for the brave. And here the other students receiving the textbooks either exclaimed in surprise or gave empty compliments. They won't seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Yang Mi smiled. You still feel shy? I really can't tell. Actually, I'm still very shy. Believe me. Lin Li widened his innocent eyes. Haha, Lin Ting, you're really funny. Huh, Lin Ting? Lin Li was surprised. Wasn't he called Lin Li? Your performance, the audience saw it, and they gave you that nickname. Yang Mi explained with a smile. Such an interesting child is really rare. Oh, how can I be just a section-level cadre? I should at least be a department-level one. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi immediately laughed and playfully tapped Lin Li's little head with her fair finger. You're so clever. Who taught you that? Lin Li narrowed his eyes and said very seriously, you should call me Lin Bu. All right, Lin Bu. Yang Mi was instantly amused by his serious cuteness. Study hard. She tapped Lin Li's head again, smiling sweetly, and then continued distributing textbooks. Lin Li looked at the enchanting and charming Yang Mi, truly hating that he was only 8 years old. Sigh, willing but unable. At this moment, Liu Yifei handed the textbook over to him. Lin Li said, Teacher Liu, you are really beautiful. I want to learn English from you. Chapter 13. 2 birds fly to the tree and 5 birds fly away. Liu Yifei smiled gently and reached out to pat Lin Li's little head. You have to pay attention in class, okay? No, they did I mean. Okay. Lin Li raised his little hand and made an okay gesture. Liu Yifei looked at his adorable antics and smiled, finding it too amusing, huh? Once the textbooks were distributed, the second class officially began. Strictly speaking, it was the third class, as the second class had been replaced by an impromptu election for class monitor. He Jiong took Liu Yifei, Deng Zhao, and a few others out of the classroom, leaving only Yang Mi behind. It was obvious that this second class was a math class. Lin Li thought to himself that he would probably have to show off again. After all, how difficult could elementary school math be, especially in first grade? Wasn't it just the multiplication table? He had completely forgotten middle school math, but he would let everyone know what it meant to be a math genius in quick calculations. So he sat up straight in his seat. What is this? This is a display of confidence. Yang Mi stood on the podium and said loudly, "Classmates, as the first lesson today, I will test your math skills." Saying this, she took out chalk and wrote down a few problems on the blackboard. 55, 9 to 5, 368, 10 to 2, 19 to 7, 9 to 36. Lin Li looked at these problems. They were so simple that they wouldn't yield much emotional value. He decided to let someone else have this opportunity. It was just basic addition and subtraction, with no challenge whatsoever. All right, which student can answer these questions? Yang Mi asked, turning around with a smile. Raise your hand if you can. In no time, all the students in the class, except Lin Li, raised their hands. The current educational environment is such that children have already learned the multiplication table in kindergarten, along with addition and subtraction, although the numbers aren't very large. Most kids can handle what they can count on their fingers. Moreover, these students in the youth class had received early childhood education at home. They had the resources, and who wouldn't want to start teaching their children early? Yang Mi called on Li Jianren to answer a question. 5,510. Li Jianren answerat confidently. Good, sit down. Yang Mi cheerfully called on another student to answer the next question. After all the questions were answered correctly, Yang Mi said with a smile, "It seems that everyone has a solid foundation. Teacher Yang, make it harder. This is too easy." Yuan Hua shouted, disregarding classroom decorum. "Yeah, make it harder." The others chimed in. They remembered their parents' advice to perform well in the youth class and strive to be the class monitor. They may not have achieved the monitor position yet, but they absolutely could not lose in answering questions. Each of them was fully motivated. I didn't expect that at over 40 years old, I would be solving first-grade problems alongside elementary school students. Watching them in class, I feel a bit nostalgic for my childhood. Do you all remember things from first grade? I, for one, have forgotten. Wait a minute. Why are these problems so simple? The first-grade problems my child has weren't like this and nearly drove me crazy. The class is easy, but the homework is tough. Don't you understand? The simple stuff is taught by themselves, while the difficult stuff is left for parents to teach, all about making it easier. Next door in a youth class, parents were currently praising their own children to each other. My child is already studying elementary school math competitions. This problem is too easy. It won't stun my child at all, Li Jianren's mother laughed. Yuan Hua's mother said, "My child is already learning third-grade math. Your kids are amazing. You must be very proud." Song Yishue's father looked at the two of them, giving a little compliment. He was very aware of his daughter's abilities. Look at those glasses. He didn't pressure her at all. Rather, she was very enthusiastic about learning. Xiaxi's mother interjected, "I haven't really focused on my daughter's grades. I'm mainly cultivating her interests." How open-minded of you. My son plays games on his phone every day. Well, at least the esports industry is thriving now. Back in our day, playing games was seen as a mistake. Look, the difficulty of the problems has gone up. I guess not many will be able to solve them now. Hearing one parent's words, the other stopped talking and looked at the screen. At that moment, Yang Mi, responding to the students' requests, increased the difficulty. On the blackboard, 13-315-5, 610-. Classmates, you are so capable. Can you solve these three questions? Yang Mi said with a gentle smile. The same digits mean that the numbers in the parentheses must be the same. Is there anyone who can do it? Raise your hand. At this moment, unlike before, the students did not immediately raise their hands, but carefully examined the problems, calculating in their minds. Soon, Song Yishue raised her hand first, followed by Li Jianren. In no time, half the class had their hands up. Lin Li still hadn't raised his hand. Although this problem seemed a bit beyond first-grade standards, it was still too easy for him. He didn't bother to raise his hand. "This student, please answer." Yang Mi called on the first student to raise their hand, Song Yishue. She stood up and said, "Teacher, the first question is 5, the second question is 10, and the third question is 2. Very good. All correct, Yang Mi praised. This time, she didn't skip over the explanation, but patiently began to explain how to solve the problem, because there were still many students in the audience who hadn't raised their hands. She needed to explain the solution in detail to ensure that everyone could understand. Lin Li, feeling bored, rested his chin on one hand while his other hand fiddled with a pen. He sighed inwardly. This is so boring. His deskmate, Xiaxi, was frowning slightly as she looked at the podium, seriously calculating. After Yang Mi finished explaining this problem, she posed another question. 2 birds fly to the tree, and 5 birds fly away. How many birds were originally on the tree? As soon as this question was posed, the whole class began to frown. They needed to think carefully about it. It wasn't a direct addition or subtraction formula. They needed to calculate and substitute into the formula themselves. At that moment, many adults in the live broadcast room were also calculating. Unfortunately, I've given my math skills back to the PE teacher. This problem seems simple, but it is indeed simple. So, what is the answer, everyone? If we assume the number of birds is x, then we can set up an equation. Don't mess around. You're using an equation to solve a first-grade math problem? Chapter 14. Using position for illegal fundraising. This topic is quite common in elementary school. But I'm not an elementary student anymore. Originally, there were x birds on the tree, and the equations are x 56, x2 65, x2 11, and x11 2. So, x9 means there are 9 birds left on the tree. Calculating this way is too time-consuming and complicated. A simpler way is to chase away the 2 birds that flew in and catch the 5 that flew away. So it's 6 to 259, 666. In the youth class, Lin Li saw his classmates starting to calculate on their drafts and sighed softly. This question is still quite simple. He thought to himself, never mind. Let's show off a little. After all, how difficult can a math question in an elementary school class be? After all, a normal person wouldn't set questions that are too advanced, and most of the students in this youth class are little geniuses. Some kids probably have already learned equations at home. So, before Yang Mi could ask, does anyone understand? He raised his hand first. Yang Mi looked over and asked, Lin Li, do you understand? Lin Li stood up and seriously admonished, Teacher, it's not Lin Li, it's class monitor. Seeing him like a little adult, Yang Mi chuckled softly. All right, class monitor, do you know the answer? Yes, the answer is 9. The other classmates all looked up at Lin Li. They had just finished setting up the equations, and Lin Li already knew the answer. That's pretty fast. Their clear eyes showed a hint of surprise. How did you calculate that? Yang Mi asked with a smile. 6 to 25, isn't that how you calculate it? Not bad. It seems your math level is quite good. Yang Mi waved her hand to signal him to sit down and then began explaining to the class. Xiaxi said enviously, Wow, class monitor, you're amazing. Well, it's just average. Lin Li showed no signs of pride or smugness, remaining quite calm. If you were proud of this question, he might as well just hit his head against the tofu block. Just as Lin Li thought, there were no advanced questions throughout the entire math class. Most of the kids in the youth class could figure it out with just a little time spent calculating. Similarly, he noticed that when he answered that question, he didn't gain many emotional points in his mind. So, he realized that trying to raise his hand in class to show off his excellence in order to gain emotional points wouldn't work. He had to do something impressive that showed he was beyond his age. After class, when Yang Mi left the classroom, the class immediately became lively. Some were eating snacks, while others were mingling and making friends. Lin Li took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and, after returning, continued to sit in his seat, looking calm and collected. So boring. He simply sank his consciousness into his mind and began to study the system. Lin Li, how many emotional points do I have now? System, host, you currently have 390W emotional points. Lin Li sighed inwardly. That's quite a lot. Just another 10W, and he could exchange for 4 modeling attribute points. However, he felt that modeling wasn't urgent for now. His primary task was still survival and changing his living environment. He couldn't keep going home after school to collect rubbish and live off picking up bottles. Lin Li thought for a moment about how he could make money at his age. How about selling the copyright to a song from his past life? That'd be a good way. But those unscrupulous companies would definitely exploit him for his unknown little kid's song. Stock trading? The system has a financial talent acquisition feature, and stock trading would surely make money quickly. But he needed to open a trading account, and he was underage. Furthermore, he knew from his original memories that his total assets were only a few hundred yuan. Buying a mobile phone would be a struggle. At this moment, he suddenly heard a classmate speaking from the back row. Han Xin has both red and blue. Getting 2 kills at the start is no problem. If you have red and blue but can't get going early, your development won't be good. Then you can only sneak a tower and fight super minions. Lin Li's ears perked up. They were talking about a game. In this day and age, playing games can also make money. Moreover, at his age, without an ID and being underage, playing games was the best way to earn money. Thinking of this, Lin Li's heart started to heat up. He decided to get into gaming. He searched the system to see if there were any special effects or bonuses to improve his gaming skills. Although he played games in his past life, his skills were just slightly above average, not reaching the top level. Speed Boost 1. Exchange cost, 50W emotional points. A normal person's speed is 5, with a maximum of 10, and the host current speed is 5. Note, speed decreases with age. Reaction Speed 1. Exchange cost, 50W emotional points. A normal person's reaction speed is 4, with a maximum of 10, and the host current reaction speed is 5. Note, reaction speed decreases with age. Game Understanding Ability 1. Exchange cost, 10W emotional points. A normal person's game understanding ability is 0, with a maximum of 10. Anyone who's played games knows that whether it's a mobile game or a PC game, speed, reaction, and understanding of the game version are extremely important. Various high-level plays rely on the first two, while increasing the win rate depends on game thinking ability. Seeing that he had the three key aspects, Lin Li decided to temporarily exchange his emotional points for these three items. First, he would rely on gaming to earn his first bucket of gold. Now, the problem was clear. He looked down and took out his old mobile phone from his pocket. How to get a better phone? To play games. He needed a smooth-running phone. He pondered for a moment, then looked around at the wealthy students nearby and gradually began to understand. His first bucket of gold would come from using his position for illegal fundraising. With this thought, Lin Li no longer hesitated, stood up, and walked to the podium. He then knocked on the podium. Bang, bang. Everyone quiet down. The class monitor has something to say. The classmates heard the sound, stopped talking to each other, and turned their heads towards Lin Li at the podium. What is this guy up to now? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also confused. Lin Hall is going to show off again. The previous part was so boring. This program would be half dead without Lin Hall. I was almost falling asleep. Who says otherwise? As a college student watching an elementary school program, it's so demoralizing when I calculate slower than the elementary students. It still depends on Lin Li for the show's effect. Just as the audience in the live stream grumbled, the regular class lecture was nothing special to watch. Chapter 15. Don't speak words against unity. They are here for fun, for the show, to gain emotional value. They are not here to attend class with elementary school students. Moreover, during the class, Lin Li didn't have anything particularly outstanding. But at this moment, seeing Lin Li seemingly about to stir things up again, everyone became energized. To be blunt, Lin Li accounted for 80 of the highlights of this show. At the podium of the youth class, Lin Li looked seriously at the curious and puzzled students. With a faint smile, he said, "Classmates, although we have just gathered in the youth class today, we are already a collective." Some students nodded continuously, agreeing that it made sense. Our teachers are all big stars, as everyone knows. They can take time out of their busy schedules to teach us and accompany us, so we should respect them. Teachers' Day is coming soon, and I think all of us should prepare gifts for our teachers. He said seriously, "Of course, this is not bribery. It is our heartfelt gesture as students to our teachers." Upon hearing that gifts were to be prepared for Teachers' Day, the students' eyes lit up one by one. Right? How did they not think of this? This is also a way of bribery, isn't it? No, it's a way of showing appreciation. They were very skilled at giving gifts. The class monitor was right. Song Ishu nodded, stood up, and said, "I agree. This is a good proposal." Even Li Jianren chimed in. Other classmates followed suit. Clearly, everyone felt that this proposal was normal and reliable. In the youth class office, Yang Mi and others looked at Lin Li's proposal and began to praise him. "I knew this kid had a big vision. He's so sensible at such a young age," He Jiong said. In the first semester of school, it was he who thought of this. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling truly touched. "Listening to this makes my heart feel so moved," Deng Zhao said, feeling both gratified and touched. "They're all kids. Look, Lin Li thought of it." They naturally didn't want the so-called gifts, but rather this heartfelt gesture. Although this gesture had not yet been received, it was already felt. Similarly, the audience in the live broadcast room also found Lin Li's proposal very good, all praising him. In the youth class, Lin Li continued, "As I just said, we are a collective, so the gift should be something we, as members of the youth class, Prepare together for our teachers, not individually. Lin Li began to get to the point. Upon hearing this, Li Jianren immediately pouted, collectively sending, "Doesn't T that mean I one T have a chance to stand out?" He immediately rebutted. Wang Tianyu also disagreed. "Yeah, we should send our own gifts." With these two leading the way, students with money, power, and ideas began to oppose one after another. They were calculating in their hearts, but Lin Li knew this well. Having anticipated this, he smiled faintly and confidently said, "What you said makes sense, but if we each send gifts, the teachers will receive many gifts of various kinds, which they want to be able to use, and it will cause waste." He paused, scanning the crowd, and continued, "Moreover, we youth class as a collective. We should unite and prepare a special gift for our teachers together, which will reflect our class's cohesion and heartfelt intention." "But we," Li Jianren wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Li. "Hey," Lin Li lightly exclaimed, "Li Jianren, this is not only our first group activity since the youth class was established, but it also shows our cohesion to the online audience and parents. You should never say anything that is not conducive to unity again." With this one sentence, all the students who still wanted to speak fell silent. They were not fools. Each was sharp-witted. Lin Li's words implied that if they insisted on sending gifts individually, it would show they did not belong to the collective and had individualistic thoughts. This would lead to exclusion by others. How could Lin Li speak so well? They were all of the same age. How could he be like their fathers? All right. What a good phrase about not saying anything that is not conducive to unity. Hilarious. The moral kidnapping was direct and effective. Lin Ting was indeed Lin Ting. This way of speaking and thinking was absolutely that of an old cadre. As the son of the director, Li Jianren was firmly grasped. "I will eventually be laughed to death by Lin Ting. What kind of prodigy is this?" The audience knew Lin Li could stir things up and frequently delivered golden lines. But they didn't expect him to have so many. Everyone laughed until their stomachs hurt. Even in the teacher's office, Deng Zhao and others were the same. "Too impressive. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts." "Ha." Deng Zhao exaggeratedly held his stomach. "He is just too suited to be a leader. He can grip everyone tightly." Deng Ziki laughed. Yang Mi said, "I've realized that in this show, we are actually all unnecessary. We don't need to think of any show effects. Lin Li alone occupies everything." Deng Zhao nodded. "Yeah, I think if it's for show effects, we can call on Lin Li more to answer questions in class later. This guy is simply born for variety shows." "Super brother, you are being narrow-minded. With his current performance, he could mix well in the political arena when he grows up." Liu Yifei corrected him with a smile. Right. I was too narrow-minded, haha." The classmates in the youth class who still wanted to refute Lin Li no longer knew how to respond. They had expressions as if they wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, looking quite awkward. Lin Li continued, "Since everyone has no objections, then, as the class leader, I now announce the establishment of our youth class's first project to express our heartfelt intention to the teachers." Xiaoxi, as Lin Li's deskmate, was the first to agree and clapped. Song Yixue followed suit, and the other classmates dared not voice any objections, all echoing their agreement. "So what gift should we prepare?" The chubby Wu Cheng, though displeased, still asked. Yuan Hua said, "Yeah, what should we prepare?" "Gifts. Regardless of what gifts, we need money." Lin Li's foxtail was revealed. "So I think we should each contribute a little money. Of course, this money belongs to the class fund, which is for our entire collective." Lin Li emphasized the word collective with particular emphasis. "How much do we need?" Wang Tianyu asked. When it came to money, they were not shy at all. No other reason. Their families were wealthy. Moreover, currently, children's concept of money is still quite low. Everyone contributes 100 yuan as class funds. The gifts will be deducted from the class fund. Likewise, future class activities will also be handled this way. Lin Li smiled. Chapter 16. Leadership charisma at a young age, only 100 yuan? That's so little. All of us combined don't even have 3,600 yuan. What can we buy with that? It's not even enough for a bag. The chubby Wu Qing pouted. "Yeah, just 100 yuan. Who are you looking down on?" Wang Tianyu said generously. Lin Li knew that for these wealthy kids, 100 yuan really wasn't much. If he could, he would have wanted to shout for 1,000 yuan, 1,000 for each person. But now this was a live broadcast with countless viewers watching them. He had to maintain a good image. Wu Cheng, I need to correct you. Gifts are not about their value. What's important is the sentiment. Lin Li looked at him seriously and said, "Do you think our star teachers are short on money? They're not worse off than us. Do you think they can't afford the expensive gifts you gave? So, do you think a valuable gift is necessary? What matters is that we express our feelings. As long as we have this intention, even an ordinary stone would make them happy." Lin Li's words once again drew high praise from the live stream and from Yang Mi and the others. This kid really has his value straight. I agree. I think the class monitor is right. Gifts are not about their value, but about the sentiment. Song Yixue adjusted her glasses on her nose. I also agree. Song Mingqi, who had been silent in class, finally spoke up. Since you all agree, then I agree too. Several classmates chimed in. Not every kid has a wealthy dad like Wang Tianyu or Wu Cheng. Li Jianren glared at Lin Li, increasingly annoyed that this Lin Li was always stealing the spotlight. My dad is Li Gang. When I get home, I'll definitely ask my dad to check if there are any illegal activities in his family to get him out of the youth class. Otherwise, with him around, I won't have a foothold in the youth class. Since everyone agrees. Suddenly, Lin Li was dumbfounded. The process had already been completed and all goals achieved. Now the question was, how to collect the money. He didn't have WeChat. His phone was an old model. He wasn't afraid of being embarrassed by pulling out an old phone. The main issue was that the old phone couldn't open WeChat. Damn, cash. How many people use cash these days, let alone this group of kids? Some of them probably haven't even touched cash. How do I give you money? Xiaxi, thinking she was Lin Li's best friend, asked cutely. Lin Li's mind was racing, running like a Ferrari engine at high speed. After school, we can ask teacher He to create a class group, and then we can all send red packets in there to pay the class fees. Lin Li decided to procrastinate, saying he would talk about it after school. This money will be temporarily managed by me, and once the life committee's evaluation is done, I'll give the class fees to him. Okay, Xiaxi nodded. No one opposed, as many people had their phones taken away by their parents. Thus, Lin Li's first pot of gold was secured. Later, he could use a bit of public funds to buy himself a phone, and then before Teacher's Day, whether it was through gaming or something else, he would make up the money. So before Teacher's Day, if anyone has good ideas, feel free to let me know. Everyone is welcome to participate actively. After Lin Li finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse, and he returned to his seat from the podium. The behind-the-scenes strategist saw Lin Li's various actions and words and admired the kid even more. At such a young age, his leadership skills were already strong, and his verbal logic was also quite good. The key was that his small stature gave the strategist a sense of personality charm. In just one day, he had already formed the idea of wanting to cultivate Lin Li as a child star. Isn't the purpose of the new Star Youth class to select outstanding children for child star training? In just one day, how many highlights had Lin Li created? The enormous popularity right after the show started was brought about by him. He was simply perfect for the entertainment industry. The last class of the morning in the youth class began. It was also the fourth class, a Chinese class, and He Jiong entered the classroom. Everyone, stand up. Lin Li recalled how he used to greet the teacher at the beginning of class. He had forgotten to do so in the previous class. One by one, the students stood up from their seats. They all understood the rules. Hello, teacher, He Jiong said with a light smile. Hello, students. After they sat down, Lin Li stared at He Jiong, his mind already wandering elsewhere. The class was too boring. However, the good news was that once this class was over, it would be time for lunch. During school, in the morning classes, he was looking forward to lunch and the break every second. In the afternoon classes, he was counting down the seconds to get off school. At this moment, he had that kind of mentality. Everyone, turn to the first page of the textbook. Listening to He Jiong's words, Lin Li numbly began to flip through the book. Does anyone know how to read the characters on it? Does anyone know? He Jiong asked. Song Yixue immediately raised her hand. In the last math class, she was also the first to raise her hand every time, clearly showcasing her academic prowess. All right, Song Yixue, you can answer. Lin Li sighed inwardly, wondering why the first grade nowadays didn't start teaching from OEI anymore. In the last math class, he clearly remembered starting with the most basic multiplication table, looking at the current textbook, and then looking at what they were teaching. When he flipped to the first page, it said heaven, earth, man, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The key was that there were no opinion on it. If we say that these kids in the youth class probably know it, they must have had a lot of early education before the first grade. But what about the other students? Nonsense. Lin Li kept flipping through, and it wasn't until he reached page 20 that he saw opinion. Though he felt like complaining, he couldn't be bothered to express it, because he couldn't explain why he used to start learning A, O, E, I, U in the textbooks. He tilted his head, seriously listening to the boring elementary school lesson. Boring as it was, he still had to maintain his persona. Time passed unknowingly, and Lin Li was called up by He Jiong to answer a few questions. Just as he had thought, answering normally didn't add much to his emotional value. He still had to do something entertaining. The morning class ended. He Jiong, as the Chinese teacher and class monitor, led them to the hallway. Students, girls stand on the right, boys stand on the left, line up, and arrange yourselves by height. Lin Li was not tall, only 25 meters. Because of his poor family background when he was young, he often went without meals and drank little milk, so he didn't stand out among this group of kids. Thus, he was in the 5th position. Kids like Li Jianren and Wang Tianyu were taller and stood at the back, especially that chubby Wu Cheng, who, despite being fat, was not short. Lin Li estimated he was already about 4 meters tall. Chapter 17. The failure of the solo by the female star after lining up. He Jiong took them to the cafeteria. To ensure fairness and avoid giving netizens any talking points, all students, whether from the youth class or regular students, were served the same food. Similarly, the aunties serving the food did not show any signs of Parkinson's tremors. They served a spoonful, giving students as much as they wanted. When it was Lin Li's turn to get food, the auntie wearing a saliva mask asked kindly, "Little friend, what do you want?" Lin Li stood on tiptoe to look at the dishes, and instead of directly ordering, he loudly complimented, "Auntie, you are really beautiful." As an adult, Lin Li knew the ways of the world. Saying a few nice words would make the other person happy, and the food would be plentiful. Ha! The little friend really knows how to talk. Women of all ages love to hear such compliments. Sure enough, the auntie serving food immediately brightened up with a smile. "Really? I never lie. You are as beautiful as teacher Yangmi." Elena li exclaimed loudly. Yangmi and the others, being stars, naturally went to eat with the school leaders. At this moment, she had not yet gone to the cafeteria and was watching a video program. Upon hearing Lin Li's loud voice, her bright eyes suddenly flashed with resentment. "Little brat, can you choose a different person for your comparison?" The auntie serving food laughed even more happily. "Are you talking about Yangmi on the TV?" "Yes, auntie." "No, I mean sister. You look even better when you smile than teacher Yangmi." In the teacher's office, Yangmi felt like she could spit blood. It was one thing before, but now it was a direct comparison. Deng Xiao and the others burst into laughter. "Mimi, so in Lin Li's eyes, you're actually just average. Super brother, you better shut up." Yangmi shot him a harsh glare. "Don't be angry, Mimi. He's just a kid, and doesn't he know how to speak?" Lu Yifei comforted with a gentle smile. "Kids don't lie. Oh, you better stop talking." Ha ha! Lu Yifei couldn't hold back. Lin Li's words made her maintain her ladylike smile, but Deng Chao's words made her burst out laughing. Yangmi also rolled her eyes at Lu Yifei. But then, when Lin Li said something else, calling out to her, Yangmi laughed out loud, while Lu Yifei froze in place. Lin Li said, "Sister, I see you're the same age as teacher Lu Yifei. How do you maintain yourself? You look even younger than her." Lin Li really managed to offend 2 top-tier flower stars just to get more food. It was hilarious. I really want to see the expressions of Demi Mi and Lu Tianxian when they hear this. I'm about to die laughing. Look at how the auntie has been charmed by Lin Li. Even getting food is a performance. It cracks me up. The audience was well aware of Lin Li's intention to compliment the auntie. It was just to get more food. But they didn't expect him to compare Yangmi and Lu Yifei. That was completely unexpected. In the cafeteria, the auntie serving food was so flattered by Lin Li's compliments that she couldn't stop smiling. She never imagined that one day someone would compare her to Yangmi and Lu Yifei, and even say she was better. "Sister, I want that braised pork ribs." Lin Li thought it was about time. His mind was buzzing with excitement, even more than during the last class. Sure enough, making a scene really harvested emotional value. "All right, sister will scoop it for you." The auntie cheerfully took a spoon and served Lin Li a heaping scoop. She really scooped the whole spoon into the dish. "Sister, I also want scrambled eggs with tomatoes." MHM. The Annie made sure to scoop more eggs, and what went into Lin Li's plate was not scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but rather tomato scrambled eggs and dry-fried green beans. Okay, after getting the food, Lin Li couldn't help but wave goodbye to the Annie. Annie, you are beautiful and kind, and your voice is also very nice. You must sing well, definitely better than teacher Deng Ziki. As a person who treats everyone equally, how could Lin Li forget about another female teacher? He aimed for fairness. The students behind him in line were wide-eyed when they saw Lin Li leaving with a full plate of food. Suddenly, when it was the turn of the boy behind Lin Li to get food, he exclaimed, "Sister, you look better than Dilly Reba? Wow, sister, you are prettier than Zhao Lying. Sister, you are more beautiful than Angela Baby. Sister, you should debut." At this moment, female stars across the internet were being compared by the students of the youth class, and they were losing badly. The viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard that they couldn't hold their phones steady. What kind of elementary school students are these? One compliment was fine, but everyone started complimenting. Comparing Yangmi and Liu Yifei was one thing since they were at the school and had met. But what about those female stars who weren't there? Did Dilly Reba and the others get hit even when they weren't present? You really don't fear offending anyone. I can't stop laughing, everyone. Look, that plate of food is almost empty. Ha! The Annie serving food was lost in the moment, winning against the female stars in a solo battle. And now there wasn't enough food. The Annie's life reached a peak moment. Lin Li truly demonstrated what it means to take the lead. He led, and others followed. I declare that today at noon is the darkest moment for female stars in the entertainment industry. One after another, the beauty ceiling couldn't compete with a food-serving Annie. No way. I need to go Dilly Reba and the others on Weibo. This afternoon, Lin Li has offended the entire entertainment industry of female stars. Although he only mentioned Yang Mi, Liu Yifei, and Deng Ziki, he was the one who started it, and others followed suit. After all, when the masses cause trouble, they only punish the leader. So, all the blame actually falls on Lin Li alone. Holding his plate of food, Lin Li went to get rice, and then came to the table of the youth class. The boys sat together, and the girls sat together. Lin Li casually found a seat and sat down. The boys who had gotten food before Lin Li looked at his plate full of dishes with envy, their mouths almost watering. Why didn't they think of this earlier? How frustrating. Just because they were the first to get food? Lin Li ignored their gazes and began to eat heartily. At that moment, He Jiong also came over with a plate and sat down next to Lin Li. As the head teacher, he had to manage the students of the youth class and couldn't eat with the school leaders, showing his sense of responsibility. As soon as He Jiong sat down, Lin Li picked up a green bean. "Teacher I think this green bean is a bit tough. Is it not cooked properly?" He Jiong was taken aback. "Is it?" He happened to have also gotten the dry-fried green beans and took a bite. "Not tough at all. This bean is excellent." Chapter 18 arranged a freshman representative for him after the joy of serving food. The subsequent meal was exceptionally calm. Lin Li, a true foodie, had his eyes only on the food and didn't continue to make a fuss. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and others, under the hospitality of the school leaders, entered the special VIP room of the school cafeteria. The stars took their seats one after another, including key leaders from the production team. "Thank you for your hard work. Teachers," Principal Hu Jiangwo raised his drink and said, since there was still work to be done in the afternoon. The old planner specifically stated that there would be no drinking at lunch. The school naturally did not insist, planning the drinking session for the evening instead. Principal Hu was being too polite, the old planner said with a smile, raising his glass as well. Others followed suit. After finishing their drinks, Hu Jiangwo called out, "Eat, eat, eat." After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the old planner asked, "Principal Hu, is it true that Lin Li from your school is really an orphan?" Hu Jiangwo was not surprised he would ask. He had watched the morning program in his office, and Lin Li's actions had left him shocked. He also had this question, so he specifically had someone investigate it thoroughly. Yes, he was indeed an orphan. Hearing them start discussing Lin Li, Yang Mi and the others slowed down with their chopsticks and perked up their ears. They were very curious about Lin Li's background. He is actually quite pitiful. How so? Deng Zhao asked curiously. Hu Jiangwo explained. Lin Li lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandfather, surviving by collecting garbage with him. What? Yang Mi was immediately taken aback. She knew Lin Li was an orphan. Deng Zhao and the others had seen that personal information in the morning broadcast. But she didn't expect his childhood to be so tragic. Just over 2 months ago, his grandfather also passed away, and before he left, he was still looking for a school for Lin Li, who Zhang Wo's eyelids drooped slightly, filled with sympathy for Lin Li. When his grandfather came to our school, we learned about the situation and made an exception to allow Lin Li to enroll. The old planner sighed softly. That means Lin Li has had a tough life. Yes, that's why when you suggested he join the youth class, I agreed without much thought. The child has suffered too much, Hu Jiangwo sighed. At this moment, Yami said, no wonder he is so sensible. Children from poor families mature early, while others are still in the warmth of their parents. He has to face all sorts of hardships in society. It's no wonder he is so mature. At this point, they understood why Lin Li was so mature. Growing up following his grandfather, collecting bottles to make a living, he had seen and endured a lot from a young age, leading to a maturity that surpassed his peers. While other children grew up comfortably in their parents' embrace, he had to face the daunting task of survival. How could he not be sensible? No wonder he has so many tricks up his sleeve at such a young age. Having faced the malice of human nature so often, he naturally learned to be clever. Growing up in such an environment, he would unintentionally keep a few guards up and wear a layer of protective color. Hu Jiangwo raised his drink and said to the old planner with a hint of pleading, I hope your production team can give him a little more opportunity. Lin Li has it too hard. Haha, Principal Hu, you're being too serious. Lin Li's performance is excellent. Even if we don't give him more exposure, he will still stand out among this group of kids, the old planner replied with a smile. Exactly. The viewers of the show are all here for Lin Li. To be blunt, the high ratings our show has right now are all thanks to Lin Li. We should be thanking him, Deng Zhao suddenly said. By the way, isn't the enrollment ceremony tomorrow? Originally, the first day of school was supposed to hold the freshman enrollment ceremony, but it was postponed by a day due to their production team. Yes, Hu Jiangwo nodded. Should we let Lin Li give a speech as a freshman representative tomorrow? Deng Zhao suggested. As soon as he said this, the old planner's eyes lit up. Yes, how did I not think of that? Who do the viewers most want to see on the show right now? Without a doubt, it's Lin Li. This kid always brings unexpected effects to the show. They also knew that normal classes generally had little show effect. There was a stark contrast in the number of viewers watching during class and after class. Moreover, many viewers want to see more of Lin Li on screen. However, since they were a group show, they also had to consider the other children. It was just a solo performance. They could give Lin Li more screen time, but they couldn't do it every time. Otherwise, some parents would be dissatisfied. Since that's the case, if they couldn't find the conditions, they had to create opportunities for Lin Li to be on screen. Deng Zhao's suggestion clearly aligned with what they were thinking. Hu Jiangwo was secretly pleased, but pretended to look a bit troubled. After all, Lin Li was still a child. In such a large setting, if he made a mistake or got nervous, wouldn't he have an impact on your show? Would it? The old planner chuckled, being an old fox. How could he not understand the implication? Our show is all about authenticity. Otherwise, we wouldn't use live broadcasts. We can handle any accidents or unexpected events, so you can rest assured. Moreover, I don't think Lin Li will be nervous today. Recalling Lin Li's performance from the morning, this kid could be described as a social butterfly, without exaggeration. Deng Zhao said, yes, there is absolutely no need to worry about Lin Li making mistakes. He is not just any first-grade student. All right, Hu Jiangwo still hesitated but reluctantly agreed. Secretly delighted. After all, Lin Li was still a student from their school. Giving him more exposure was essentially giving their school more exposure as well. Later, when promoting and recruiting for their school, they could use Lin Li as an example. Then it's settled, the old planner said without shattering his dreams, smiling. Of course, I also believe in Lin Li. Hu Jiangwo said, I'll have someone write a speech for Lin Li for tomorrow's enrollment ceremony this afternoon and let him take a look tonight. Don't make it too complicated. The child doesn't know many characters, so keep it simple. Understood, Deng Zhao looked at the two of them. In fact, his original intention was to let Lin Li speak freely on stage. He felt that if the child could speak freely, there might be unexpected results. Writing a speech would restrict him, right? But he didn't say much. He had a feeling that perhaps without his suggestion, Lin Li would have his own ideas and show effects. Chapter 19. There is only one vice class leader who will take it. After the lunch break, the children of a youth class lined up and returned under He Jiong's leadership. The nap officially began. As soon as Lin Li returned to the classroom, he couldn't be bothered to put on a show or make friends with the other kids. He simply slammed his hands on the desk and fell asleep. He just wanted to rest well and earn money playing games at night. When Xiaxi returned to the classroom and saw Lin Li sleeping on the desk, she wisely chose not to disturb him. Instead, she took out some chocolate from her drawer and went to make friends. Song Yixue, this is for you. It's really delicious. Xiaxi approached Song Yixue's desk, where she found Song Yixue working on exercises right after coming back from the cafeteria. Why are you so serious? Song Yixue slightly tilted her head and replied, Dad said that if I practice more now, I'll suffer less in the future. Oh. Xiaxi nodded in confusion and said, Here, you can have it. My aunt gave it to me. It's especially tasty. Thank you. Song Yixue reciprocated by taking out a box of snacks from her backpack to share with Xiaxi. Girls tend to make friends faster than boys when they are young. Conversely, adult men make friends faster than women. Why? For adult men, a drink and a cigarette often mean friendship. If they drink well, they become brothers. The growth of friendship is extremely rapid. However, at this moment, the boys didn't have alcohol or cigarettes, so they couldn't make friends as quickly as the girls. Li Jianren floated over to Lin Li, who was sleeping at the desk, curled his lip, and got up to approach Yuanhua. Yuanhua, your dad is the district chief, and my dad is the bureau chief, so we are on the same side. What do you want to do? Yuanhua looked at Li Jianren, confused by his sudden approach. How about we overthrow the class leader's rule? Li Jianren still couldn't forget about the class leader. Upon hearing this, Yuanhua glanced at Lin Li, who was sleeping, and replied, But he is the class leader appointed by the homeroom teacher. How can we overthrow him? Besides, there can only be one class leader, and if we overthrow him, who will take his place? At that moment, the camera from the production team happened to be pointed at them, so naturally, their voices were broadcasted into the live stream. Wow, this kid is clear-headed. The homeroom teacher appointed him. Who else could be class leader? These kids are really something. If I were in elementary school and in the same class as them, I feel like I would be outplayed. None of them are easy to deal with. This shows the difference between children from poor families and those from wealthy families. The educational gap is indeed vast. It truly is difficult for children from humble backgrounds to rise to prominence. Many netizens couldn't help but sigh, setting aside Lin Li. Just look at these two kids. They are articulate and clear-headed. They really feel the huge gap between children. A normal child wouldn't even consider this issue. Li Jianren said, I know, but there is also a vice class leader, right? If you nominate me as the vice class leader, you will be on my side, and we can directly sideline this class leader. Cut it out. Why should you be the vice class leader? Why not me? Yuanhua was unconvinced. Although being a vice class leader is still the highest position in the class, everyone wants to be it if they can't be the class leader. There are many other class officer positions in the class. I'll satisfy any position you want if I become the vice class leader, Li Jianren said earnestly. This straightforwardness impressed the netizens. At such a young age, already starting to paint a bright future for others. No, Yuanhua decisively rejected. I want to be the vice class leader. What is the difference between who becomes vice class leader? Li Jianren was anxious. There's a difference. Anyway, I'm definitely going to be the vice class leader, Yuanhua huffed, turning his head away and ignoring Li Jianren. Li Jianren glared at him. Just wait and see. The collaborative ship hadn't even set sail before it had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Wang Tianyu, sitting in the back, watched Li Jianren and Yuanhua, deep in thought. At that moment, Li Jianren approached him. Wang Tianyu, support me to be the vice class leader. No. Wang Tianyu also rejected him without hesitation. Fine, don't regret it when I become the vice class leader. Li Jianren didn't say much more. After all, they were just kids and didn't have many persuasive words. He rolled his eyes and turned to leave. During the entire lunch break, while others were resting or chatting and making friends, Li Jianren ran around the classroom, trying to gain support from other classmates. He was determined to become a class officer. Unfortunately, during the entire lunch break, only a few were willing to support him. He felt a sense of failure. Why did it end up like this? And why were they so disdainful towards him? His dad often said that as long as the position is high enough and the power is great enough, People will come to flatter you. But even after mentioning his dad's position, why didn't they flatter him? They didn't even pay attention to him. He had always been the center of attention since he was a child. However, after coming to this class, he thought being class leader would be easy and that his classmates would still revolve around him like before. But now it seemed, these little brats didn't know how to appreciate him. He thought he should go back and seek advice from his bureau chief dad. He needed his dad to help him find a way. He plopped back down in his seat, crossed his arms, and glared resentfully at Lin Li, who was sleeping not far away. In his view, the reason he didn't become class leader smoothly today was entirely because of Lin Li. Damn it. During the nap, Lao Mozi looked at the backstage data and sighed repeatedly. He wished Lin Li could create some program effect during the lunch break. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the classroom, he just lay there and fell asleep, and he was the kind that couldn't be woken up. The class was lively, yet he just changed his head position and continued sleeping, showing no intention of creating any program effect. This led to a constant loss of viewers for the show. Although he had prepared for low viewership when starting this program, after Lin Li's series of operations, the show had surpassed his expectations, leading to a sudden drop in viewership that left him feeling lost. He picked up the schedule and took a look. There were basically no classes in the afternoon. The teachers would just take the students on a tour of the school to get familiar. He sighed slightly, wondering if Lin Li would create any program effect in the afternoon. If not, he could only hope for Yang Mi and the others to step up. After the nap, Jiong entered the classroom, first calming down and organizing the students who were laughing, playing, or sleeping, then called out, "Class leader, come out for a moment." Xiaxi heard this and nudged Lin Li, who was still lying down. "Class leader, teacher, he is calling you." Lin Li, feeling groggy, climbed up from the desk, rubbed his eyes, and thought this nap was so noisy. However, when he finally lifted his head, he instantly looked spirited. Chapter 20. Does Lin Ting have no family? Outside the classroom, he handed Lin Li a script. "Here, tomorrow morning the school will hold an opening ceremony, and you will speak on behalf of the new students. I prepared the script for you." Lin Li was taken aback. "New student representative?" "Yes, considering your good performance this morning, we've decided to assign you this task." He once said. "Oh, okay." Lin Li nodded, took the script, and glanced at it. "I'll memorize it well after school." "Oh, don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down," Lin Li said confidently. Indeed, opportunities are given to those who perform well, and here he was again, with another chance to show off. He was very skilled at giving speeches. "I believe in you." He chuckled. "You can go back now." "All right." Lin Li returned to the classroom, and many classmates were curious about what he wanted, but no one asked. Only his desk mate, Xiaxi, innocently asked, "Lin Li, what did teacher want you for?" Lin Li, not lowering his voice, replied nonchalantly, "Teacher, he said to manage the class well, and in the future, any matters must be reported to me first before getting teacher he to sign off." Oh, Xiaxi didn't feel much about it, but the other students around, especially those like Li Jianren who didn't get elected as class monitor, showed expressions of envy and jealousy. What great power! He smirked slightly at the podium. This little kid was quite good at nonsense, using this to assert his authority and solidify his position in the class. Truly a clever little one. However, he didn't expose him, instead clapping his hands and saying, "Students, gather outside this afternoon. I'll take you on a tour of the school." All right. The students felt even more convinced of Lin Li's words, since he didn't mention that matter. Then, the students lined up in the corridor, with boys and girls holding hands. Following, he wanted to explore the school and familiarize themselves with the environment. The afternoon passed just like that, with Lin Li's mind solely focused on making money at night. The afternoon was rather uneventful, lacking in program effects. Regardless of grade or age, students always look forward to the school bell signaling the end of the day. During dismissal, he announced that a class group would be set up, allowing parents to invite their children into the chat group. He then had the students put on their backpacks and line them up to head to the school gate. He supervised to ensure the children were safely handed over to their parents. The parents of the youth class returned to pick up their sons and daughters. The scene of luxury cars reappeared in the morning, creating a stark contrast with the pickup scene of other ordinary students. Lin Li, carrying his backpack, approached Yuan and said, "I'll go back by myself, teacher I'll give you a ride back." Yuan smiled. Knowing that Lin Li was an orphan without parents to pick him up made him feel affectionate. No need, I'm used to it, Lin Li said nonchalantly. He really was used to it. Not to mention this life, even in his previous life during school, he also went home alone, unlike today's children who are picked up and dropped off by parents. Hearing this, Hyewon's heart ached even more. What a strong and mature child. The road isn't safe. I should take you, Hyewon insisted. If you're in a hurry to get home, I can ask the program's driver to take you. Really don't need to. Lin Li felt helpless, understanding the other's good intentions, but feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm very familiar with it. Really don't worry, and besides, I have to go to school by myself tomorrow. You can't pick me up every day, right? Lin Li smiled. Really not needed? Seeing his determined gaze, Hyewon sighed softly. All right then, I'll give you my phone number. If you encounter any issues, call me. Okay. After getting Hyewon's number, Lin Li waved goodbye to the students, still waiting for their parents, and then left the school with his small backpack. Is the class monitor going home alone? Does he not have parents to pick him up? How can a little child go home alone? He might encounter bad people. The students waiting for their parents began to murmur. Li Jianren looked at Lin Li's back, his little mind unsure what to think. At that moment, the livestream camera happened to focus on Lin Li's small figure. Isn't it? What's going on? They let Lin Ting go home alone? How irresponsible is that? A child going home alone? Do we all go home alone when we were kids? There are more human traffickers now, as if there were fewer before. But what I'm mainly concerned about is, does Lin Ting's family not care enough to come pick him up? The camera captured Lin Li's figure completely disappearing, and the discussions temporarily halted as they watched other children being picked up by their parents one by one. Once all the children were picked up, it indicated that today's episode of New Star Youth Class was coming to an end. Hyewon smiled at the camera. Dear viewers, today's program is about to conclude. We have also opened a voting interface on the official platform for all the children. You can vote for your favorite kids. Whenever there is a variety show, especially a talent show, audience voting is inevitable. The purpose is to involve the audience and interact with them to select their favorite stars. Although there's a voting segment, it is practically useless. As his words fell, a voting link appeared at the bottom of the screen, followed by various advertisers' logos. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. After leaving the school, Lin Li quickly took a bus to Digital Street, according to his memory. He casually walked into a mobile phone store. Little kid, what do you need? The staff asked when they saw a child walk in. Sister, can I use your phone? Lin Li showed a naive and innocent smile. Sure, what do you want to do? The staff squatted down and smiled. I want to log into WeChat. Lin Li said straightforwardly. Sometimes, children have many privileges, unlike adults who make others always be on guard. You want to log into WeChat? The staff frowned slightly. Yes, I want to buy a phone, but my money is on WeChat, so I need to check if the funds are available. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy a phone, the staff immediately brightened up and took out a spare phone from the store for him. Phones, unlike other items, have invoices and payment records, so there is basically no worry about parents coming to refund or cause a scene. Lin Li took the phone, skillfully opened WeChat, and then used an old phone's SMS to create an account. Before long, he registered the account and then added he wanted to inform them of his WeChat account. Chapter 21. So he is a poor person. Lin Li sat on the sofa in the store, waiting for his application to be approved. Meanwhile, the staff returned to their positions to serve the newly arrived customers. Ding dong. The application was approved. Soon, a group invitation was sent. Lin Li clicked to join. Without hesitation, he changed his group nickname to Class Leader Lin Li. He noticed that all the students had already joined the group and were enthusiastically chatting via voice messages. Lin Li immediately touched the screen and sent a message. Everyone, it's time to pay the class fee. 100 each. As soon as Lin Li spoke, everyone momentarily stopped chatting, and soon, red envelopes began to appear one by one. It was unclear if they were sent by the students themselves or their parents, but no one questioned or hesitated. Perhaps for these wealthy individuals, 100 yuan was nothing at all. Before long, Lin Li received 500 yuan. After that, he didn't pay attention to the ongoing conversation in the group. He stood up from his sofa and walked over to the staff. Sister, what's wrong? The staff asked with a smile while talking to a customer. I want to buy this phone. Lin Li pointed to a model on display priced at over 200 yuan. Having money makes things easier. As long as you're there to spend, everyone greets you with a smile, and once you confirm your purchase, the efficiency is definitely fast. Sure enough, Lin Li soon left the phone store with a brand new phone, happily heading home. However, unbeknownst to him, in a car parked nearby, Li Jianren watched Lin Li come out of the phone store, filled with curiosity. The phone store was conveniently located at an intersection. After being picked up by his mother, Li Jianren went to buy something and happened to wait at this intersection for the traffic light. Mom. Li Jianren's mother turned her head to look. What's wrong? Do you want to say hi? No, he stole my class leader. Li Jianren sulked. Tossing his phone aside, Li Jianren's mother turned back, looking fondly at her son in the back seat. This child is performing quite well. If you don't want to be friends with him, don't go against him. She had observed her son throughout the day, and although he was excellent in many aspects compared to Lin Li, he seemed rather unremarkable. Her son couldn't compete with him. To prevent her son from suffering a loss, she felt it necessary to give a reminder. He's just good talking. Li Jianren raturta. Mom, I want to see where he lives. Li Jianren's mother frowned. What do you want to do? I just want to see how rich his family is. Daring to steal my class leader. Ren, I've always taught you not to be petty. Your dad often says to have a broad perspective. So you lost the class leader this time. You can try to win it back next time. She could guess what her son was thinking. He just wanted to see Lin Li's family situation. If it turned out to be worse than theirs, he could look down on Lin Li at school. Comparisons and vanity were common among children nowadays. On the first day of school, she had warned Li Jianren not to look down on other classmates because those in the youth class could have significant family backgrounds and might not be worse off than his family. This led Li Jianren and other children to behave relatively restrained that day. But if time went on and they learned more about each other's family backgrounds, a discrimination chain would inevitably develop within the class. This had happened in every school and class. No, I want to see. He didn't say what his family does during his self-introduction today. I'm just curious. Li Jianren began to throw a childish tantrum. Ren, Mom, let us go. Dad always says to know your enemy and know yourself. I want to understand his background. Li Jianren's mother felt a headache coming on. While it's good for a child to be mature and intelligent, knowing too much can also become a burden for parents. All right, but I'll tell you, no matter what his family is like, you can't bring it up at school. Okay. At that moment, Li Jianren's mother saw Lin Li board a bus through the front windshield, so she followed. After going east and west, they soon saw Lin Li change buses repeatedly until he got off at a bus stop in the suburbs, completely unaware of the little tail following him. He walked straight towards his recycling station. Li Jianren and his mother both stared wide-eyed. A recycling station? He lives here? So he is a poor person. I thought there was something special about him. He really is disgusting. How could someone like this come to the youth class? Li Jianren widened his eyes and laughed mockingly. Li Jianren's mother frowned slightly, but didn't immediately reprimand her son. She was still in disbelief. Based on Lin Li's performance during the day, with his standard political jargon, she had assumed he came from a high-ranking family. But now, the scene before her told her she had overthought it. Lin Li was just an ordinary person. Not even an ordinary person at that. A poor person. Lin Li returned home, tossed his small backpack aside, jumped on his bed, took out his phone, and quickly downloaded Honor of Kings. While waiting for the download, he opened a web page to understand this world, accepting that it was different from his previous life. No wonder to me and the others looked so young. They were all under 30. It was a standard world of literary adaptation. But the timeline was messed up compared to his previous life. The stars were all very young. Were they prepared for themselves? Lin Li muttered to himself. At this point, the game download was complete, and he had a pretty good understanding of this world. He couldn't care less about the online evaluations of him at that moment and directly open the game. The best way to make money in the game was to gain fame first. Once he had fame, carrying, boosting, and playing alongside others would be inevitable. Therefore, after registering his game account, he left 100 yuan for meals and put all the rest into the game. Buying runes and using vouchers to exchange for diamonds to draw Han Xin and conveniently bought the Street Fighter skin. In a game, the jungler is the key position to drive the rhythm. Being able to quickly establish the tempo is crucial. Then, he exchanged his emotional points in the system for hand speed, reaction time, and game understanding. It's worth mentioning that through a day of program highlights, his emotional points had already reached 6 million and were still continuously increasing. This was because his highlights in the show had been clipped and posted by various bloggers on all platforms, continuously providing him with emotional points. Chapter 22, Should I Consider Becoming an Artist? Lin Li spent 5 million emotional points to purchase 5 points of hand speed, spent another 5 million to buy reaction speed, and 400,000 to max out his game understanding ability in Honor of Kings. His initial understanding ability was 6, thanks to his gaming experience from his previous life. With a total expenditure of 4 million emotional points, he maxed out the 3 crucial factors for the game. Game ID, Lin Li. In a match, at his current rank, for Lin Li, who now had full talents. The games lasted anywhere from 6 minutes at the fastest to 10 minutes at the slowest, dominating all opponents. When he reached Star Glory 3, Lin Li threw his phone aside. It wasn't that he was tired of playing, but that the system had enforced a break on him. He exited the game and switched to WeChat. He noticed several friend requests in the WeChat friend request section. Xiaxi, Song Mingqi, Song Yixue, Hijio. Who is this? After looking through them one by one and agreeing to add them, he raised an eyebrow at the last one, which didn't specify who it was. Who are you? After adding the friend, Lin Li politely asked. Before long, the other party sent a message. I am your teacher, Yang. Da, Mimi? Lin Li asked. Why are you calling me teacher? It's just my title in class. 6. It's after school now. Lin Li didn't expect that what he said to Yang Mi in the morning would be returned so quickly. After school, you are still my student, Yang Mi replied. By the way, this is my personal WeChat account. Don't tell anyone else. Lin Li understood from this that she had added him with her main account. What is up, teacher Yang? Yang Mi. Nothing much. What are you doing now? Lin Li, chatting with you. Yang Mi. Are you at home? Lin Li, where else would I be? At the 5-star hotel arranged by the program group in Yongqing. Yang Mi had just returned from a wine gathering arranged by the school, sitting at her vanity to remove her makeup. She found Lin Li's WeChat through a small account in the group and used her main account to add him, thinking it would get approved quickly. However, from the start of the wine gathering until she returned, it took a whole meal before her request was finally accepted. At the gathering, He Jiong and Lao Mozi both said that Lin Li was very suitable for variety shows and solemnly expressed to the school leaders that they would strongly promote Lin Li. It was clear they had drunk well. Although she didn't know if Lao Mozi would remember or fulfill it after sobering up, she and drunk too much. This matter was remembered, and as soon as she saw Lin Li's request approved, she immediately sent a message. Wanting to get ahead. In this life, she was a major shareholder of Jiaxing Media, with absolute say, not just a half-hearted worker. Having her own management company naturally required promising artists. She had high hopes for Lin Li during the day, not because of acting or anything, but simply believed he was suitable for participating in variety shows. He was simply a born variety show star. However, after chatting briefly with Lin Li, she discovered that he had 2 faces, one off camera and one on camera. After a short chat, he seemed a bit aloof, unwilling to engage with her. Yang Mi removed her eyelashes, the corners of her mouth slightly twitching. How could she not get attention when she was a popular flower? What does this indifference mean? She tapped the screen and edited her message. Are you willing to sign with my company? As soon as she sent the message, even before she could put her phone down on the table, a reply came back. No. Yang Mi was taken aback. The rejection was too decisive. To be honest, if she just shouted, there would be countless people wanting to join her company as artists. Would you consider it again? Being an artist is easy and pays well. Just one gig can earn you tens of thousands, or even millions. This time Lin Li didn't answer immediately, seeming to be genuinely pondering. After a while, Lin Li sent a message. If there are gigs, help me get them, and I'll give you a commission. Yang Mi almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. What is this? You're dreaming. Trust me, signing with my company will definitely not let you down. Lin Li, thanks, but I like my freedom. Yang Mi was furious, her chest heaving violently. You little brat, don't know what's good for you. However, after sending this message, she waited a long time without receiving a reply. Hey, this little brat has quite the attitude. Yang Mi raised an eyebrow, getting angry. Little did she know that at this moment, the punishment time in Honor of Kings had arrived, and Lin Li was back in the game. Not signing and still want to take gigs. How dare he think that? Does he really believe he's in a novice protection period? Yang Mi snorted softly. This little brat still has high spirits. Participating in a new Star Youth class is just to become a child star, right? Now I'm directly offering him an olive branch, and he doesn't accept it. It's making me feel like I've aged a year in anger. Suddenly, Yang Mi chuckled self-mockingly, thinking, why am I getting angry with a child? She shook her head slightly and continued to remove her makeup. After finishing her makeup removal, she took a nice bath in the bathroom, then came to the study wearing a silk nightgown. She opened her laptop to check the voting website for the new Star Youth class. If I'm not mistaken, that little brat should have the most votes, right? Yang Mi thought to herself, based on Lin Li's performance today. How many viewers came to the show because of him? The vote count should definitely be the highest. However, when she saw the voting results page, she was stunned. 7th? Lin Li was actually in 7th place. Not even in the top 3. Yang Mi was very surprised. It shouldn't be. First, Wang Tianyu, 325, 000 votes. Second, Wu Cheng, 320,000 votes. Third, Xia Shi, 250,000 votes. Fourth, Zhang Cheyu, 230,000 votes. Fifth. Sixth, Sabant, Lin Li, Sin Sashantasing, 000 votes. What is going on? The little brat is in 7th place? The vote gap is so big. Yang Mi was full of doubts. Lin Li's vote count was nearly half of the first place. Although Yang Mi knew that this kind of voting had no real impact, and the program group hadn't decided which child to promote yet, so there was no manipulation behind the scenes, how could Lin Li, who performed the best of the day and provided the most show effects, not be first, but instead Wang Tianyu, the son of the president? She couldn't understand it. Even if Lin Li was first, how could Wang Tianyu even be in the running? Have you all seen the voting results? Yang Mi picked up her phone from the table and asked in the program work group. Louis Fei, I saw it. ISNT, it's strange. Deng Ziki, haha. These students' parents really have money. The top 6 are all using cash power. And for the 3rd place, you should ask your company's Dilly Reba about that. Yang Mi was stunned. Cash power? What does that have to do with Dilly Reba? She was very curious and quickly started to investigate. Not looking is one thing, but seeing it made her both amused and exasperated. Chapter 23. Children from poor families grow up early family members. Thank you all for voting for little Wang Tianyu. Please collect the small lucky bag above and bring benefits to our family. Brothers, vote for Wu Cheng too and enter the random draw for a 999 value gift package. On the short video live streaming platform, many internet celebrities participated in the voting campaign for the new Star Youth class. Yang Mi, through the companies contracted with these internet celebrities, followed the leads and figured it out. These internet celebrities are all from the subsidiaries of Wu Cheng's father. It turns out they are completing the tasks assigned from above. Some, like Wang Tianyu, although they couldn't find any media company related to his father's company, thought that spending some money to have internet celebrities promote it doesn't seem like a big deal for these CEO bosses. It's interesting that this seemingly useless voting segment has such fierce competition. Yang Mi couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be just to make their children happy? Or to satisfy their children's vanity? For the children, it seems childish, and their CEO fathers also understand that the voting is actually of no use. But if it's to make the children happy, then for these wealthy people, this little money is really nothing, as long as their children are happy. Yang Mi opened Weibo and saw a voting post from her employee Dilly Reba. Dilly Reba, dear fans, have you watched the new Star Youth class? I really like little Xia Shi. How about you? Reflecting on the first class this morning when the students introduced themselves, Xia Shi said she wanted to be a big star like her aunt when she grew up. Looking back now, that big star is actually Dilly Reba. Yang Mi didn't bother to ask Dilly Reba, but couldn't help but sign her heart. What a pity for Lin Li, ultimately losing at the starting line. He was originally ranked first in votes, which should have been a sure thing. But unexpectedly, he lacked a good father. The next day, waste recycling station. Damn. I'm late. Lin Li quickly got dressed and rushed to the outdoor tap to wash his face. He had been so engrossed in gaming last night that he played until 3 in the morning. He reached a rank of 16 stars in the King tier. With a peak score of 1521, Han Xin had a win rate of 96, and Li Bai had a win rate of 100. Except for a few games where he encountered terrible teammates and faced very strong opponents, he basically won all his matches. Lin Li slung his backpack over his shoulder and hurried to the bus stop. After all, he was the class monitor, and being late would give those who were not fond of him something to criticize. Although Lin Li wasn't afraid at all, in a flurry of anxiety, he finally arrived at the classroom door just before the bell rang for the first class. Lin Li, you almost arrived late. Xiaoxi giggled as he sat down. You said almost. That means I wasn't late, right? Lin Li hung his backpack on the hook beside his desk. What class do we have first? Huh. We don't have class for the first 2 periods this morning. Teacher, he said so in the group last night. Then what are we doing? It's the opening ceremony. Didn't you see the group messages? Xiaoxi looked at Lin Li in confusion. Opening ceremony? Lin Li was stunned. He had been so immersed in gaming yesterday that he forgot everything, not to mention reading any scripts. Of course I knew. I was just testing you to see if you were paying attention to the group messages yesterday. I was definitely paying attention. Xiaoxi was innocently drawn into Lin Li's rhythm. Good. You need to always pay attention to the group dynamics. Lin Li nodded pretentiously. At this moment, He-jeong walked in from outside the classroom. Students, line up outside. We're going to participate in the opening ceremony. The students all rushed out to the hallway together. As Lin Li stepped outside, He-jeong called him back. You stay in the classroom for now. Teacher Deng Zhao will come back to take you later. Okay, teacher He. Lin Li returned to the classroom under the puzzled gazes of other classmates. Why isn't the class monitor going with us? Xiaoxi asked softly. Lin Li has other things to do. You'll see him soon, He-jeong said with a smile. All right, hold hands. Let's go. He-jeong didn't explain much and started to gather the students. Lin Li watched them leave and took out his phone from his pocket. He realized he hadn't checked any WeChat messages last night, except for replying to Yang Mi when the system punished him. This time he carefully looked for any missed messages or important notices. After a short while, cheerful children's songs came from the playground outside the classroom. Lin Li got up and walked to the window to look out, seeing the first grade classes entering the playground under the guidance of their teachers holding signs. Because of the program for the youth class, the school leadership had spent a lot of money to decorate the playground nicely. The playground was filled with colorful balloons and various cartoon cutouts. The sign-holding teacher for the youth class was no longer He-jeong, but had been replaced by Yang Mi. At this moment, Yang Mi was dressed simply, not wearing any sexy black stockings, holding the youth class sign high as she walked into the playground. Meanwhile, He-jeong had been specially invited to the podium to host the opening ceremony. Just then, Deng Zhao walked into the classroom. Lin Li, how's your recitation going? You'll be on stage soon. Deng Zhao kindly approached Lin Li and ruffled his hair. I've memorized it well. Lin Li smiled. Are you nervous? Deng Zhao, who liked children and had 2 kids of his own, hoped that his eldest child would be as smart as Lin Li in the future. Not at all. What is there to be nervous about? Wow, that's impressive. Deng Zhao praised. Lin Li, what is there to be nervous about in such a small event? Small event? It sounds like you've experienced some big events before. Deng Zhao looked at Lin Li in surprise, inspecting him from head to toe. If other children in the youth class had experienced some big events, Deng Zhao wouldn't be too surprised. But what was with Lin Li's nonchalant demeanor? Relax, relax, Brother Chow. Lin Li spoke with a grown-up tone. Deng Zhao lightly tapped his head. You need to know how to be professional in school. That's what you said. Lin Li rubbed his head, looking at him curiously. Hey, why are you copying my way of speaking? Isn't that to make it sound friendlier? Teachers and students should bridge the gap. Who taught you to speak like that? Deng Zhao pinched his face, thinking that a child being too mature was not good. Otherwise, he would miss out on a lot of childhood fun. Children from poor families grow up early. Lin Li sighed. People like us don't have that much time to play. Chapter 24, Who is the Leader? Deng Zhao looked down at him, feeling a sense of empathy as he listened to the words. He gently patted his head and said, Work hard, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's childhood, you should play. Don't leave yourself with regrets when you grow up. It seems like Brother Chow, you had a great childhood, Lin Li said with a hint of amusement in his eyes. I'm talking about you, not me. Deng Zhao shot him a glare and said, Come on, I'll take you to the podium. Lin Li pouted and followed Deng Zhao outside. At this moment, the opening ceremony had already begun. Under He-jeong's hosting, the first item was the ceremony of dressing and grooming, followed by the respect for teachers. Now we proceed to the third item, the red dot of enlightenment. A group of teachers held red ink brushes and placed a small red dot on the forehead of each child. After this, the fourth item was held, the drum of wisdom. On the podium, several senior students stood in front of a large drum and beat it rhythmically. Then He-jeong announced, Next, we welcome the fifth item of the opening ceremony, the new student message. please welcome the representative of the new students, Lin Li, to the stage to share his thoughts on starting school and his future outlook. The young students in the line, likely Jianren and Wang Tianyu, were taken aback. It's him again. No wonder he was kept behind. Turns out he has other tasks. The program team did well, giving Lin Li a chance to shine. I remember there isn't supposed to be a representative for new students. It's a special case. They're worried the other kids will be nervous. Our Lin Li is not like the other kids. He has someone else's child. It was already guessed that being kept behind by He Jiong must have been for another arrangement. TSK. Do you think Lin Li will give a speech on the podium? The viewers in the live broadcast room were initially surprised to see Lin Li being kept behind. All the other students went to participate in the new student ceremony. So why was the class leader Lin Li left behind? Now looking at it this way, wow, a great responsibility has fallen on this person. Lin Li stood tall and straight, step by step walking up the steps to He Jiong's side. He Jiong smiled and handed the microphone to Lin Li, quietly encouraging him, don't be nervous. Lin Li calmly took the microphone. Dear classmates, respected teachers, good morning. There was no emotional buildup at all. He didn't need to deliberately prepare his emotions. Listening to his confident and unperturbed tone, He Jiong nodded approvingly. I am Lin Li from the first grade of new students. I am honored to stand here on the podium representing the new students. Lin Li lowered his voice, his tone deep and clear, stating, in this season filled with hope and dreams, I am very honored to be here to witness the beginning of a new semester together with you all. First of all, please allow me to represent all the people to express the highest respect to the hardworking teachers on the front lines of education and to warmly welcome the new students who have stepped into the campus with great anticipation. Initially, He Jiong and the others were nodding in satisfaction, but as they listened further, something fell off. This seemed not to be the speech they prepared for Lin Li. And when they heard representing all the people, each one sighed inwardly, it's over. Director Lin is online. This little actor is about to perform. Sure enough, education is the future of the nation, the hope of the people. Today, we gather here not only to celebrate the beginning of a semester, but also to jointly shoulder the important responsibility of cultivating the next generation, passing on civilization, and innovating the future. This little kid actually prepared his own speech, and he delivered it with the tone and demeanor of a high-ranking leader conducting an inspection. A group of teachers and school leaders on the playground felt a wave of black lines pass over their heads. This little brat, as he stood on the podium and spoke, they felt like new students themselves. The hierarchy was completely distinguished by his aura. Some school leaders and teachers felt a bit nervous under his presence. Lin Li's official tone was simply spot on. Dear students, a new semester means a new beginning, and it also signifies new challenges and opportunities. I hope you can cherish this precious time, not only striving for excellence in academics, but also developing comprehensively in moral cultivation, physical and mental health, and social practice. Remember, learning is not just for grades, but also for exploring the unknown and becoming a better version of yourself. In the background, the strategist called his assistant. The speech we gave to Lin Li yesterday wasn't wrong, right? The script was specially written for Lin Li by someone arranged by the school. They had seen it at the time and thought it was suitable for a primary school student speech. However, now upon hearing Lin Li's speech on the podium, the strategist couldn't help but doubt whether they had given him the wrong script meant for the school leaders. Every sentence sounded like it was not delivered by a student representative. No, the assistant assured. Don't say. The assistant himself was also very skeptical about whether it was given wrongly. Could this be what he thought of himself? The strategist was filled with surprise. It should be. The assistant was extremely speechless at this moment. The feeling he got now was that Lin Li was not a student representative, but a school leader. You said the words of the school leaders. What will they say later? Moreover, this little brat, where he should pause, where he should glance around, he controlled everything precisely. Teachers, you are the beacons of the children's hearts, the guides of knowledge. In the new semester, I hope you continue to promote the spirit of dedication and selflessness, constantly innovate teaching methods, ignite the children's enthusiasm for learning, and guide them to establish correct worldviews, outlooks on life, and values. At this moment, when Lin Li mentioned the teachers felt. This sounded a bit familiar. This is something the leaders often say to them during meetings, right? Isn't this what the Education Bureau often conveys in its documents? Good heavens, he brought all out. At this moment, they felt they were not holding a new student opening ceremony, but attending a regular school meeting. Is this the little kid you praised yesterday? This is literally a director. Once Director Lin spoke and stood on the podium, I knew who the real leader in this environment was. Lin Li's voice was slightly out of character. If he were a bit older and his voice changed, damn, I can't imagine how imposing he would be. This is hilarious. Director Lin, you should say less. You said everything. What will the principal say later? The viewers in the live broadcast room sent out funny comments. Lin Li had not finished speaking, still maintaining his director's tone and speaking loudly. At the same time, I hope the school can further strengthen homeschool cooperation, jointly pay attention to the growth of the children, and create a warm, harmonious, and positive learning environment for them. Chapter 25, We the Great Men. Do not accept alms. Let us work hand in hand to create a vast sky for the growth of our children. Lin Li paused slightly, raised his head, and shouted with great momentum. Finally, I wish every student a fruitful new semester and a happy growth. I wish every teacher good health and smooth work. I wish our school to thrive and become a cradle for nurturing future pillars of society. After saying this, he did not bow and thank as a normal elementary school student would, but instead gave a slight nod and returned the microphone to Hejiong. Hejiong took it in a daze, feeling as if he were a little follower beside a leader. Why did he have this illusion? The thought flashed through his mind. After all, he was an experienced host, and he immediately said, "Thank you, Lin Li, for your speech. Let's give him a round of applause, and also for ourselves. For our future selves." Normally, Hejiong planned to say thank you to Lin Li after his speech, and that from his words. We could see his love for learning and his expectations for his future studies, and so on, with praises centered around learning and the new first graders. But these were based on the original script. Now, Sai, clap, clap, clap. Hejiong took the lead in applauding, which prompted the dazed teachers to join in. Now, let's invite Principal Hu Jiangwo to come on stage to deliver a blessing to the new students. Lin Li stepped down, and Principal Hu Jiangwo took the stage. On the steps, Lin Li extended his hand politely to greet him, looking very mature, and at this moment, he was also in a higher position. Hu Jiangwo's face froze, and his steps halted. What's going on? He instinctively reached out to shake Lin Li's hand lightly. Principal Hu, thank you for your contributions to the school, Lin Li said, patting the back of the hand he was holding with his other hand. Hu Jiangwo was completely bewildered at this moment. Looking at the youthful face, who was the principal? Who was the leader? He didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Li chuckled, sensing the situation was good, immediately withdrew his hand, and happily ran down from the podium. Hu Jiangwo cursed under his breath, little brat. Then he pretended that nothing had happened and calmly stepped onto the stage. After stepping down, Lin Li did not return to the group of young students, but planned to head straight back to the classroom. However, just after leaving the podium, he was caught by Lu Yifei next to him. Come on, let me give you a red mole. Lin Li struggled hurriedly. I don't want it. He felt that getting this was particularly childish. Everyone else has gotten it, Lu Yifei said with a grin. Just because others do, doesn't mean I have to. Lin Li was still a child, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Be good. No, Lu Yifei, I tell you, don't grab me anymore, or I'll shout. Lin Li absolutely did not want to get this enlightenment mole. He had already been enlightened. What was the point of getting it again? And it looked terribly ugly. Lu Yifei frowned. Daren't call my name? How disrespectful. At school, you should call me Teacher Lu, and outside school, call me Sister. Okay, Annie. What? I was wrong, dear. Bang. Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed, and she gave him a hard knock on the head. Such a smart mouth at your young age. Don't pull me. Where's your starlet's modesty? Dragging a man around. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Yifei ignored his words and dragged Lin Li to the back of the podium, calling Deng Zhao to help control him, and forcibly marked a red dot on his forehead. Lin Li was helpless. Why do you have to make me get it? To enlighten you. Deng Zhao laughed. You two are really boring, forcing a minor to do something he doesn't like. You act like a child. Being all serious every day is so awkward. Lu Yifei looked at the red mole on his forehead, quite satisfied. The reason they insisted on marking Lin Li was not only to follow the crowd like the other students, but also because this little brat had just stunned several adults on stage. With an air of superiority, looking like a leader, they felt like students again. This made them quite unhappy, clearly. He was just a tiny child, yet he managed to stun them time and time again. "You're really childish." Lin Li sniffed and said dismissively, "Little brat, can you be a little cuter? Obviously, you are a child, but you speak like an old man every day." Deng Zhao pinched his face. "Children should look like children." "Cut it out. You haven't experienced what I've been through, so don't say things like I should change, acting like you understand me." Elena Lipota. What he meant to express was that he was a time traveler and not really a child. So how could he act cute? He had already passed the age of being cute. However, in their ears, it sounded like because he was orphaned and his beloved grandfather who scavenged had also passed away. He was forced to mature and learn to act like an adult. So, suddenly, Deng Zhao and Liu Yifei's expression softened. Deng Zhao sighed inwardly. His eyes filled with pity. "Little brat, we know you may have faced many things that adults haven't. But remember, no matter how heavy the burdens life gives you, you have the right to enjoy the joys and innocence that belong to your age. We're marking this red, that not to turn you into the child we see, but I hope you can find a bit of ease and laughter in this special ceremony." Liu Yifei gently ruffled Lin Li's hair and added, "Yes, Lin Li, your experiences have made you see another side of life earlier than your peers, but that doesn't mean you have to completely give up your innocence." Lin Li knew they misunderstood. "You don't need to do this. I just need money, so I plan to perform well in this program to earn some future tuition." Lacking money? Deng Zhao's brow relaxed. "That's easy to say, little brat. Study hard, and no matter if you're chosen by the program group or not. I promise to pay for all your tuition in high school. No need, a man does not take alms." Lin Li straightened his back and said solemnly, "You have quite the ambition." Deng Zhao was very pleased to hear this. "Then how about this if you perform well in these few days? I'll take you to record the next episode of Running Man, and you can earn money yourself." Lin Li's eyes lit up. How much would the appearance fee be? He remembered that Yang Mi planned to sign him last night. Clearly, Yang Mi had already discovered his commercial value. But he still refused, mainly because he had heard too much about artists being exploited through contracts in his previous life. What he wanted was to earn money freely. Chapter 26 Report. The class monitor definitely will. But these days, as Yang Mi said yesterday, wanting resources without signing a contract is just dreaming. Moreover, after experiencing the system's emotional point purchase last night, Lin Li felt like he was flying. Products from a system are always top-notch. This made him crave emotional points even more. The single new star boy class no longer satisfied him. Besides, the regular classes in the boy class were too boring. Anyone who has been to school knows that for poor students, every class and every second is agonizing. And the announcement fee. Liu Yifei rolled her eyes. "Brother Chow was just joking with you. Running Man is a name-tag tearing show. With your little arms and legs, are you going there to be a target?" Deng Zhao shook his head and laughed. "Yifei, I'm not joking. Running Man isn't just about tearing name tags. There's a special episode every season. In this season, Running Man still has the original cast, except for the original female MC, who has been replaced by Dilly Reba. Everything else remains unchanged." As soon as Lin Li heard this, his eyes lit up. The special episode is all about intelligence battles with the mole, right? If it were just tearing name tags, he would indeed be giving away free points. However, if it's an intelligence battle, he might not necessarily lose, and besides, the emotional points it brings him would definitely be much more than in the boy class. An 8-year-old child, outsmarting a bunch of adults. Isn't that better than being king among a group of kids? "Brother Chow, when will you join the group?" Lin Li asked excitedly. Bang! Lin Li's little head was hit again. "You haven't even started, and you're already thinking about joining the group. You really think fast." Deng Zhao smiled and said, "There are prerequisites for this." Lin Li glared at Deng Zhao and muttered, "Don't hit my head anymore. What if I get stupid? I'll call you out for not respecting your elders. Teacher." Deng Zhao laughed heartily and reached out to ruffle his hair. "It doesn't hurt, right? If you let me join Running Man, it won't hurt. If you don't let me join, it will hurt. And I'll have to go to the hospital for a full checkup." Lin Li said seriously, his face full of earnestness. "Huh? You're really trying to take advantage here." Liu Yifei was instantly amused, her eyes sparkling with laughter. You really want to join Running Man? Ha, ha. Deng Chao couldn't help but laugh too. Just tell me if you let me go. Deng Chao replied with a smile. Didn't I just say, perform well these days, and if you do well, I'll take you. Lin Li scoffed. He didn't want to argue with Deng Chao. What is the standard for performance anyway? Wasn't his performance yesterday impressive enough? What kind of expression is that? Deng Chao shot him an annoyed glare. Are you just painting a picture for me? Just tell me what I need to do to join Running Man. Lin Li said bluntly. Deng Chao didn't expect the little kid to be so invested in what he casually mentioned. Liu Yifei gently tapped Lin Li's forehead, saying, You're so clever at such a young age. What if those guests on a variety show spoil you? At this time, the opening ceremony officially concluded after He Jiong's enthusiastic closing remarks. The teachers took their respective classes and left the playground. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm in class now, Brother Chao. Take me with you on the next Running Man, and I'll help boost your ratings. After speaking, Lin Li dashed away. Little kid, you think you can boost our ratings, as if our Running Man ratings are bad. Deng Chao watched his retreating figure and smiled wryly. I think you can take him for an episode. It would count as him earning rewards through his own efforts. Liu Yifei considered. This kid may look small, but he is quite clever. He definitely wouldn't accept our favors without reason. I'll talk to the director later. Deng Chao nodded. Helping others doesn't always mean giving money directly. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Letting him earn it through his own efforts is far better than giving help directly. Boy classroom. After all the students returned to the classroom, it was bustling with noise. Lin Li wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but it seemed like the boys were rejecting him. As soon as he entered the classroom, aside from the girls who surrounded him to ask why the teacher let him go on stage as the new student representative and congratulated him, the boys just glanced at him, showing no intention of approaching him at all. They didn't even greet him. However, Lin Li didn't think much of it. Just a bunch of little kids. After dealing with the girls, he returned to his seat, secretly sighing that another boring day was about to begin. How torturous. For him, class was truly a form of torment. Soon, the class bell rang. At this moment, it was the third period. The first and second periods had already been replaced by the opening ceremony. The third period was English class. Liu Yifei walked in with a smile, holding her books. Upon seeing this, Lin Li immediately shouted, Everyone, stand up. Good morning, teacher. Lin Li understood the standard opening ceremony, and the other classmates understood too. So they cooperatively stood up to greet Liu Yifei. Good morning, students. Liu Yifei smiled brightly. The class began in an orderly fashion. Nowadays, English is a necessary subject in all elementary schools. Some schools start English classes in the second grade, while others in the first grade. For Lin Li, English was simply a nightmare. He had always wondered why he needed to learn English. Why should we, as Huaxia people, learn the language of foreigners? Until one day in his last life, when international TikTok integrated with Huaxia TikTok, that was when he began to realize the importance of English. He regretted not learning more English words when he was younger. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be able to blurt out simple greetings when looking at foreign horses and foreign girls. A simple I love you could take him far. Now that he was given another chance to learn English, if it weren't for the system, he would definitely listen attentively and study earnestly. You have to know how expensive tutoring and education classes are. Unfortunately, now he had the system. He had checked yesterday, and the system had exchanges for various languages, even including hieroglyphs, ancient Egyptian, and Mayan. During class, Lin Li watched the other students listening carefully and Liu Yifei answering questions effortlessly. He sided the gap between ordinary families and wealthy families, which truly start from childhood. Liu Yifei was explaining the most basic word pronunciations while keeping an eye on Lin Li. Seeing his confused expression, she knew that listening to her lessons was like reading a book in a foreign language for Lin Li. He and T received the same early English education as the other kids. Therefore, she never called on Lin Li to answer, out of consideration for his pride, not wanting him to lose face in class because of it. Students, does anyone know how to read the numbers 1 to 10 in English? She smiled and asked. Teacher Liu, the class monitor definitely will. Chapter 27. Is recycling internationalized? Before Liu Yifei could call on one of the students to answer, Li Jianren immediately shouted. Liu Yifei was taken aback, and she squinted slightly, Noticing the cunning look in Li Jianren's small eyes, she suddenly understood. This Li Jianren wanted to sabotage Lin Li, right? Was it because the class leader didn't run for election yesterday, and Lin Li suppressed him in various ways, causing resentment? Although it seemed childish, it was not uncommon in this society. She said, "It seems our classmate Li Jianren is very eager to see our class leader Lin Li's performance." However, suddenly, before she could finish, Li Jianren interrupted. "Teacher, I just want to hear how the class leader responds. Don't change the topic." The classmates were astonished. Li Jianren had the audacity to confront the teacher. It was known that elementary school students were generally afraid of teachers, let alone Lu Yifei, who was just a temporary substitute, but still a teacher. Li's courage was impressive, challenging the teacher at such a young age. Who gave him the guts? Was it Director Li? Li Jianren was clearly trying to trip Lin Li up, and he claimed it wasn't under the guise of classroom rules. However, Li Jianren was so impatient. He could have at least chosen a more difficult question. 1 to 10 wasn't hard at all. With the new Star Youth class going viral online, the students in the class had unknowingly been given various nicknames by netizens. For example, Li Jianren, starting with "My dad is Li Gang," the director, he was directly dubbed Director Li. For example, Wang Tianyu, "My dad is the CEO," so he was rightly called CEO Wang. Of course, they had other nicknames like Director Brother and Young Master Wang, but undoubtedly among the entire class, Lin Li's title was unique, with no other appellation. Lu Yifei, standing by the podium, flashed a hint of displeasure in her bright eyes. No one likes to be interrupted while speaking, especially by a little kid. Li Jianren, pay attention to classroom discipline. At this moment, Lin Li had returned from his reverie, his brows slightly furrowing. He looked at Li Jianren with suspicion. Was this kid openly trying to trip him up? Provoking him? Still hung up on yesterday's class leader position? How childish. He stood up from his seat and said, "Teacher Lu, Li Jianren wants to test me." Then he turned to Li Jianren, his little face serious. "As class leader, I have a responsibility and obligation to tell you to respect classroom discipline. You are interrupting the teacher's lesson. This will create a bad atmosphere for other students. I sincerely hope you apologize to Teacher Lu." At this moment, Li Jianren was not buying it at all. He had grasped Lin Li's big secret and had consulted his director father after returning home last night. He knew he could not follow the other person's line of thought. Moreover, he already knew Lin Li's family situation. In school, students were classified based on academic performance. Being the class leader did not necessarily mean being the best student, but it definitely did not mean being the worst. Therefore, he could use academic performance as a leverage. Other subjects might be uncertain, but English was undoubtedly Lin Li's Achilles heel. His dad said that Lin Li was good with words, so he should avoid a verbal dispute and directly poke at his weak spot. "I'm sorry." Li Jianren humbly apologized to Lu Yifei. "Teacher, I disrupted the classroom discipline, but I still want to hear the class leader's answer." Lin Li looked at Li Jianren in surprise. This guy was quite straightforward. He was much calmer than yesterday. "Report. Teacher, I also want to hear the class leader's answer." At this moment, Li Jianren's deskmate, a boy with permed hair, raised his hand to report. Lin Li suddenly felt that Li Jianren was well prepared and had his lackeys supporting him. "You want to hear my answer?" "Yes," Li Jianren replied with a smile. He was certain that Lin Li wouldn't be able to answer. How could a ragpicker know English? First, let him embarrass himself here, then later, unite with classmates to impeach him. How could someone with poor academic performance be the class leader? Was it just because of his mouth? "I also want to hear the class leader answer." "Teacher Lu, you haven't called on the class leader to answer yet. We've all answered. Only the class leader hasn't." Suddenly, the boys Yuan Hua and Wu Qing all started to make noise. The class instantly became lively. The boys who weren't making noise watched coldly. Lin Li scanned the class, constantly thinking about their motives. Li Jianren causing trouble for him was one thing, but what about the others? Did they no longer want the vice class leader position? Did they no longer need his strong support during the voting process for other class officers? Moreover, Lin Li noticed that basically all the boys in the class were causing a ruckus, especially the group that started making noise most vigorously when they first entered the classroom. Testing me? Using this opportunity to impeach me? So childish. As a teacher, Lu Yifei saw her class suddenly lose all discipline and her displeasure deepened. "Students, quiet down. Everyone be quiet." She knocked on the desk, her tone extremely angry. Lin Li loudly said, Teacher Lu, they want me to answer, so I will answer. The contradictions among the people should be resolved by the people themselves. He clearly understood that Lu Yifei had not called on him to answer to take care of him. Anyone could guess that, given his family situation, he had definitely not simply learned basic words. With someone helping him like this, and as class leader, he still had to deal with these little kids himself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lin Li quickly reported the correct answer without wasting words. 1 to 10 was very simple. If it were more than that, he might really be stumped. So easy. After saying that, Lin Li shrugged. Li Jianren was stunned. How could he? This shouldn't be possible. Did his ancestors bury someone who knew English? How could he say it so smoothly? Li Jianren, is there anything else you need the class leader to explain? If not, please return to your seat and quietly listen to the teacher. Lin Li said calmly. He turned to Lu Yifei and said, Teacher Lu, you may continue. After saying that, he returned to his seat, leaving a group of boys staring in disbelief. Lu Yifei was slightly surprised by Lin Li's level of English and was curious where he had learned it, as it was quite fluent. However, she did not ask and instead looked at Li Jianren. Li Jianren, the class leader has already answered, and he answered very well. Please return to your seat. We will continue the class. After Li Jianren sat down, his desk mate immediately whispered, Didn't you say he was a rag picker? Isn't he supposed to not know English? How should I know that rag pickers have become internationalized? Li Jianren said irritably. Chapter 28, Quick Decisions. I call the shots. As class leader, the online users are not aware of Lin Li's family situation. The family backgrounds of all the children participating in the show have not been disclosed, which is a common practice in variety shows. So, after witnessing the recent scene, they think Li Jianren is trying to embarrass Lin Li and then take the opportunity to impeach him. Lin Ting's English is quite fluent. Director Li has no strategy at all. He should give Lin Ting some challenging questions to answer. This shows he is just a director, while Lin is the real head. Just wait. Lin Ting will definitely regain his dignity after class. Haven't you noticed? Since the show started today, the atmosphere in the class has been a bit different. Yes, those little boys are avoiding the camera and whispering to each other. Are they plotting something? Who knows? Kids today have so many ideas. Wouldn't he have that many tricks back then? After this incident, the English class continues in an orderly manner. However, Lin Li is not lost in thought. He frowns, wondering what is going on with this group of kids. Have they all conspired to deal with me? No wonder things felt a bit off when I entered the classroom. They must have banded together, forming cliques under the watchful eyes of the public. The best way to dismantle a clique is to split them from within. Lin Li quickly comes up with a plan. Whether or not they are indeed forming a clique to deal with him, he must strike first. As soon as the class bell rings, Lin Li calls for everyone to stand up and say goodbye to the teacher. Lu Yifei is just about to leave when Lin Li suddenly shouts, Teacher Lu, wait a moment. Lu Yifei stops, looking at him with confusion. What's up, class leader? Teacher Lu, the homeroom teacher told me yesterday to decide on the class representatives for each subject. I wonder if you have any suitable candidates. Lin Li says with a smile. He knows that He Jiong never actually said this to him. However, it doesn't stop him from making it up. No taxes on boasting, no palace time for fabricating. First, resolve the internal conflict, then persuade He Jiong. Lin Li's little plan is clicking away. Lu Yifei is slightly taken aback. She remembers He Jiong never mentioned this. Moreover, during their artist group discussion, it was stated that they would select outstanding students as class representatives based on the situation later. Why does Lin Li look so serious about it? She soon notices the hint of cunning in Lin Li's eyes and realizes what's going on. Do you have any suitable candidates? She doesn't directly expose Lin Li's lie and instead skips to the latter part of the question. Yes, I think Cheng Yoshue should be the English class representative. Cheng Yoshue is Yuan Hua's deskmate, with a chubby little face that's very cute. In the previous class, she actively participated in answering Lu Yifei's questions and got every question right. Moreover, yesterday morning, while the parents were still in class, Lin Li noticed that when Cheng Yoshue spoke to her mother, she often switched to English mode. It seems she grew up with both English and Chinese. Cheng Yoshue? Sounds good, you decide. Lu Yifei nods, giving Lin Li face. Lin Li grins and immediately announces, Classmates, The English class representative is decided to be Cheng Yoshue. Congratulations, Cheng Yoshue. He starts clapping first. This swift appointment of class officials leaves the students in a daze. In just a few short sentences, not even a minute has passed, and an English class representative has appeared. Cheng Yoshue, the person involved, is even more at a loss. Happiness has come too suddenly. Lin Li says, Cheng Yoshue, from now on, you'll help the teacher with the English assignments and tutoring for your classmates. Oh, Cheng Yoshue reacts, quickly standing up with a flushed face. Okay. The teacher is leaving now, bye-bye classmates. Lin Li lightly smiles and waves as she leaves the classroom with her books. As soon as Lin Li leaves, Lin Li immediately approaches the podium. Classmates, let's once again give a warm round of applause to congratulate Cheng Yoshue on her appointment as the English class representative. This rapid development leaves Li Jianren and the others with no time to react. Suddenly, they realize something. Lin Li can unilaterally appoint class officials. This means that whoever the class leader wants to appoint, they have no say in it. Because just now, teacher Lin Li did not refute him and readily agreed to Lin Li's proposal for the English class representative. What does this indicate? It indicates that his power in the youth class is quite significant. Lin Li smiles. Naturally, since teacher he entrusted me with the responsibility of selecting class officials. I cannot let the teachers down. I will quickly establish the leadership team in the class. So I've decided to take advantage of this free time to form it immediately. He doesn't give the other students any time to react. Now, in my capacity as class leader, I appoint Wang Tianyu as the vice class leader, responsible for assisting the class leader and supervising the other class officials. I appoint Song Yishue as the study committee member, responsible for the class's study affairs, overseeing other class representatives to complete the teacher's assignments. I appoint Xia Shi as the arts committee member, responsible for organizing the class's arts activities to enrich the students' extracurricular life. I appoint Cheng Junyu as the hygiene committee member, responsible for the class's hygiene work, including arranging the duty students and checking the hygiene situation to ensure the cleanliness of the classroom. I appoint Shi Lin as the sports committee member, responsible for organizing the class's sports activities, such as morning exercises and sports meetings, helping students exercise and improve their physical fitness while also ensuring the safety of the class leader. Lin Li announces the entire list of class officials in one go. Li Jianren and the others' faces darken instantly. The small group they just formed in the morning does not have a single class official among them. Wang Tianyu was their main target for recruitment, but before they could persuade him with emotions and reason, he has now been directly assigned as the vice class leader by Lin Li. He is establishing his own power. The students chosen as class officials react from their surprise, immediately standing up and raising their heads. Some of them may have wanted to compete for positions in the class, but they know they lack the capability to run. However, the unexpected has come so suddenly. They have inexplicably become class officials, and it's the very positions they wanted to run for. Lin Li says, since many students are appointed temporarily and need sufficient preparation, the class leader will give a 1-week observation period. During this week, if you do not perform well, I'm sorry. I have the right to replace you. Don't worry, class leader. I will definitely prove myself in these 10 days. Wang Tianyu excitedly shouts. He is overjoyed to have unexpectedly become the vice class leader. Class leader, I won't let you down, promises Shi Lin, who is taller in the back row. Yay, I'm the arts committee member now. Hee Xia, she claps her hands happily. Chapter 29. The class divided in the teacher's office. Li Jiong looked confused as he watched Lin Li's actions. Wasn't he overstepping his bounds? When did he ever say that all class leaders should be appointed solely by Lin Li? It seemed he never said that. Seeing Lin Li's serious demeanor, Li Jiong felt a bit angry. Have the kids learned to lie now? Yami laughed from the side. Teacher, don't be angry. Look, the show is getting great ratings. It's gone up by 0. 1 in just this short time. Lying is certainly not a good habit for kids, and it must be criticized and corrected. At this moment, Li Jiong didn't care about the ratings. He felt that lying was wrong, especially for such young children. This not only sets a bad example for other kids watching the show, but also create a bad atmosphere online. The fundamental purpose of their show is to establish correct values in children. Don't worry, teacher I believe the little brat must have a reason for doing this and will come to explain it to you, Deng Zhao quickly advised. Yes, Lin Li will come to explain, and then we can criticize him, said Deng Ziki at this moment. Lying is indeed wrong. But what if there is a reason behind it? Just then, Lu Yifei pushed the door open and saw their unusual expressions. What's wrong? Did something happen in the class again? Just take a look. Haha. You've set a good example, Deng Zhao chuckled. What example have I set? Lu Yifei was puzzled. In the youth class, the atmosphere had already become chaotic. Li Jianren and Yuan Hua had taken the lead in rebellion. Why didn't teacher he directly announce it? You have no right to replace him, and we don't even know if this is true. Li Jianren Shota. Who gave you the right? I want to ask teacher he for clarification. Yuan Hua and others joined in the uproar. Not being able to become class leader is one thing. But now even the vice class leader is gone. We don't even have a single class officer. They were quite unhappy. The class leader's job is to manage the class on behalf of the homeroom teacher. Besides, my authority is given by you. None of you could complete the number game yesterday, so you must accept the consequences, understand? Wang Tianyu, who had just become the vice class leader, seized the opportunity to stand next to Lin Li. You're not satisfied? Let me tell you, this is the class leader's order. You have the right to remain silent, but you cannot question the class leader. After returning home last night, Wang Tianyu's parents had earnestly analyzed the situation with him. They told him that he shouldn't think about being the class leader. You can't compete with Lin Li, but you can strive for the vice class leader position, and you must build a good relationship with Lin Li. A successful person must clearly understand the differences in power and the most capable people around them. There is no doubt that Lin Li is the smartest person in the youth class. As long as you follow him, even if you can't become the vice class leader, there will definitely be a place for you among other class officers. But if you become the vice class leader, don't think about going against the class leader. You must support him. As long as he holds the class leader position, you have absolute power in the class. Wang Tianyu remembered his parents' words, and when he came in this morning, Li Jianren had approached him, saying Lin Li's family just collected waste materials and had no background. How could such a poor person, a member of the lower class, stand above them? At that time, Li Jianren tried to recruit him to join his rebellion team. However, Wang Tianyu rejected him without hesitation. Although he was surprised to learn about Lin Li's family background, he was not swayed by Li Jianren's persuasion. His parents had specifically reminded him that regardless of Lin Li's family situation, as long as he remains the class leader, you cannot go against him. Unless he is dismissed, he is still at the top of the class hierarchy. In summary, his parents had 4 words for him. See the situation clearly. Now that Wang Tianyu suddenly became the vice class leader, he finally understood what his parents meant. If he had joined Li Jianren and his group to cause a ruckus in the last class, he might have lost his chance at the vice class leader position. We should listen to the class leader and follow him. The class leader's decisions are without any problems. They're all for the good of the class. Wang Tianyu said seriously to Li Jianren. Lin Li was quite pleased to hear Wang Tianyu's words. As expected from someone whose family is in business, he understands the situation. This little flattery felt really good. Cheng Junyu, who was appointed as the sanitation commissioner, also came to Lin Li's side. As students of the youth class, the class leader is the embodiment of the homeroom teacher in the class. If you don't listen to the class leader, you're not listening to the homeroom teacher. Lin Li's eyes brightened as he looked at Cheng Junyu a few more times. Good, another talent. At such a young age, he already knows how to use power and has a sense of moral coercion. This young man has a bright future. Lin Li felt that this class was truly full of talents. What's going on here? Isn't this a high-level class division? Lin Ting thought to himself. I'm a bit disappointed with Lin Ting's operation this time. Shouldn't there be a balance of power? At least give Li Jianren a position. If there is no talent to appease, be careful of Li Jianren rebelling. You don't understand, do you? Director Li obviously wants to impeach Lin Ting. He came in this morning and started to rally people. Lin Ting must have realized this, so he directly formed his own leadership team. Exactly. In a class full of scheming people, if Lin Ting doesn't establish his own leadership team now, he will truly be isolated. Now it has turned into a 3-way division, with Lin Ting on one side, Director Li on another, and a neutral group on the other. Originally, there was only Director Li's group, and Lin Ting was weak. Now, with a set of combined strategies, it has turned into a 3-way division. Impressive. Are you overinterpreting this? It's just a first-grade class. How complicated can it be? The livestream audience speculated and commented, interpreting Lin Li's intentions in various ways. Lin Li knew that if he didn't start to gather his own people soon, he would inevitably be overrun by them. He was particularly interested in managing the class or being the class leader. His main goal was for the so-called show effect, to harvest emotional value. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't even want to go to school, being a fish that slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education. Besides, he was too lazy to engage in mind games with this group of little kids every day. It brought him no sense of achievement. It would be better to find some people to counterbalance Li Jianren. He would feel more at ease. Class officers, from now on, class management will still require your efforts. I will submit the list to the homeroom teacher now, and you can start to adapt to your positions. Lin Li ignored Li Jianren's protests and acted like a carefree manager. Chapter 30, a group progresses only with competition in the teacher's office. Lin Li stood in front of He Jiong and the others, smiling as he said, "Teacher, I have already formed the leadership team for the youth class. Do you have any additions or changes you would like to make?" He Jiong looked at him with a serious and angry expression. "Since when did you get the authority to make decisions about class leaders?" Yang Mi and the others sat to the side, amused, wanted to see how Lin Li would respond. "Teacher, don't be angry." Lin Li continued to smile, completely unaware of how angry He Jiong was. "It's not about making decisions without permission. I'm helping you share the workload." "You sure know how to say that. Sharing the workload? You can't handle such a small amount of work by yourself?" He Jiong was both angry and amused. "Teachers like you are all extremely busy. As class president, I have the reason and responsibility to help you share the burden. Although participating in the variety show is your task, I don't want to see you struggling so hard." Lin Li said earnestly. "You're quite understanding, huh? How do you understand us so well, you little brat?" Yang Mi stood up from her seat, walked in front of Lin Li, and pinched his small face with her fair hands. "Teacher Yang, stop pinching. Be careful, or I'll report you for child molestation." Lin Li couldn't understand why these people liked to pinch his face so much. It was the same with Deng Chao and Liu Yifei. "What, don't you have any face?" "Haha, child molestation, I'm so scared." Yang Mi pretended to be frightened, pinching even harder. "You still haven't answered my question. When did I say you had full authority to appoint?" He Jiong pressed on without being distracted. "You're lying, do you know that? Children shouldn't lie." His tone was very serious. Lin Li scoffed internally. Children can't lie, but adults can. After all, he was just an adult in a child's body. However, he couldn't say that out loud, and even if he did, no one would believe him. "Teacher I know you're very angry right now, but please don't be. Just listen to my explanation." Lin Li quickly changed his wording. But Yang Mi and the others heard him and immediately burst into laughter again. Even He Jiong couldn't maintain a serious expression and let out a chuckle at his words. However, he quickly put on a stern face again. Lin Li said, "A class needs unity. We can't be scheming against each other all the time. Teacher your progress is too slow. According to your pace, it will definitely take a long time to see who performs well and who becomes class leaders. It might take 10 days or even half a month to make a decision. During those 10 days, the class will inevitably turn into a chaotic mess. And those who want to be class leaders will start forming factions. When there are too many factions, there will be more conflicts and contradictions. This not only disrupts the unity within the class, but also creates trouble for you." Deng Chao nodded along. The little brat's analysis made sense. Faction forming is very common in any circle. For someone so young to analyze this so logically, how mature. Lin Li continued, "So we need to nip this in the bud. It's clear that the class has already divided into 3 factions. The first faction is the leadership team led by me. The second faction consists of those who can't become class leaders. The third faction is made up of students who come to the youth class without any desires. Aren't these 3 groups much better than having many factions later on? The more factions there are, the more contradictions arise. This simple principle should be clear to all of you teachers. And now, I'm taking action in advance to control the future troubles to a level that you don't have to worry too much about. So this isn't lying, if it were, it would just be a kind-hearted lie." Upon hearing this, He Jiong and the others looked at him with surprise, dumbfounded. They knew Lin Li was good with words, but they didn't expect him to be this articulate. Moreover, his mind was incredibly clear. Not only was he clever and eloquent, but he also had foresight and leadership skills. They were left speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. Furthermore, he was using the guise of alleviating their worries. How could they argue against him? Jiang felt a sense of powerlessness towards his child for the first time. Deng Ziki said, "But the problem still exists, right? Those who are unhappy with your appointment of the class leader will still cause trouble in the class." Lin Li smiled and said, "Teacher Deng Ziki, these minor annoyances are nothing. They are just a few people who can't cause much of a stir. Regardless, any group will have conflicts. I'm just making the contradictions clear now. In the future, no matter what happens, we can address it directly. Moreover, a group that has competition and controversy will progress as a whole, right?" At this moment, Yang Mi, Deng Chao, and the others finally realized how frightening this little brat was. At such a young age, he had already mastered the art of weighing situations. However, Lin Li's next words stirred even greater waves in their hearts. If a group is solid and there are no internal conflicts, their ambitions will grow, and their confidence will increase. What does that mean? It means they will think they are invincible, will not listen to you. It may even cause trouble for you or other classes. A group of rich second-generation kids and officials, if they become arrogant, do you think other students can stand up to them? At that time, it won't just cause trouble for you, but also for the school, and it will even affect the parents. Jiang's pupils widened. Goodness, is this really an 8-year-old child? How can he see so clearly? Lin Li's words were definitely not baseless. They were based on historical precedents and real events. Historically, which monarch did not eliminate internal troubles before expanding their territory? Deng Chao and Yang Mi suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. This 8-year-old child, could he really only be 8? What kind of experiences must he have gone through to be so mature and astute? You think quite far ahead, Lu Yifei said, taking a deep breath, stunned. Hee, I'm just thinking about the teachers. Lin Li's mature and serious expression immediately turned into a child's innocence. Teachers, you wouldn't want any news about rich second-generation kids or official second-generation kids causing trouble on the program, right? Now, you just need to hand over the class to me completely, and I guarantee I will manage these people well without any mistakes. Produce. I can also enhance the program's effect. How great is that? Chapter 31, Before destroying a person, one must first inflate them. 5 minutes later, Lin Li left the teacher's office. Jiang, Yang Mi, and Deng Zhao stared at each other in disbelief. Is this child really only 8 years old? Deng Zhao said in a daze. If the records are correct, then yes. Yang Mi's scalp tingled. It was the first time she was shocked by a child. If it weren't for the records and the proof of Lin Li's birth date, they would have suspected he was actually an adult suffering from dwarfism. After all, there are related movies abroad that made them think this way. Lin Li in their class couldn't just be described as sensible. He was simply a prodigy. With just a few words, he brushed aside the matter of being scolded for lying, analyzed the situation, and took precautions for the future, finding reasonable justifications for his actions. He even made them feel that it was reasonable. They couldn't find a single point to criticize or nitpick him, and that was the most terrifying part. Although some of his later remarks were a bit alarmist, they were not impossible. This little brat had considered everything. This kid's perspective. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't you think if he really participated in a variety show, he would completely outplay those adults? Deng Zhao said. I'm afraid he would end up playing the production team too. Yang Mi's eyelid twitched. He must be a genius, right? The kind of genius child? Deng Ziki said uncertainly. She had to think in that direction. An 8-year-old child who left them all dumbfounded and unable to refute his viewpoints. Isn't that proof? I can't even imagine what this child will be like when he grows up. Lu Yifei couldn't help but say, he will be very successful. Jiang said without thinking. Then added, as long as he doesn't take the wrong path, he might be seen in major financial or official news in the future. If he goes down the wrong path, then he will probably be completely lost. Why? Wouldn't going down the wrong path mean he would be seen in the wanted list news? Deng Ziki asked in confusion. Deng Zhao laughed. Because a person like him looks like someone who controls everything behind the scenes. With such a smart head, if he chose the dark path, he definitely wouldn't put himself in the spotlight. Deng Ziki was stunned. In that case, she understood. At such a young age, his methods, strategies, In perspective, all made them fearful. What about when he grows up? If nothing unexpected happens, he will inevitably become a big boss. At the moment Lin Li was reporting to the teacher's office, Li Jianren pulled Yuan Hua and several other classmates who were not chosen as class leaders to the restroom. Bastard, he really thinks of himself as the class leader of the youth class, discussing everything with us, being a dictator. Yuan Hua angrily kicked the restroom door and said, Li Jianren, is he really a scrap collector? Li Jieqi looked at the sullen-faced Li Jianren in suspicion. Absolutely. Didn't I say this morning? He's just a poor guy. I followed him home after school yesterday. Li Jianren nodded seriously. Moreover, I even went to the phone store he passed by yesterday and asked. He bought a phone for 3,200 yuan. What does that mean? Yuan Hua asked in confusion. It means this poor guy probably used the class funds we submitted yesterday to buy it. Damn it. Li Jianren said. Originally, he couldn't think of this point, but he had a dad who was a department head. After briefly explaining Lin Li's situation, his department head dad immediately analyzed it. Lin Li misappropriated public funds to buy a phone. What? Upon hearing this, the friends were stunned. He used our class funds to buy a phone? Li Jieqi exclaimed. Yes. Report him. Tell the teachers and classmates. Why didn't you say this sooner? If you had just mentioned it, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as class leader. Yuan Hua's eyes lit up. This was huge news. Misappropriating public funds could mean he wouldn't even stay in the youth class. Right? Why didn't you say it earlier? Let's go. Let's report him now and get him kicked out of the youth class. Li Jieqi was excited. They all knew that this news would definitely pull Lin Li down from his position as class leader, making him unable to lift his head, and everything he had done in the past few days would be in vain. They understood that doing 10,000 things right, no one would say anything. It was expected. But once you made one mistake, you would be criticized. Li Jianren didn't move. He said in a deep voice, No, the reason I haven't reported him directly is that I want to see what gift he can come up with for Teacher's Day. If we report him now, it would simply kick him out of the youth class, but on Teacher's Day, if he can't produce a gift, it will not only get him kicked out of the youth class, but also leave the teachers completely disappointed in him. Hee. After all, it's only 3,200 yuan. If we report him, the teachers might downplay it, call us to the office, help him cover it up, and pay the 3,200 yuan. But if on Teacher's Day, the teachers don't receive a gift and find out he's misappropriated public funds, they will definitely be extremely disappointed. At that time, we can prepare our own gifts to comfort the teachers, and our status in their hearts will rise. Yuan Huan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Before destroying a person, one must first inflate them. Let him show off for a few more days. The chubby Wu Qing asked, I agree with your idea. But what do we do during this time? For the next few days, we should keep a low profile, listen to the lessons properly, and not cause him trouble. Li Jianren pretended to have a shrewd expression, his eyes squinting. Not cause him trouble? Yes, we should constantly praise him. Hearing this, Yuan Hua understood. You want to flatter him to death. There are 8 days until the 10th. Brothers, let's hold on for now. Once the 10th is over, the youth class will be our world. Li Jianren was full of confidence. A scrap collector. Why should he enter the youth class? How could he be with them? Does he deserve it? All right, it's settled then. Let's keep a low profile for the next few days and find him on the 10th. The chubby Wu Cheng said angrily. The bell for the 4th period rang in the morning. The rebellious little group conspiring in the restroom and Lin Li, who was reporting his work, both returned to the classroom. The 4th period was Chinese class, and the teacher, He Jiong, walked in holding books. As soon as he entered the classroom, he couldn't help but take a first glance at Lin Li by the window. Then he calmly walked to the podium. He placed the books down. Lin Li immediately shouted, All rise, good morning, teacher. With a rustle, all the students stood up and bent over to greet. Good morning, students, sit down. He Jiong said with a smile. Once the students were seated, He Jiong spoke. The class leader has reported to me about the appointment of class officials. Chapter 32. Super Brother. I can't believe I'm being bullied by elementary school students. I'm quite satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, the students who were selected as class leaders below were filled with joy. If the homeroom teacher acknowledged it, then their position as class leaders was secured. He Jiong continued. However, the class monitor also said that this is provisional, meaning there will be a probation period. During this time, the class leaders need to perform well. Now let's start the class. With that, he signaled for the students to open their books. At this moment, Wang Tianyu and others were extremely eager. As long as they could become class leaders, they would definitely not step down. Perform well? Of course, they will perform well. One by one, they straightened their backs, embodying the spirit of studying hard and improving every day. During the class, whenever He Jiong asked a question, they immediately raised their hands. Time quickly passed, and the morning class ended. After saying goodbye to the teacher, He Jiong left the classroom. Then Deng Chao came in, leading the students in line to the cafeteria for lunch. At the cafeteria, the first student to get food recalled yesterday's scene and immediately started praising the lunch lady. The lunch lady smiled happily, getting lost in the compliments. It's worth mentioning that the school cafeteria provides fruit at noon. Today's fruit is pomelo. Each student gets 2 pieces of pomelo pulp. Lin Li finished getting his food and sat down at his assigned spot in the youth class, enjoying his meal. At this moment, Deng Chao came over with a tray and sat down next to him. Eating so well? Deng Chao said with a smile. Teacher Deng, why don't you go eat the small pot dishes? Why are you having a children's meal with us elementary school students? Lin Li asked, chewing on his rice. I'm here to eat with you. What, not welcome? Of course welcome. How can we not welcome you? Before Lin Li could speak, the students at the same table shouted out in unison. Teacher, are you having chicken steak? Teacher, do you want pomelo? Each student was being attentive, with Shi Sun Lin even offering his pomelo from his tray to Deng Chao. I want to eat. You can eat. I have my own. Heh. Deng Chao was very pleased with the students' enthusiasm. Teacher Deng, you're not having chicken steak? At this point, a sly look flashed in Lin Li's eyes. Right? You can have it. Deng Chao replied. Then I won't be polite. Lin Li reached out with his chopsticks and took the chicken steak from Deng Chao's tray to his own. Thank you, Teacher Deng. Deng Chao was taken aback, and the students at the same table were dumbfounded. The audience in the live stream was shocked. What kind of operation is this? Anyone can tell that Deng Chao was just being polite, and besides, he was telling the students that he also had chicken steak, so they could eat their own. But did Lin Li misunderstand the meaning? Everyone thought that Lin Li, like the other kids, wanted to offer his chicken steak to Deng Chao, but this was a trick. What's going on with Lin Li? Super Brother was clearly just being polite. It's still the familiar Lin Li, and the trick is still so deep. Thinking it was just politeness, but unexpectedly he was really impolite. Looking at Super Brother's expression, he must be questioning life. Rumor has it that Super Brother was bullied by first-grade elementary school students, and his only meat dish was snatched away by them. This move is great, hitting hard on the false politeness. After the initial shock, the students at the same table couldn't help but think 2 words about Lin Li. Impressive. After all, Deng Chao was still a teacher. What kind of student tricks their teacher? Taking food from the teacher's plate. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. After a moment of dizziness, Deng Chao stared wide-eyed at Lin Li, who was enjoying his meal, thinking that he had always been the one digging pits for others on variety shows, but he never expected to be caught in one by a little kid. Suddenly, he came up with an idea, planning to follow suit and get back at him. Of course, it wasn't that he was petty. He just thought it would be entertaining. Even if he ended up tricking Lin Li out of food, he would return it. How could he stoop to a child's level? It was just for fun. Class monitor, do you want pomelo? Deng Chao said with a smile, looking shrewd. Little brat, you walk your path, and I'll make it hard for you. However, I want some. Thank you, Teacher Deng. Lin Li immediately reached over and took the pomelo from Deng Chao's tray to his own. Teacher Deng, why are you being so polite? I know, you must be caring about my balanced nutrition and healthy growth. What a considerate teacher. Lin Li ended with a good person card. Haha, I can't stop laughing. It's still Lin Li. Super Brother, why did you bother learning from Lin Li? Is he that easy to take advantage of? Super Brother never expected that after so many years in the variety show industry, he would fall for a little kid. Lin Li, thank for the love from Super Brother. This incident teaches us that in the future, it's better not to be polite. What if someone really isn't polite? Look at Super Brother's actions. Ha! He was so scared he even pushed his tray a bit away. Lin Li really protected his food. Just as the netizens saw, Deng Chao had a defeated expression, shifting his remaining food tray aside. Looking warily at Lin Li and then at his own tray. He felt that if he said anything more, he would only be left with plain rice. This little brat. It's over, his image on screen has been shattered by this little kid. Without a doubt, he was being laughed at by netizens. Who knows? Even his friends and wife might be laughing at him. A grown man, tricked by an 8-year-old child. Moreover, the second time was willingly offered up. How embarrassing. At this moment, Lin Li swallowed the chicken steak in his mouth and said seriously to the camera, "This incident teaches us to talk less and eat more during meals. Because perhaps if you talk a bit more, you might end up eating much less." Similarly, no matter where you are, whether at work or in life, just bury your head and work hard without trying to flatter others. Otherwise, you might end up losing everything, gaining nothing. Deng Chao paused, chewing his food. Turned to look at Lin Li in a daze. Wow, getting cheap and still acting coy. And now he's educating us. This little brat really has thick skin. However, what he said does have some truth to it. Wait, I was bullied by him, and I actually think he makes sense? Am I sick? Is there any reason for bullying? Can anyone calculate the psychological shadow area I have right now? Chapter 33, just a bunch of clowns. After lunch, Deng Xiaosheng reluctantly brought the students back to class, and then immediately returned to the cafeteria, heading to the private room specifically reserved by the principal. He hadn't eaten enough. "Hey, Chao, do you have some grievances? Chao, have you been bullied? Speak up, and we'll seek justice for you." Chao, ha ha. Yang Mi and a few others laughed ruthlessly, having seen the scene in the cafeteria. They never expected that the newly famous variety show comedian would be outsmarted by that little brat. Lin Li, stop talking and eat properly. Deng Chao glared at them, furiously shoveling rice into his bowl. Liu Yifei, seeing him eat so heartily, couldn't he help but laugh. This incident teaches us a lesson. Speak less while eating, or you'll end up with leftover food. Deng Chao felt a prick in his heart, a dull pain. His speed of eating increased even more. "Ha ha, Yifei, you're being ruthless." Yang Mi laughed loudly. "Eat more. Look how hungry the kid is." Listening to their merciless mockery, Deng Chao couldn't he help but look up and say, "You'll have your turn too. I'm just the first, but definitely not the last." He Jiang thought this statement was fair, but still joked, "But we want to be the first to be laughed at." Deng Chao. In the youth class, Lin Li originally wanted to continue sleeping at his desk like yesterday. However, Wang Tianyu and the others were extremely excited, and as soon as they returned to the classroom, this group of class leaders surrounded him. "Class monitor, let us go for a walk on the playground." Wang Tianyu said eagerly. "No, Elayena li rajecta." Wang Tianyu leaned closer to him and whispered, "I have something to report to you." Lin Li frowned slightly. "Is it important?" "A bit important," Wang Tianyu said seriously. "Fine." Lin Li nodded and said to the others, "You stay in class. I'm going to have a chat with the vice class monitor." "Okay." Song Yishue and the others replied, although they were puzzled about why the class monitor wanted to speak to the vice class monitor alone. They dared not question Lin Li's words too much now and just followed orders. Now they considered themselves part of the class monitor's faction. Should be a party. Shortly after leaving the classroom, "What is the matter?" Seeing that no one was around, Lin Li asked, "Class monitor, Li Jianren and the others want to impeach you." Wang Tianyu immediately said. He then informed Lin Li about how Li Jianren found him this morning and mentioned seeing Lin Li's family collecting scrap. Lin Li, upon hearing this, thought it was a big deal. "Is that it? What are you worried about?" Lin Li found it somewhat amusing. "I'm afraid they use this to make a fuss and impeach you, class monitor." "I'm worried about you," Wang Tianyu said, seeing Lin Li's nonchalant expression and getting anxious. His thinking was similar to Li Jianren and the others. A person from a poor background like Lin Li wouldn't like others to mention his family's hardship, right? He felt embarrassed. Initially, he was a bit annoyed that someone collecting scrap would step on his head. However, now that he is the vice class monitor, his perspective has changed. "Tianyu." Lin Li patted Wang Tianyu's shoulder and said earnestly, "I'm glad you told me this, but I don't like your way of thinking." Wang Tianyu was taken aback. "I told you a secret. Why don't you like it?" His little head was full of question marks. "Remember, in this class, only I don't want to be the class monitor. There's no one else who can impeach me. What is wrong with being from a poor background? Aren't we all good descendants of Yin and Huang? If you think my identity will affect me and my position, then you're being narrow-minded." Wang Tianyu was confused and couldn't quite understand his words. After all, their social statuses and educational backgrounds were different. "Class monitor, you." "All right, Tianyu. Don't say more. It's fine. Li Jianren and the others are just clowns. They won't affect us." Lin Li waved his hand maturely. I'm afraid you'll be affected. I'm not as fragile as you think, Tianyu. Don't worry, Lin Li comforted him softly. Wang Tianyu was someone he needed to cultivate as his #1 underling. Every class needs its own confidant, and Wang Tianyu was the best candidate, mainly because his family is wealthy. In today's materialistic society, everyone, from the elderly to children, knows the importance of money. A class is like a small group. Sometimes it's about money. Moreover, during English class today, while Li Jianren and the others were making a fuss, Wang Tianyu didn't say much. For various reasons, he chose Wang Tianyu. After returning, Tianyu, the class monitor and vice class monitor R&T in class, who knows what chaos they will cause. After the lunch break, the first class of the afternoon began. Music class. Deng Ziki walked into the classroom wearing simple attire. After the teacher and students exchanged greetings, Deng Ziki began the class. Nowadays, classrooms are called multifunctional classrooms, equipped with projectors, speakers, etc., so there's no need to go to a separate music classroom. Today's first music class was simply to teach everyone to sing the school song, which is the first nursery rhyme in the Chinese textbook. The sun shines brightly. The flowers smile at me. The little birds say good morning. Why are you carrying a little backpack? For young children, it's very pleasant to hear. But for Lin Li, it was too childish. His deskmate, Xia Shi, sang it with great enthusiasm. As the cultural committee member, she was even called up by Deng Ziki to lead everyone in singing. Afterwards, Deng Ziki briefly explained the musical scale, and the music class ended without any highlights. The second class of the afternoon was art class. Liu Yifei taught. The third class of the afternoon was physical education. After sitting for an entire afternoon, Lin Li felt like he was going to get hemorrhoids and hurriedly left the classroom, following Deng Chao to the playground. After some stretching exercises to warm up, Deng Chao skillfully began teaching the morning calisthenics that they had to do during breaks. After a few sets, Lin Li lay on the playground, his eyes dull. It turned out that even after living another life, he still hated going to school so much. He couldn't imagine how he would get through the next semester. Originally, if Li Jianren and the others provoked him and caused him trouble, it wouldn't seem so boring. A bit of fun in school life would be a nice change. However, ever since the English class, Li Jianren and the others, for some unknown reason, seemed to have changed their personalities. They sat quietly in their seats, listening to the class obediently, not making any noise like model students. It was so unusual that he thought they had been possessed. Chapter 34. Lin Shin establishes a booming gaming circle. It was that time of day again, the happiest moment for students. The end of school. Although the teachers of the youth class were all stars, they still couldn't resist the temptation of going home. Lin Li, as usual, said goodbye and took the bus home. Once he got home, he tossed his small backpack aside, scrolled through his phone, and lay down on his little bed, happily starting to climb the ranks in the peak match. As Lin Li's peak match score increased, the difficulty gradually intensified. At first, he could rely on his godlike skills to secure a victory in 15 minutes, but now, any minor mistake from his teammates could stretch the match to 20 minutes. Peak match score, 1,900 points. Red team, Li Bai, Marco Polo, Shi Shi, Yao Mei Bai Qi. Blue team, Nakalu Lu, Gong Sun Li, Wang Zhao Jun. Zhang Fi, Lu Bu. Li Bai Yuas Undubtidli, Lin Li. What Lin Li didn't know was that in the range of 1,800 to 2,000, it was easy to encounter some popular king-level streamers. Indeed, in this match, he was fortunate enough to bump into one. The Lu Bu on the opposing team was a popular streamer known as El Dehua, who had the potential to be a top king. Thus, this match had many viewers watching live. Come on, El Dehua, stop feeding. The whole team has 4 deaths, and you contributed too. Your gameplay is really terrible. Just stay in the tower. Your economy is even lower than the supports. You have 4 unfortunate teammates and 5 lucky ones. Did you notice? The Li Bai on the other side is something else. Yeah, he won't be a low-ranked player, right? That's not the case. I just came from his stream, and besides, he doesn't even need the 1,000-year fox skin. That should be a Smuff account. His gameplay is so smooth, El Dehua is going to lose. The barrage of comments and jokes continued, and soon the announcement of Li Bai's godlike performance echoed through the match. El Dehua's face grew increasingly grim as he found that he had contributed 5 deaths on the road to Li Bai's godlike status. Damn it. Li Bai didn't even send a message when he came down. It was just a daily occurrence for him to start blaming his teammates. Without any surprises, Lin Li found this match particularly easy. Elbow was just a breakthrough point, and he secured victory in 12 minutes. He decided to take a break and got up to pour himself a glass of water. At that moment, after the game ended, El Dahua immediately opened Li Bai's personal profile. When he saw the 100 win rate, he was stunned, and so were his viewers in the live stream. Then he looked at his Han Xian's win rate, 96, and his overall ranked win rate, 98. 6. What the hell, who is this? Whose Smurf account is this good? Is this the highest win rate on the internet? Duya exclaimed. He looked at the skins, the number of heroes, and it was obvious this was a new account. Wow, this is insane. The number one win rate on the internet, 106 matches with a 100 win rate. Are you kidding me? This must be cheating. Winning all the way up, a king with 1 star, directly rushing into the peak match. Damn it. It was definitely a boosting account. It had to be a professional booster. A regular Smurf account couldn't have this win rate. In the king level canyon, there was never a shortage of skilled players. El Dahua continued to queue up, hoping to bump into him again. The win rates were truly astonishing to the many viewers in the live stream. Upon seeing the comments, El Dahua realized what was happening, and before his credibility points were deducted, he quickly clicked to match. Match successful. First floor, give me the jungle. Then he posted his stats. Li Bai, 106 matches, 100 win rate. Han Nixon. Upon seeing this win rate, the comments instantly erupted. Wow. We've encountered him again. I have a plan. Should Dahua break his win rate? Dahua should pick a support and follow Li Bai. Let's see his playstyle and if he's really cheating. Let us see if this god can carry Dahua. At this moment, in the game interface, 3rd floor, we're together again. I played Yao Mei last match. 4th floor, no way, really? Such a high win rate. 5th floor, I'll post it again. I'm screenshotting to show off. 2nd floor, give me the solo lane. Lin Li noticed that the 3rd floor was the same Yao Mei from last match and smiled knowingly. Yao Mei was a girl who had spoken on voice chat during the last game. Listening to her voice, Lin Li found it hard to judge, as it was the internet after all, but she was definitely a girl. The heroes were quickly selected. Blue team, Li Bai, Yao Mei, Yu Ji, Zhang Liang, Lu Bu. Red team, Jing, Dong Huang, Ye Lian, Di Renjie, Diao Ten. The game quickly began. Lin Li controlled Li Bai, entering the blue area. About 30 seconds in, Dong Huang invaded, but perhaps because Li Bai had been so impressive last game, this match Yao Mei immediately followed him. Looking at mid lane for a moment before rushing to the blue area to help Li Bai guard the jungle. She was slightly disturbed by Dong Huang, losing a bit of health, but still successfully secured the blue buff. Lin Li had the foresight to know that the opponent had Dong Huang, so he deliberately didn't use the retribution immediately. After finishing in the blue area, he went to mid lane to farm a wave, feeling great as he headed to the red area. At this moment, through the internet, news of El Dahua's livestream revealing the super high win rate of the Jungle King spread rapidly, reaching various major streamers' channels. The number of viewers in El Dahua's livestream skyrocketed. The immense traffic was drawn in inexplicably. Even some streamers who had finished their games came to watch after hearing the news. Over 80 win rates could be achieved by many streamers, especially those with their main heroes. A 90 win rate was also possible for some top-tier heroes, not excluding the possibility of snipers intentionally losing. But a 100 win rate was truly rare, especially at the peak match score of 1,900 points. In this rank, any small mistake could lead to failure. After all, this was a 5-person game. No matter how strong one person was, they could carry the whole game in lower ranks. But in high-end matches, no one could guarantee that. At this moment in the game, the entire situation was completely under Li Bai's control. He was leading the 2nd position in economy by over 2,600. Yao Mei realized who the real carry was and ignored the marksman, following Li Bai all the way. Overall kills, 18-7. Li Bai's stats, 10-0-6. This Li Bai is really something. I suspect he has cheating. His awareness is too good. In a 1,900-point match, he is just slaughtering. He is even better than Xiao Jin. It's incredible. Famous players came to witness this 100 win rate Li Bai. Did a donkey get carried? Could someone actually carry a donkey? At this moment in the game, Yao Mei happily turned on her voice chat. Her soft voice filled the live stream. Li Li, you're amazing. Wow, a triple kill. Awesome. Is the Big Brother single? There were minion waves in the top lane. In this day and age, playing games will really attract girls. After the game ended, Lin Li's game interface popped up a friend request from the previous Yao Mei, inviting him for a duo queue. Chapter 35. The Downstairs Guy. No cool photos. Lin Li refused without hesitation, of course, only rejecting the duo queue. Since there was still time, he wanted to earn more points and showcase his skills to attract customers. His goal was simple, to be the number one at the peak. At this moment, in the live streaming rooms of major streamers, discussions were buzzing about the 100 win rate Li by that appeared in El Dahua's live stream. Meanwhile, the clip streamers who had been following El Dahua were working overtime, immediately editing clips of El Dahua getting wrecked and then carried in 2 games. At the same time, streamers in the 1900 to 2000 point range seemed to either have luck or coincidence on their side, as they all encountered this Li by throughout the night. Without exception, the teammates were carried, and the opponents were brutally defeated. Many players in the game heard about this and eagerly applied to add Lin Li's ID, Lin Li, as a friend. They were closely monitoring his peak score. By the end of the night, as the peak matches closed, he achieved a streak of victories, hitting 2,120 points. It must be a smurf account for some professional player. It's just not scientific. He collided with so many streamers and defeated them all. Truly a 1 against 5, no matter how they targeted him. He always managed to rise up. What a visual feast. His awareness and speed were off the charts. Little did they know, many streamers had created accounts in this rank to snipe him, but all of them failed. At this rate, he should be seen in the top 10 of the peak rankings in the next couple of days. But that is hard to say. Is it really that easy to get into the top 10? The Honor of Kings community was abuzz, discussing Lin Li, truly stunning everyone. Peak matches are already difficult to win, let alone with a hero like Li Bai who is considered weak in high-level games. At 12:15 a.m., Lin Li washed his face, grabbed a quick bite, returned to bed, and continued his climbing mode. Kids have so much energy. He wasn't tired at all. As soon as he entered the game, he had 99 friend requests. He had collided with streamers and was being streamed. He muttered to himself, "This is good news. Increased visibility and traffic mean rising income." At this moment, a duo queue invitation came again. Lin Li saw it was that Yao girl with the ID name, Naixiong. This time, he didn't refuse again but joined in. As soon as he entered the room, the girl's voice rang out, "Hey, big brother. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I haven't slept at all." Lin Li chuckled. It wasn't convenient for him to send a voice message, and he was too lazy to use a voice changer. So he simply typed back, "Big brother, you're famous now. Your highlight moments are all over the community." Oh, Lin Li was indifferent. He had anticipated this when he saw the 99 friend requests. He directly asked, "Want to rank up? It's a guaranteed win, 10 yuan per star." Naixiong's current rank was at 26 stars in King's Glory, and this price was relatively high. However, there is something called brand effect. Look at that Mercedes-Benz. The configurations aren't that much better than other cars, but it's just more expensive than ordinary cars. Lin Li was in the same boat. His strength was guaranteed, and his reputation was well known. So charging a bit more was reasonable. Huh, big brother, are you a booster? Why are we talking about money as soon as we start? Naixiong's voice sounded resentful. No choice, I need money. Otherwise, who plays games? Lin Li typed, "Are you going to rank up? If yes, add me on WeChat to pay." "Big brother, can I send you some cool photos instead?" "I want to search the internet." Naixiong insisted. Lin Li was quite blunt. "Just a woman. I have my thoughts, and I don't have the capability right now. Besides, I look at high-profile beauties like Yang Mi and Lu Yifei every day. Looking at other women just doesn't cut it. No mood, not playing." Naixiong was angry. "Goodbye." Lin Li decisively exited the duo queue room, muttering, "Downstairs girl. Still wanting to freeload. Not even willing to pay 10 yuan. What kind of feelings can we talk about?" After complaining a few times, he immediately started ranked matches. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory of the Shanghai Theater Academy, downstairs guy all about the money, a youthful and beautiful girl had her hands on her waist, glaring at the phone interface on her bed. "What is up?" A girl from the adjacent bed, who was watching a drama, asked. "I met a downstairs guy while playing games. Didn't even want to send photos, just wanted money." "What?" Hearing this, the other 2 girls in the dorm who weren't asleep immediately leaned in with gossiping expressions. You obviously didn't use your own photo as an avatar. Otherwise, why would you make that guy look like a little puppy? The girl across the bed laughed. Exactly. The girl watching the drama had a similar expression. Of course. It's my own avatar, the girl said, picking up her phone and bending down to show them. Wow, it really is. The girl by the window asked. Is it Honor of Kings? By the way, I just saw a god on Douyin. Nai Xiong said angrily. That's him. I wanted to freeload. Finally met a wild king. Wanted to reach the glory rank this season. But as soon as I got in, he asked for 10 yuan per star. Haha, that's hilarious. If he knew what you looked like in real life, he'd probably regret it. The girls could see Nai Xiong was frustrated. Here's the deal. Let us all log on and pull him in. We'll give him 40 yuan together. The girl by the window said with a smile. Why are you giving him money? Nai Xiong asked in confusion. Hey, how is it giving money? Once we get to know each other better, you can get it back later. No guy can resist your beauty, the girl by the window explained. The other girls in the dorm immediately understood. With Nai Xiong's looks, as long as the other party added her on WeChat and chatted for a bit, she could easily reel him in. Then, with a little bit of charm and calling him brother, wouldn't the guy be so smitten he wouldn't know where to go? After that, he would naturally become a backup and willingly send money over. This trick had never failed for the girl by the window. She was very experienced, having already secured next semester's tuition and this semester's living expenses using it. All right, once he finishes this game, I'll pull him in. It's just 10 yuan. You guys remember to transfer the money to me. Nai Xiong said angrily. No problem. I want to see if this Wild King's skills are better than my backup. The girl by the window said with slight anticipation. The other 3 girls in the dorm quickly opened their phones and logged into the game. Nai Xiong pulled them into a room, waiting for Lin Li to finish his game. 10 minutes later, once Lin Li finished the game, he immediately received a ranked invitation. Seeing it was this Yao girl again, Lin Li gladly clicked to join. Looks like she has figured it out. Chapter 36. No talk about feelings. Only money. My own $10 is definitely worth it. As soon as Lin Li entered the room, he was delighted. It turns out they brought me clients. I was just mistaken when I said you were below me. This is not a stingy ghost. Clearly, it's the god of wealth. Looking at the 4 avatars. For young ladies, although I don't know if they are real or just online pictures, at least they look a bit dreamy, right? Wild King brother. Take me to the stars for $10. ID name, I don't want to. Real name, Chun Yuqian. Wild King brother is here. Take us flying. ID name, Little Kitty. Real name, Tong Lianon. ID Half a Candy said. Can you take all 4 of us, handsome? And Half a Candy's real name, Li Chioling. The cute and fierce one's real name is Jiang Rue. In the ranking room, with all the chatter, Lin Li could only hear these 3 sentences clearly. He hurriedly clicked the screen to send a message. WeChat XXXX. 1 person 1 star for 10 yuan, totaling 40 yuan. Looking at Lin Li's formal subtitle, the 4 girls in the dormitory were all confused. They were using their real avatars, art school students. None of them are ugly. Moreover, their avatars were retouched. Fishing online is always spot on. However, Lin Li seemed to ignore it completely, not excited at all. If it were a normal guy, seeing their avatars and hearing their voices, he would have been so excited he wouldn't know what to do. And he would have vowed, don't kick me. Wild King will take us flying. In the dormitory, the girl by the window, Li Chioling, asked Jiang Rue suspiciously, what if this Wild King is a girl? Then she added, who knows, maybe she is a former addict. Don't think too much. I added him on WeChat. Where's the transfer? Jiang Rue added WeChat, but didn't transfer immediately. Instead, she opened moments. So pale. Even whiter than my face. There are no posts at all. If it weren't for the lack of a 3-day or half-year visibility option, I would think it's hidden. This is the first time I've encountered such a guy. In today's WeChat society, anyone using WeChat usually has some posts in their moments. But Jiang Rue took a deep breath, pushed aside her thoughts, entered the amount, and sent a red envelope. The red envelope was quickly claimed, and then a message came. Jiang Rue's chest immediately heaved violently. Next time, just transfer directly and leave a note. What a dog man. Jiang Rue's big eyes widened. How could there be such a man? So disappointing. In the game, after Lin Li received the money, he immediately sent 2 words. Start. Ignoring other factors. Jiang Rue clicked to rank. During the hero selection phase, the four women chattered nonstop, each wanting to pick this or that. Finally, Hon Xen, Da Yi, Yo, Mi Yu, and Yu. As soon as the game started, Lin Li went to invade the enemy jungle. In the girls' dormitory, except for Jiang Rui, the other three clearly felt what a true Wild King was. The Wild King who took down all the crashing streamers. In less than 10 minutes of the game, under Han Xin's various support invasions, the enemy couldn't hold on and surrendered. The handsome guy is so cool. Does the handsome guy have a girlfriend? Jiang Rui's roommates exclaimed in surprise. But their alluring voices only earn a response. Continue, and I'll transfer. Truly lacking in romance. At that moment, they all thought the same thing. Li Qiuling tugged at the corner of her mouth. He should be a woman. My voice was all squeaky in the game. No, I think he's a super straight guy. Girls probably don't play games this well. Tong Lianan said, besides, if he were a girl, he would have already mingled with us. Ask him to turn on the mic and hear his voice. Proposed I don't want to. In the game, handsome guy, can you turn on the mic to communicate? Lin Li, are we continuing? If you turn on the mic, we'll continue. Lin Shijian exited the room. Jiang Rui and the three stared at each other in disbelief. Is he a straight guy? Is our voice not sweet enough? I remember I was speaking in a cute tone. Did we scare him? The four girls exchanged puzzled glances, each murmuring something. The four little fairies had never encountered such a straightforward, businesslike man. In their impression, their cute girl squad was very popular. Anyone who joined would say, "Don't kick me," who would voluntarily exit the room. Jiang Rui couldn't stand it. Wanted to pull Lin Li back and have a good talk with him. But looking at the list, start 1 minute. He decisively started the game, meaning there was no such thing as teasing and pretending to let go. So direct and decisive, completely ignoring them. What a scumbag. Jiang Rui, angry, threw her phone hard onto the bed. This is the first time I've met a man who rejected me. He must have been a drug addict before. Li Qiuling angrily said, her delicate face filled with disbelief. In her dictionary, when a man hears her being cute and sees her avatar, shouldn't he be fawning over her? I need to send him a little essay. Li Qiuling, unwilling, hurriedly exited the Honor of Kings interface and opened Zai Hongshu. No, sister. I still expect him to carry me. Jiang Rui quickly stopped her. Huh? Are you crazy? You still wanted to carry you? Li Qiuling was stunned, unable to believe she was still thinking about climbing ranks. Right, sister, finding a wild king who can carry is hard, but free wild kings are everywhere. No need to drop your dignity as the flower of the Shanghai Drama Academy. Exactly, just a man. With your beauty, it's just a matter of beckoning. And a large crowd will carry you. The guy from the next class, the national server lawn, pursuing you? He asked from the national server. When Jiang Rui heard this, she pouted that guy. When he took me in diamond matches, didn't we crash several times? If you put it that way, he's definitely a bit overrated from the national server. Li Qiuling said. Indeed, thinking back to that last game, their 4 levels were definitely at the noob level. Being able to reach king, they were all relying on big legs. With such poor skills, and still 4 people, that Lin Shijian carried them all. Definitely a 1 against 9, and it only took less than 10 minutes. The level difference was obvious. So, such an amazing wild king cannot be missed. You can write a little essay first, and when I don't want him anymore, you can write it. Jiang Rui said angrily. All right, I'll endure him for a while longer. Li Qiuling said, suddenly thinking of something and speaking again. If he carries you next time, take me along. I'll gather some evidence of his shortcomings. No problem. Jiang Rui agreed immediately. After agreeing, she looked down at her phone screen, feeling secretly angry. It's the first time in my life I've encountered a man who rejected me. Chapter 37. The class monitor's care for the teachers since she was little. Everyone regarded her as a precious gem, and no matter where she went, she was always the center of attention. As she grew up, it was even more evident. She was beautiful, had a great figure, and came from a good family, making her the goddess in the eyes of others. When has she ever been treated like this? She was quite displeased. As the old saying goes, the more you can't have something, the more you want it. At this moment, she was in that mindset. The more Lin Li didn't flatter her and surround her, the more she wanted him to be her loyal follower. Everyone else flatters me. Why shouldn't you be my sycophant? The next day, it was another energetic day. September 3rd. Damn, it's time to go to school again. Lin Li was at the bus stop, munching on a meat bun while complaining. When she was young, she always looked forward to growing up, thinking that once she grew up, she wouldn't have to go to school. But upon growing up, she found that going to school was much easier. She didn't have to worry about this and that. Lin Li felt that if she didn't have the system, she would definitely study hard, or else she would regret not doing well in school when she grew up. But now, the situation was different. With the cheat code, she could buy whatever knowledge she wanted with emotional points. She felt she was born in the wrong era. At this moment, Lin Li, like many elementary school students, stared blankly at the blue sky. After taking the bus, she finally arrived at school. Instead of going straight to class, she carried a bunch of meat buns to the teacher's office. The stars participating in this variety show were actually quite unfortunate. They had to arrive at school early, just like regular teachers. Sure enough, several big stars were in the office, bleary-eyed and listlessly sipping coffee. Report. Lin Li knocked on the door and politely called out. He-jeong turned around and asked, Lin Li, what's up? Yang-mi and others perked up. This kid was not an ordinary child who knew what kind of tricks he would pull this time. They were afraid that if they didn't keep their minds sharp, they would be led into a pit by this little brat. Good morning, teachers. Wow, He-Lao-shur, you're so energetic in the morning. You look very professional. Lin Li exclaimed. Wow, Yang-Lao-shur, Lu-Lao-shur, teacher Deng Ziki, you all look exceptionally beautiful this morning. Seeing you now, you truly deserve the beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. The kind of beauty that even the four great beauties of ancient times would pale in comparison to. Without saying anything, he started with a round of exaggerated compliments. What do you want? I think you should just get to the point. Yang-mi interrupted, feeling a bit anxious instead of pleased by his flattery. If he was complimenting people like this, it must not be simple praise. There was definitely a purpose behind it. If it were any other child, well, they would naturally be very happy, as that would be the truth. But the one in front of them was Lin Li, a mischievous kid who didn't play by the rules and had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Before Lin Li could speak, Deng Chao pointed at himself in confusion. What about me? Everyone else got praised. Why not me? Lin Li looked him up and down, and after a while, replied, You're okay. What do you mean okay? Deng Chao exclaimed in surprise. You praised everyone with a bunch of words, and when it comes to me, you just say okay? Is this how you ask for a favor? He was immediately displeased. I'll give you a chance, say it again, or else whatever it is, I won't help you later. Why are you arguing with a kid? Are all adults as childish as you? Lin Li tilted his head and questioned. Huh. He-jeong and the others burst into laughter, the fatigue of the early morning instantly dissipating. This little brat's words had already put Deng Chao in a tight spot. Deng Chao's face darkened, and he gulped down the coffee on the table. Turns out, coffee without sugar isn't bitter at all. Teacher Deng Chao, don't just drink coffee. I thought you hadn't had breakfast yet. Here, I brought you some. It's a combination of Chinese and Western styles, more nutritious. Lin Li stepped forward and placed a large bag of buns on the table. Deng Chao said irritably, If you have something to say, just say it. Don't pull this bribery act. Look at you making a big deal out of nothing. This isn't bribery. This is a student's care for their teachers. He-jeong couldn't help but laugh again. All right, you've said all the good and bad things by yourself. No free lunch, so just get to the point. Lin Li put on a naive expression. Dear teachers, you are all famous stars in the entertainment industry. Seeing that Lin Li was about to continue his flattery, Liu Yifei quickly interrupted. You can skip that part. Just tell us what you want. Who doesn't love to hear flattering words? But often, people don't compliment you for no reason. The higher they lift you, the harder you fall, and they understood this principle. Cough, cough. Lin Li cleared his throat. I want to ask all the famous stars, movie kings, queens, and gold medal hosts to take me on other variety shows. When He-jeong heard this, he thought, Is this what you want? A few days ago, Lin Li's series of performances made both Lao Mozi and He-jeong see his potential, and they were indeed considering whether to focus on cultivating him and providing resources for variety shows. At the same time, other variety show directors had also approached Lao Mozi, wanting to have Lin Li participate in their respective shows. Taking him on variety shows was only a matter of time. He-jeong thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be buying them breakfast and mindlessly flattering them. Why do you want to go on variety shows? Yang-mi asked with a smile. Because I want to improve, Lin Li said earnestly, his eyes filled with a sense of urgency to learn and progress. Isn't this program enough for you to learn and improve? He Jiong teased. Lin Li wanted to roll his eyes, but thought better of it. Would you come if there was no appearance fee? Teachers, would you refuse a student who wants to improve? Lin Li began his persuasion again. I don't think you would refuse. I'm smart, sensible, kind, loved by everyone, and I have a burning heart that respects and loves my teachers. Bang! Lin Li's head was suddenly knocked by Louis Fei. Stop being so glib. Didn't Super Brother promise to take you on Running Man yesterday? Get prepared. He didn't know who started it, but they had actually picked up this bad habit of bullying an elementary student. Lin Li silently complained, this habit must be changed. Such a bad habit cultivated. He was going to participate in Running Man, but after participating, he had to get on the show, right? After all, he was quite popular now. You're too greedy. He Jeong struck back. Have you checked the voting on the program's platform? You're already in the top 10. What the hell? Chapter 38. Wake Up Service. The young man is up upon hearing this. Lin Li quickly took out his phone and opened the voting interface on the platform. He knew about voting, but had never paid much attention to it. He understood that this so-called voting platform was merely a facade with no real significance. However, he didn't expect to not even make it to the top 10. In his mind, even if he wasn't first, he should definitely be in the top 3. But, after checking, Lin Li's face turned slightly angry. All right, so this is how we're playing it. Teachers, does that mean if I win first place in votes, you'll arrange for me to be on a variety show after this? He Jeong was surprised. Did we ever say that? It seems not, right? Just as he was about to speak, Yang Mi immediately stopped him, looking at Lin Li slyly, saying yes. As long as you find a way to get first place on your own, I'll take you on the variety show. Good. It's settled then. Lin Li seriously looked at Yang Mi. You must not deceive children. You can't set a bad example for kids. After saying this, Lin Li slightly bowed. Teachers, please enjoy your breakfast. I'll take my leave now, bye-bye. With a swoosh, he quickly left the office. It seems like he just outsmarted us again. He Jeong shook his head and smiled. I'm getting used to it. This little brat has so many tricks. Young Mi Sigit, realizing he firmly stood on a moral high ground. Once a child learns to stand on moral grounds, they can be tougher than adults. And she deeply realized this at that moment. He Jeong asked, why did you stop me earlier? There was no need to agree to him. Hey, I just wanted to see what method he would use to get that first place in votes. Yang Mi said with great interest. Most of those students had high vote counts due to their family backgrounds. She was very curious about how Lin Li, a child without any support, would earn the support of netizens through his own abilities. Right, I was thinking the same. If it weren't for me stopping me quickly, I would have wanted to stop you, Deng Zhao said. Now that you mention it, I want to see it too, Deng Ziki chimed in. Let us wait and see. He Jeong also became interested and then called out to a few people, come, let us eat the buns that class leader Lin Li sent over. After we finish, I need to prepare for class. As soon as Lin Li entered the classroom, Wang Tianyu and the other class leaders immediately surrounded him excitedly. Class leader, do you play Honor of Kings? Sure, Sun Lin asked eagerly as soon as he came in. What? Did you see yesterday's Douyin? There was a super awesome jungler. So amazing, Wang Tianyu said with admiration in his eyes. In recent days, because school had just started, no homework had been assigned. So when they got home, they just held their phones or tablets to scroll through Douyin or play games. Their parents were particularly indulgent with them. So, without any formal assignments, they were allowed to play. It's often said that once school holidays begin, it becomes especially difficult to rank up in games. Not because of anything else, but because elementary school students start playing games in large numbers. Last night, after Lin Li was exposed in El Dehua's live stream, he suddenly became the focus of the Honor of Kings community. Almost all the Douyin streamers and bloggers were discussing the newly emerged Lin Li. His smooth and extraordinary gameplay as the jungler Li Bai became a sensation in the gaming world. How impressive! Lin Li secretly laughed, wondering what your expressions would be if you knew that the jungler you admired was right in front of you. Fu Lai and Ke Jie, those big streamers, have all been defeated by him. Isn't that impressive? Wang Tianyu said excitedly. That is pretty amazing. Sure, Sun Lin said, if I had that skill, I would become a professional player. It's just too incredible. Lin Li secretly smiled, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When games become professions, they would know how tiring it is. To be honest, he had been feeling a bit nauseous from gaming these past few days. If it weren't for earning a few bucks, he really wouldn't want to work so hard. After school, he just wanted to earn that little pocket money. That's why he went to Hejeong's side early in the morning to propose participating in a variety show. On a variety show, just using his mouth, he could earn hundreds of thousands or even millions. But how many games would he have to play to earn that? Everyone wants to take shortcuts. To be realistic, one really can't earn much in this society. The class bell rang. The first class was Chinese. Hejeong walked in holding his books. Everyone stand up. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, students. The first lesson officially began. Pinyin tutorial. At this moment, far away in the Shanghai Drama Academy, Jiang Rui and her dorm friends were absent-mindedly listening to their acting teacher, occasionally glancing down at the Honor of Kings interface. Is the jungler not online yet? She wondered. Last night before sleeping, she kept thinking that this jungler should be someone who lives off gaming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be talking about money all the time. According to this logic, shouldn't he be buried in games all day? He is probably still sleeping. Look at his last game. It was at 4 in the morning, and now it's only been a few hours. He must be asleep, said Li chilling beside her. Why don't you send him a WeChat message? Suggested Tong Lianon on the right. Send a WeChat message? Jiang Rui was puzzled. A wake-up service? Aren't you trying to win over this jungler? Start off a bit lower in your approach. Tong Lianon, looking experienced, said, from what I know of this guy, he is definitely a straightforward man. He wouldn't be the type to initiate a conversation. If you ignore him, he will absolutely ignore you. You need to take the initiative. Exactly, Li Qiuling agreed. You have so many beautiful photos on your social media, and they didn't attract him, which shows he is not an ordinary man. Be a little more proactive, and close the gap first. Jiang Rui listened blankly to their suggestions. Is this what they call a strategist? Even if you're trying to get something for free, you need to have the right posture. You can't act all aloof. He hasn't become your devoted fan yet. You still need to give him a little sweetness to let him experience your charm, Li Qiuling said mischievously, while also pinching Jiang Rui's soft flesh. Stop it. Jiang Rui's cheeks turned red. You're right. I'll send him a message now. It's best to use voice messages. Add a little flirtation, Li Qiuling said. Jiang Rui nodded, glanced at the teacher who wasn't paying attention to her side, quickly lowered her head, and sent a voice message on her phone. Hey, young man, are you awake yet? As she said this, she felt goosebumps all over. Was this something she could actually say? So cheesy. That little sister's voice, wow. Li Yuling shivered a bit. I don't believe any man can resist that voice. Time passed minute by minute. It had been more than half an hour since the message was sent. Chapter 39, Irregular Voting. I feel deeply pained as the class was about to end. The Wild King had not replied to messages for a long time. He must still be sleeping, especially after playing games all night. Li Qiuling offered some comfort. Right, he must still be asleep. It's not that your voice isn't charming enough. Tong Lianon nodded seriously. Jiang Rui's beautiful eyes, which were initially filled with determination, gradually turned to anticipation, and now they were filled with disappointment. Seeing her emotional shift, Li Qiuling continued to console her. This kind of situation with a man was something they had never encountered before as strategists. They decided to check again at noon. A man with such an unstable sleep schedule was either a lazy couch potato or an unemployed drifter, Li Qiuling added while comforting her. Jiang Rui looked down at her phone again, feeling unhappy. A woman's sixth sense told her that the Wild King was already awake. He just didn't want to talk to her. To validate her intuition, she sent a transfer red envelope of 100 yuan with a note. Take me to rank up tonight. Are you silly? He's sleeping. What is the point of sending that? Tong Lianon exclaimed quietly. However, another surprising scene unfolded. Payment received. That doggo man. He is online. Tong Lianon suddenly shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Excuse me, student. Do you have a question? The instructor at the front of the class frowned and knocked on the blackboard. At this moment, in the Youth Stars class, the first lesson had ended. Lin Li opened his phone and couldn't be bothered to listen to the voice message from the other party. He just accepted the payment. 10 stars, given his level. It was about 2.5 hours work. Earning 100 yuan in 2.5 hours, sigh. What a waste. He quietly complained in his heart. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He still had to participate in a variety show to earn appearance fees. He stood up from his seat and walked over to the cameraman in the back row. The cameraman looked a bit puzzled, wondering what he was there for. Could you please point the camera at me? Lin Li said, having to look up due to his height, while the cameraman was at least 180 centimeters tall. So the camera resting on his shoulder couldn't capture Lin Li at all. Okay, the cameraman nodded. Although he didn't know what Lin Li was planning to do. He had been a variety show photographer for so long that he naturally knew who could provide the best show effect. Without a doubt, Lin Li was the one who could bring the most entertainment to the show. So, at this moment, he wanted a close-up shot, clearly intending to create something entertaining. The cameraman adjusted the position and lowered the lens, and instantly, Lin Li's close-up shot entered the eyes of the online audience. Lin Li cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression. Hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, grandparents watching the show. I am Lin Li, the class leader of the youth class. As he spoke, the entire class fell silent, turning to look at him. In fact, many people had noticed Lin Li getting up from his seat. They were all wondering what he was up to this time. Lin Li continued, "The reason I specifically asked the production team for this shot is that I am very disappointed in all of you." His expression was filled with a sense of disappointment and heartbreak. The students in the class and the viewers in the live stream were suddenly filled with questions. What do we do? You're disappointed in us? Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Yao Mi called out to He Jiong and the others. Lin Li is about to cause some trouble again. Come and see. I'm disappointed in all of you? Ha! This little brat really dares to say anything. Deng Chao exclaimed in surprise. He Jiong walked over with a cup of tea, looking down. TSK, probably about the voting issue. Let's watch the show. Speaking of which, he probably watched a lot of political dramas. If he were a bit older, he could really fool people. Ha! Lu Yifei chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with thoughtful light. This little brat's acting seems quite good. This expression is something most people can't really pull off. Let's see what he has to say. The day before yesterday, the production team opened the online voting channel for the youth class. Lin Li said, raising his eyes and frowning. Do you know what kind of sensation I'm feeling right now? His voice was filled with disappointment, slightly raising the tone. The surrounding students looked at Lin Li with strange expressions. So it's about the voting issue. Wang Tianyu and others who had used special means to solicit votes suddenly felt a bad premonition. The class leader wouldn't be using this matter to make trouble, right? Lin Li's gaze suddenly became very sharp as he raised his voice. Though I am young, what I see and feel is a deep love and responsibility for our class and the netizens. I have witnessed some irregularities during this voting process, using connections to solicit votes and tempting voters with money. These behaviors severely violate the original intention and principles of voting and greatly desecrate the spirit of fair competition. Wang Tianyu and others felt ashamed. He was indeed addressing this issue. When they initially sought votes from their family, it was for the sake of becoming the vice class leader and class officers, and to let the teachers know who the most popular kids were. But unexpectedly, the very next day, they inexplicably became the vice class leader and class officers. They had thrown this matter to the back of their minds. Indeed, Lin Li hadn't mentioned it yesterday. Now that the class leader brought it up, was his position as the vice class leader about to be in jeopardy? On the first day of school, Lin Li's righteous rejection of corruption was still fresh in their minds. His eyes could not tolerate even a grain of sand. Could it be that the class officer, who had just been appointed for a day, was going to be subjected to double regulation? One by one, they felt extremely anxious. This voting platform was supposed to be a wonderful stage for showcasing oneself, discovering new stars, and spreading positive energy. It should have been an opportunity for children to win the audience's love and recognition through their efforts and talents. However, when irregularities prevail, and money and connections become the keys to victory, this platform loses its original brilliance and significance. Lin Li's words were fervent, hitting the hearts of Wang Tianyu and others with each sentence. Xiaoxi hung her head in shame, tears of guilt filling her big eyes, nearly crying out. Lin Li's aura was still strong. He spoke convincingly. Why do I feel that Lin Li is saying all this? Because his vote count is low. How bold to actually doubt Lin Li. Of course, you can doubt whether Lin Li at this age still wets the bed. But you absolutely cannot doubt Lin Li's strong condemnation of bad practices. Lin Li's awareness is very high. Don't you remember what he said on the first day of school? At this moment, the live stream's bullet comments were a bit sparse because many people at that time couldn't withstand the monetary temptation from Wang Tianyu and others. abandoning their votes for Lin Li and transferring them to the son of their wealthy benefactor. They now felt very ashamed that their awareness was actually lower than that of a small child. Chapter 40 Election Manifesto, including foot massage and health insurance in the past. I have always held a resistance and anger towards such improper vote polling activities encountered in my own workplace or other occasions. As a result, when I found myself as a voter, I unexpectedly became the very person I used to despise the most. How shameful! Here, I call upon everyone to jointly resist this unhealthy trend, to defend the purity of voting with our actions, and to convey our steadfast pursuit of fairness and justice with our voices. Let us work hand in hand to strive for a clearer and fairer competitive environment. After saying this, Lin Li slightly turned to look at Li Jianren. This time, I would like to commend Li Jianren and Yuan Hua. They did not use their connections to participate in this vote. I hope everyone can learn from them. Li Jianren was taken aback. Is this a compliment for me? He felt a bit awkward. After all, he was supposed to target Lin Li, but with such a compliment, he felt he should have some compassion. Moreover, he had sought help from his parents for vote polling, but his father had said that he couldn't intervene in this matter. Lin Li then turned to Wang Tianyu and others, speaking earnestly. Vice class leader, this time I have to criticize you. You used your family's connections to conduct unfair voting, which deeply pains me. Wang Tianyu lowered his head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, class leader. The other class officers who had used their family connections to pull votes also began to apologize. Lin Li nodded, accepting their apologies. Considering this was your first offense, and it was a mistake made before you became class officers, I want to give you a punishment this time, just a reprimand. You should take this as a warning. Yes, class leader, we know we were wrong. Wang Tianyu and the others quickly replied. They not only felt this way because Lin Li was the class leader, but also realized their mistakes. Moreover, at that moment, Lin Li's aura was extremely powerful. Therefore, these well-off young masters and princesses felt no urge to argue back. Knowing your mistakes and being able to improve is a great thing. I'm very comforted that you, vice class leader, can recognize your errors, Lin Li said seriously. This scene indeed brought a feeling to Yang Mi and the audience in the live broadcast of a father scolding his son. No, it felt more like a leader reprimanding subordinates. It can't be said to be exactly the same, but it was very close. Lin Li continued, our youth class is now broadcasting live to the entire internet. Any bad behavior could negatively influence other children. We must lead by example and never guide others towards incorrect values. Upon hearing this, all the internet users exclaimed that Lin Li had the right values. Not only did Lin Li have a high awareness, but his values were also very correct. Who on earth raised such a child? I like him so much. He is smart and sensible, and at such a young age, his values are even more correct than those of current adults. I need to discuss with my wife and make a baby tonight. According to calculations, if she gets pregnant today, the baby will be born 10 months later, and will only be 9 years younger than Lin Li. I hope Lin Li can maintain this. He must not be corrupted by societal trends. I need to help Lin Li with some votes. He's South not in first place, and I always feel like we owe him. That makes sense, but unfortunately, I already voted for Xia Shi. It's all Li Riba's fault. Although Lin Li's speech was filled with correct values and passionate rhetoric, gaining the support of many viewers, the old viewers had already submitted their votes in advance. One number, one vote. They had no more votes to give Lin Li. This led to many viewers wanting to vote for Lin Li, but being unable to do so. At this moment, Lin Li said, everyone must remember, no matter what, we must be fair in just ourselves. We can pull votes, but it must be through our own abilities, not through external forces. Class leader, we know we were wrong. Wang Tianyu and others sincerely apologized again. Lin Li nodded, then turned to the camera. He knew that to pull back the votes, he needed to come up with something compelling, because those who were supposed to vote had basically already voted. For those who hadn't voted, clearly there weren't many, even if they voted for him. It would make up for the gap in votes with Wang Tianyu and the others. What he just said was merely to correct their values and to criticize their actions. He had specifically said this to avoid continuing to spend money on buying votes. Without these, Lin Li felt he had no confidence in securing the first place in votes. Today, as society is all about money. Whoever has money is the boss. Even if he spoke until his mouth was sore, he couldn't compete with the assets of those who were pulling votes. What does it mean to pull votes effectively? I'm going to give everyone a demonstration now. Lin Li took a deep breath and looked seriously at the camera. Dear netizens, my vote pulling manifesto is that if you continue to support me, when I grow up and become someone truly capable of changing society, the first thing I will do is include foot massage and health insurance. This is my vote pulling manifesto. Thank you for your support. After saying this, Lin Li bowed deeply to the camera. The students in the class did not understand what Lin Li's words represented. Their knowledge had not yet reached such a high level, and what they knew was merely about cupping and acupuncture. They didn't understand the significance of Lin Li's vote-pulling manifesto. However, many male viewers in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. All right, that is a big vision, Lin Li, just for that sentence. I'll get my brothers in the group to vote for you. No more talking. Let us raise a glass to Lin Li. This sentence will guarantee your rise. In the future, whenever there is a voting session for you, I will definitely vote for you. Anyone who doesn't vote for Lin Li is disrespecting us young men. Brothers, charge. Hearing this sentence made me a bit teary-eyed. Damn it, Lin Li, by the time you grow up, I probably won't even be able to wash my feet anymore. The emotions of the male viewers reached their peak at that moment. Meanwhile, the female viewers all cover their faces. If it weren't for the barrage being completely taken over by the crazed male viewers, they would have said something. In the teacher's office, Yang Mi, Liu Yifei, and others had increasingly darker expressions. They had thought of countless possibilities. They had considered that Lin Li might say various vote-pulling phrases. But they never expected this. Absolutely unexpected. At his age, how does he understand foot massage? Yang Mi, who had just been moved by Lin Li's previous display of positive energy, was now completely stunned. What on earth is this kid saying? He Jiong's expression was extremely awkward. Is it right to say Lin Li has correct values? Currently, what he displayed and the words he spoke were all filled with positive energy. But what does it mean to include foot massage and health insurance? Is this something a child can say? No way. Can a child understand this? For a moment, he couldn't tell whether to praise Lin Li or to call him over for scolding. Chapter 41. In an era of prosperity for enjoyment. The advanced little black room, as they looked at the barrage of comments, all in support of Lin Li, it stirred excitement among all the male compatriots. Deng Xiao suddenly felt that when it came to manipulating emotions, he was like an elementary school student in front of Lin Li. Was he painting a pie for the audience? Deng Xiao asked blankly. Be more confident. Just drop the was he part. He is painting a pie for the audience. He Jiong sighed. If it weren't for Deng Xiao saying it, he wouldn't have realized that Lin Li was indeed painting a pie for the audience. Waiting until they grow up? Waiting until they become real people in power? This pie is even further away than a pay raise from the boss. Not to mention the time. Just holding real power is filled with all sorts of uncertainties. At this moment, Deng Ziki, holding her phone, said blankly, but the effect is surprisingly good. Look, she turned the screen to Yang Mi and others. He Jiong looked over and saw that the screen displayed a voting interface. Lin Li's votes were increasing at a visible speed. In a short while, it increased by 1,000, then by 2,000. Soon, his rankings surged into the top 10. The phrase include foot therapy in medical insurance was being promoted by the audience in the live broadcast, flooding major social media platforms and private chat groups. What? Someone actually has such a grand idea. I'll vote for him. Where do I vote? Did Lin Ting mention it? Who is Lin Ting? A kid? Wow. Kids nowadays have such high awareness. Good. The future looks promising. As an elder, I must support him. Brothers, I strongly support this suggestion. I hope the relevant leaders implement it quickly. Look at the 8-year-old kid who has ideas for the welfare of the people. What about you? I'm not joking. As long as this child can remember this phrase, his future career path is limitless. I'm serious because he has gained the favor of the people. This phrase was simply a super boon for all male compatriots. Why hadn't they thought of it? Foot therapy is also a form of medical care. Why can everything else be included in medical insurance, but not foot therapy? A sudden enlightenment. With such a forward-thinking suggestion, Lin Li broke through the barriers in an instant. He was no longer just popular in the show, not just within the entertainment circle. He had become popular among the entire male demographic, just for this proposal. Lin Ting deserves a place in the ancestral hall. In the past, I suffered from athlete's foot and went to the hospital several times without being cured, spending a lot of unnecessary money. And it was my good brother who took me to wash my feet a few times, and my athlete's foot got better. What does this show? It shows that foot therapy is truly beneficial for physical and mental health. I'm not joking. I hope the relevant departments implement this immediately. This is the only wish of us male compatriots. Men can live without girlfriends, but they cannot live without washing their feet. Spending a few $100s on a girlfriend, she might ignore you or even get angry, causing psychological trauma. But if you spend that few $100s on foot therapy, not only do you get foot massage, but you also feel mentally and physically refreshed. When a person is happy, all problems disappear. Because of Lin Li's words, the internet exploded like a nuclear bomb. Lin Li was unaware of it, as not long after he finished speaking, Ju Jiyoung entered the classroom with a stern face. Class monitor, come with me to the office. Before he could enjoy the beauty of his prosperous era, he was punished by the homeroom teacher and dragged into the little black room. In the teacher's office, Ju Jiyoung and others wore serious expressions. They felt it was necessary to educate Lin Li properly. Look at what kind of trouble this has caused. Lin Li, how do you know about foot therapy? Ju Jiyoung asked seriously. This was what they were all curious about. To be fair, it wouldn't be surprising if other kids knew about foot therapy. After all, they are children from wealthy families. Some parents usually take their children along when they go for foot therapy. But Lin Li, an orphan, even when his grandfather was alive, given his family's conditions, he certainly wouldn't have ventured into a foot bath establishment. So how did he know about foot therapy and even propose such a suggestion? It should be noted that merely mentioning foot therapy is not a big deal. The key is how he connected foot therapy and medical care, and boldly suggested including foot therapy in medical insurance. Seeing their serious expressions, Lin Li also wore a serious face. Report, teacher. My bus home often passes by a few foot therapy shops. As long as I'm not blind, I can see them. Have you been there? Report, teacher. When you ask this question, you should first consider whether it's appropriate to ask. What age am I? What family do I come from? And is that place something I can afford? Lin Li looked at them as if they were fools. Ju Jiyoung and the others felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. Indeed, this question was a bit silly. Then how did you think of including foot therapy in medical insurance? Teacher, because there's the word therapy in it, healing, medical care. Shouldn't they be connected? Lin Li said innocently, his eyes wide with naivety. Couldn't he possibly tell them the truth? It was simply impossible to explain. Deng Chao looked at him suspiciously, trying to see something in his clear eyes. Although this statement was a bit far-fetched, it could be stretched to make sense. Because the Lin Li in front of them didn't play by the rules. Ju Jiyoung felt the same way. Seeing no signs of lying, he said earnestly, Lin Li, don't make such suggestions in the future. You're too young now and can easily be led astray. This was indeed true. Although it pleased the male compatriots, it also offended a large number of women. Some extreme netizens even posted this suggestion on the official platforms of relevant departments. With such a huge reaction, it could easily attract trouble from above. Okay, teacher. Lin Li nodded obediently. However, he didn't take it to heart. He had many such suggestions. Why not say them? Just that one sentence brought him emotional highs comparable to an entire day's worth of excitement. I must say more in the future. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Who would argue with a child? Just be obedient. Ju Jiyoung nodded in relief. At this moment, Lin Li looked at Yang Mi and asked, Teacher Yang, what variety show are you planning to take me on? Yang Mi was taken aback. What was going on in this child's mind? Weren't they still talking about foot therapy? How did the focus suddenly shift to her? Aren't you still not in first place for votes? Lin Li chuckled. Teacher Yang, being in first place is a done deal. So just tell me directly which variety show I will participate in, so I can prepare. We'll talk about it when you get first place. Yang Mi rolled her eyes at him. As long as you get first place, I will definitely keep my promise. I knew you would say that. Chapter 42. Where did this kid learn tea ceremony? Lin Li curled his lips and muttered, Women are really unreliable. I still have to rely on Brother Chao. He said he would take me on Running Man, and he actually did. Deng Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering when he had agreed to take him on Running Man. Also, what does this mean, stepping on one and lifting another? What do you mean, kid? Why are you dragging me into this? Lin Li looked up at Deng Chao, showing an innocent and carefree smile. Brother Chao is the best. In my heart, you've already taken me on Running Man, and I'm very grateful to you. Lu Yifei covered her mouth and giggled. This quirky little kid is too talkative. He clearly intended to put Deng Chao on the spot, making it obvious that he didn't want Deng Chao to refuse. He was determined to have him take him on Running Man. If he didn't take him, then Deng Chao would be labeled as someone who deceives children and doesn't keep promises. Teacher Yang, learn a bit from this. Lin Li turned to Yang Mi with a smirk. Shut up. Yang Mi huffed lightly. They all understood Lin Li's intentions, and, as longtime friends, his tactics were useless against them. Moreover, why would they argue with a child? At this moment, Lin Li turned to He Jiong. Teacher He. Both Teacher Yang and Brother Chao plan to take me on a variety show. As the class teacher, you should take me too, right? Hearing this, Deng Ziki and Lu Yifei took a step back. At this rate, he would be looking for them next. Sure enough, Lin Li continued, Teacher Lu, you're so beautiful. You and not take me on a variety show, right? Teacher Deng, can I join you at your concert to sing a song together? Lin Li had taken shamelessness to the extreme, calculating all the benefits these people could bring him. Traffic? Aren't these people popular enough? One top-tier actress in the entertainment industry, one who has been a Hollywood, one gold medal host, one best actor, and one queen. No resources? Then create your own. He is a hexagonal warrior with a system hanging on him, and they are stars with massive exposure. Deng Chao and the others are the resources Lin Li needs to gain emotional value and go viral online. You little brat, you really know how to scheme. Calculating all of us in. Yang Mi looked at him with annoyance. The other night, when I asked you to sign with my company, you refused, thinking you didn't want to be a star. Turns out you just wanted to freeload off me. Such a cunning little monkey. Lin Li completely ignored Yang Mi's words and said earnestly and naively, you wouldn't refuse a small, helpless child, would you? Good heavens. Deng Chao and the others felt like they were being morally blackmailed. Was this little brat stepping on morality? Why is he always able to demand so much from them? Ahem. He Jiong cleared his throat. Class monitor, class is about to start. You should go back. Having been put in such a position, it was certainly hard to refuse. Even if they wanted to refuse, it wouldn't be possible to do so in front of him. So, they should hold off for a bit. I know you want to refuse me, but you don't know how to, do you? I understand. Lin Li's eyes drooped slightly, revealing a disappointed and sad expression. Teachers, then I won't disturb you anymore. Please forgive my offense. It was my fault. I shouldn't have pressured you. His tone was extremely low, and he kept sniffing as if he was about to cry. Teachers, I'll leave now. You mustn't feel burdened. Be happy. I'll bear the pain alone. Goodbye. Teachers. After saying this, Lin Li left the teacher's office. Deng Chao and the others stared blankly at the empty doorway. Who taught him to act? After a while, Yang Mi said in a daze, if I hadn't gotten to know Lin Li's character and his cleverness a bit these past few days, I might have been fooled by this act. Deng Chao almost felt guilty just now because of Lin Li's weak and helpless expression. He thought he had done something wrong. Although he did nothing, he felt that not helping Lin Li and letting others take him on a variety show was his fault. He is so crafty at such a young age. How will he be when he grows up? Lu Yifei's mind was filled with Lin Li's sorrowful and hurt expression. They didn't feel moved by Lin Li's words at all. They were just covered in cold sweat. If it were an ordinary child, saying such things might be to avoid troubling the adults, thinking they were mischievous, thus giving the adults a sense of understanding. But who were they facing? A highly skilled 8-year-old child. On the first day of school, he jumped 3 levels in identity. First jump, from an ordinary first-grade student to a class full of privileged children. Second jump, with a thunderous approach and a clever mind, he became the class monitor of the youth class. Third jump, after a day of hustle, he became the most popular child star online. Facing such a quirky child, it would be strange if they felt moved. They must remember, in these 3 days, each one of them had been played by this little brat. Now the situation was reversed. If they didn't take him on a variety show, it would be their fault. He Jiong felt a bit of a headache. Initially, he thought it would be a good opportunity for the child to perform well, but now it felt like he was demanding it and acting as if they owed him. What do you think? Deng Chao asked with a frown. Running Man, he has said it before. It's just that the time hasn't been set yet. So he has the least burden, Deng Xiao replied. After all, it was something he'd said himself. The main concern was Liu Yifei, Deng Ziki, and He Jiong. These three hadn't agreed to anything. Deng Ziki shrugged. Apart from being a bit stunned by Lin Li's theatrical performance, she didn't feel much burden. A concert? I'm fine with that. Liu Yifei was a bit silent, because she rarely participated in variety shows, and even when she did, it was usually to promote a new drama. He Jiong smiled wryly. I had this idea before, but directly agreeing to it feels a bit unwilling. Let's hold off for now and talk about it later. Hearing his words, the others sighed in unison. Who would be willing? With him saying it like this, it would definitely be hard to refuse. They could only agree. Easily agreeing, as He Jiong said, felt very unsatisfying. So, they decided to put it on hold for now and talk about it later. I've never felt so powerless in front of child. Yang Mi sighed. Chapter 43 Singing Competition. Genie is so beautiful. After Lin Li returned to the classroom, he saw that someone had taken the lead in his absence, and one by one, they were openly soliciting votes in front of the camera guy. Hello, uncles and aunts. I am Xia Shi. I can sing and dance. And I really hope everyone can vote for me. Thank you all. Sending love. Lin Li returned his seat and turned to look, listening to Xia Shi's usual vote-pulling speech, secretly shaking his head. Normal vote solicitation? Who would vote for you? It must have something interesting to spark the netizens' interest and get their adrenaline pumping, just like he did. But he was too lazy to teach them. He kept to himself, waiting for class to start. Soon the second class began. The math teacher, Yang Mi, walked in. After the teacher and students greeted each other, she began the class in an orderly manner. Yang Mi's knowledge level, with a little training and learning, made it very easy to teach first-grade elementary school students. The classroom discipline was also very harmonious. She often gave examples and interacted with the student from time to time. This made it sound less boring for the viewers in the live broadcast room. Lin Li really wanted to pretend to be a good student who was listening attentively. Perhaps it was because he played games too late last night. Now his eyelids were constantly wanting to close. He had a delusion that, perhaps because of what happened in the office, Yang Mi always seemed to be avoiding him. Not interacting was one thing. She hardly cast her gaze in his direction. When the class ended, it was time for the morning exercises. He Jiong arrived at the classroom door before the bell rang. When the bell rang, he called the students to line up and then led them to the playground. Yesterday's PE class taught them the radio calisthenics. However, it was clear that one class was not enough to learn everything. Therefore, during the morning exercises, a group of first-grade students lazily followed the instructor's movements. As the beats of 1, 2, 3 for echoed, Lin Li stood in the line, doing his stretching exercises, just moving his muscles and bones. No one said anything to him. At least he was seriously exercising compared to others. After the morning exercises finished, each class's homeroom teacher took the students back to the classroom one by one. Although the teachers kept the atmosphere lively during the morning classes, making their lectures less dull, for Lin Li, every word was a lullaby. During lunchtime, the teacher leading the group switched to Liu Yifei. However, perhaps because of what happened yesterday, with Lin Li tricking Deng Xiao, she did not sit next to Lin Li, but instead ate with the female classmates. In the afternoon, the first class was music class. This music class was not held in the classroom, but in the music room. The students quietly settled on small benches. Deng Ziki stood by the piano. Little friends, I have good news for everyone. The school will hold a mid-autumn festival evening party in 2 weeks, and our class will perform a program. Everyone can go on stage for a singing performance. Upon hearing this news, all the students except Lin Li were overjoyed. Teacher, are we performing together? There's no solo performance, right? Cheng Yishu asked with a baby voice. In this day and age, little girls often learn dance, piano, and other hobbies that supposedly cultivate their temperament. This is inseparable from today's open-minded parents. Unlike in the past, when only studying hard could lead to success, interests and hobbies are also very important, not just for the students in the youth class, but for other students as well. Various interest classes in childhood are meant to provide more choices when they grow up. Xiaxi's eyes sparkled. She often fantasized about shining on stage like her star aunt. Dilly Reba. Deng Ziki smiled and said, there can also be solo performances. The classmates in the class became excited. Solo performances, enjoying the stage all by oneself. However, Deng Ziki changed her tone, smiling and teasing a little. Teacher, but what? The students anxiously asked. However, the slots for solo performances are limited and need to be competed for to obtain the performance opportunity. What do you mean by competition? Xiaxi waved her little fist and asked seriously. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival evening party, there will be a singing competition where everyone can sign up. The top few winners will get the opportunity to perform at the evening party. Deng Ziki said with a smile. Of course, all students from all classes can participate, even those from higher grades. Ah, teacher, I want to sign up. I want to participate. Xiaxi immediately raised her hand. Cheng Yixue followed closely behind. Other students also raised their little hands, indicating they wanted to sign up. Among the crowd of students, only Lin Li did not raise his hand. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but he was thinking long-term about how he should amaze everyone on stage. As for the qualifications for the competition, it wasn't something Lin Li needed to worry about. He was just a bystander and didn't need to worry about not being able to go on stage or not getting the opportunity. All right, everyone has a chance. So for this class, let's see who performs the best in the classroom. Deng Ziki clapped her hands and said. Although it was said that everyone had a chance to go on stage for the Mid-Autumn Festival performance, that wasn't entirely true. It was just that everyone had the opportunity to sign up. However, this opportunity was also dependent on the situation within the class. If many people signed up, then the music teacher and the homeroom teacher would hold a competition within the class and select the best few to participate in the school-wide competition. Otherwise, if everyone participated, with thousands of students in a school, the scale would be too large. Would they still have classes or learn anything? Teacher, I'll go first. Xiaxi eagerly volunteered. Okay. Xiaxi, what song are you going to perform? The teacher will accompany you. Deng Ziki called on Xiaxi, asking warmly. Xiaxi quickly announced a popular song from the internet. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziki smiled and let her come to the front to face her classmates. After confirming that Xiaxi was ready, she recalled the melody of the song in her mind and began to play it simply. In a live broadcast room, viewers commented, "This little girl sings quite well. She has the potential to be a singer. She's also cute. Who knows? She might really enter the entertainment industry when she grows up. Isn't this Lin Ting's desk mate?" Speaking of which, Lin Ting didn't raise his hand just now. Is he not interested? How superficial. The leaders are all sitting below, watching others perform. Exactly. After Xiaxi finished singing, a round of applause erupted under Deng Ziki's lead. At this moment, a boy named Kai Chen-fan, who looked slightly less appealing than Lin Li, stood up and walked directly to the front. Teacher, let me sing. Let me sing. Deng Ziki did not reprimand him for disrupting the class, but asked, "What are you going to sing?" It was a good thing for students to eagerly perform, especially since many who had just been excited to perform after Xiaxi's performance had lost their confidence and withdrawn their hands. Teacher, I want to sing Genie is so beautiful. Chapter 44. What? Lin Ting can write songs? Huh. Deng Ziki showed a puzzled expression. Is there such a song? In today's music scene, she can't guarantee she knows all the songs, but she has definitely heard the recent popular ones. Just like Xiaxi when it came to naming songs. She pointed out the latest hits online. Considering his age, he should also be singing internet pop songs, definitely not picking obscure old songs. Xiao Heezy. I remember this Kai Chen-fan. He's been singing rap by himself at the back of the classroom these days. Showing off his chicken feet at such a young age? No. Has he joined our AI Cohen family at such a young age? Beware of lawyer letters. Deng Ziki was lost in thought, confused. But the audience in the live stream was quick to catch on. This song is the Common theme song. Basically, any AI Cohen fan can sing at least a couple of lines. After pondering for a moment, a smile burst forth in her eyes. But her face held a good expression to stop herself. You mean just because you're so beautiful, right? After all, we are in the same circle. If I laugh out loud, I might be ridiculed by the haters. Yes, that's the one. So beautiful. Kai Chen-fan nodded eagerly. All right, where do you want to start singing? The chorus or the verse? Deng Ziki wore a serious expression. She didn't dare show any other expression because her mind was filled with all those jokes circulating online. If she didn't keep a straight face, she would easily burst out laughing. What is that? Kai Chen-fan looked confused, clearly lacking the concept of verse and chorus in his mind. The verse is, Deng Ziki patiently began to explain, unsure if he would understand. Oh, I see. Then, teacher, you just play, and I'll follow along. Kai Chen-fan had a look of sudden realization. Deng Ziki sighed inwardly. It seemed he didn't quite get it. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. Someone who has been trained in music since childhood might have some blind spots in this area. Not thinking too much about it, she placed her fingers on the piano and began to play a melody she remembered. As soon as Kai Chen-fan heard the music, he immediately struck a pose. Just because the chicken is so beautiful. Oh, who doesn't say how well he sings, but those dance moves were quite impressive. A true singing and dancing performer. Lin Li stared blankly at his performance, unable to help but marvel at the power of the sect. Deng Ziki actually felt quite uncomfortable. Those who are trying to hold back laughter know how difficult it is to keep a straight face. While playing, she was trying to hold back her laughter, which really troubled her. The key was that the other party hadn't even hit the right notes. It was purely her playing her part and him singing his. It can't be said he sang very well, just that he wasn't in sync at all. After the song ended, Kai Chen-fan's little face was a bit flushed, singing and dancing, which was still a bit strenuous for him. Thank you, everyone. Okay, this little kid honestly dances pretty well, very similar. Yes, truly commendable. At such a young age to dance like this, one can imagine he must have practiced a lot behind the scenes. Clearly a true fan. The kid is quite handsome. He will definitely be idol material when he grows up. Boring. Let's have some normal song performances. Xiaxi performed pretty well. After Kai Chen-fan went down, Deng Ziki called up the students who wanted to perform one by one. With his performance, a group of students who had previously held back felt like they could do it too. Lin Li squinted his eyes, already certain of what song he was going to perform. That's right, it's an original, a song from his past life that doesn't exist in this world. So, it is his original. Halfway through the music class, Deng Ziki had roughly chosen the candidates to report. Xiaxi, Cheng Yixue. Others also performed quite well. But these two clearly had been learning since childhood, a significant gap. Are there any other students who want to perform? After Li Jieqi finished performing, Deng Ziki looked at them and asked. There were only about 7 or 8 people left who hadn't performed. The others, whether they sang well or not, had all gone up to perform. For example, Li Jianren. His vocal condition wasn't good, and he had never really learned to sing. He had signed up for interest classes, but didn't learn much. He sang a song called I Offer Oil to the Motherland. Politically correct, full of positive energy. If it weren't for the class competition, he would have definitely taken first place in other competitions. Seeing that no other students were raising their hands, Deng Ziki looked at Lin Li, who had been sitting quietly, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Didn't he say he wanted to participate in my concert? Didn't he say he wanted to sing a song together? It seems that suggesting such an idea means his singing level should be decent, right? Let me evaluate you. With that thought, she smiled and asked, Class monitor, do you want to perform as well? Swish, swish, swish. All the students' gazes converged on Lin Li. Almost everyone had performed. It would be unreasonable if the class monitor didn't perform, right? Class monitor, come up and show us a bit. Class monitor, we want to hear you sing. A group of people immediately started cheering. Lin Li didn't expect to be called out. He looked at Deng Ziki, and from his eyes, he immediately understood what she meant. Calmly, he stood up. As the class monitor, he naturally had to participate in class activities. He chuckled, looking very mature. He walked to the front. Deng Ziki smiled and asked, What song are you going to sing? What's the name of the song? The song I want to sing is called Huaxiaren. Lin Li said loudly. Huh? Deng Ziki frowned, quickly thinking through the song she knew. Is there such a song? She pondered for a long time, looking at Lin Li with confusion, wondering if it was another homophone like Kai Chen-fan's. But what is the homophone for Huaxia? What is Lin Ting going to sing? I didn't hear clearly just now. Huaxiaren, whose song is this? I searched online, and it doesn't exist. If it's these 3 characters, nothing shows up online. Did I hear wrong? It should be like chicken is so beautiful, a homophone, right? The audience in the live stream, upon hearing the song title announced by Lin Li, immediately searched their minds just like Deng Ziki. But the final result was the same as Deng Ziki's. Nothing came to mind. However, they had the convenience of being able to search. However, if they didn't hear wrong and didn't mistype, the final result was that there was no such song. In the music classroom, seeing Deng Ziki's confused expression, Lin Li chuckled and said, "Teacher, no need for accompaniment, because there is no accompaniment. This song is one I wrote myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire internet was stunned. What did he just say? He wrote himself? Original? Are you kidding? How old is he? And he is already writing songs. And the name is so representative. You wrote this song yourself? Deng Ziqi's pupils widened in shock. She stared intently into Lin Li's eyes, trying to confirm whether she had misheard. But, Chapter 45, an 8-year-old child writes an ethnic spirit song. The final result is that she was not wrong. She uncertainly asked again, "You just said, original?" "Teacher, I wrote it myself." Lin Li said innocently, his eyes incredibly clear. The word original is something he shouldn't fully understand at his age, so he could only play dumb. This is not important. What matters is, did you write a song yourself? Deng Ziqi's confusion gradually turned into interest. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Li continued to look at her with a very pure gaze. Show me. Show me first. Deng Ziqi took a deep breath. No matter what, she wanted to hear how he wrote it before determining her own emotional response. Elayena linudda. Without any melody or rhythm intervening, he began to sing a cappella. The wind and rain of 5,000 years. How many dreams are hidden? Yellow faces, black eyes, the unchanging is the smile. Long before other students performed, Lin Li had exchanged emotional points in the system for singing. He didn't max out at the top level of heavenly voice, but rather lowered it by 2 levels. He deliberately kept a bit reserved for later to make others think he had room for improvement. His little plan began to work. His voice was thick and powerful, enunciating clearly. Although his voice was childish, everyone who heard it felt a surge of national pride burning in their hearts. 5,000 years of Huaxia history. The characteristics of the yellow race. Just 2 lines. The lyrics were simple and clear, and netizens could directly feel the strong national sentiment. 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers like a song. No matter where you come from or where you are going. At this moment, the live chat was almost silent. All the viewers were stunned. No, they were numb with shock. Is this really a song written by Lin Li himself? They were all breathing a bit rapidly, unable to believe what they were hearing, all that was happening. The old strategist backstage had his eyes nearly bulging out. What is this? You're telling me this is an 8-year-old? If it weren't for the childish voice, looking at his expression while singing and the passionate singing, he would have doubted that he was an old artist. Same tears, same pain. The suffering we once endured, we keep in our hearts. Same blood, same roots. The future still holds dreams we will explore together. Hand in hand, no distinction between you and me. We walk forward with our heads held high. Let the world know we are all Huaxia people. After finishing a segment, Lin Li stopped. Because that was enough. The following lyrics were not much different from the previous ones, constantly repeating to emphasize the idea of unity among the Huaxia people. Speaking of which, the system really produces quality content. He remembered that he should have been tone deaf, but after a little attempt, it was many times better than before. He wondered what it would be like if he upgraded to the top level. Teacher, I have finished singing. Silence. After Lin Li's words ended, the entire music classroom was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Deng Ziqi's eyes sparkled with shock, thinking it was an ordinary children's song. But it turned out to be a song rich in national sentiment. At this moment, she didn't even consider Lin Li's singing skills or breath control. Because of this song, she had completely ignored his other merits. She stood up from the piano chair, squatted down in front of Lin Li, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Word for word, she asked, "You tell me, this song is definitely written by you?" Uh-huh. Lin Li nodded repeatedly. Anything that doesn't exist in this world, as long as you sing it out, say it out, then it's yours. This is the benefit of a time traveler. Even if it's in front of the original singer, it's still yours. Do you understand melody? Deng Ziqi asked again. Don't look at just now being a cappella, but the rhythm was also distinct. Someone who hasn't learned music notation and melody wouldn't be able to sing it out. But Lin Li was different. I don't understand, but I can hum. Elena likazwali fabricata. Sometimes you can't show too much genius. Mainly, with his current family conditions, he definitely hadn't received education in that area. Deng Ziqi listened, watching the waves in Lin Li's eyes. A bold thought emerged in her mind. Maybe Lin Li has absolute pitch. A person born for music. Ordinary kids haven't even fully recognized characters while he has already started writing songs. Moreover, they aren't just any pop songs. Furthermore, many songwriters first create melodies and then fill in the lyrics. It's rare to have lyrics first match with melodies. But Lin Li seemed to sing a cappella, yet the melody and scale were also rising together. Doesn't this indicate something? You go back to your seat first. After class, come to the office with the teacher. Deng Ziki steadied her heart, which was like a treasure. Okay. Lin Li returned to his seat with a confused expression, seemingly unaware that singing this song would cause a stir. Class monitor, you sang so well. Xiaoxi looked at him with starry eyes and admiration. Chung Yixue, class monitor, you're really hiding your talents. Have you learned this before? That's amazing. Wang Tianyu, class monitor, it seems I still underestimated you. No wonder you could be the class monitor. I'm impressed. Calm down, focus on class. Lin Li reminded sternly. Not far away, Li Jianren's head was buzzing. Now, even the scrap collectors are proficient in music. Lin Li's series of performances made him gradually doubt everything he had seen before. Is he really a scrap collector? He doesn't seem like it. How can he be better than me? At this moment, the live broadcast room had already exploded. On the entire screen, the comments were all variations of what the heck, expressing their shock. They weren't cursing. They were using the most concise words to express their inner astonishment. No, he is 8 years old. Did he really write it? Lin Li's series of performances made me feel like a waste. What kind of family raised him? Vision, awareness, leadership, an 8-year-old having all this is already surprising enough. And now you tell me he can write songs. My worldview is shattering. I'm truly stunned. Same blood, same tears, yellow faces, black eyes, the lyrics are simple. But they express the spirit of our Huaxia people. Even if Lin Li sang a pop song, I wouldn't be this surprised, but such a meaningful song. Can a child really understand it? While netizens were shocked in the live broadcast room, the watching bloggers and reporters had already begun to take action. This is it. Lin Li is simply their traffic generator. 8-year-old child writes ethnic spirit song. They've even thought of the title. Chapter 46 Lin Li is truly going viral this time. The same tears, the same pain. The suffering we once endured remains in our hearts. On Douyin, Lin Li's youthful singing voice continuously impacts the users scrolling through the app. The simple lyrics pierce their souls, stirring the red blood flowing within them. In an instant, Lin Li's performance of Huaxia people surged to the trending topics. That's right, it's trending. In 03, 8-year-old kid from New Star Junior class writes Huaxia people. In 06, the same blood, the same species, a song about Huaxia people actually created by an 8-year-old. In 07, Wang Feng releases new album. The heat is unparalleled, overshadowing all the artists who spent money to buy trending spots. There's even a hint of official support behind it. After all, the meaning of this song is significant. How could ordinary entertainment news suddenly gain such high popularity? Meanwhile, on the set in Yanjing, Huazai is taking a break when he hears his assistant scrolling through Douyin. He initially wanted to say something like, "Don't play on your phone during work hours," but upon hearing the song, he feels a jolt as if the blood in his veins has awakened. "What are you watching?" he asks seriously. "Brother, it's a kid who wrote a song by himself." The assistant turns the phone screen toward Huazai. Huazai takes the phone and sees a young, innocent voice singing. Junior class? Lin Ting? These aren't important. What matters is this song. He wrote this song himself? Huazai is shocked and mesmerized. Yes, this kid has been very popular lately. He is from Director Zhang's New Star Junior class. His perspective is quite mature. Do you have any interest, brother? The assistant says. Huazai nods slightly. Help me contact Director Zhang. Ask about this kid. I want to buy the copyright for this song. Huazai is very patriotic, and everyone in Huaxia knows this. The song Huaxia people resonates deeply with him. Huh? The assistant is taken aback. Don't just stop there. Have the company contact him as well. I also want to meet this kid. Huazai doesn't explain much, just gives simple instructions. Oh, of course. At this moment, it's not just Huazai. Many singers have similar thoughts. This song may seem simple, but they can all sense the energy and meaning it holds. If nothing unexpected happens, once this song is officially released, it will become a classic in Huaxia. Director, it's exploded, it's really exploded. The viewership is almost 10 million. The network supervisor brought good news from the program's backstage. Lao Mosey trembles with excitement, but maintains a steady demeanor. Don't make a fuss, just keep an eye on it. Yes, yes. After briefly instructing the network supervisor, he looks at Lin Li on the screen and feels he has struck gold. He used to think of him as just a performer who could create program effects. At most a comic, but now he can write songs. It's worth noting that this child has written a song and hummed a tune without systematic training. What does this indicate? Genius. He picks up the phone and calls He Jeong, who is in the office. Hey, did you see it? Yeah, I saw it. He Jeong, bored in the office, is either chatting or watching the students' recordings. They are all clear about Lin Li's performance in the music classroom. When school is over, bring him over, Lao Mosey says. Okay, got it. He Jeong replies, although he doesn't know why he is being asked to bring Lin Li over. But it's surely isn't a bad thing. What do you all think? Is there anything about this kid we don't know? Yang Mi's beautiful face is filled with shock. Writing songs, creating original pieces, especially after singing them, has truly astonished them. Those in the entertainment industry can intuitively sense what can become a hit. Of course, not everything that becomes popular is good, but good creations will definitely become popular. Look, Lin Li's original song Washout People is expected to explode in the domestic entertainment scene. Liu Yifei blinks and exclaims, "We recorded a treasure in this program." Indeed, Deng Zhao shakes his phone. See, in just a short while it's already trending. Not just trending. He Jeong looks down at his phone. My friends in the industry are all asking for Lin Li's contact information, probably interested in the copyright for this song. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and the others realize that Lin Li has truly become a sensation. Nowadays, there are too many stars who know how to create buzz. However, what about talented and capable artists? Capital will undoubtedly lean toward talent, and it's clear that Capital has recognized Lin Li's talent. Thinking of this, Yang Mi feels a surge of excitement. We must get Lin Li on a variety show, and it has to be soon. And we must build a good relationship with him. We have to make sure this little brat signs with our company. Adults pursuing profit is completely reasonable. Initially, they were still contemplating which program to bring Lin Li on or whether to delay it a bit. But now those thoughts are gone. The music class quickly comes to an end. Deng Ziki leads the students back to the classroom. Class monitor, you can write songs too. After returning to the classroom, Deng Ziki takes a deep look at Lin Li and hastily heads back to the office. After the teacher leaves, Xiaxi immediately grabs Lin Li's hand, amazed. Although she has been astonished more than once during class, she still cannot contain her surprise. Is it hard? Lin Li, feeling a bit impatient, pouts. From the end of class until they return, aside from Xiaxi, the other students are all surrounding him. Being praised by a group of kids doesn't give him any sense of accomplishment or vanity. Yes, super rare. Xiaxi nods blankly. Why are you so awesome? If you could be a bit quieter, I'll write a song for you next time. Lin Li suddenly thinks of some very childish songs that he feels aren't suitable for him now. But Xiaxi could sing them. For example, Courage Explosion. TSK, TSK, TSK. This song is really catchy. It swept through Douyin in his previous life. The little ones might find it childish, but college students really enjoy it. Lin Li would never sing this song himself. If he did, where'd he put his face? Really? Xiaxi's eyes instantly light up. Really? Hee okay. I'll be quiet, Xiaxi says, raising her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes seriously staring at Lin Li, trying to convey to him, I'll be quiet now. Seeing her cute appearance, Lin Li jokes, yeah, that's good. If you're this well-behaved in the future, I'll marry you. Chapter 47. I grew up and went to the broadcasting bureau to make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi's eyes widened even more. No way. I treat you as the class monitor, and you want to marry me? My dad will kill you. She covered her mouth, but it was clear she didn't cover it well. Through one hand, Lin Li heard her clearly. Is your dad that fierce? Xiaxi nodded vigorously, but then felt something was off and shook her head violently. My dad isn't fierce. He always tells me that if someone marries me in the future, he will kill that person. Lin Li understood the meaning of this sentence. Fathers are always afraid of their precious daughters being taken away by someone. Xiaxi's appearance was clearly that of a beauty. As long as she didn't grow crooked later on, she would definitely be a stunning woman. For what he could tell, her personality was sweet and charming. Her father would undoubtedly be very reluctant to part with his precious daughter. What I like most is to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth. You should go home after school and tell your dad that when I turn 18, I will dye my hair yellow and come to pick you up on a small motorcycle. Elena li chocolat. Huh? Why do you want to dye your hair yellow? Isn't black better? Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Don't ask. Just tell your dad exactly what I said, okay? It must be word for word. Lin Li was very curious to see what kind of mentality her father would have once he found out that his cabbage had been eyed by a yellow-haired boy since childhood. Oh, Xiaoxi nodded, seeming to understand. But my dad is on a business trip right now. It will be a long time before he comes back. That's fine. We can talk about it when he comes back, Lin Li said with a grin. While they were chatting, the bell rang for the second class of the afternoon. Art class. This class was quite ordinary, and Lin Li didn't have any chance to perform well. To be honest, he was too lazy to perform. He felt that the explosive moment from music class had probably not been digested online yet, so if there was another, it wouldn't bring him much emotional value. The same went for the third class, which was physical education. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school. This time, Deng Zhao took the students to the school gate, while He Jiong took Lin Li to the studio. In the studio, Lao Mozi, Yang Mi, Liu Yifei, Deng Ziki, and He Jiong quietly sized up Lin Li, who was sitting in a chair eating fruit. This little brat must not know how to be reserved, right? Generally speaking, children feel a bit nervous and reserved when they come to a new environment. But this guy, after coming in, didn't greet anyone and just sat down beside Lao Mozi, eating the fruit prepared for him. Does he have no sense of boundaries? Hey, big stars, stop looking. Even if you keep looking, I won't tell you I'm a genius. Lin Li spat out a fruit pit and took a big gulp of cola. Little brat, be serious. He Jiong glared at him lightly. Teacher He, just go ahead and ask if you have something to say. Don't put on airs. That won't work on me, Lin Li said with an air of maturity. Lao Mozi coughed lightly. No wonder he had been hearing He Jiong and the others say that this kid was very smart these past few days. Looking at this posture, if he wasn't sitting in the director's seat, he would think that Lin Li was the leader of this program. Little friend, I wanted to meet you this time because I've noticed your performance is quite good. Are you interested in developing in the entertainment industry? Lin Li looked up at him, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and replied, Director, aren't I already in the entertainment industry? Participating in this program is just preparing to enter the entertainment industry, right? Cough, cough. Lao Mozi couldn't stop coughing. This sounded like he was saying that what he said was nonsense. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like this. Even those film emperors and empresses treated him with great respect. If he weren't a child, he would have to say something back. Don't be rude, Lin Li, He Jiong admonished lightly. It's fine, it's fine. Lao Mozi waved his hand and got back to the point. Lin Li, many people want to buy the copyright for your song. What do you think? He originally planned to have a good chat with Lin Li to get to know this child better. However, later, during their class, his phone was bombarded with calls from colleagues. It was either this entertainment company inquiring or that singer wanting the copyright. Although the song was created by Lin Li, he was still a child participating in their program, so the first contact person had to be Lao Mozi. If he approached Lin Li privately, it would clearly be overstepping and disregarding Lao Mozi, a major director in domestic entertainment. Who wants it? How much are they offering? Lin Li asked with excitement, his eyes immediately shining with the prospect of money. Don't bully me just because I'm a kid. You better lower the price. If I find out later, don't blame me for growing up and going to the broadcasting bureau to make things difficult for you. Cough, cough, cough. Light coughs echoed in the studio. At this moment, not just Lao Mozi, but everyone, including Yang Mi and other staff members, was taken aback. They had heard many threats in their lives. They had encountered all kinds of threats. They had even been threatened by children, but they never expected to be threatened by a child like this. Going to the Broadcasting Bureau to take the civil service exam? Is there really such a threat? Moreover, if other children had threatened them like this, they would have just laughed it off. But this little brat's demeanor in the past few days and the means he had shown at such a young age made them think that if he really did take the civil service exam, he would definitely be very successful, assuming he really entered the Broadcasting Bureau. Cough, cough. Now, they were the teachers and directors of the program. In the future, when they saw him, they would have to call him leader. They had hit the big artery. Yang Mi blinked and inwardly sighed. If this little brat really grew up and went to the Broadcasting Bureau, and he dared to challenge her now, wouldn't he ride on her shoulders in the future? So, she quickly said, I think you should not take the civil service exam. Just be an actor. Teacher Yang, Your thoughts are written all over your face. Are you afraid that my rise will mean your downfall? Yang Mi's thoughts were exposed, and her cheeks flushed. Having her little thoughts seen through was extremely embarrassing, especially since it was by a child. This made Yang Mi feel very innocent and adorable. Don't worry. As long as you all behave honestly and don't take any crooked paths, when I rise, the first fire won't burn you, Lin Li said seriously, crossing his legs and leisurely taking another sip of cola. Lao Mozi smiled, genuinely amused by this little brat. Look at this posture. He hadn't even become the head of the broadcasting bureau yet, and he was already educating the others. Be serious. Let's talk about your song now that you really have a position, Lao Mozi said, suppressing his laughter and becoming serious. Chapter 48, Do you know about investment? I am a hexagonal warrior. You say it honestly. Lin Li is also very serious. Lao Mozi simply mentioned a few artists and did not mention the company. So it seems that Lin Li doesn't know about these companies. He emphasized, do you know about King Lu from Hong Kong? Andy Lau. I know, Lin Li nodded. Andy Lau. In the last life, he was one of the 4 heavenly kings, and in this life, it remains the same. However, due to the timeline, many stars in this life are much younger than in the previous one. Andy Lau is now not even 50, but his status is the same as in the last life. He didn't mention how much he would charge. He wants to meet you alone. Lao Mozi said honestly. Speaking of other companies or other artists, he could indeed help Lin Li with some leverage, but this King Lu, although he is an actor, his status in the entertainment industry is not lower than Lao Mozi's at all. Sure, I think King Lu can definitely bring me to good shows and give me resources. Lin Li sighed slightly. Unlike some people, I begged for a long time and even bought them breakfast, but I just can't touch their hard hearts. They just bully me. A little kid. Yang Mi and He Jiong raised their eyebrows. Who are you talking about? Who are you referring to with that sarcastic tone? They really couldn't understand why this little kid had so much to say and so many tricks up his sleeve. Lao Mozi felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing He Jiong and their comments. You're mistaken about them. Mainly, there aren't many variety shows suitable for kids nowadays. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, why am I still explaining? With his status, he doesn't need to explain anything for certain matters or people. What's wrong with me? Lin Li looked at Lao Mozi and said, Director Zhang, if there is nothing else, I'll leave first. I need to go home and tidy up. Sigh. I have a pile of junk at home to organize. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi immediately said, let me take you back. Sure, thank you, Teacher Yang. Lin Li did not directly refuse this time. Being clever-minded, he had already thought of many things when Lao Mozi was in front of him. He has now become hot property, no longer just a comedian who only knows how to create gimmicks. There are too many artists who can create gimmicks, but talented artists are rare. In the past, he could only be a comedian at best. And the reason for his current popularity is still because he is young and does some adult-like things, emphasizing a contrast. But now, after they see his talent, the situation is different. Yang Mi wanted to send him back. Most likely means she wants to talk to him again about signing a contract. In the nanny car, it was Lin Li's first time sitting in such a high-end vehicle. In his previous life, he didn't do well, and at his age, he was still driving an electric convertible, come rain or shine. Sister Me. Lin Li changed his address from teacher in school to something more casual after school. Yang Mi looked at him with beautiful eyes and directly got to the point. Lin Li, why don't you reconsider my company? Not considering it, Sister Me. You don't need to think about signing me. I won't sign with any brokerage company, Lin Li said. I plan to take the civil service exam in the future, and I can't be an artist long-term. Right now, I want to appear on variety shows just to improve my life. Lin Li spoke frankly. Whether he takes the civil service exam or not, he was just casually brushing off Yang Mi and the others. After all, he definitely wants to develop in the direction of becoming an artist in the future. With the system and being a hexagonal warrior system, who wants to be a star? Isn't that ridiculous? Perhaps stars seem lofty in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of capital and power at the peak, they're just like ordinary people. With the system in hand, even if he doesn't take the civil service exam and enter a government unit, he can become a capital player. What? You really want to enter the broadcasting bureau and be my boss? Yang Mi frowned. What? Is that not possible? Of course, it's possible. Everyone has dreams. You need to be nice to me now, and when I get into the broadcasting bureau, I'll take care of you later. Lin Li raised his hand and patted Yang Mi's shoulder. Stop it. You better get into the exam first. You're still a kid. Yang Mi shot him a look. She stopped talking about signing and had already been ruthlessly rejected twice, knowing this matter was impossible. This kid has too many of his own ideas, unless something happens that might make him join, but for now, she knows that no matter how much she talks, he won't join. However, the good thing is, from what he said, he wouldn't join other media companies either. Sister me, do you know what investment is? You invest in me, and in the future, when I become the director of the Broadcasting Bureau, I'll ensure you stay at the top forever, Lin Li said. Is this just a pie in the sky? I've eaten more pie than you've eaten salt. Yang Mi Lao get. That is not certain. You'll know when you grow up. Yang Mi didn't understand what Lin Li meant by that. How much salt can an 8-year-old kid eat? At this moment, the nanny car arrived at Lin Li's residence. Yang Mi looked through the car window at the house, surrounded by garbage. A different emotion surged. Look at those makeshift rain shelters. It seems that even slightly worse weather could blow them apart. This little kid grew up in such an environment. She turned to look at Lin Li beside her. Her gaze softened a bit. We're here. Lin Li responded, opened the car door, and stepped down. Sister me, goodbye. See you tomorrow. Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? Forget it. Our little broken house has nothing worth seeing. You're a big star. Lin Li smiled shyly. Yang Mi's lips curved slightly, understanding his thoughts, feigning anger and saying, Do you look down on me? I wouldn't dare, sister me. You are of noble status, Lin Li scratched his head, his eyes wandering, seemingly searching for a suitable excuse. He planned to start Timmy as soon as he got home, and if she came in, he would have to spend time entertaining her. Besides, the most valuable thing in the house is himself. He has nothing to serve her. All right, stop being so talkative. Yang Mi chuckled lightly, opened the car door, and elegantly stepped down. I'm not a picky person. Let us go. Show me your little broken house. Lin Li was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Mi really wanted to go in, so he could only lead the way with a stiff face. Passing through the narrow alley, the air was filled with a faint musty smell and oil smoke, contrasting sharply with the fragrance of the perfume on Yang Mi. She frowned slightly, but said nothing, just silently followed Lin Li. Pushing open the simple wooden door, what came into view was a cramped room, with old furniture and peeling walls, a small wooden table, 2 worn-out chairs, and a wooden plank bed. This was Lin Li's home. At a glance, the words "a home with bare walls" floated in her mind. Chapter 49, 4 questions. Why do people break the law? It's quite heartwarming. Yang Mi couldn't find the right words and sighed softly. Lin Li curled his lips. I think, sister me, you shouldn't talk. Knowing you can't find the right words, why force it? Isn't that awkward? Hee. Yang Mi Lao get. Although she had learned about Lin Li's family situation from school records, after seeing it in person, she fully understood the reason for Lin Li's precociousness. Yang Mi, although cleanly dressed, didn't hesitate to smooth her skirt and sat down on a chair covered in dirt and dust. She didn't dare to show too much unusual expression, fearing it might hurt Lin Li's pride. What do you usually do at home? Yang Mi tried to start a conversation. Eat, sleep. Elayena raplia, dismisibeli. Sister, why aren't you leaving yet? You've seen enough, you've sat enough. Don't let it affect your game. Don't you have any other hobbies? Upon hearing this, Lin Li looked at her as if she were foolish. With my situation, do you think I'd dare to have other hobbies? Yang Mi was taken aback, realizing she had asked the wrong question, and quickly said, You're the only one at home. How about you move in with me for a while? Do you have a place in Yongchun? No, I'm staying in a hotel, in a suite with 2 rooms. Not going. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone. You're a big star. It's easy to spread rumors. Huh. Yang Mi immediately laughed. Not knowing what this little brain was thinking all day, what rumors could I spread with you? Not going. I'm afraid you'll use me for your own gain. Cool. You haven't even grown up yet. How could I use you? Yang Mi lightly spat, suddenly thinking, Wait, how do you know about using someone? Lin Li shook his phone. I go online too. So do you know what it means to use someone? Yang Mi asked. Isn't it just to accompany someone to bed? Lin Li replied with a scoff. You know quite a bit. I know a lot, but there's one thing I can't figure out. Sister me, can you help me out? A glint of mischief flashed in Lin Li's eyes, and his playful spirit arose. What? Yang Mi asked curiously, straightening her back. She finally caught up with this little kid's earnest inquiry. However, as she straightened up, her chest also pushed forward. Lin Li thought to himself, so big. What are you looking at? Yami felt a little shy from his gaze. This kid's eyes are just like those old SPs. Cough, cough. This time, it was Lin Li who felt a bit awkward. He steadied his mind. Why? Why does sleeping with a leader lead to a promotion? Huh? Yami was taken aback. What kind of question is this? Why does sleeping with a professor lead to graduation? Why does sleeping with a director lead to fame? Why does sleeping with the people lead to breaking the law? Lin Li asked the 4 questions with a serious expression. With each question, Yami knew she had fallen into this little kid's trap again. Look at what kind of questions he was asking. How was she supposed to answer? Even if she wanted to, she felt too embarrassed to speak. You little brat, why do you have so many questions? Yangmi's eyes flashed with anger as she raised her hand and tapped him on the head. Ouch! Lin Li felt a sharp pain in his head. You don't know? Or you just don't want to say? I don't know, Yangmi said with emphasis and frustration. TCH, and you call yourself an adult. You don't know this? Lin Li glanced at her with disdain. You know, why don't you tell me? Lin Li said lightly, because the people have no interests at stake. It's that simple, and you don't understand. Yangmi fell silent. While the reasoning was sound, her restraint and her identity made it impossible for her to say it. Suddenly, the small, shabby room fell into silence. Yami was left speechless by Lin Li and didn't know what to say or dare to say. She was afraid that this little brat would use tricks to dig a pit for her. Aren't you leaving yet? Lin Li grew a bit impatient, affecting his ability to earn some pocket money. You're asking me to leave? Yami was stunned. Since becoming an adult, it was her first time being asked to leave someone else's home, especially at a boy's house, where they usually hoped she would stay. Sister, if you don't leave, you'll have dinner. I can't afford to treat you, Lin Li said, covering his forehead in embarrassment. Look at how stingy you are. I'll treat you to dinner. Yami took out her phone. What do you want to eat? How about we eat out? You go. I don't want to. Lin Li didn't know if she was pretending not to understand or genuinely didn't get it. Wasn't his meaning of asking her to leave clear enough? Ungrateful. Yami felt a surge of resentment. She thought that people who wanted her to treat them to dinner could line up from here to Modu. Now she was proactively inviting him, and he still wouldn't go. Lin Li felt helpless and thought it was better to be straightforward. I need to make money. You being here will affect my ability to earn. Make money? What are you earning? How do you earn? Yamisu Lin Li felt furious. I'm going out to collect bottles. Do you want to follow me? You're going out to collect bottles? Yami thought she must have misheard and repeated it. Yes. Otherwise, how do I pay for next semester's tuition? How do I live? You aren't giving me any resources or gigs. Yami thought he was right. I'll transfer you some money on WeChat later. You should rest well and not go out. There are many human traffickers around now. It's not safe for a kid like you. The human traffickers would get a headache just seeing me. Lin Li rolled his eyes. No free lunch. I don't accept private transfers. Any special transfers will be considered bribery. Upon hearing the first part of that sentence, Yami couldn't help but smile. The human traffickers would love a clever kid like you. They could sell you for a good price. TCH, who sells who is still up for debate. It's not that I look down on them, but if they could sell me, then they would be impressive. Lin Li's words were not mere boasting. Human traffickers typically abduct vulnerable children because they are easier to deceive. What about him? He was an adult man inside. You're that impressive? You still want to sell human traffickers? I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to work. Lin Li saw that no matter what he said, she wouldn't leave. So he decided to ignore her. He opened his phone and started Timmy. After all, that fierce little gold master from earlier was urging him. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yami quickly moved a small stool to sit beside him. He means working is playing games? Making money from games? How does he earn? He wouldn't be using a voice changer to trick those boys, would he? But then, when she saw the phone screen, she froze. Lin Jianli. Wasn't this the wild king that had stirred up a commotion in the King S circle last night? It was actually him. Yangmi's eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. Chapter 50, he is a genius. Yangmi enjoys playing Honor of Kings, and her fans and followers all know that. Recently, in the variety show Battle to the Peak, Yangmi has shown impressive performance. The whole internet is aware that Yangmi has good gaming skills, and she often pays attention to the Honor of Kings community. Last night, her friend pulled her over to watch a match where Lin Li was dominating the game. That gameplay was as smooth as Dove chocolate. In their celebrity honor of King's five-man group chat, they were discussing Lin Li. Some speculated it was the smurf account of a professional player. Others guessed it was a return of some ancient god. Opinions were divided, but no one could have imagined that it was actually an 8-year-old child. Who would have thought? Not to mention others. Even Yang Mi herself never considered this possibility, although she found this idea a bit strange yesterday. Elena Li. Elena Li. She just thought she was overthinking it. However, now, seeing Lin Li log into this account, she was dumbfounded. You are Lin Li? Yes, that's right. Lin Li didn't bother to hide it. Since everyone could see it, he simply admitted it openly. Isn't it written here? Elena Li. Yang Mi shifted her gaze from the screen to Lin Li's face. Understanding, strong leadership, great vision, can write songs, now also plays games? At this moment, Lin Li's innocent little face seemed to be shrouded in thick mist in Yang Mi's eyes. What else is there about him that I don't know? Little kid, play a match. Let me see if it's really you. She still couldn't be sure. She had to see it to believe it. Lin Li must play a match. Right now, Lin Li didn't refuse. He invited Nai Xiong and directly started a duo queue. As soon as Nai Xiong entered the room, he activated the duo voice chat. Why are you playing so slowly? We've been waiting for you for a long time. The spoiled tone made Yang Mi nearby feel all tingly. Wow, so flirty. Lin Li ignored him, entered the hero selection screen, and, as usual, sent his stats. A 100 win rate Li Bai came out. The three teammates cleverly made way and shouted, "Big shot, take me flying, I'll shout 6,666. Who is this girl? Yang Mi asked. The financial backer. Your job is to carry people up the ranks? Yeah, if you hadn't clung on like a leech, I would have finished work and rushed to the top. Lin Li pouted. Yang Mi felt a bit awkward and stopped talking, quietly watching him perform. Soon the game started. Lin Li began with a counter jungle, using Li Bai's mobility skills to successfully steal the enemy's blue buff. Then he systematically farmed his own jungle. Watching Lin Li's play, Yang Mi deeply understood what square jungle meant. During the jungle phase, if there was an opportunity to support, he would, and if not, he would farm the minion waves, calculating every second perfectly. He wouldn't waste time doing nothing. He always managed to gather resources. The first game ended in 10 minutes. Is it over already? Yang Mi felt she hadn't seen enough. His gameplay didn't lose to those professional players at all, and in fact, it felt even better than theirs. Lin Li nodded lightly and hurriedly started the second game. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Rui felt like she had never been so submissive in her life. After a game, she used all her charm, acting cute and sweetly. Even she felt cringy listening to herself. Little brother, you're so cold, she drawled, speaking in a delicate tone. Little brother, help me. She pretended to call for help weakly. Little brother, why don't you talk to me? Did I do something wrong? She asked pitifully. She swore this was absolutely the first time she acted like this toward a man. Listening to her exaggerated performance, her dorm mate Tong Lian Nan couldn't help but purse her lips. Rui, be careful. Sometimes being a bit aloof is better. You seem too eager. Really? Jiang Rui looked up in confusion, her face innocent. It's not just a feeling, it is. Li Ling stood up to pour water and passing by joked. You have to take it slow. Being too eager isn't worth much. Don't leave him with that impression. Tong Lian agreed. Yes, be a bit reserved. Play a few more games with him. He wants money, right? Give him some, a few hundred is fine, take it slow. All right, aloof, huh? I'm good at that. Jiang Rui nodded, starting to focus on a game and trying to talk less. Before she knew it, 10 games had ended. He's gone off to rank. Jiang Rui stretched, her beautiful curve subtly visible under her loose t-shirt, never feeling it's so easy to rank up. Indeed, money is everything. Did you add time? Li Ling asked with a smile. I did, gave him 100, but he said he wanted to rush to the top. So we'll play later. Top rank? Oh, quite ambitious. Li Ling raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, come on, let's spectate. I want to see how this little brother goes to the top. Tong Lian Nan said excitedly, quickly opening her friend list to spectate. Isn't it boring? What's so interesting to watch? Li Ling raplia puzlat. You don't understand. Above 2,100 in the peak rank, it's all pro players fighting. Every match can be material. Tong Lian Nan explained. I've been doing short video side gigs recently and was worried about finding direction. Isn't this perfect? High-end match material. Look at you getting excited. Liqiu Ling Deasa. Now I kind of want to see the pro players fight too. All right, let's watch. Zhang Rue clicked on her friend's list and selected spectate mode, entering the loading screen. Peak score 2,215. It's worth mentioning that this season just started and the top rank was only around 2,270. Red team, Li Bai, Lao Fu Zi, Wang Xiaojun, Fang Fei, Marco Polo. Blue team, Jing, Sun Tzu, Shi Shi, Tai Yizhan Run, Sun Shangxiang. At this moment, the game had already been going for 4 minutes. Lin Li's Li Bai had a score of 101. The overall score was 0-3-0-2. The red team was temporarily leading by 1 kill. The dragon is out. Steal the dragon, Yang Mi exclaimed excitedly. Although her skill level among the many honor of kings-loving celebrities was quite high, she had never played in such a high-end match. At the end of last season, she barely reached 2,000 points. Watching the 4-minute tyrant respawn on the minimap, all 10 players seemed to have agreed and rushed towards the dragon pit. There was basically no talking, just the basic awareness of high-level players. Don't talk. Lin Li frowned. He felt this match was not simple. Matching at over 2,200 points in his rank was indeed a challenge. To put it bluntly, this match was currently the highest quality game of the season. He felt a bit of pressure. In the opening screen, apart from him, the other 4 players had single-digit peak ranks displayed. You must know, being able to get a hero to national level means a deep understanding and skill of that hero. According to the system's values, 8 to 10. All top-notch players. Oh. Yang Mi obediently closed her mouth, her eyes filled with swirling emotions. Chapter 51. He's grown up. He shouldn't be old yet. Both sides are testing each other, and no one has initiated the fight. Suddenly, Sun Tzu's voice rang out. Lin Li knew that the opponent had initiated the fight first. Looking at the map, Wang Xiaojun had exposed her vision. It should be aimed at him. Sun Tzu has set sail. Wang Xiaojun, be careful. Someone in the team opened their mic. I have my flash. It's fine. I no longer have vision of mirror. Wang Xiaojun's mic lit up. The team fight was about to break out. Apart from mirror, the other 3 pressed forward actively after Sun Tzu set sail. Zhang Fei added a shield, turned around, and used his ultimate, charging at Sun Shangxiang. Li Bai, look for an opportunity. Marco Polo's mic chimed in. After Zhang Fei used his ultimate, Lin Li seized the opportunity, directly using his first skill to dash in and cut to Sun Shangxiang, launching his ultimate at lightning speed. Together with Wang Xiaojun's ultimate that was cast earlier, he secured Sun Shangxiang's kill. Why don't he go back? Yang Mi saw Lin Li secure the marksman kill, and according to her logic, he should have used his first skill to retreat. After all, they were near the team fight and could easily be focused by the opponent. Mirror had not shown vision, probably lurking around my position. Hearing this, Yang Mi carefully observed the battlefield. Suddenly, at the previous position of Li Bai, she saw Mirror's icon. Her eyes widened in shock. Such an accurate prediction? Impressive. She praised sincerely. At this moment, Lin Li was near the team fight, finding an opportunity. He quickly left the edge of the battle and rushed to the small boss's dragon pit. Aren't you going to take the tyrant? I can't anymore. Wang Xiaojun is low on health. Zhang Fei is dead for sure. Lao Fuzi has already retreated. Marco Polo will die soon. Just now the position was bad. Lin Li briefly analyzed the situation for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mi saw the subsequent events unfold just as he had described. Where did you learn all this? How long have you been playing? Yang Mi couldn't help but be amazed. Lin Li paused for a moment before saying, about 20 hours. He initially wanted to say he had been playing for several years, but then thought it wouldn't be right since he was a time traveler and still an 8-year-old child. So he decided to lie. Of course, this wasn't really a lie. In this world, he had indeed only played for over 20 hours. Yang Mi was immediately shocked. What? You mean you've only been playing for over 20 hours? Elena li shamalesli nudda. Who? Let me take a breath. Another piece of news that shocked her even more than Lin Li being Lin Shenzhenli. 20 hours? Achieving this level? In her current understanding, Lin Li's skill should be comparable to those top-tier technical streamers. No, he is even better than them. No less than those professional players. For a gamer to become a top-tier master and then a professional player, isn't it all a combination of talent and hard work? Moreover, the time factor is even more important. Among the high-level players in Honor of Kings, who hasn't gradually honed their skills through time. And Lin Li, 20 hours? Being able to hold his own in such a high-end situation and even trade blows with the opponent. What does this indicate? He is a super talented game master. Strictly speaking, it can't even be considered mere talent. He is a genius. Talent refers to someone having abilities far beyond others in a certain field. A genius, on the other hand, shines in multiple areas. Lin Li belongs to this category. Yang Mi's big eyes, like a Casio, had shifted from the phone screen to his face, looking more and more astonished. This kid truly has limitless potential in the future. Full of tricks, articulate, exceptionally talented, and gifted, a normal person, possessing just one of these traits, would have a bright future. He possesses them all. Furthermore, with Yang Mi's years of experience in the entertainment industry, she figured this little brat would also grow up to be a handsome guy, a hot commodity. Suddenly, she had a thought of wanting to pursue a younger man. This year he is 8, I am 27. When he turns 18, I will be 37. I could still have children. In ancient times, there were child brides. Nowadays, wanting a child husband shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Little brat, come live with me. I will take care of all your expenses in the future. Yang Mi's heart stirred, and she honestly said it out loud. At this moment, the game was in the calm before the final storm. Lin Li took the opportunity to reply, I don't want to live off others. Another awkward moment of having his thoughts exposed. What do you mean living off others? Sister doesn't want to see you struggle to earn money. You're still young and should focus on your studies. Yang Mi said with a strained excuse. Then you should take me on variety shows to earn money. Then I won't have to work so hard, right? Lin Li seemed to see through her little thoughts, glancing at her and winking. Being on variety shows is exhausting. Besides, didn't I just say, you should focus on studying? You want to take the civil service exam, right? It's not that easy. All right, then how about this? Just transfer me 100 million as my future alimony. And I won't have to go on variety shows. I could focus on studying and playing the game. How about that? While controlling Li buying the game, Lin Li said, 100 million. Yang Mi tugged at the corner of her mouth. Do you know what 100 million means? You're just talking nonsense. You don't even want to spend 100 million on me. And yet you want to support me? Am I that cheap? Go away, what are you saying? Yang Mi shot him a glare. Then in a very serious tone said, I'm serious. Sister will take care of you. You first arrange the variety show you promised me. And then we could discuss other things. At this moment, Lin Li did not joke or refuse. The game was on the verge of victory. The opponent was just hanging on, with all 3 lanes broken. Defeat was only a matter of time. His mind had already divided its energy, thinking about other things. Being supported by Yang Mi, no, it should be nurturing, is also a good choice. I can't guarantee anything else, but one thing is certain. Subsequent exposure is definitely unavoidable. With his idea of not signing with any company, in the end, he could only be a fleeting presence in the entertainment industry. Capital also needs to make money. Why would they allocate resources to you? You are not one of them. Okay, I will take you on variety shows. Feeling that he was loosening up a bit, Yang Mi said immediately. At this moment, the game announced the end. The red side won. Hearing the sound of the opponent's crystal shattering, Yang Mi finally came to her senses. They won. That fast? She looked at the game duration, 18 minutes. And the Storm Dragon King hadn't even appeared yet. Shouldn't a high-level match take a long time? Shouldn't it be a back-and-forth struggle? The opponent's rhythm was disrupted. They dropped points 3 times, and the situation couldn't be controlled. Lin Li said while starting the next match. Yang Mi nodded, seeing that he wanted to continue playing. Showing no signs of stopping, she quietly stood up. She walked outside the small room and called her assistant to buy some dinner. Chapter 52, The Hot Circle. I won't meet in person around 8 p.m. Inside a small shabby room, Lin Li was eating the dinner delivered by Yang Mi's assistant while scrolling through Douyin. You shouldn't look at your phone while eating. Focus on your meal, okay? Yang Mi took on the role of a guardian and started to educate him. You eat your food, and I'll watch my videos. It won't bother anyone, Lin Li replied without looking up. Yang Mi felt like she had no authority in front of him and sighed inwardly. Are you going to continue after you finish eating? Yeah, aiming for the top rank, getting a reputation, and hopefully getting more orders, Lin Li stated his purpose. All right, I'll drink some water, and after you finish eating, I'll head back first. Be safe at home alone, and call me anytime if you need anything. Elayena linudda. After dinner, the assistant came to clean up, and then followed Yang Mi out of the small room. After throwing away the trash, they got in the nanny car. Yang Mi took a deep look out the car window, then took out her phone from her bag and called her manager. Sister Jia, are you busy? The call connected shortly, and Yang Mi greeted with a light laugh. Not busy, what's up? Next week, I'm participating in the All-Star tournament organized by Honor of Kings, right? Yes, what's the matter? Tell the organizers that I want to bring someone on the show with me. Who? Sister Jia asked, puzzled. It's not a big shot. Just let the program team know. A symbolic fee for the appearance will suffice. Mimi, at least tell me which tier they are, or if they're a newcomer. I need to have some idea. Sister Jia was somewhat speechless. How symbolic is symbolic? If you pay too much, they might not want to come since they weren't part of the plan. If too little, and they happen to be someone with a bit of fame, that wouldn't work either. Just let them regard it as a newcomer. Yang Mi replied. All right, I got it. Send me the program schedule when the time comes. I'll take a look. No problem. After hanging up, Yang Mi sighed in relief. The school was still tangled up in arranging a program for him. But after this trip home, she felt more settled. Nowadays, variety shows are either about breakup, lover, or we're in love, etc., involving love and hate entanglements between men and women. Can these adult variety shows feature Lin Li? That's nonsense, right? And those outdoor competitive variety shows, where a bunch of adults compete with kids. Clearly, that's not suitable for him. Now that they know he plays Honor of Kings and is so good at it, he has fulfilled his promise. At 12 a.m., the peak match closed. Lin Li, ranked in the top 10, currently in 9th place. The entire Honor of Kings community was buzzing. A mysterious expert, cutting through the competition, reached the top 10 in just 2 days. If a sudden unknown ID entered the top 10, the netizens wouldn't be so shocked. But how many people have been watching Lin Li step by step after he was exposed in El Dahua's live stream? Netizens who followed his climb noted that he had only lost 3 matches in total, and all 3 losses were today. The higher the rank, the more skilled the players. Countless streamers and professional players collided with him, and just as many netizens wanted to snipe him or imitate him. Yet despite all this, he was still MVP in every match. In high-tier matches, it's well known that Li Bai and Han Xin are weaker heroes. But he managed to excel with these 2 heroes in high-tier matches, carrying the game single-handedly. His 9th place was achieved under the witness of netizens. The major chat groups in Honor of Kings exploded. Who is Lin Li? He reached the top 10 in 2 days. Is this real? I can testify. I watched him climb from 1,800 points. He used Li Bai and Han Xin really strong. Is this for real? Li Bai and Han Xin at high scores. He can't be an actor, right? Actor? El Dahua, Bei Mu, and Lai Shun have all encountered him. They were all killed by him. You call that an actor? No way. Is this for real? So fierce. Really? I watched the whole time as a spectator. Han's tiger was killed by his Li Bai under the tower. Bei Mu's Luna was taken down by his Han Xin in one combo. Lai Shun's Lao Fuzi was shown up by his Li Bai, making him scalp numb. In an instant, Lin Li's name resonated throughout the Honor of Kings community. Countless streamers and professional players began to study his match videos. His skills, awareness, and positioning were textbook level, especially his understanding of Li Bai and Han Xin, which reached unprecedented heights. It was as if he had completely broken the limitations of these 2 heroes and raised their ceilings infinitely. Wow, you're ranked 9th now. If you play again tomorrow, can you reach 1st place? As soon as the peak match ended, Zhang Rui, who was eagerly waiting to be carried by Lin Li, sent a message. Their dorm had been live streaming the matches all night. Lin Li replied, it's over, let us log in. Okay, coming right up. Zhang Rui excitedly switched to the game interface and invited Lin Li to join the room. Lin Li accepted the invitation, and after entering the room, the game started. After banning heroes, Zhang Rui quickly picked Yao and sweetly said into the microphone, "Brother, take me flying." Lin Li didn't speak and selected the tiger. Zhang Rui paused for a moment, confused. Aren't you playing Li Bai and Han Xin today? Lin Li remained silent. The other 3 in the dormitory were awake and watching her play. I'm just curious. Why does he always stay silent? Li Qiuling was perplexed. Tong Lianan nodded. After playing so many games, their relationship should be progressing. Yet he doesn't even turn on the mic. Very strange, really strange. Li Qiuling scratched her head. Is it because his voice doesn't sound good? If it sounds bad, he can use a voice changer. Not speaking is just weird. Shen Yuchen added. Tong Lianan looked at Jiang Rue. Rue, what do you think? How would I know? Jiang Rue wrinkled her nose. Ask him where he's from. Li Qiuling suddenly said. Why ask that? I suspect he has a strong regional accent and is embarrassed to speak. Hurry and ask. Li Qiuling explained, urging her. Jiang Rue felt there might be some truth to it, though it seemed absurd, but she still asked, hey, where are you from? Finally, Lin Shun Jian Li typed in the game interface. I won't meet in person. Jiang Rue's fingers operating the game paused for a moment. I won't meet in person? Did she seem to have given him the wrong impression? Li Qiuling stared at those 3 words, her mind a bit blank. Seems like this man is even more imaginative than I am. Chapter 53. Incident. Lin Ting arrives late for school. Lin Ting. This plot has some flaws, please don't criticize. But it's a necessary prelude to joining the young pioneers. There are some fun moments, and if everyone is not satisfied or interested in this plot, you can skip to Chapter 62. Thank you all for your continued support. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the light in the small shabby house was still on. Lin Li had finished Jiang Rue's list, looked at the time, turned off his phone, and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, he heard some noise outside the door. His house was made of broken bricks and tiles, with very poor soundproofing. Could it be a thief? Or has a colleague come looking for him? Lin Li furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of vigilance. He quietly got out of bed, stealthily approached the door, squinted one eye, and peeked through the narrow crack in the door. Before he could see clearly, bang, bang, bang. Just as he was trying to discern the situation outside, a hurried knocking sound suddenly interrupted his observation. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the knocking, a slightly anxious voice called out from outside. Xiaoli, are you asleep? Lin Li's mind quickly turned, trying to recall the owner of that voice. After a moment, he recognized it as Aunt Li's voice from next door. Aunt Li was a single mother with a little girl named Tingting. She often took care of Lin Li, especially when his grandfather went out to scavenge for scrap. Lin Li remembered that he often played with Tingting when he was little, either at Aunt Li's house or helping out at the recycling station. Aunt Li, I'm not asleep yet. Is there something wrong? Lin Li asked. Although he felt a bit on guard, his tone still carried some warmth and concern. He spoke through the thin wooden door. Outside, Aunt Li's voice grew more urgent. Xiaoli, Tingting is missing. Oh no, what should I do? Lin Li's heart tightened upon hearing this. He opened the door and saw Aunt Li looking panicked, her eyes red, tears welling at the corners, a mix of anxiety and helplessness on her face. Xiaoli, Tingting is missing, oh no. What? Missing? Lin Li was startled. Oh no, I'm so worried. Where could she have gone? Did you see her after school? Lin Li steadied his mind. Aunt Li, what's going on? Don't panic. Did you scold her or something? I didn't say anything to her. I was working overtime tonight and told her not to run around, but when I came home, she was just gone. Just like that. Aunt Li choked on her words, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling. Have you looked around the neighborhood? Lin Li quickly asked. I looked everywhere, but no luck. Sigh. How long has she been missing? Lin Li, being an adult at heart, quickly regained his composure. I got home at midnight. I checked the park nearby, where she usually plays, but I couldn't find her. 2 hours missing? Elena Li's brofuruba. This doesn't sound like a case of a child getting lost. If she were lost, normally, a child might linger in nearby parks, streets, or familiar neighbors' homes. But Aunt Li has already said she checked those places and still didn't see Tingting. That's unusual. Lin Li quickly analyzed the various possibilities in his mind. First, he ruled out the chance of Tingting wandering off on her own. After all, she was still a child and it was nighttime. So it was unlikely she could have gone far by herself. That left very few possibilities. Aunt Li, have you considered that someone might have taken Tingting? Lin Li tentatively asked. Did any relatives come over or anything like that? Could it be that a relative took her? Aunt Li's expression changed upon hearing this, clearly not having thought in that direction. Taken? No way. Tingting is so well-behaved and wouldn't run off. Who would take her? I mean relatives. Have you called to check? Evidently, Aunt Li was now flustered and didn't catch Lin Li's meaning. I have called, and they all said they haven't been here. Elayena ligaspat. If that's the case, then the possibilities are even fewer. Auntie, Have you called the police? You need to call the police. I haven't tea yet. Quickly call the police. If a child is missing, you need to report it immediately. Okay. I'll call the police now. Aunt Li immediately took out her phone from her pocket and quickly dialed the emergency number. After reporting to the police, Aunt Li apologized, saying, Xiao Li, I'm sorry to disturb you. You should go get some sleep. I am sorry. Saying that, she hurried back home. Watching her leave, Lin Li's eyelids kept twitching, and a sense of unease surged within him. 2 hours without a sign, no relatives taking her. She wouldn't just run off for no reason. Could it be? With this incident happening, Lin Li knew he wouldn't be able to sleep, although it didn't concern him directly. Ting Ting had been a childhood companion of the original character. They had grown up together. Moreover, Aunt Li had treated the original character very well. He felt he should check in on the situation. Besides, Aunt Li was already panicking and her thoughts were in disarray. Someone needed to be clear-headed to explain the details to the police. With that in mind, he returned to his room, put on his shoes, grabbed his phone, and headed to Aunt Li's house. The next day, September 4th, was another energetic day. The students of the youth class arrived at the classroom one after another, accompanied by their parents. They each dropped off their backpacks and immediately began bragging to their friends with whom they had built friendships over the past few days. Did you see the Douyin last night? That Wild King made it to the top 10. I saw it. It was so smooth. Yesterday, the class monitor even made it to the trending searches. I can't believe it. I'm so jealous. My dad said the class monitor sings well. At KTV, he is a superstar. Whereas the class monitor, he is going to be late. As class time approached, all the students were in the classroom, except for Xia Shi's deskmate position, which was still empty. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang. The Chinese teacher, He Jiong, entered the classroom holding a book. The usual routine of all rise did not sound, and He Jiong paused slightly. Just as he was about to ask Lin Li what was going on, he looked around. Where is everyone? Where's the class monitor? He asked. Report, the class monitor hasn't come yet. Vice class monitor Wang Tianyu raised his hand to report. He Jiong was stunned. Late? He felt secretly angry. The youth class was being live-streamed to the whole internet, serving as a role model for children everywhere. Arriving late for school, and it was the class monitor. He Jiong said, let's start class first. We can't delay the others just because one student hasn't arrived. He Jiong sighed inwardly, thinking that when Lin Li arrives at school, he would need to give him a good talking to. How could the class monitor be late? That's outrageous. Lin Ting is late again, huh? Looks like there's going to be a good show. I want to hear how Lin Ting will justify himself today. His lateness today is just giving director Li a handle to hold against him. Chapter 54, Big Brother, don't get excited. I'm very well behaved. The class monitor is in trouble now, having just been appointed for a few days and already making mistakes. Hey, don't underestimate Lin Ting. With just a few people like Director Li, they can't bring him down. It all depends on who He Jiong supports. In any case, Lin Ting is in trouble this time. After Lin Li's performance of Huaxia People yesterday, the program's viewership surged to tens of millions as soon as it aired this morning. Countless people came to watch the rumored young prodigy Lin Ting. As soon as they entered the live broadcast room, they felt that Lin Ting was about to have another shining moment. Everyone was looking forward to Lin Ting coming to school soon to see how he would explain his tardiness this time. However, after the first Chinese class ended, Lin Li's figure never appeared in the classroom. The class bell rang, and after saying goodbye to the students, He Jiong left the classroom absent-mindedly. Back in the teacher's office, he asked Yang Mi and a few others, did you see that? Yeah. Deng Chao nodded. I added him in the youth class group and even added him as a friend, but there's been no response. This is too much. As the class monitor, how can he dare to be late for school? We've been too nice to him these past 2 days. He Jiong was a bit angry. What will the netizens think? Yang Mi frowned. Could it be that he missed the bus? I went to his house yesterday, and it's quite far from the school. How could he miss the bus after one class? Louis Face said, could something have happened? He hasn't replied to any messages, and I called the number he left, but no one answered. Deng Chao said worriedly. I'll go check on him. The next class isn't mine anyway. Young Mies bros furoetigder. A hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Her hands unconsciously intertwined, her fingertips gently rubbing together, revealing her inner anxiety and unease. At this moment, He Jiong also calmed down from his anger and began to worry. No answer to his calls, no replies to messages, and living alone makes it hard not to worry. Lin Li isn't an ordinary child. He is very sensible and wouldn't intentionally be late. If it's not intentional tardiness, then something must have happened. All right, let us know if you hear anything, he instructed nervously. Okay. Yang Mi nodded, grabbed her bag, and left while contacting her driver on her phone. After Yang Mi left, although the others were worried, the program still needed to be recorded, so they suppressed their anxiety and went on with the class. Soon, the second class ended, and during the break, Deng Chao anxiously waited in the office. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing it was Yang Mi calling, he immediately answered. What happened? Lin Li isn't home. I'm at the police station now. The situation is very serious. Yang Mi's heavy voice came through the line. What's going on? At the police station? Deng Chao frowned upon hearing this. He's missing. There were reports of human traffickers near Lin Li's home, and he and another little girl have been abducted. Yang Mi said concisely. What? In a dimly lit room somewhere. Only a few rays of light seeped through the door crack. In the corner, Lin Li lay on the ground, his head spinning, slowly opening his heavy eyelids. Damn it, bastards, sneak attack. The first thing he did upon waking was to dig at his nose, trying to rid himself of the residual sedative. Lin Li, why are you here too? Suddenly, a soft, timid voice with a hint of crying reached his ears. Lin Li squinted to see a familiar little face in his memory. Tingting, you really are here. It was Li Ai's daughter, Li Tingting. After Li Ai divorced, Tingting took her last name. At this moment, Tingting's eyes were red, with clear tear streaks on her fair little face, and a distinct red fingerprint marked her cheek. Seeing this, Lin Li's mind cleared slightly as he stood up, noticing there were 4 other small children in the room, 2 of whom looked only about 3 or 4 years old. Aside from me, there are 5 of us? He asked, concerned as he approached Tingting, looking her and the other kids up and down, especially checking for any bloodstains around their waists. After all, not only are there human traffickers now, but also scum who sell organs. Many children are abducted and have their organs sold off. It's simply inhumane. It's okay. Boo. Tingting cried out, burying herself in Lin Li's embrace. No one knew how she had spent the night in fear. Children have limited endurance, and upon seeing someone familiar, they couldn't hold it together anymore. As she cried, the other children also began to wail, filling the small room with their cries. Lin Li gently patted Tingting's back. It's okay. I'm here. Gidge will take you out. He comforted her softly. At that moment, he was too lazy to ask how Tingting had been abducted, because to him, it didn't matter. They were already abducted, and asking how it happened was pointless. Woo. Lin Li, Gidge, we're gonna be sold, woo. We'll never see our moms again. Lin Li took a deep breath. Don't cry. Tingting, Gidge promises to take you back. And you all don't cry. Gidge will take you out together and send you home. However, his comfort lacked persuasiveness, as he was just an 8-year-old child. In the eyes of these kids, there was no hope at all. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the door to the small room was kicked open. Why are you crying? Shut up. Damn it. A burly middle-aged man charged in, his voice booming like thunder, his face a mask of ferocity. He coldly surveyed the children in the small room, then raised his hand without hesitation and slapped a crying child. All you do is cry. You're so annoying. The child was knocked to the ground, dazed and unconscious. The other kids immediately stopped crying, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Lin Li's eyes turned cold, but he forced a smile. Trying to ease the atmosphere, big brother, don't get excited. They're all very well behaved. If you hit them again, they just cry louder. Oomph. The new kid is quite sensible. The trafficker looked at Lin Li, a flicker of surprise and disdain in his eyes. Not bad, poor kid, huh? Lin Li smiled awkwardly, quickly brainstorming a countermeasure. He had deliberately gotten caught. He had stayed at Li Ai's house until 4 in the morning. And after the police filed the report, he had just left to go home. Chapter 55. Child star abducted? The internet is in an uproar on the way back. His sixth sense told him that someone was following him. While at Aunt Li's house, the police put forward a bold hypothesis, that Tingting had been abducted by human traffickers. Recently, several children had gone missing without any explanation. The timeline of these events coincided with the past 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Lin Li kept his guard up, sensing he was being followed, and decided to go along with it. just as he turned into a small alley. He was grabbed by two burly men and dragged into a narrow path. They were also tearing at his clothes as they pulled him along. At first, Lin Li thought he had encountered a pervert, not a human trafficker, but a pedophile. He was genuinely panicking. He had initially planned to infiltrate the criminal ring, but now he was about to be assaulted. However, he was overthinking it. The two men covered his mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in a sedative, while the other searched him, tossing his phone into a corner. So they were just searching him. That was a relief. After that, he lost consciousness and fainted. Some say that when faced with such a situation, one should call the police immediately upon sensing danger. But at that moment, Lin Li didn't have time to call the police. Even if they rushed over, it would be too late. He would just end up as another name on the missing children's list. Moreover, Lin Li's intention was to infiltrate the situation, get inside, and then cooperate with the police from within. After all, he wasn't an ordinary child. He had the soul of an adult. He was also confident that if he were abducted, the internet would explode. His popularity in the youth class was evident, and stars like Yang Mi and the production team would definitely not sit idly by. They would do everything in their power to find him. If an ordinary child were kidnapped, only the police would be involved, and the situation wouldn't escalate too much. How cunning are human traffickers? Once the heat dies down, they can continue abducting children. But if he was involved, the scope would widen and public opinion would amplify, under pressure from all sides. They would be found even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Stop crying. Do you understand? If anyone cries again, be careful, I might slap you. The burly man warned fiercely, then slammed the door without looking back. The children trembled in fear, gasping. Don't cry. I promise to take you out, okay? Trust me. Lin Li reassured them like an adult, patting Ting Ting's head before moving to help the unconscious child. He propped him up and saw a large, swollen bruise on his face. Cursing inwardly, bastard, hitting so hard, what an idiot. The children remained silent, huddled in the corner, their heads down, sobbing quietly. Lin Li sighed softly and sat down on the ground. His consciousness sank into his mind. System, can you send a signal to the police? System, dear host, this system is not a phone. You're a system, a high-dimensional being, and you can't handle such a small matter? System, dear host, this system cannot help you. Are you just going to watch us weak and helpless children get trafficked? Does your conscience allow you to do that? System, this system has no conscience, and besides, my dear host, I have no morals either. You don't need to kidnap me. Lin Li sighed again, realizing he had to rely on himself. He thought system, exchange 5 million emotional points for stamina points. System, exchange 20 million emotional points to purchase. At this moment, in the dim corner, no one noticed that Lin Li's body was undergoing a tremendous transformation. To rescue others, he first had to ensure his own safety. Sure enough, beneath his short sleeves, his once round belly transformed into 8-pack abs, and his small frame gradually morphed into a well-defined, strong physique. At the same time, his mind began to clear. Outside, the internet had exploded. Despicable human traffickers. Lin Li has been abducted and is currently missing. 6 children have vanished in Yongcheng, suspected to have been taken by human traffickers. Yongcheng issues a reward notice. Just as Lin Li had predicted, his disappearance ignited the internet, trending continuously. Human traffickers were universally despised, and this time they had targeted the recently popular children. The situation was completely out of control. Upon learning of this, Yang Mi immediately consulted with the program's producers. They wasted no time in making the incident public. They couldn't hide it anyway, and such matters couldn't be concealed. Lin Li was a crucial figure in the new Star Youth class. If he missed a day of school, netizens would surely speculate endlessly. Moreover, this incident involved human traffickers, which was not a scandal or gossip. What the hell? Lin Li was captured by human traffickers. Are you kidding me? This is too sudden. Those damn human traffickers, doing such heartless things. I'm from Hangzhou. No more talking. I'm driving to Yongcheng now. I want to assist the police. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find these bastards. Count me in. I'm on my way. Everything was fine yesterday, and now he's been abducted? What the hell? You only care about Lin Li. What about the other 5 children? It's so pitiful. How anxious must their parents be? Human traffickers should be shot on sight. Damn it, how many families have they destroyed? At that moment, the entire internet, every social media platform, every chat group, was discussing this matter. The attention it garnered was even greater than Lin Li's recent creation, Huaxiao people. Why? Because of human traffickers. Nationwide, what is the most hated crime? Human trafficking. At the same time, the Yongcheng police released a bounty notice, publishing the photos and information of the missing children, informing the citizens of Yongcheng that if they saw any of the children in the photos, they must contact them immediately. At this time, in the police station, according to Li Mei's account, Lin Li had gone back through this small path. An officer pointed to the surveillance footage at 4 p.m. last night. This was the last place Lin Li appeared at this corner. He then turned into the alley next door, where there were no cameras. In the footage, Lin Li's figure appeared, paused for a moment, seemingly unsure of what was happening, and then turned into a small path. About 3 minutes later, the video showed two men wearing baseball caps, masks, and sunglasses with sturdy builds following Lin Li into the alley. Yang Mi and Deng Zhao were watching closely, while He Jiong and Liu Yifei remained at the school. It must have been these two men who took Lin Li. Deng Zhao's face was filled with anger. As a father, he understood how important children were to their families. Officer, weren't there any other cameras that capture their exit? Chapter 56, Human Traffickers. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure. The officer shook his head. That area was originally planned to have surveillance cameras installed this year, implicitly indicating that that area was a dead zone for the heavenly eye. The police chief also arrived at the monitoring room at this time, saying, "Don't worry, we have sent people to the scene. We have also located Lin Li's phone through the network operator. His phone is located right in this alley." Yang Mi and Deng Zhao nodded anxiously. "You two should go back and rest. We will definitely get to the bottom of this," the chief said sternly. "We will not tolerate human traffickers running rampant in our jurisdiction." Yang Mi smiled bitterly. "Where can we go to rest? Lin Li is in a tough spot. If I had known last night, I would have insisted on taking him to my place." At this moment, she felt immense regret. If she had been a bit more insistent last night, Lin Li wouldn't have been abducted by human traffickers. It felt as though a giant stone was pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. A profound sense of guilt and remorse surged over her like a tidal wave, drowning her reason and calmness. Deng Zhao sighed repeatedly, understanding Yang Mi's feelings, and comforted her. "No one could have predicted this, right? There's no need to blame yourself too much. It's all the fault of those bastards." Even as an artist, he couldn't help but curse. At that moment, an officer named Chao Dahua squinted his eyes, carefully replaying the footage of Lin Li's last disappearance at the corner, and furrowed his brow, saying something shocking. "I think Lin Li was deliberately caught by them." The others in the monitoring room were immediately taken aback. "Officer Chao, what do you mean?" the chief said in a deep voice. Chao Dahua manipulated the mouse to enlarge the footage. "Look, Lin Li's initial walking path doesn't seem to lead towards a corner." Saying this, he switched to another computer to pull up the road map of the area. Li Mei's house and Lin Li's house were not far apart, and this road was clearly not the way home. He paused for a moment and said in a daze, "Moreover, did you notice that Lin Li paused on the road for a while? Did he sense that someone was following him? How is that possible?" Deng Zhao was taken aback. Chao Dahua's speculation and analysis seemed absurd to him. Who would intentionally let themselves be caught by human traffickers? Isn't that nonsense? Especially a child? Furthermore, if Lin Li sensed he was being followed, shouldn't he run towards the main road and shout for help? That's a normal person's emergency response. Why would he head into an alley? I'm just hypothesizing. Chao Dahua knew his speculation might be hard for others to accept. Even he found it absurd. He quickly added, "But I think this hypothesis is quite plausible." "How so?" the chief asked, puzzled. Chao Dahua said, "Though I haven't interacted with Lin Li, I've seen a lot of news about him online recently. He's very smart, a child that's smart and mature. Why would he inexplicably walk into an alley? Don't you find that strange? Many children know to run to crowded places and shout for help when they encounter danger. But Lin Li shouldn't be unaware of that." Hearing his analysis, Yang Mi and the others looked even more serious and perplexed. It was well known that Lin Li was smart and sensible. What other children knew, he would definitely know. If there were things other children were unaware of, he would certainly be aware too. So why did he act unusually and walk in the alley? In an instant, they felt that Chao Dahua's speculation seemed to have some possibility. But why'd he do that? If he realized it, why would he let himself be caught by human traffickers? It didn't make sense. Deng Zhao's mind was a bit chaotic. That's something we can't know. Chao Dahua shook his head. The chief frowned and said, let's wait for the people from the crime scene to return and see what clues they found. He then turned to Yang Mi and Deng Zhao, speaking earnestly and seriously. You two, we will definitely bring the children back safely. We have a zero-tolerance policy for criminals, and we will bring them to justice. To be honest, he felt a lot of pressure regarding this case, especially given the online public opinion. The higher-ups were already aware, exerting pressure layer by layer and demanding a swift resolution. The entire police station felt the pressure, and of course, it wasn't just the police. The human traffickers felt it too. In a house in Yong City. Are you guys fucking stupid? Why grab a child star out of all people? Are you out of your mind? Or did you eat too much shit? A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured, glared angrily at the two men in front of him. One of them, a burly man, was Zhang Debiao, the one who had intimidated and beaten the child in the house. Brother, we didn't know either. Who would have thought we caught a child star in the dark? Zhang Debiao no longer had the fierce look from before, speaking in a low voice with his head down. Yeah, brother, we thought there was a lone child and didn't look closely. Besides, it's not our fault. Another trafficker, Zhao Yizhu, added. What the fuck? Don't you guys watch Douyin? How could you not check on such a famous child star before kidnapping him? The man with gold-rimmed glasses was furious, driven mad by these two idiots. If they had just stolen some ordinary people's children, the situation wouldn't have escalated so quickly. But now, they had kidnapped a child star, and it was known all over the internet. Since they chose this line of work, they should have some common sense. Kidnapping ordinary children would only lead to a police manhunt for a while, and once the chaos passed, they could safely withdraw. But what is the situation now? The entire Yong City was on high alert due to online public opinion. At this moment, the child star in their hands was not a gold nugget, but a hot potato. However, since things had come to this, it was impossible to release him. Letting him go would only increase the danger, and besides, once they had taken something, there was no reason to return it. They could only walk this path to the end. With this thought, he said in a deep voice, You two stay here for the next few days and don't go anywhere. I'll go outside to gather information. Do you understand? Yes, yes, brother. Zhang Debiao and Zhao Yizhu nodded quickly. While we're heading to the Hedong area, you two must not go out. The man with gold-rimmed glasses glared at them fiercely, then opened the door and immediately returned to his calm demeanor as he left. In the small room, Lin Li was pressed against the wall, listening to the sounds outside. With the system, he had purchased hearing enhancement, which allowed him to hear some sounds, albeit faintly. Their conversation wasn't crystal clear, but he could make out most of it. Just as he had guessed, his abduction had stirred up a public outcry online, forcing the higher-ups to apply pressure, resulting in a citywide search. Now, it was a matter of how to convey information to the police. Lin Ting, there will be more this afternoon, everyone. Please encourage with some free gifts. I, Lin Ting, will conquer everything. Chapter 57, 10 million, a lifetime of spending unspent as night fell. The children in the traffickers' hideout curled up on the ground and fell asleep one by one. After a night filled with fear and anxiety, they were already exhausted. Lin Li leaned against the wall, pretending to doze off with his eyes closed, when suddenly he heard faint sounds from outside. He quickly got up and pressed his ear against the wall. I brought you food. Eat up. Brother, is there no alcohol? Are you out of your mind? Who's thinking about drinking right now? What's the situation outside, brother? Everywhere there are police. Just wait a bit longer. And suddenly he returned to his original position, pretending to sleep because, creak, the door opened, and Zhang Debiao threw a bag of food onto the ground without saying a word. He glanced at the sleeping children and was about to leave when Lin Li opened his eyes and shouted, Brother, are you regretting catching me now? Zhang Debiao glared at him, and seeing Lin Li's cheeky expression, raised his hand to slap him. Wait, brother, I know you want to hit me, but hold on. Lin Li raised his hands to protect his head. There are definitely many people looking for me now. I have a way to help you leave safely. Shut up. Zhang Debiao sneered and slapped him. Ouch, brother. If you hurt me, I won't fetch a good price. Lin Li clearly showed a red palm print on his face, cursing inwardly but still maintaining a flattering demeanor. Take him out. Just as Zhang de Biao was about to strike again, a voice came from outside. Zhang de Biao dared not object and immediately grabbed Lin Li, dragging him out like a dog. Once they stepped out, Lin Li saw a well-dressed man and another man skewering meat. Zhang de Biao dragged him in front of the man with golden glasses, sat down, and began eating the skewers on the table. You say you have a way for us to leave safely? The man with golden glasses smiled with interest. Lin Li nodded, showing no sign of fear, and said, leaving isn't that difficult. He paused. Can I have something to eat? I haven't eaten all day. The man with golden glasses nodded slightly, indicating he could take some. Lin Li, not being polite, grabbed a skewer of beef and devoured it. While eating, he said, let me guess, because of my identity, it must be very lively outside. You have two options now. One is to wait to be checked door to door, have your population information retrieved, and get arrested and sentenced. The other is to release us and leave light. After all, taking us with you isn't convenient. The man with golden glasses sneered, realizing that this child star was indeed as smart as the internet said. After being caught, he was not panicked or afraid and could calmly analyze the situation. Are you done? Not yet. Lin Li picked up a skewer of sausages. You definitely won't let us go, right? You wouldn't easily return the fat sheep you've caught. What do you want to say? The man with golden glasses, clearly losing patience and feeling his pride hurt by Lin Li's insights, pressed. Simple. We're all here for money. You sell children for money, right? But now the risk clearly outweighs the profit. My suggestion is to release those few and keep me. Upon hearing this, the man with golden glasses and Zhang de Biao burst into laughter. Brother, I haven't finished introducing myself. My name is Lin Li. You must have seen me on Douyin, but you probably don't know my background. Lin Li fabricated his identity, speaking with great conviction. He had overheard something about the Hedong area during the day and thought, could they be planning to sell them to a village in Hedong? So he decided to play along. You should also know the nature of the reality show youth class. My dad wants to make me a child star and sent me here for that purpose. The man with golden glasses' expression fluctuated, but he slightly nodded. After capturing Lin Li, he specifically looked up videos related to youth class online and knew that the children in the show were either rich or noble. Most families had some assets. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify to enter. Lin Li continued, you sell children for money, right? My family is rich. If you send me back to Hedong, my dad will give you 10 million. Isn't that more than what you earn selling children? When he mentioned 10 million, Lin Li clearly felt the intense gaze of the two traffickers beside him. He secretly laughed and urged, 10 million, you could spend it for a lifetime. The man with golden glasses' eyes also showed a strong ripple of excitement, but he raised his hand and slapped Lin Li hard across the face, sneering, little brat. They say you're smart online, and it seems to be true. He leaned in slightly, staring directly at Lin Li. You're trying to fool me, huh? Saying that, he picked up a skewer and forcefully stabbed it into Lin Li's arm. The skewer pierced Lin Li's arm, and blood began to seep out. Lin Li cried out in pain. It really hurt. Smack! A slap hit Lin Li's face again. Damn it, trying to fool me, little brat. You're still too inexperienced. After saying this, the man raised his leg and kicked Lin Li, then turned to Zhang de Biao, drag him back, shut his mouth, and give him a beating. Yes, Zhang de Biao obeyed the order, and without saying another word, grabbed Lin Li, whose body was covered in injuries, and prepared to take him back to the small room. At that moment, Lin Li, disregarding the pain, shouted, Traffickers, your heads are full of nonsense. If you hurt me, my dad will haunt your ancestors' graves. You idiots will never eat more than 4 dishes in your lives. Hearing Lin Li's insults, the man with golden glasses laughed instead of getting angry, waved his hand for Zhang de Biao to stop temporarily, stepped forward, and leaned down to coldly smile. Little brat, do you think I'm stupid? This is called extortion. If I contact your dad, can I even live? Lin Li held his head, looking through his fingers as if he were looking at a fool. As if traffickers aren't criminals. I can take you out of Yong City, to Hedong province, and ensure you live well. Drag him away. The man with golden glasses coldly commanded. Zhang de Biao dragged the injured Lin Li towards a small room, just as they were about to disappear from the view of the man with golden glasses. 20 million. Chapter 58. What trafficking? It's rescue. It's bravery. The door slammed shut with a bang. Damn it. Lin Li screams, and the cries of other children came through the door. The man in gold-rimmed glasses returned to his seat and opened a bottle of cola, drinking it with his head tilted back. Bro, Zhao Yizhu interjected. I think this kid has a point. 20 million. Anyone would be moved by that amount. Greed was evident in his eyes. No ordinary person could remain indifferent to 20 million, especially a trafficker who lives on the edge of a knife. The man in gold-rimmed glasses said nothing. His brows furrowed as he continued to eat barbecue. He had heard Lin Li's words. As he said, it was extremely difficult for them to escape safely now. Acting alone might be safe, but taking all these children with them was clearly impossible. Currently, on the internet, on major billboards in Young City, and on giant LED screens in shopping malls, were photos of these children. While not everyone would remember the photos, certainly many would. One could say that the streets were full of police eyes. However, sending these children back was also impossible, as they had seen the true faces of these traffickers. And besides, there was no reason to let go of a fat sheep that was within their grasp. Kill them all? The man in gold-rimmed glasses believed he had the heart for it, but he didn't dare take that risk. One must understand that, according to Chinese law, traffickers only go to jail, but murderers face severe consequences. He had taken Lin Li's suggestion to heart and was somewhat tempted. The reason he continued to beat Lin Li and refute him was naturally to instill fear. This kid was too smart. He needed to be made more obedient. At that moment, Zhang de Biao walked out of the small room, his hands covered in blood. After washing up in the bathroom, he returned to his seat. Bro, I beg for mercy. The man in gold-rimmed glasses nodded, took out a packet of powder from his pocket, and said, Tomorrow, we'll give them some water. Tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, we'll take that child star and leave. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yizhu asked, Are we still going to Hedong province? The man in gold-rimmed glasses replied, picking up his phone and opening the map. Old Zhao, you tidy up a bit and head straight to where we originally hid the car. Wait for us on a mountain road behind Mingjia village. We'll meet there tomorrow night. Okay, Zhang de Biao said, Bro, are we really going to extort? What do you mean extort? The man in gold-rimmed glasses chuckled. We're just rescuing a child star who was kidnapped by traffickers while on our way back to Hedong province and escorting him home. Hiss. Zhang de Biao and Zhao Yizhu gasped. No wonder he's the boss. His mind is different from theirs. Look, traffickers turn into kidnappers and then into heroes. From tonight until tomorrow, we'll treat the child star well. Ha ha ha. The man in gold-rimmed glasses said sinisterly, We'll beat him until he talks and make him obedient. All right, I'm very good at training people. I guarantee he'll listen like a dog. Zhang de Biao clasped his hands and cracked his knuckles, making a crisp sound. In the small dark room, after Zhang de Biao left, Lin Li endured the pain in his body and pressed against the wall to listen. The greatest weakness of human nature is greed. Those in this line of work have their heads on the line and dare to take any risks. Anyone with a clear mind knows that selling children and 20 million is a matter of cost-effectiveness. How many children would they need to abduct for 20 million? Lin Li felt pleased. This leader-type person had some brains, but not much. He had heard during the day that they wanted to sell him to Hedong province. So he had deliberately claimed to be the son of a coal boss from Hedong. Thus, in the eyes of the man in gold-rimmed glasses, since they were going to Hedong anyway, it didn't matter whether they extorted 20 million or not. The destination was the same. Even if they couldn't sell Lin Li for as much as the 6 children originally could bring, they wouldn't return empty-handed. Furthermore, Lin Li had cleverly used a so-called information gap. Currently, only his close acquaintances and the Yangmi program team knew about his family background. Others were unaware, and coincidentally, the youth class was a gathering place for rich kids. This gave the traffickers the illusion that Lin Li came from a wealthy family. He wasn't worried at all that the man in gold-rimmed glasses would go online to search for the non-existent coal boss Lin Dachui from Hedong. How many coal bosses are in the spotlight? After all, accidents often happen in the coal business, and those in the limelight are always the scapegoats. The man in gold-rimmed glasses would definitely think along those lines. Are we retreating tomorrow night? Lin Li pondered in his mind, turning to face the crying Ting Ting and the others. He softly reassured them, Ting Ting, you'll be safe soon. Really? Ting Ting looked at Lin Li, whose mouth was covered in blood, with tearful eyes, asking pitifully. Really? Lin Li didn't explain too much because, being a child, Once they were frightened, they would immediately spill everything they heard and knew. To ensure nothing went wrong, he didn't mention that he had voluntarily fallen into their hands. Looking at the weak and helpless children, Lin Li felt deep disgust for the traffickers. He patted Ting Ting's shoulder to comfort her, contemplating how to make these traffickers think he had become obedient and well-behaved. After thinking for a while, he realized the pain was definitely unavoidable. The saying of filial son is born under the stick applies not only to fathers and sons, but can also be used between any adult and child. Lin Li looked down at his own body and sighed inwardly. I wonder if I can withstand it. Time passed second by second, and Lin Li had no sense of time in this small room. The other children fell into a deep sleep one by one, but he didn't dare relax at all. He remained alert, relying entirely on the system's mental and physical stamina. Suddenly, the small door opened, and Zhang de Biao walked in with a sneer. Without saying a word, he directly gave Lin Li a hard slap. Damn it, I'll kill you. Lin Li was very angry, and it was not an act. His small body jumped up, swinging his tiny fists at Zhang de Biao. He wanted to show his defiance. The more he resisted fiercely at first, the more cowardly he would appear later, creating the illusion of gradually becoming obedient to the traffickers. This little brat is pretty tough. Zhang de Biao, seeing Lin Li's expression and movements, became even more convinced of Lin Li's identity as a rich second generation. Rich kids, after all, are pampered from a young age, spoiled, and look down on others. In front of ordinary people, they act like lords. Compared to the other children, after a few threats and a few hits, they would become obedient with no thought of resistance at all. Bang! Chapter 59. Big brother, you're such a good person. Let me carry the pain. Zhang de Biao raised his foot and kicked Lin Li away. He then stepped forward, completely disregarding whether Lin Li was a child and could withstand his punches, and began to unleash a torrent of blows. The other children, hearing the angry curses, immediately woke up from their sleep. Their small eyes quickly filled with fear, and some even burst into tears. Why are you crying? Zhang de Biao glared at them. Do you want me to hit you too? The children hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. They were so scared. Lin Li was truly angry. It hurt so much. He thought to himself that he would have his father buy a nice coffin for them, still daring to be tough. Zhang de Biao sneered and delivered another heavy punch. The beating continued for a full 2.5 minutes. Big brother, I was wrong. Elena li pleva. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Finally, seeing Lin Li begging for mercy and no longer acting arrogantly, Zhang de Biao stopped, sneered, and left the small room. As per usual, Ting Ting quietly asked, Brother Lin Li, are you okay? Why does he keep hitting you? The other children also looked on with puzzled expressions. It seemed that since this guy arrived, they hadn't really been beaten. It was all Lin Li who was taking the hits. What was going on? Hey, you're still young. Someone always has to bear the burden for you. I'm older than you, so I'll take it all on, Lin Li said, pulling at his wound and grimacing in pain. Big brother, you're such a good person, a little girl about 3 or 4 years old said, touched. As long as you listen to me and behave a little, I will bear the pain. Lin Li thought to himself that he had been strengthened by the system. But these children hadn't. Looking at how the human trafficker was hitting without restraint, what if he caused them lasting injuries? They could be ruined for life. Children are still very fragile, unlike university students, who may seem weak, but are actually tough. Big brother, you're so great. If we get out of here, I'll recognize you as my big brother. I'll be very obedient, big brother. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in a suite of a 5-star hotel in Yong City, the atmosphere was tense. Downstairs, artillery fire was raging, while upstairs, worry loomed. Yang Mi, He Jiong, and Lao Mozi were all in the suite, their faces filled with deep concern. It had been a day, and there was still no news. Yang Mi's eyes were slightly red, unsure if she had been crying or was just exhausted. The police had increased their manpower for the investigation, going door to door to look for missing children. Lao Mozi had been in contact with the police all day, keeping them updated on the current situation. As the online discourse intensified, the police did not dare to relax for a moment. Under pressure from all sides, this year's crackdown on crime had never been as forceful as this. Lu Yifei felt anxious. Even though she had only known Lin Li for a few days, she found the child quite likable. Of course, she was not only concerned about Lin Li, but also about the other abducted children. It had been so long, and they hadn't found anything. Could it be that they were no longer in Yong City? That shouldn't be possible. All the roads are blocked off for investigation, and the traffic police have been deployed. They likely haven't left yet, He Jiong reassured, though he himself couldn't guarantee that they hadn't left Yong City. Those traffickers should be executed, Deng Chao exclaimed angrily. Ever since Lin Li was abducted in the morning, Deng Ziki had felt a constant unease, sensing that something bad was about to happen. If it were just the traffickers. She thought the little kid's safety could still be assured, but she was afraid. Her expression was filled with anxiety. She feared it could be organ trafficking. Ugh! Yang Mi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Ziki, don't say that. It shouldn't be the case. Liu Yifei hurriedly interrupted Deng Ziki, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. They hadn't wanted to think of such possibilities because they were too afraid to imagine. Organ trafficking was far worse than simply selling children. On a filthy and makeshift operating table, Lin Li was bound, a scalpel slicing into his small body. So even if they found him later, he would likely just be a cold corpse. The image conjured by Deng Ziki's words flashed through their minds. In an instant, Yami shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the images. No way. The little kid is so clever. Good people have their own protection. Lao Mozi took a deep breath, picked up his phone to check for messages, and then said, "You all should get some rest. Also, use your Weibo to call on your fans to combat evil. As public figures, we must set an example." They had been so anxious all day that they forgot they could actually help the police. Celebrities have a wide fan base, and in this situation, whether true fans, casual viewers, or even haters, everyone would do their part to help. Human traffickers are despised by both gods and men. Lao Mozi had just received news that many artists were posting on their Weibo accounts to condemn human traffickers and call on fans in Yong City to assist the police vigorously. He felt relieved. Regardless of whether these artists were just trying to gain attention, their intentions were good. Basically, almost all entertainers in the industry had sent out messages. And even Hong Kong's King Liu had posted several times. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and the others quickly picked up their phones, opened Weibo, and posted updates to resist human traffickers, earnestly requesting fans to provide relevant information. Ding dong. At that moment, Lao Mozi's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered. "Hello, King Liu." The caller was Liu Tianwang, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong, an artist with a massive fan base across generations, from the 70s to the 90s. "Sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night, Director Zhang," Liu Tianwang said apologetically. "I haven't slept either, so it's not a bother." "Ha," Lao Mozi chuckled lightly. "Is there any news?" "None." Liu Tianwang sighed deeply upon hearing this. "If there is any news, please let Director Zhang know as soon as possible. If there is anything you need, just ask. I really like this kid, and I can't imagine." He paused, unable to continue. Lin Li's background was not known to the general public, but many artists, especially those interested in purchasing the rights to Hua Xiaorun, had already inquired about him within the production team. Liu Tianwang knew that Lin Li had suffered so much. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up scavenging with his elderly grandfather. Just when he finally entered the youth class and began to shine, he encountered such a tragedy. Does heaven really have eyes? Why must such a child endure so much suffering? Chapter 60. Does your dad have any secrets? Lao Mozi and Liu Tianwang exchanged a few simple pleasantries before hanging up. He looked at the weary Yang Mi and the others and sighed. "Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, let your parents know that classes will be suspended for a few days. We can't continue recording the show until this situation is resolved." He thought that if they continued recording at this time, they would definitely be criticized by some netizens. Moreover, looking at Yang Mi and the others, they probably weren't in the mood to attend class anyway. Liu Yifei lightly nodded her head, said a simple good night, and left the suite. The others followed suit and left one after another. At midnight, the internet was still buzzing with activity. Nowadays, after Yang Mi and the other artists posted on Weibo, the child trafficking incident had become the hottest topic of concern online. Human traffickers were already despised, and now they were linked to child stars and celebrities, which only intensified the public's outrage. Moreover, the authorities had not limited the discussion. It wasn't some gossip or ethical news, but rather a positive energy surrounding the fight against crime. Damn those human traffickers. Such a good official like Director Lin has been snuffed out in the cradle. I reckon the criminals are afraid that once Director Lin grows up, he will launch a devastating crackdown on them. So they plan to ruin him from a young age. Director Lin will definitely be a good official in the future. Look at that upright expression. Who would have thought he would attract the attention of criminals at such a young age? Don't just focus on Director Lin. There are other children too. I can't even imagine what would happen to those children if they were trafficked to some remote place. If my child were abducted, I would truly go insane. I believe the country will take action. Thousands of people have written letters demanding that human traffickers be executed on the spot. Let me tell you, I used to see many children with disabilities selling flowers on the street. At first, I thought they were just poor and trying to make a living. But later, I learned that these children were abducted and that their limbs were broken so they could elicit our sympathy and make money. Damn it. They are not even human. Child trafficking and trafficking of women should all be punished. If anyone catches a human trafficker, beat them to a pulp for me. The netizens were extremely angry towards human traffickers. They could forgive minor mistakes, but when it came to human trafficking, no matter the reason, they would not show any leniency. Throughout the night, the internet remained restless. Major social forums, various online communities, and chat groups were all filled with scorn and insults directed at human traffickers. Similarly, many netizens, under the call of their idols or spontaneously, were praying in their social circles for the swift capture of the traffickers and the return of missing children, hoping to bring the children back to their familiar homes and praying for their safety. The next day, September 5th, inside the traffickers' hideout, Lin Li had many more bruises compared to last night. This group of scoundrels was relentless. They felt that since it was cloudy and raining, they had nothing better to do. Before long, they would come in to beat him up, and within an hour, they would come in to slap him awake. They wanted Lin Li to fear them both mentally and physically. This was a tactic they often used. How many children had they abducted? Many of those who were initially unruly and fearless eventually turned into meek little lambs. It never failed. Even once, when they encountered a relative on the street, the child was too scared to recognize them. The trafficker Zhao Yizhu had already left last night to prepare for their getaway. At this moment, there were only 2 traffickers left in the room. After a night, the little brat was much more obedient. Zhang Debiao grinned. Even though he hadn't slept much because he had to keep an eye on Lin Li, he was still in high spirits. Hitting people always feels good in a different way. Let's give him a few more hits to instill fear of us in his mind. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses said, "Tonight we'll evacuate. I estimate that according to the police's progress, they will investigate this place tomorrow. We need to leave quickly." "Okay, big brother. Bring the child star out." Before long, Lin Li, with a swollen face and looking like a pig's head, was dragged out by Zhang Debiao from the small room. "Big brother, don't hit me anymore. My mom might not even recognize me," Lin Li cried out. He wasn't scared of being hit. He was just annoyed. However, begging for mercy was useless. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was determined to lecture Lin Li and break down his psychological defenses, and as soon as they made eye contact, he slapped him. "Big brother. Boo-hoo. I was wrong." "What did you do wrong?" "I was wrong everywhere." "Boo-hoo. Kid, tomorrow I'm taking you to Hudong province." "Boo-hoo, I miss my mom." "Do you know what you need to do? Do you want me to teach you?" The man with the gold-rimmed glasses raised his hand as if he would slap him again at the first sign of a no from Lin Li. I know, 20 million. Cash, right?" "I understand." Lin Li hurriedly nodded. Hearing this, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses slightly lowered his hand. "Not bad, kid, you understand quite well." Suddenly, he shifted his tone and asked with a sinister smile, "Kid, does your dad have any dirty secrets? Or has he done anything shady? Tell me all about it." Since he was going to extort money, he naturally needed to be fully prepared. He believed that just Lin Li alone was not enough. After all, in the eyes of traffickers, children are just that. If they're abducted, they are sold. Their parents can always have more. What if the old man wants 20 million and doesn't want the son? After all, he had heard of such things before. Some parents prioritize money over their children, but those cases are rare. So, to be safe, he thought it was best to ask Lin Li about his father's secrets. One more layer of insurance. Seeing that Lin Li just mentioned cash, it was clear that his father had dealt with cash quite a bit, and Lin Li had seen it. In this day and age, who uses cash? Isn't everything done through online transfers? Using cash represents something, especially for a wealthy coal boss. Huh? Lin Li was stunned. Why was he asking this all of a sudden? His mind was racing. seeing the man with the gold-rimmed glasses about to slap him again. Lin Li's expression was very telling, full of fear and trepidation. His body even shrank back slightly as he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, wait. I'll tell you." For now, he didn't know why he was asking this, but it was fine. "If you want to ask, I will make something up." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses sternly commanded, "Speak." "Wait, wait." Lin Li felt that fabricating a lie was more difficult than he thought. "Big brother, can I have something to eat? Or maybe a drink? Like some cola?" He pointed to a can of Pepsi on the table. Chapter 61. The gambling dad, the sick mom, and the hard-working me, the man with golden glasses, smiled. "You want to eat? Huh? Just tell me, and I'll give it to you." His expression at that moment was reminiscent of the big bad wolf, full of temptation. "Big brother, my dad doesn't let me say," Lin Li said with a flushed face, speaking cautiously and timidly. "Speak quickly," before the man with golden glasses could respond. Zhang de Biao shouted loudly, trying to intimidate Lin Li with his imposing presence. "Woo! You're a bad person, bullying me. Woo!" Tears streamed down Lin Li's face like pearls falling from his eyes. Seeing this, the man with golden glasses secretly laughed. The effect was starting to show. After all, he was just a child. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't outsmart these adults. The saying "old ginger is spicier" has its reasons. Don't scare the little star. He started to play the role of the good cop, picking up a can of cola from the table and handing it to Lin Li. "Little star, have a sip. Your dad doesn't let you say anything, but now your dad isn't here. If you don't say, I want to say, who will know, right?" Lin Li quickly took the cola, opened it, and drank deeply, feeling refreshed. The cola was really delicious, so good that he wanted to drink it forever. He thought about drinking it until he was 80. At that moment, a can of ordinary cola felt like heavenly nectar to him. The taste was simply wonderful. "Now, how can you say it?" The man with golden glasses chuckled, trying to look harmless and refined. But Lin Li shrank back, holding the cola tightly to his chest, and anxiously said, "But I can't say. If I do, my dad will go to jail." After saying this, he burst into tears. The more he cried, the brighter the gleam in the eyes of the man with golden glasses became. "Go to jail? How serious is this illegal operation? If I get this information, then forget about 20 million. Even more wouldn't be impossible. Maybe it could be a long-term ticket." Greed gradually encroached upon his reason. "I won't let your dad know. Look, if you tell me, I can take you home, and you can go back to being the young master. Otherwise, I'll send you to a place where there are many people who like children like you. Just think about it. Every day those ugly, disgusting men making you serve them. They hit each other harder than we do." Listening to this, Lin Li felt goosebumps rise on his skin. It wasn't an act. It was a genuine physiological reaction. So perverted. "Big brother, please don't send me there, I'll tell you." "I'll tell you," Lin Li pleaded loudly, though he felt disgusted inside. He had already stalled for enough time. He had fabricated the evidence against his dad. "Say it." The man with golden glasses was running out of patience. Lin Li's eyes were filled with fear, followed by endless helplessness and dread. His little expressions had stunned them into silence. "My dad went to Australia a while ago and racked up a huge debt. Later, the funds dried up, so he secretly brought in a batch of low-cost, harmful coal to sell to others. In the middle, he made over 40 million in profit using cash. This matter must not be spoken of, otherwise my dad will go to jail, and my mom is sick and has been bedridden. If you say anything, my dad will definitely go to jail, and then my mom will be so anxious that she might pass away, and I'll become an orphan." "Woo, woo, woo." Lin Li cried out in grievance and helplessness, and after saying that last sentence, all his stubbornness fell away. At that moment, he truly resembled a weak and helpless child. The man with golden glasses didn't show any excitement at obtaining the information he wanted. Instead, he was constantly pondering Lin Li's words, assessing their credibility. Wealthy people often indulge in gambling and extravagant lifestyles, and such things happen frequently. Not to mention what he already knew, there were plenty of disclosures online. So, the possibility of this news being true was quite high. Likewise, he had heard rumors about low-cost, harmful coal. Why low cost? Why could harmful substances still be sold? Because the profit margin was large enough. As the saying goes, sticking to the straight path may not guarantee wealth, but taking the crooked path will definitely lead to riches. Therefore, Utilizing low-cost, harmful coal to exploit loopholes was also credible. As for the sick wife, his dad was a pure love warrior. The man with golden glasses sighed inwardly, in order not to worry his wife. He actually took such risks. This kind of friendship was rare. He had no intention of continuing to ask. Just this piece of information was enough for him to extort a good deal, not to mention that he still had the son in his hands. With both life and death points under control, the money should be guaranteed. A gambling dad, a sick mom, and a hardworking you. Kid, it's not easy for you. The man with golden glasses showed a sympathetic expression. Woo-woo, big brother, you won't say anything, right? Woo. Lin Li choked out, but inside, he was overjoyed. Look at him comforting himself. He clearly believed it. Was he that foolish? We won't say anything, as long as you listen to us. I'll definitely listen. From now on, you're my big brother. Lin Li quickly said. The man with golden glasses chuckled and turned to Zhang de Biao, saying, take him back. Don't hit him today. He is so obedient, it wouldn't be right to hit him again. Okay. Zhang de Biao nodded, grabbing Lin Li and preparing to take him back to the small room. However, Lin Li suddenly struggled, quickly rushing to the table in front of the man with golden glasses. With a swift motion, he grabbed a handful of leftover barbecue from yesterday and, while they weren't paying attention, picked up a razor blade from under the table. Big brother, let me have some to eat. The man with golden glasses chuckled. You're so obedient. How could I not let you eat? Take it back and enjoy. They didn't notice Lin Li's little actions. After being taken back to the small room by Zhang de Biao, the moment the door closed, he quickly shared the remaining half can of cola with the other kids and handed them some barbecue as well. Each child took a sip, replenishing some sugar. Wow, thank you, big brother. The children quickly surrounded him. The kids were very obedient, really taking just one bite each. After finishing the cola, while they eagerly ate the barbecue, Lin Li took out the razor blade, carefully disassembling it. After removing the blade, he gently held one corner with a plastic bag. Then he raised his hand to his mouth, signaling the children to be silent, indicating they shouldn't make any noise. Lin Hall, the human trafficker plot is about to conclude, ready to report this work in front of the audience nationwide. With the famous saying, I cannot coexist with evil. Lin Hall, comrades, the people need your support. Please give a little nudge for updates and add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 62. Brother is with you. I'm waiting for him to come back and marry me. The children didn't understand what he was going to do, but they obeyed him. After all, what they were eating now was earned by this big brother who had been beaten. He is a good person. Lin Li held a small blade and began to cut a soda can, multitasking, with both ears perked up, listening for anyone approaching outside. Ting Ting finished her barbecue, wiped her greasy little hands on her body, and curiously looked at him. She didn't know what he was making and didn't dare to ask, so she could only stare blankly at his actions. Lin Li patiently scraped at the soda can. He planned to make a simple whistle to ensure that this group of children could attract the attention of people outside through the whistle if they were taken away by the traffickers. Lin Li was unsure when the police would come to check this area. What if it took several days? Would these children starve to death? He believed that the traffickers would not be so kind as to leave them food. It would be good enough if they didn't kill them to silence them. Making a whistle was quite simple. First, use the blade to poke a small hole at the top and bottom of the soda can. Then, cut along the marks with the blade, trying to keep the cuts even. After that, remove the top and bottom of the soda can, leaving a flat piece of aluminum in the middle. The cutting of the soda can was done. On to the next step. First, cut 2 rectangular pieces of aluminum from the aluminum sheet, one long and one short, about 2 centimeters wide. Then, grind the cut edges on the ground to prevent cutting fingers. After that, bend the long aluminum piece into the shape of a whistle, ensuring one end is narrower and the other end is wider. Then, wrap the short aluminum piece around the unbent end of the long aluminum piece and secure it. Next, fold the excess part of the long aluminum piece down to further secure the short aluminum piece. The simple whistle shape was finished. And then Lin Li used his fingernail to tightly press the gap between the long and short aluminum pieces to allow airflow. After finishing all this, Lin Li said to Ting Ting, Ting Ting, you hold this, and I'll teach you how to use it. What is this? Ting Ting asked, seeing that it looked a bit like the whistles that physical education teachers often wear around their necks, but not quite confused. It's a whistle. When the time comes, Remember to block both ends of the whistle tube with your fingers while blowing it. Depending on the situation, if the sound is low, you can take a small pearl plastic clip from your hairpin and put inside. Ting Ting was half understanding, her head and eyes filled with question marks. Brother Lin Li, what do we blow this for? Brother might have to go with them. At that time, you all need to rely on it to attract the attention of the neighbors. Remember to blow it 1 hour after I leave. You must not forget, Lin Li said solemnly, not daring to be careless. This was a matter of life and death. Where are you going, brother? Why do you have to go with them? Ting Ting panicked upon hearing this, and the little pearl was about to fall again. Right now, Lin Li was her only support. In this dark place, she didn't want Lin Li to leave. Don't worry, brother is with you. Ah, Kun. Lin Li softly comforted her. I have to go with them. If I go, you will be safe. Remember my words. But I don't want you to go. Ting Ting choked as she held Lin Li's little hand. Why do you have to go with them for us to be safe? Because brother is not afraid of them. Don't worry, brother has a way to escape. Lin Li kept reassuring her. If it were just him, he really wouldn't be afraid of those traffickers. Even if he were sold to a remote mountainous area, he would have a way to escape. But these children were different. To put it bluntly, once they left this city, it would be basically impossible for them to come back. All right, stop crying, hide this. And remember my words. Lin Li raised his hand and grasped Ting Ting's arm, speaking seriously. Today is September 5th. The 5th day of the youth class is opening. On the 5th day, the youth class program team issued a notice to suspend recording early in the morning. All students' parents received messages from the program team in the morning. At this moment, at Xiaxi's home, she was wearing a little white dress with a little ponytail. Her face fair and rosy, looking exceptionally cute, just like someone else's daughter. She sat obediently by the piano, absent-mindedly looking out the window, listening to the chirping of sparrows outside. Xiaxi, what is wrong? Didn't you say you were going to play the piano? Why aren't you playing? Xiaxi's mother, Shun Yutong, was wearing a sky-blue home dress, her good figure accentuated by the fitted dress, making her look even more curvy. Mom. Xiaxi withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at her mother, softly saying, the class monitor should be fine, right? Shin Yutong sighed inwardly. Such matters were hard to say. The chances of recovering a kidnapped child were not high. This was merely abduction, not involving organ trafficking. If it were organ trafficking, perhaps Lin Li would have just been born. Seeing the worry and tension in her daughter's eyes, she slowly spoke. Don't worry. Your class monitor is so smart. He will definitely be safe. The first half of her sentence was heartfelt. In her lifetime, she had seen many children, but none were as smart as Lin Li. But the latter part of her sentence was filled with guilt. What good is being smart? After all, he is just a child. I'm so worried about the class monitor. Xiaoxi's big eyes were slightly red. Don't cry, Xiaoxi. Listen to Mom. Your class monitor will definitely be fine. Shin Yutong quickly stepped forward, hugging her daughter and continuously stroking her little head to comfort her. Wow, you promised to write a song for me, woo-woo. Hearing her daughter's cries, Shin Yutong felt pained as well. As a parent, a child is everything to oneself. She couldn't imagine how heartbroken she would be if her daughter were kidnapped. Xiaoxi, Lin Li will come back. He promised to write you a song. I believe he will keep this promise. He also promised to marry me. Originally planning to comfort her daughter, Shin Yutong stiffened upon hearing this. He said he would marry you? Her almond-shaped eyes widened, asking again for confirmation. Xiaxi raised her head from her embrace, nodding seriously. He said he would come and marry me on a motorcycle with flowing yellow hair when I turn 18. Shin Yutong fell completely silent. What on earth? Xiaxi didn't understand. After all, she was still a child. But as an adult, could she not understand? Hearing Xiaxi's words, a scene appeared in her mind. A cool, modified motorcycle skidding to a stop downstairs, the rider removing his helmet, revealing a stylish young man with dyed yellow hair. He yelled at them, Hey Lao Deng, is it safe for me to park downstairs tonight? Chapter 63. You're seriously negligent. Just resign. Hiss. Just thinking about this made Shin Yutong's teeth ache. It's a timeless truth that men marry and women marry off as parents. They know their daughter will eventually get married. But this yellow-haired guy? She simply couldn't imagine her well-behaved and sensible daughter sitting behind a yellow-haired boy. It was too creepy. Lin Li, at such a young age, thinking about this, must have seen too many memes online. What is wrong with a good young man that he has to dye his hair yellow? To be honest, she actually had a good impression of this Lin Li. From all appearances, he would surely be a dragon among men in the future. Whether he becomes a high-ranking official is uncertain, but at the very least, he would be a big star. There was no financial pressure at all. If he were to date her daughter seriously, when he grows up, she wouldn't oppose it. But who can predict the future? What if he becomes bad after being so mature? Shin Yutong always felt an indescribable feeling, especially remembering how he looked at her the first time they met, a gaze that felt strangely familiar. It was like the greedy and rude look of a classmate coming to tutor at home in some small country movie. Was it just an illusion? Xiaoxi, you are still young. If he wants to easily take you home as his wife, not to mention your father's disagreement, even I, your mother, would have to test him properly. Shin Yutong chuckled. No one can predict the future. We must understand him thoroughly to know if he is reliable. Mom, why are you talking so far ahead? We're not grown up yet. Xiaoxi's delicate little face flushed red, already feeling shy. Then, her eyes filled with loneliness, especially since she didn't know if the class monitor would be able to come back safely this time. He will definitely come back. Shin Yutong gently stroked her little head. Your class monitor is clever. Who knows? He might be making those traffickers have a headache right now. I think so too. The class monitor is very smart. Under her mother's comfort, Xiaoxi felt a surge of confidence for Lin Li, waving her little fist as if to cheer herself on, and also perhaps to pray for Lin Li, who was suffering somewhere. At this moment, all the students from the youth class were home from school, whether it was Li Jianren, who had always wanted to usurp power, or Wang Tianyu, who temporarily became Lin Li's little follower. They were all at home following the child trafficking case. Meanwhile, the youth class group chat was buzzing with activity. Sure, Sun Lin, I'm really worried about the class monitor. Wang Tianyu, sure, Sun Lin, you should worry about yourself. The class monitor appointed you as the sports committee member, and one of your responsibilities is to protect the class monitor. But now that something has happened to him, you can't escape blame. Li Jiaqi, Shi Sunling. It's obvious you're negligent. Wu Cheng, after school in a few days, you should resign voluntarily. You care so little about the class monitor's safety. It's hard for you to be competent. I think it's better for me to be the sports committee member. Li Jianren, if you can't even take care of the class monitor's safety, how can you take care of the classmates in the class? The people entrusted their safety to you, but you can't fulfill it. When school starts, go resign with teacher Deng Zhao. Sure, Sunlin, Li Jianren, my position was appointed by the class monitor. Even if I'm guilty, it should be decided after the class monitor returns. Sure, Sun Lin, besides, given the situation at the time, how could you expect me to protect him? Don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. If the class monitor thinks I'm wrong, I'll resign voluntarily. Okay? Li Jianren, sure. Song Ishue, stop arguing. The class monitor is still not back safely, and you guys are thinking about fighting for class positions. If the class monitor finds out, he'll be heartbroken. Cheng Yushue, exactly. We should pray for the class monitor to come back safely. Wang Tianyu, Li Jianren, don't stir trouble. Everyone sees what you are doing now. When the class monitor comes back, you'll be in for it. Li Jianren, I'm waiting for the class monitor to come back. Song Mingqi, you guys might as well read more. What is the point of arguing over class positions all day? Song Ishue, be quiet. Our task as students is to study well. As for the class monitor situation, we should believe in Uncle Hat. They will definitely bring the class monitor back safely. Wu Cheng, no more talking. Is anyone up for Honor of Kings? Let us go mess with some college students. Li Jianren, Yi Min. Li Jieqi Yuan Hua, Xiaoxi, are you there? Want to go to the amusement park together this afternoon? Yang Mi and a few others also saw the messages in the group, but they were completely absorbed in thoughts of Lin Li. However, looking at the arguments in the group, they recalled what Lin Li had said. The class was divided into 3 factions, without his dominance. It truly was a constant internal strife. Look, it's only been a day since Lin Li disappeared, and the class is already in such chaos. One can only imagine if Lin Li hadn't acted decisively to stabilize the class earlier. If given more time, the entire class would surely have turned into a mess. Supporting Lin Li was inevitable. With this thought, They missed Lin Li even more. This kid had foresight, strategy, and vision. Only he could keep this class full of rich second-generation and official second-generation students in check. Poor Lin Li. Where are you? A day passed in the blink of an eye. All the patrolling uncles were exhausted from working overtime, not daring to slack off for a moment. If they didn't bring these human traffickers to justice and give the whole internet an explanation, not only would they feel guilty, but the people wouldn't forgive them either. How hot is the topic online? On that day, the trending search list still hung high, showing no signs of coming down. Time, September 6th, 3 o'clock p.m. Old Mo, let me take a break, sit down and have a drink. At the entrance of Shimikin Village, 2 village patrol officers were panting as they sat on a stone stump by the road. The patrol officer named Lao Shi took out a cigarette pack from his pocket, handed one to Old Mo opposite him, and said, "Smoke one, take a break." After receiving the cigarette, Old Mo lit it expertly. "Hurry up and patrol. Recently, the human trafficking incidents have made everyone anxious. We can't let the leaders see us slacking off." Lao Shi took a deep drag from his cigarette, complaining, "Those damn village officials, after all these years, still haven't installed a few cameras in the village. I see other villages sitting in the monitoring room, enjoying the air conditioning, only going out a couple of times a night." Old Mo sighed. "It's all about the money. It all goes into their pockets." Ah, Lao Shi exhaled a puff of smoke. "Those above eat well and drink well, while us common folks work hard from dawn to dusk. This world. Stop complaining. Let us go." Old Mo couldn't stand this talk, and the more he listened, the more his heart ached, feeling helpless. He tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out. Lao Shi stood up, and the two continued patrolling the village. They came to a small path at the edge of the village. Suddenly, Chapter 64. 5 Children Safe. It was Brother Lin Li who saved us. The voice was very soft, but especially clear in the quiet night. "What sound?" Old Mo frowned. "Must be a cricket." Old Shi chuckled lightly. "Doesn't he sound like one?" Old Mo shook his head, not paying too much attention, and continued walking forward. But after a few steps, he suddenly felt something was off. "Old Shi, it really doesn't sound like a cricket. It feels more like a whistle." Upon hearing this, Old Shi laughed. "Don't joke around. Who whistles at this hour?" "No, listen carefully." Old Mo perked up his ears, feeling the sound was a bit urgent. "Let us go check it out." Suspicious at this hour. Old Shi sighed lightly, but said nothing more, following him towards the source of the sound. "The sound is coming from this house, right?" Old Mo looked at the slightly dilapidated 2-story building in front of them. After arriving here, the sound became clearer and more urgent to him. "This house isn't." Old Shi recalled. As a person from the village, he couldn't say he knew every household, but he had basic impressions. However, he couldn't remember at the moment. It had been many years since he had come back. He seemed to recall that this family had struck it rich and moved to the metropolis. An empty house. So what's with the sound? Probably someone came back to live here or rented it out. Who knows? Old Shi patted his shoulder. "Let us go explore other places. After a round, we can head back to the pavilion to rest." Old Mo thought for a moment and guessed it was likely as well. Perhaps it was just kids whistling in the middle of the night. "Help me!" Just as they were about to leave, a faint cry for help reached their ears. In an instant, both of their expressions stiffened. They exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's eyes that it was not their imagination. "It's coming from inside the house," Old Shi said gravely. "Right?" Old Mo said in a low voice. A whistle in the middle of the night, combined with a cry for help, was certainly unusual. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to the front door and knocked. "Is anyone home?" "Sir, sir, sir." The whistling became more urgent, accompanied by faint cries for help and soft whimpering, making Old Mo feel that the situation was serious. "Is anyone home?" Old Shi called out to the dark house. "Shoo!" Old Mo felt a bad premonition rising in his heart and impatiently said, "Let us not knock. Let us just kick the door in." "What? Kick? It's someone else home. Can't worry about that now." "Didn't you hear someone calling for help inside?" Old Mo whispered, then kicked the door with force, trying to break it open. "I'll call the police." Old Shi took out his phone and dialed 110. No matter what, they had clearly heard the cries for help. Bang! The door was kicked open by Old Mo, and as it swung open, they could clearly hear the urgent whistling and cries for help. "Kids!" Suddenly, Old Mo's expression changed. Recalling the recent human trafficking cases, his heart sank, and without daring to waste a moment, he rushed into the house towards the source of the sound. When he opened a small room inside the house, his eyes widened. In the dim room, 5 small figures were curled up, their eyes hollow and numb, their faces marked with fear and exhaustion that was far too intense for their age. Their faces were covered in tears and bruises, looking utterly miserable. Damn! Old M.O., upon seeing this, felt no excitement at finding the children, but instead was filled with rage at the wicked acts of the traffickers. "Old Sure, we found the kids," he shouted loudly. In the police station's duty room. "What? You found the missing children?" A dispatcher exclaimed in shock upon hearing the voice on the phone. Surrounding officers turned their gaze towards him. "Where are you? Ensure their safety. We'll dispatch immediately." The dispatcher shouted anxiously, quickly jotting down the location. After hanging up, he ignored the inquiries from his colleagues and quickly picked up the internal phone to report the matter up the chain. Before long, a group of officers in uniform rushed out of the police station, heading to the parking lot to start their vehicles. At 3:45 a.m., outside a remote house in Shimo village, the children, including Ting Ting and others, were completely rescued. According to our station's reporters, 5 out of the 6 missing children have been rescued, while 1 child remains unaccounted for. Our reporters will continue to follow up on this story. Media reporters also received the news promptly and arrived at the scene. This child trafficking case, which had captured the attention of countless netizens, finally saw a breakthrough. The police, after obtaining the first clue and achieving success, immediately announced the matter. What about Lin Ting? 6 children, but Lin Ting wasn't rescued? The kids are safe. That's great. Aren't there 6? What about the other one? Could it be 2 groups of traffickers? Didn't you see the report? The traffickers weren't caught and are still on the run. They probably took Lin Ting hostage for safety. But why Lin Ting? Good question, because he's Lin Ting. Fortunately, apart from Lin Ting, the other children are safe and sound. Thank goodness it's not about organ trafficking. No, I just saw the scene. There were a lot of bloodstains. Damn it, how could these scumbags do this to such small children? In the morning, most netizens who had gone to sleep were either a few candidates fighting for the overnight champion title or were already asleep. However, there were not just 1 or 2 candidates. Netizens were very enthusiastic about the title of overnight champion. Now, who is still awake? At the police station, the parents of the missing children received news immediately and rushed to the police station overnight. Upon seeing their children, they all rushed forward, crying and hugging them tightly. Ting Ting. Li Mei tightly embraced her child, then kept checking if Ting Ting had any wounds. Seeing the red handprints on her face, her heart ached like a knife. "I'm sorry for making you suffer, Ting Ting. What sin did we commit? How could those damned traffickers do this?" Li Mei's heart was breaking, cursing under her breath, while her hands continuously comforted the equally tearful Ting Ting. "Mom, I thought I would never see you again. Woo woo woo." At this moment, Yang Mi and the other program crew members, who had heard the news, also arrived at the police station. "Where's Lin Li, right? Didn't Lin Li come with them?" Deng Zhao asked anxiously. In the hall, Ting Ting and the other children, who were crying, heard that name, and Ting Ting immediately shouted, "Help brother Lin Li. He's the one who saved us." It was all the big brothers who helped us. They took beatings in exchange for food and even gave us cola to drink. Chapter 65, Comrades. I'm bringing you first-class merit hearing the children's cries. Everyone in the hall was momentarily stunned. Lin Li saved them? What's going on? Did Lin Li endure beatings to bring them food? Officer Chao Dahua hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Ting Ting recounted everything she had seen since Lin Li arrived to the police, then took out a simple whistle from her pocket. The police officers, the parents, and the program crew all stood frozen in place. "We will definitely take you out. I will make you a whistle. Once I leave, you will be safe." Key phrases were extracted and echoed in their minds. Chao Dahua and the others were adults. He was a veteran officer with years of experience. He looked down at the whistle he took from Ting Ting and furrowed his brow. Although Ting Ting's explanation was not detailed, he had already deduced a lot from those few sentences. Combining this with his earlier speculation that Lin Li had intentionally allowed himself to be captured by the traffickers, bold ideas continuously formed in his mind. In other words, Lin Li risked himself by entering the traffickers' den. Then, to protect the other children from harm. He deliberately provoked the traffickers, drawing their punches and kicks onto himself. Moreover, using some clever strategy, he managed to get the traffickers to take him away alone, ensuring the safety of these little kids. Finally, he even made them a rescue item. At this moment, this idea flashed not only in Xiao Dahua's mind, but also in the minds of Deng Zhao and the others. Their expressions were colorful, with various emotions flickering across their faces. Before they could fully process their shock, suddenly a 3- or 4-year-old child piped up in a babyish voice. "Big brother," said, "someone has to bear the burden. I'm older than you. I will help you endure the beatings." Big brother is a good person. He was too young to remember all the words, but the meaning he conveyed was basically the same as what Lin Li had said at that time. Goodness, this sentence made the hearts of all the adults present swell with 4 words: awareness, responsibility. He was sacrificing himself to illuminate these children. Young Mi, Liu Yifi, and other women, including the female police officers, were instantly moved to tears. He was truly so understanding, entering the tiger's den alone, shielding the children from harm, bearing all the pain himself, while comforting the children despite being battered. Everyone present asked themselves, if it were them, perhaps they wouldn't have done as well as Lin Li. The most crucial part was that this child, under such circumstances, could remain so calm, divert the traffickers, create survival tools, and help the children escape. If it weren't for this whistle, they couldn't imagine what condition these children would be in when found. At this moment, the police chief spoke seriously to all the officers. "I don't care what methods you use or how many resources you mobilize. You must capture this group of criminals and bring Lin Li back safely." The police chief had been completely moved by Lin Li's actions. He was on site at the time. The various bloodstains were vividly imprinted in his mind. This child was too heart-wrenching. Yes, all the officers had tears in their eyes. They were all touched by Lin Li's actions. How could they lag behind when such a brave child was battling wits and courage against the traffickers? The police chief continued in a deep voice. "What the children said must not be leaked for now. Information spreads rapidly online. Unless Lin Li is safely out, I will personally promote everything he has done. Understood?" Understood. Those present were not fools. They understood the implications of his words. Although they didn't know how Lin Li managed to lead the traffickers away, his safety was still in their hands. If the traffickers discovered that Lin Li had intentionally entered their lair to rescue the children, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Let us go, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang. Follow me to the village to check the surveillance," Xiao Dahua called out. Although the village was backward and had few cameras, it was necessary to check what there were any clues. Yes, Officers Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang responded, quickly donning their police caps and following Xiao Dahua to the parking lot. At this moment, they channeled all their concern for Lin Li into hatred for the traffickers. They had to rescue this child as quickly as possible. He Jiong and the others, not having seen Lin Li, felt distressed but still took the time to ask the rescued children how they were doing. Suddenly, a harsh screeching of brakes erupted outside the police station. The sound of tires grinding against the ground pierced the eardrums of everyone inside. What's going on? Everyone in the police station was puzzled. At that moment, a familiar voice from the program crew rang out from outside. "Police comrades, I'm bringing you first-class merit." This is Lin Li's voice. Yang Mi's big eyes widened. This voice had kept her from sleeping well for 2 days. It was the voice of the little brat. Liu Yifei exclaimed in delight and hurried outside. The other officers followed suit. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a severely damaged small car parked at the entrance of the police station, barely recognizable as any specific brand or model. In short, it was very broken. The door creaked open, and Lin Li, covered in blood, emerged from the driver's seat. Remember the driver's seat. "Oh, Teacher Yang, Teacher He, you're all here." Lin Li seemed very happy to see them, grinning as he greeted, "I have returned as a king." Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly pressed down between 2 mountains of flesh. "Little brat, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Young Mi, indeed thinking of this little child for 2 days, immediately rushed to Lin Li and hugged him tightly. "Woo, woo." Lin Li felt a bit suffocated. Is this the legendary tender embrace? It truly made one feel intoxicated. Jiang also came over quickly and said, Mimi, don't get too excited. Check if Lin Li is hurt. So much blood. Oh, right. Yang Mi released Lin Li, examining his body, and asked with concern, were you hurt? The traffickers didn't do anything to you, right? Lin Li took deep breaths of fresh air. He hadn't perished in the traffickers' hands, but had nearly suffocated in the ravine. This feeling, if it happened again, he felt he wouldn't refuse. Young. My head hurts so much, oh no. I feel a bit dizzy. Lin Li covered his head and suddenly burst into tears. Teacher Yang, it hurts. They hit me, woo, it really hurts. Crying out, he actively explored the ravine. Chapter 66. It's glorious to shed blood and tears for the people. Don't cry. Don't cry. Yang Mi gently patted his back, softly comforting him. Don't cry. Class leader, I learned from Ting Ting that you are very brave. At this moment, the police chief approached, and he first looked into the car, his eyes widening in surprise. 3 men, tightly bound and covered in blood, were slumped in the car, unconscious. What happened here, kid? To be honest, he was quite confused. Everyone had the same expression as he did at this scene. Wumijiet hurts. Lin Li completely ignored the police chief's question, only squeezing harder. It was Yang Mi who spoke up. Sir, the child is frightened. Can we wait until he calms down before asking anything? The police chief understood and said, all right, you take him back to clean up. I'll come back another day to ask in detail. Thank you, sir, Yang Mi said gratefully, then softly told Lin Li, let's go to the hospital for a good checkup. Be obedient. Lin Li reluctantly lifted his head from Yang Mi's embrace and looked up at the chief. Chief. Uncle. The 3 men in the car were the criminal gang from this case. I have brought them here. Please ensure they are thoroughly interrogated. His dirty little face was serious. Their methods were extremely meticulous. It was clear they had committed crimes before. Perhaps you can find clues to help recover the missing children and give the people a satisfactory answer. Looking at his serious and meticulous demeanor, then at his small, bloodied body, the police chief was quite surprised. If a grown man were standing in front of him, he would have mistaken him for a comrade who had fought on the front lines, infiltrated the enemy, and successfully completed a mission. So he blurted out, comrade, you've worked hard. The people will remember everything you've done. Lin Li waved his hand maturely. Chief, you're too polite. It's all for the people. All right, stop fooling around. Yang Mi tugged at her lips, unable to watch any longer. Just a moment ago, he was addressing the chief as uncle, and now he's calling him chief. Her eyes filled with concern. She said, you take care of yourself first. As long as the children are safe, what does it matter if I'm hurt? It's glorious to shed blood and tears for the people. Lin Li said cheerfully, his tired eyes filled with pride. The police chief patted Lin Li's head. You're right, kid. Shedding blood and tears for the people is our honor. He was genuinely amused by Lin Li, hearing that this child had quite the presence. He looked like a little old cadre. He rarely paid attention to entertainment news. But seeing Lin Li in person, he could only say that meeting him was even more impressive than hearing about him. This child has the potential to be a ministerial leader, and his awareness has been high since childhood. All right, you go home and take care of your injuries. We will need your cooperation for a statement later. Lin Li nodded. I will definitely cooperate with the police in the investigation. At this moment, Liu Yifei could no longer bear it, a mix of amusement and concern, and quickly said, okay, Lin Li, let us go to the hospital. We want to disturb the police uncles. Teacher Liu, hug, it hurts. Yang Mi watched Lin Li, who had just been conversing seriously with the police chief, suddenly transform into a weak child the moment Liu Yifei arrived. The contrast left her completely stunned. Just a second ago, he was a respected official concerned for the people's safety. The next second, he was a little kid seeking comfort. He is such a drama queen. At that moment, in the car, the man with golden glasses, who had awakened but couldn't move at all, even having his mouth tightly blocked by a pair of children's socks, heard the commotion outside and thought of a sentence he wasn't sure whether to say. Dude, my head is a bit dizzy. Can someone please take care of our patient and call an ambulance to stop the bleeding? All right, you all go back and rest. Take care of your injuries. The police chief said to Yang Mi and the others. After some pleasantries, he turned to the traffickers in the car. Take them in. Interrogate them thoroughly. The surrounding officers responded, yes. In September, the sun always starts work earlier than the moon. As dawn broke, at the first hospital of Yongcheng, Lin Li was brought in by He Jiong and others, and without a word, he was directly placed in a luxurious single room that he had never stayed in before in his past life, or this one. The facilities were like a single apartment, fully equipped and spacious. At this time, Lin Li was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown with a thick bandage wrapped around his forehead, and his face was similarly bandaged. By the bedside, a beautiful nurse was rolling up Lin Li's sleeve, preparing to give him an four. She took out a yellow rubber band and started to tie it around his arm. "Nurse, is this a tourniquet?" "Yes." The nurse replied with a sweet smile. A glint of mischief flashed in Lin Li's eyes as he turned to Yangmi, sitting on the sofa, and asked, "Yang teacher, can you say tourniquet 10 times? Yangmi was taken aback, suddenly being called out, feeling a bit confused. What does that mean? Although she was puzzled, she didn't respond to Lin Li immediately. After all, she had been tricked by Lin Li before. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. It wasn't their first day knowing each other. For his sudden, nonsensical question, she had to think as if she were listening to the words of a senior leader, pondering and analyzing. She silently repeated tourniquet a few times in her mind, trying to figure out what he meant. Tourniquet, tourniquet, tourniquet. Yumi. Not only was Yami thinking about it, but Lu Yifei, Deng Ziki, and the nurse were all doing the same. In an instant, all the women in the ward turned red. They were all adults, regardless of gender. Who hasn't watched an educational film about love? Lu Yifei's ears turned slightly red, and she glared at Lin Li with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Even after being hurt like this, you still want to mess around. Are you looking for a fight? Lin Li looked at their expressions, secretly amused, his face innocent. Why are you all blushing? Is it hot? Shut up and focus on your treatment. Deng Ziki shot him an annoyed glance. The nurse giggled, and after tying the tourniquet, she took out the needle, finished giving Lin Li his four, and gently smiled. Lin Li, if you feel uncomfortable, press the red button above. Okay? Next time, I can skip the little friend. The little nurse laughed, then gave some instructions to He Jiong and the others before leaving the ward. After the nurse left, He Jiong moved a chair to the bedside and curiously asked, Lin Li, how did you escape from the traffickers? Lin Li, next chapter preview. Lin Li will defy heaven and conquer fate. Tupte Sashantaset. Li will defy heaven. How did Lin Li escape from the hands of the traffickers and even torture them to the point of sending them to the police station? To be honest, this matter has been lingering in their minds ever since Lin Li was brought to the hospital. It was just too unbelievable. One could say it was absurd to the extreme, utterly ridiculous. Lin Li leaned against the back of the bed, knowing they would eventually ask, so he didn't keep them in suspense. This story is long. Take your time. Suddenly, the old strategist spoke up. Wait. The others looked at him in confusion. I'll record a video of you explaining what happened, and then I'll send it to the police, so they don't have to make an extra trip. Hearing this, Yang Mi secretly sighed. Indeed, the police would definitely want to come find Lin Li for a statement. And rather than have him repeat it twice, which would affect his rest, it was better for him to say it once and record it for them. With that thought, she took out her phone from her bag and became the camerawoman. All right, you can start. Tell everything that happened in detail. Lin Li nodded and cleared his throat. A few days ago, Aunt Li Mei came looking for me in the middle of the night, saying that Ting Ting was missing. Lu Yifei and the others. Some resting their chins on their hands, others leaning against the back of their seats, listened attentively and quietly, occasionally nodding. The initial part of the story had already been discussed at the police station when Li Mei spoke with Officer Chao Dawa, who took over the case. Later, when I was returning home, I noticed that someone was following me. I thought to myself, it must be the traffickers. So I decided to play along and follow them back. Upon hearing this, He Jiong and the others were shocked. Although Chao Dahua had speculated about this possibility at the police station, there was no concrete evidence at the time. But now, hearing Lin Li admitted himself, they couldn't help but feel horrified. You were too reckless, do you know that? You made us all worry so much. He Jiong immediately reprimanded him. If he were an adult, He Jiong would have praised his bravery. But he was only 8 years old, just a child. No matter how clever this child was, facing adults who had more life experience was full of danger. Exactly. Yami agreed with He Jiong's words, glaring at Lin Li in anger. How could you make so many people worry? Lin Li grinned, saying, I wanted you to worry. Then he recounted in detail why he had to be abducted. If I hadn't gone in at that time, who knows, Ting Ting and the others might have already been sold to some unknown village. At that moment, Deng Chao, Liu Yifei, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. This child actually calculated everything, including himself and their fan base. Wow, what kind of thought process is that? Moreover, it was something he came up with in a moment of danger. How short a time it had been. In such a brief period, he thought of so much. He was using himself as a pawn, playing chess with danger and fate at the cost of his life. Did he not believe he would fall into the hands of traffickers? With this kind of courage, Deng Chao dared to say that he absolutely did not have it at his age. Frankly speaking, no child in the world would dare to do such a thing. At this moment, Lin Li said, I know what I will face, and maybe I might never return, but I have always held a belief in my heart. His eyes sparkled with a piercing light as he declared that life must be a gamble. It must be a struggle. If I miss this opportunity or remain indifferent, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. The education I received from a young age tells me that I cannot stand by and watch. I must face danger head-on. Marxism-Leninism once said, in the face of danger, one must maintain confidence, stay calm, face contradictions directly, and dare to fight. Yang Mi's hand holding the phone shook slightly in shock. What's he talking about? Marxism-Leninism? You accepted such ideas at 8 years old? Before she could think more, Lin Li's next sentence told her that he had not only studied Marxism-Leninism, but also, Chairman Mao's thoughts tell us, when facing criminals, we must strike hard and punish them severely. He Jiong and the others were left speechless, not knowing what to say. In principle, Lin Li had gone off topic. They were supposed to let him recount the case, but instead, he was giving them a political education lesson. They should interrupt him and bring him back to the main point. But what he was talking about was indeed the principle. How could they dare to interrupt? Has this little brat turned into a political leader? Is it time for him to talk about Deng Xiaoping's theory now? Sure enough, after Lin Li finished that segment, he began to say Deng Xiaoping's theory. No one knew what Yang Mi and the others were feeling at that moment. What exactly did his grandfather do? Is he really just an ordinary garbage collector? This little boy talks about Marxism, Deng Xiaoping's theory. Has he been indoctrinated with red thoughts since childhood? So at that moment, I didn't think much. I knew the time had come for the people to test me. Lin Li raised his voice, his eyes filled with determination and courage, radiating a glow of justice. Ting Ting is my good partner, and Aunt Li has always taken good care of me. When I was a child, because I was poor, I wore clothes that others had thrown away, suffered the disdain of others, and ate leftovers from others. Only Ting Ting and Aunt Li were different. They bought me new clothes and took me out for good food. Therefore, I cannot stand by and do nothing. I know that what I'm doing will cause you worry, but at that moment, I had no choice. I could not escape. To be honest, the old strategist and the others really wanted to interrupt him. But listening to his impassioned, indignant, brave, and fearless tone, they felt a bit moved. Perhaps it was Lin Li's strong sense of righteousness that infected them. Now, they completely no longer felt the urge to blame Lin Li. He's a brave child. You're not afraid of death, not afraid of them. Liu Yifei said in a daze, but before she could finish, Lin Li interrupted. Of course I'm afraid, but as I just said, I had no choice. When I stepped onto this path, I knew I had to contend with fate. I don't care what means they use, nor do I care about myself. Even if it costs my own life, I, Lin Li, will defy heaven. I will fight against fate, struggle against evil to the end. I must rescue the children and not let the criminals go unpunished. As Lin Li spoke passionately, his chest puffed out, the freshly stitched wound began to split, and bloodstains seeped through the white bandage. It was as if a deep red hue from Lin Li's heart was seeping out, so vivid and so admirable. At that moment, everyone in the ward had their surprise fade from their faces and their minds buzzed. The 4 words defy heaven continuously impacted their souls. Chapter 68, The Old Schemer. I've never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. In their eyes, there was no room for blame, only endless heartache and admiration. This child, his courage, insight, and awareness are already on par with any adult. He doesn't even need to be a successor because he has already taken over. What a remarkable child. Lin Li collected his overwhelming energy, took a deep breath, and he was unaware of what Yang Mi and the others were feeling at that moment. He was just caught up in his own excitement. He returned to the topic. I know very well that when it comes to human traffickers, relying solely on the public opinion of Teacher Yang and the attention from netizens is not enough to ensure the children's safe departure. Who knows, under various pressures, they might become enraged and act violently, killing us on the spot. So, Lin Li suddenly paused, showing a look of shame and apology towards Yang Mi and the others, saying, "I'm sorry, I know the children cannot lie. But I had no other choice at that time. I fabricated a lie." Lin Li explained what had happened, starting from how he tricked the traffickers. Originally, He Jiong wanted to comfort him, to tell him that in the face of danger, protecting oneself and lying is not necessarily wrong. But hearing about Lin Li's clever battle of wits with the trafficker left him astounded. He fabricated a lie about being the son of a coal boss, taking advantage of human greed. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. They immediately understood how Lin Li had manipulated the trafficker, an 8-year-old child using a trafficker's greed to fool him. How audacious! If there had been even a slight mistake, or if the trafficker had investigated something, wouldn't he have been finished? While they listened, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Lin Li. It was one thing to fool teachers and celebrities like them, as they couldn't really do anything to him. But traffickers are worse than beasts. They could easily resort to desperate measures, and that was something they would genuinely do. Then Lin Li began to recount the events after he was taken by the traffickers. The dangers he faced kept the old schemer and the others on edge, like a roller coaster ride. After being taken away in the car, Lin Li talked about how he struggled with the trafficker for the steering wheel, and they were horrified as they listened. It felt like they were watching a sci-fi movie. A little kid fighting with 3 adults? Did he think he was in a movie? But then again, many movie plots are based on real life. Ahem. The old schemer thought, should I consider remaking this? Then there was a car accident, and they were all knocked unconscious. Thanks to my human cushion, the impact was cushioned. So I was knocked out. That's basically what happened. Lin Li briefly explained, making it sound perilous, but in reality, it was nothing serious. The car was cramped, so the adults couldn't move freely, but it was just right for him. You are, After hearing the entire account, Yang Mi and the others were left shocked and covered in goosebumps, taking a while to regain their senses. They opened their mouths, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. So, after Lin Li finished speaking, the entire hospital room fell silent. Should they scold him? He was fighting against evil forces. Should they blame him? He was fighting for his own fate. Yang Mi took a deep breath, seeing that he had nothing more to say. She finished recording on her phone and put it away. No wonder that car was so wrecked. It must have been due to hitting obstacles on the road. No wonder those 3 traffickers were covered in blood. It turned out they were in a car accident. No wonder he got out from the driver's seat. He was knocked out. Ding. Suddenly, everyone's brains went blank for a few seconds. He got out from the driver's seat. He drove the traffickers to the police station. All eyes were focused on Lin Li, who was currently eating a banana. He Jiong, the ace host, stammered, You drove them here? Lin Li finally heard a voice and figured they had digested enough by now, casually nodding. Yeah, otherwise, if it were you driving, I'd probably be in the Magic City by now. No, you drove. Yang Mi repeated the question. Of course, if I hadn't been worried they would bleed to death, I wouldn't have run 2 red lights. Liu Fei and the other CPUs were overheating. Their heads were buzzing, and she blankly asked, You even ran red lights. Aren't you afraid of getting points deducted? I don't have a driver's license. Lin Li looked at her as if she were an idiot, thinking what kind of question is that? If it weren't for the fact that you're Liu Fei, I wouldn't even bother answering such a stupid question. Ahem. Liu Fei felt the gaze of someone looking at her like she was an idiot and realized how foolish her question was. No, it wasn't her question that was foolish, but the age of the person asking. If this question were posed to an adult, it wouldn't be a problem. She felt slightly embarrassed and quickly corrected herself. No, I meant to ask, how can you drive? My grandpa took me to the arcade to play racing games a few times. Lin Li fabricated an answer, Driving is simple. Just shift gears, accelerate, brake, and steer. If I hadn't even worried about the traffickers dying, I would really want to take a spin on the highway to experience speed and passion. He lowered his voice and muttered, I should be just let the traffickers drive farther away back then, damn. Deng Zhao couldn't help but utter a word in disbelief. Look at what he is saying. Driving is simple? Yes. It's true that those who can drive find it simple. But shouldn't he consider how old he is? He is 8. And what does that last sentence mean? You want to speed on the highway at 8 years old? Deng Zhao took a deep breath, stood up, walked to the bedside. Listening to the morning sparrows chirping and smelling the flowers on the balcony, wondering where he could get more memory for his brain. At that moment, the old schemer could only think of 2 words, monstrous talent. This little brat is simply a genius. After spending this time with him, what can he not do? It feels like he knows everything. He was surprised, but slightly better than Deng Zhao and the others. After all, he was a director and often encountered scripts more absurd than reality, so his tolerance was much higher than theirs. He opened his mouth and asked, little friend, I want to ask how you managed to fight 3 adults by yourself? Lin Li straightened his back, showing a nostalgic expression, and blurted out, my grandpa was afraid I would be bullied by bad people, so he taught me self-defense techniques from a young age, and I often helped my grandpa with work. So I'm strong. The old schemer nodded blankly. It sounded somewhat logical, but he still felt something was off. Chapter 69. Establishment of the Imperial Guard, the good class leader of the people at the same time, in the police interrogation center. 3 human traffickers, after a simple bandaging, were each taken to an interrogation room for questioning. Police comrade, what I'm saying is true. He attacked first. That's why the accident happened. The man with golden-rimmed glasses was in tears, having lost the vicious demeanor he had during the kidnapping. Who are you fooling? An 8-year-old actively attacks you in the car? Chao Dahua, who was conducting the interrogation, could not believe it. This was nonsense. It's true, it's true. For the first time, the man with golden-rimmed glasses felt how wronged it was to be so distrusted. He moved his arms. These arms are what he dislocated. I'm telling the truth. Nonsense. The more you say, the more ridiculous it gets. An 8-year-old can even dislocate bones? Chao Dahua angrily retorted. You really don't give up until you see the Yellow River. You dare to fool us even after entering the police station. He slammed the table heavily and shouted, honestly confess the truth. Leniency for those who confess, and severity for those who resist. I. Suddenly, a tear, whether of regret or grievance, flowed from the corner of the golden-rimmed glasses man's eye. In short, he cried. Such a scene, his current mentality, was mirrored in the other 2 interrogation rooms. Similarly, the interrogation rooms formed a stark contrast with Lin Li's hospital room. One side was full of nonsense, while the other was entirely truthful. In the hearts of He Jiong and others, Lin Li would not lie about this matter, and moreover, with his flushed face, they dared not suspect he was lying. However, in the minds of Chao Dahua and others, criminals are all cunning, especially human traffickers. How many ignorant children have they deceived with lies? Oh my God, is it true or fake? The case is solved? The human traffickers have been caught? Seeing such uplifting news early in the morning was exhilarating. It felt like everything was going smoothly. What exactly happened? Hurry up and report, and don't blur out the human traffickers' faces. It's great that Director Lin is fine. We almost lost a just and clean future official. I haven't seen Director Lin for a few days. I really miss him. Is his kidney still intact? Asking for my daughter. So, does this mean the show can resume normally? Once the children returned safely and the human traffickers were caught, the police station immediately announced it. The pressure from public opinion was too great. They had to give the whole internet an explanation, perhaps because the human traffickers were caught and the children returned safely. Netizens were in high spirits, and jokes were flying. The entire internet was filled with laughter and joy. Many netizens rushed to the Yongcheng police station's official website to leave messages, hoping the human traffickers would be shot on the spot to eliminate the social scourge. However, in the afternoon, the Yongcheng police released a video on their verified Douyin account. In an instant, all netizens who saw it had expressions of shock and disbelief. Just like Yang Mi and others in Lin Li's hospital room that morning. This video was the footage taken by Yang Mi that morning. After their shock, Leia Muzi forwarded it to the police leadership. Their first reaction was the same. Their scalps tingled. Not to mention Lin Li's bold and righteous remarks. What he disclosed was almost identical to what the human traffickers confessed. Therefore, the second reaction was, the human traffickers were telling the truth. Although there were some discrepancies in details, the main points were the same. No one knew what expressions the police leaders had at that moment. They felt that this statement, combined with his boldness and carefulness, suggested that Lin Li might as well be a reincarnated player from an internal test. It was not an exaggeration. His ideological awareness seemed even higher than theirs. How high? About 3 or 4 levels higher. Thus, the leaders unanimously decided to release this video to promote positive energy, letting netizens see how high the awareness of today's children is. Damn it, this is amazing. Director Lin is incredible, truly entering the scene, surpassing the heavens. He had the foresight to infiltrate the human traffickers' den, tricked them, fought with them, and drove them to the police station. Are you sure this is an 8-year-old child? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray it like this. I'm done. I'm out of my depth. I can't compete with the old. And now I can't even compete with the young. I feel like I'm just here to fill numbers. I'm breaking down. An 8-year-old who has played a few racing games knows how to drive? Stop showing off. Lin Li, I admit I'm useless, okay? Deng Luan, Marx, and Lenin. How are they learning better than me? Now kids are so competitive. As a party member, I feel like a young pioneer in front of him. That's the feeling, especially his tone, which is just like how my unit secretary does ideological work. It's truly absurd, you know? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video. I said I was kneeling for principles. This video thoroughly opened up Lin Li's fame. It was too surreal, completely breaking through many people's perceptions. After a series of operations, many people asked themselves, even if they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be able to remain as calm and resolve the situation like Lin Li. Moreover, how old is he? The entire internet was completely captivated. In particular, in this video, they heard about Lin Li's family situation. Initially, netizens thought Lin Li must be from a prominent family, given his impressive demeanor. But now they heard that Lin Li came from an ordinary family. No, he didn't even have an ordinary family. This instantly bridged the gap between him and the public, creating a sense of goodwill. Among the common people, a noble child emerged, wholeheartedly seeking welfare for the people and possessing leadership potential for the future. How could they not like him? In an instant, Lin Li's fanbase grew rapidly, and a fan community was born at that moment. Although Lin Li did not have a Weibo account, fans spontaneously organized to create a super topic for him and registered a circle on Baidu Tieba. Introduction. Protect the best director Lin. Accompany director Lin's growth. Some playful people even gave the fan group a lofty title, Imperial Guard. The fan support slogan, no compensation. Wholeheartedly for the people, surpassing the heavens, justice rising. The good class leader of the people. Online, the heat continued to ferment, and the trending topics had not dropped for days. In the evening, another shocking event occurred for netizens. The Central China Legal Channel program actually aired this case and praised Lin Li extensively. However, at the end, the host solemnly warned all parents and children. Lin Li's words and actions are worthy of encouragement and praise. However, we do not advocate Lin Li's methods. Netizens commented, "Our mother still thinks too highly of me. Lin Li, thanks to Limon Acid for the strong support. Good comrade, I remember you. There will be an extra chapter in the afternoon. Lin Li, thanks to all the supporters. As long as you urge for updates and the gifts are generous, I will work hard to write. Chapter 70 Wang Tianyu. Attention, please call me Vice Monitor in an instant." It was September 8th. The youth class was recording again. Class 5 had suspended classes due to Lin Li's reasons, and there were 2 days off on the 6th and 7th. In the morning, in the youth class, students arrived one after another. The monitor is so amazing. The early arrivals, Song Yixue and Cheng Yoxue, along with their close-knit group, gathered together. My parents have been praising him these days. He's so brave. Yes, the monitor will be my idol from now on. I'm not a fan of my family's chicken anymore. A little girl said in a milky voice, her big eyes sparkling. I'm so happy to be in the same class as the monitor. It feels safe. Cheng Yoxue said with a smile. My mom says that the best thing about boys is that they need to provide a sense of security. My mom said the same thing. Song Ishue quickly agreed. At that moment, Xiaxi, with her sweet high ponytail and small backpack, bounced into the classroom. Her previous hesitance was gone, and her face was full of joy. Hello, everyone, good morning. She cheerfully greeted Song Ishue and the others. Good morning, Xiaxi. They all responded. Xiaxi put her backpack on her seat, then quietly opened it and placed a candy box marked with the language of a certain country into Lin Li's drawer. Will the monitor be very happy to receive this? She thought to herself, her little mouth unconsciously curling up. He should be very happy. Definitely. Then she happily walked over to join Song Ishue's conversation. In the classroom, more and more students arrived. Many students from other classes and grades rushed over to the youth class before classes started. Currently, Lin Li was considered a national idol, and major media outlets and short video platforms were constantly broadcasting praises for his heroic deeds. Therefore, Lin Li was exceptionally popular among children. Sure enough, students from the same school came over out of curiosity. Where's your monitor? My idol. Where's Lin Li? The children chattered. Wang Tianyu had also arrived at school. Seeing so many people, he knew it was time for him to step up. The monitor is not here. The vice monitor is the highest authority. I have the responsibility to help the monitor handle diplomatic relations. Hello, students. I'm Wang Tianyu, the vice monitor of the youth class. He raised his neck and spoke loudly. Thank you for your love for our monitor, but he hasn't arrived at school yet. If you have any questions, you can tell me, and I will relay them to him. During this time, Wang Tianyu had repeatedly watched the replays of the youth class. On the first day of school, he had looked down on Lin Li. But after becoming the vice monitor, especially after being educated by his parents, he began to study Lin Li's style frame by frame. He thought about how Lin Li single-handedly suppressed them. What incredible ability that was. He felt he had to strengthen his ideological training since he was now the vice monitor. Moreover, he wasn't stable as a vice monitor, with so many classmates eyeing him. To keep up with Lin Li's pace and not be caught by Li Jianren and criticized, he had to improve. So now, he looked a bit like Lin Li. Wang, I'm for class 5, too. Your monitor is here. Tell him to come sit with us when he has time. A tall boy with glasses and a red scarf called out loudly. Wang was a nickname given to Wang Tianyu by netizens because he had said at the beginning that he had a CEO dad. So they followed along with the netizens. Wang Tianyu heard this, and his expression turned serious, slightly displeased. This student, don't call me Wang. In school, you should address positions. The student was taken aback, wondering what was going on with everyone in this class. Another student spoke up. Okay, Vice Monitor Wang, I'm a study committee member from class 3-4. Please pass a message to Lin Li that our class really hopes he can come and guide us. Okay, I understand. I will remember. Wang Tianyu nodded earnestly. The live broadcast room had started at 7 a.m. At this moment, seeing Wang Tianyu's resemblance to Lin Li, everyone was both amused and entertained. Wang has also made progress. He has switched from business to politics. Okay. There are more and more interesting things. No amount of money can resist the temptation of power. Now Lin Li is truly a national idol. This school has been ignited by him. My child studies in this school, and after the Lin Li incident, he proudly says he is in the same school as Lin Li. It cracks me up. Wang Tianyu is also doing well now, showing the demeanor of a vice monitor. Look, Director Li's face is dark, haha. Just as the netizens saw, at that moment, Li Jianren came into the classroom with a small backpack. Seeing Wang Tianyu representing the youth class, speaking with leaders from other classes, his expression was particularly grim. He coldly mocked, putting on an act, Wang Tianyu. Your probation period hasn't ended yet. Tomorrow is your deadline. I wonder if you can still be so impressive. His voice wasn't deliberately lowered, so it was clearly heard by Wang Tianyu, who was greeting leaders from other classes. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows, unhappy. Li Jianren, we address positions in class. TCH. Li Jianren completely ignored him, rolled his eyes, and walked straight to his seat. Seeing him ignore him, Wang Tianyu felt his dignity as vice monitor was trampled on, especially with so many others watching. It was embarrassing. Why do I smell something sour? He chuckled, raised his hand to fan his nose, then leaned over to Li Jianren and sniffed. Oh, it's coming from you. Li Jianren sneered, showing no anger. In his eyes, only Lin Li in the youth class could be considered his rival. Everyone else, he sneered at. Enjoy your moment. Tomorrow your Vice Monitor experience card will expire. Wang Tianyu smiled. Tomorrow? You don't know the weekend isn't a working day. The monitor said it's a week, which means 7 days. You. Li Jianren was dumbfounded. Wang Tianyu's implication was clear. After all, he was the director's son. Judicial units calculate time based on working days. Saturdays and Sundays are both days off. Wang Tianyu was quite satisfied with his expression. Li Jianren, you're still young, no matter what. I can still show off for 2 more days. Saying this, he squinted his eyes, revealing a smug look in Li Jianren's eyes, and playfully said, I'll be keeping an eye on you these 2 days. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Wang stands up. I'm going. What Wang? Call him Vice. The youth class truly has no idlers. It's only been a few days, and Wang Tianyu has grown this much? Could it be that a position really makes people smarter? Looking back, Vice Wang was once scolded by Li Jianren until his face was red. Now he can fight back. Did Vice Wang go to party school for training these past few days? Lin Li, I'm about to join the great young pioneers, so please push for updates. Small gifts. At that time, I will bring my little minions to control the young pioneers and make it big and strong. Chapter 71. Another talent. Life Committee member Guan Qian Wang Tianyu's transformation truly stunned the viewers in the live stream. Previously, he gave the impression of a foolish son from a landlord family, bribing others with snacks to run for class monitor. Now, it felt like he had become a completely different person. He seemed much smarter. It was as if they could see Lin Li's shadow in him. In the youth class, Li Jianren was furious. He could tolerate Lin Li's insults and being pushed down, but he wouldn't allow Wang Tianyu to step on him too. Wang Tianyu, don't go too far. He gritted his teeth and glared. Calm down, Li Jianren. At this moment, Yuan Hua, who had just arrived in the class, stepped forward to stop Li Jianren. He had just gotten to the class and didn't know what was happening, but now Li Jianren was on the same side as him. Wang Tianyu was clearly on Lin Li's side. It was that simple. Yuan Hua furrowed his brows. Wang Tianyu, what are you trying to do? Wang Tianyu replied, I'm not trying to do anything. Just want Li Jianren to behave himself for the next couple of days. Behave? You should be the one behaving. Your time is up tomorrow. You should be keeping a low profile. Yuan Hua sneered at him. In the last row, Sun Lin, seeing the two of them, immediately stood up and walked over to Wang Tianyu. What do you mean tomorrow? It's a 1-week observation period, and it's not even a week yet. What do you mean it's not? Isn't tomorrow coming? Yuan Hua squinted his eyes in confusion. Li Jianren, who was beside him, had calmed down a bit and whispered in his ear about what happened during the workday. Yuan Hua's squinted eyes widened in surprise. Was this something Wang Tianyu could think of? He knew that continuing this topic was not advantageous, as without clear regulations, anyone could be right. So, he quickly turned his attention to Sun Lin. Sun Lin, how can you stand out? You can't even take care of the class monitor's safety. Sun Lin was taken aback, confused as to why he was suddenly being targeted when he hadn't even spoken yet. Clearly not as advanced as Wang Tianyu. He didn't know how to respond to Yuan Hua's sudden attack. Mainly, he felt a bit insecure inside. His issues will be decided by the class monitor. It's not up to you to say. A voice rang out from the classroom door. Yuan Hua, Li Jianren, Wang Tianyu, and others all turned their attention. They saw Life Committee member Guan Qian coming in with a small backpack. He was also one of the class leaders appointed by Lin Li, belonging to Lin Li's faction. Guan Qian didn't go directly to his seat to put down his backpack, but walked over to Sun Lin. Seeing the situation, other students in the class, like Chang Junyu, who were part of Lin Li's faction, all stood up and gathered behind Wang Tianyu. Meanwhile, Li Jieqi and Wu Cheng went to stand behind Li Jianren. The two groups faced each other across the aisle, tension in the air. Students from other classes, witnessing this situation, were stunned. Was the pace in the youth class this fast? Would they really fight over a disagreement? One student whispered to the person next to him, "This youth class is really not a place for people to stay. Yeah, I feel like if we 5th graders went in, we'd have to sit quietly on the bench. Let us get out of here. Let us go to class. Otherwise, if they start fighting, we'll get in trouble too." The group of girls, including Xia Shi and Chang Yoshue, kept glancing at Wang Tianyu and the others. Boys are really immature. They don't have the maturity and steadiness of a class monitor at all. One girl pouted. Yeah, Xia Shi nodded in agreement. Should we tell the teacher? They seem like they're going to fight. One girl gently tugged at the school uniform of the study committee member, Song Ishue. The teacher should be watching the live stream too. Song Ishue pushed up her glasses on her nose and looked at the photographer in the back row. If something happens, they should come over immediately. True. At this moment, among the boys, Li Jianren, seeing he had so much backing, calmed down and gained confidence. He didn't even look at Wang Tianyu, but instead mockingly looked at life committee member Guan Qian. You should worry about yourself too. Do you even know where the class funds went? Li Jianren sneered. Guan Qian was taken aback, confused. The responsibility of the life committee was to manage class funds and the daily affairs of students in the class. He was well aware of this since taking office. He remembered that when the class monitor collected the class funds, he said he would hand them over to the life committee for safekeeping once it was elected. But Lin Li hadn't mentioned this matter since. He didn't dare to ask Lin Li for it. But why would Li Jianren bring this up? He was puzzled. The class funds were with the class monitor. As the life committee, shouldn't the class funds be with you? Li Jianren said with a smirk. The class monitor didn't give them to me. Didn't he give you? Then that means you're derelict in your duties and overstepped your authority. Yuan Hua immediately chimed in, quickly understanding Li Jianren's meaning. After all, they both came from official families, so there was some tacit understanding. Guan Qian didn't respond immediately, his mind racing. No one in the youth class was simple. Clearly, he was also somewhat intelligent. Although he couldn't understand why Li Jianren would mention the class funds. He knew he couldn't lose his composure now. I didn't overstep my authority, and I didn't neglect my duties. The class monitor privately told me that we are currently in the observation period. And once that's over, he will hand the class funds over to me for safekeeping. He lying. How can you tell he lying, bro? He hesitated, and when Director Li asked about the class funds earlier, he was clearly in a state of confusion. No way, bro, you can see that? I'm a level 2 psychological counselor. If adults can't see through it, I can still see through a kid. 666. If this is a lie, then Guan Qian is not someone to be underestimated. He quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. If I were in the youth class, I feel like I would have been expelled by now. Be confident. Remove that feeling. Under the analysis of the experts in the live stream, another talent was unearthed. What he said was seamless, clearly expressing his firm stance in support of the class monitor while also refuting Li Jianren's accusations. His emotional intelligence was evident. Li Jianren clearly hadn't anticipated this. He was even less capable than the experts in the live stream. Unable to discern whether Guan Qian was lying, he said sternly, "When did he tell you this?" Guan Qian shot him a look that said, "None of your business. Do we need to report our class leader matters to you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately put his arm around Guan Qian's shoulder, very pleased with this response. Exactly. What is your status compared to ours? Can you control us? Chapter 72. Still in the hospital? We are going to visit the class leader. Wang Tianyu's arrogant demeanor was clearly visible to Li Jianren. In an instant, an unnamed fire ignited in his heart. His teeth ground together, making a grating sound. Yuan Hua was also quite angry. It could be said that their faction was all the same. Outside of school, their status was not lower than Wang Tianyu's, but within the school, that statement was filled with mockery. Li Jianren clenched his fists tightly, trying to comfort himself, thinking that it would be fine. They wouldn't be able to show off for long. When Teacher's Day came the day after tomorrow, he would impeach Lin Li, and then all of them would fall. He glared fiercely at Guan Qian, thinking that Lin Li had embezzled public funds. And here you are, the life committee member, still in the dark. Just wait and see. Li Jianren made a harsh remark and then ignored Wang Tianyu and the others, patting Yuan Hua, telling him not to stoop to their level. Yuan Hua nodded and called to his colleagues. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu's expression became even more smug. They were intimidated. They were afraid. He had won. It felt so good. The taste of power made him a bit intoxicated. How boring. He raised his chin and left. He waved his hand and turned to lead Guan Qian, Cheng Junyu, and the others who followed behind him, consciously keeping their distance. Obviously, in just a few minutes, they'd improved a bit. The commotion before class had temporarily come to an end, but the netizens were very clear that this was just the beginning. The two factions in the class had completely established their enmity. As for the third faction, the neutral faction, there weren't many people, and they currently belong to the small, transparent category in the eyes of netizens. So far, they hadn't team-made any highlights. Some people's names had even been forgotten by the netizens. In their eyes, they only had one title: ordinary classmates. As soon as the class bell rang, the students quickly returned to their seats. The first class was Chinese. He Jiong entered the classroom holding books. With the class leader absent, the vice class leader took charge. So everyone stood up. Wang Tianyu stood tall, his voice loud. The sound of desks and chairs colliding filled the classroom. "Hello, teacher. Hello, classmates." He Jiong chuckled. Sit. He had seen everything that happened earlier in the office. He had originally thought a fight would break out and was prepared to rush to the classroom at any moment. Fortunately, they all restrained themselves in the end, which made him very relieved. To be honest, he was quite impressed by Li Jianren's performance. Although he had provoked first, he was able to restrain himself from fighting back against Wang Tianyu's mockery. At this age, having such restraint was, to be honest, quite remarkable. Nowadays, which young person doesn't resort to violence over a disagreement? As for Wang Tianyu, well, he was starting to put on airs, and his brain was starting to work. What surprised him the most was Guan Qian. Last week, he was still a small, transparent figure among the class leaders. But today, his words were truly impressive. Looking at these students, he felt a bit dazed. It really proved the old saying, dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Of course, the one who broke this old saying, the most outstanding representative at the moment, was Lin Li. This little brat not only digs holes, but also specifically targets the holes of dragons and phoenixes. As a commoner, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies. He secretly chuckled, shaking off the thoughts in his mind, and began to take the class seriously. Classmates, do you remember where we left off last week? As soon as He Jiong finished speaking, Wang Tianyu immediately raised his hand. Report. Seeing him raise his hand, He Jiong was taken aback. Did he really want to show off that much? According to He Jiong's thoughts, the first one to raise their hand should be Song Yishue or a few other students who had performed well last week. But he didn't expect. Stand up, Wang Tianyu, you speak. Wang Tianyu stood up. Although he wanted to replicate the class leader Lin Li and have He Jiong call him vice class leader Wang, he didn't have the guts to do so. Students were still quite afraid of teachers, except for the quirky Lin Li. Report, I want to ask, why hasn't he the class leader come to school? Is his injury not healed yet? We really miss the class leader. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi and others looked at He Jiong with curious expressions. Obviously, they were also very concerned about this question. When Lin Li was rescued, He Jiong was the first to send a message in the group, telling them the class leader was safe. They also knew Lin Li was injured and hospitalized. He Jiong had said it was a minor injury and that he would be able to see everyone soon. So they thought they would be able to see the class leader today. He is still in the hospital, but he'll be discharged soon. He Jiong replied with a smile. Ah, still in the hospital? Xiaxi couldn't help but furrow her brows. The classroom immediately erupted in noise. Is it that serious? It's been so many days. Yeah, wasn't it supposed to be a minor injury? Will I still be able to see the class leader? Discipline committee member Su Gaojia immediately stood up and shouted, "Quiet, pay attention to classroom discipline. What position, what actions, what situation, what position needs to step in? These class leaders have studied hard. After all, they always remember that they are currently under observation. If they don't perform well, they could be replaced at any time." As soon as he spoke, although the students' voices began to quiet down, there were still a few who were whispering. Su Gaojia glared fiercely at those few, and those same people glared back at him defiantly. One of them was Yuan Hua. "What are you looking at?" Yuan Hua said fiercely. "We are concerned about the class leader. Everyone be quiet." He Jiong knew that if this continued, it would be hard to avoid another argument between the two factions. The teacher's words were much more effective than others, and the class quickly quieted down. He said, "Classmates, don't worry. The class leader will be discharged in these 2 days and will be back in class soon." He then waved his hand, signaling Wang Tianyu to sit down. "Let us continue with the class." Wang Tianyu did not sit down, but looked at him and said, "Teacher, we want to visit the class leader. The class leader is in the hospital, and, as classmates, we should go see him." As soon as he said this, Shi Sunlin, Xia Shi, Guan Qian, and other class leaders chimed in. "Yes, we want to visit the class leader." Song Yishue also raised her hand to speak. He Jiong said, "I know you're very concerned about the class leader, but right now the class leader is in a quiet recovery. He pondered for a moment. How about this? You can send a representative over later. This way it won't disturb the class leader's rest, and it will also let him feel the unity and care of the youth class. As classmates, wanting to visit a hospitalized fellow student is not wrong. So he didn't directly refuse. Okay, thank you, teacher. Wang Tianyu nodded and then sat down, secretly thinking that he must fight for this opportunity. Immediately, he began to think about what to bring to visit the class leader. Visiting a hospitalized class leader and bringing a gift, isn't that considered bribery? Chapter 73. Your grandfather really taught you a lot. During class in the youth class, in the luxurious single room of the first hospital of Yongcheng, Lin Li was eating fruit and watching TV, enjoying a comfortable little life. In fact, he had already recovered quite a bit. If it weren't for skipping class, he would have been discharged long ago. At this moment, the nurse had just finished her daily rounds. Lin Li, what time is it? And you're still yawning? Didn't you sleep well last night? The nurse asked with a smile. She was quite puzzled. Every morning for the past 2 days when she came to check on Lin Li, he looked a bit listless. It was somewhat like the patients in the neighboring country who stayed up late in the hospital. I slept pretty well, Lin Li said perfunctorily, yawning again. Ever since that day when Jiang and the others questioned him, Yang Mi had returned the phone that had been thrown into the alley by the traffickers. Chao Dahua had gone to the incident site and found the phone, bringing it back to hand over to Yang Mi and the others. After the phone returned to Lin Li's hands, he stayed up late filling out orders to cover the class fees. Originally, according to his plan, he would peak early in the morning, then take orders for national standards, small national standards, gold standards, and so on, which was completely manageable time-wise. Even if he didn't take the split orders, just taking one small national standard would normally fetch around 2,000 in the current market. However, after being kidnapped by the traffickers for several days, he suddenly had very little time. Of course, he could have borrowed money from Jiang and Yang Mi. He believed they would definitely lend it to him. After all, 1,000 or so yuan was nothing to them. But he didn't want to, because borrowing money is like borrowing a favor. He didn't want them to come back later when he was powerful and say, "Do you remember when I lent you money when you were young?" To prevent such situations from occurring, he chose to be noble in his temporary poverty. Hope you rest well. You're still growing. You can't stay up late. You know, if you don't grow taller, you'll regret it when you're older, the nurse said with concern. Lin Li nodded. Thank you, sister, I know. As for his height, Lin Li had already reached 8 meters. Speaking of which, some things in the system are really cheap, while others are outrageously expensive. For example, regarding height and appearance, it's not just a matter of adding one modeling point for each centimeter. Every additional centimeter requires the modeling points to increase exponentially. His initial height was determined based on the average height of Chinese males. If it weren't for the emotional value skyrocketing like crazy these past few days, he probably wouldn't dare to touch the future appearance modeling now. As for his looks, he had temporarily settled on them. It wasn't anything extraordinary. It was quite ordinary. He hadn't deliberately tried to shape his appearance because he knew that no matter how handsome he became, he could never surpass the readers who urged him to update. Like and send gifts. Then you rest well. Remember to call me if you need anything, the nurse said. Okay. After the nurse left, Lin Li didn't open Honor of Kings to continue filling orders. Because he had earned money, the hole could be filled. Among them, Nai Xiong, as the major investor, contributed 1,500 yuan. As the star rating increased, the later charges naturally became higher, and she also ordered a Luna Gold Standard and a Chang'e Gold Standard. He had also taken a few Gold Standard orders. Although he hadn't reached the peak first due to the trafficker incident, his reputation had already spread, and orders naturally came in. Among them, a major investor placed a big order priced at 20,000. But when Lin Li saw the content requirements, he directly refused. The national server Yao. The national server itself is a waste of time, let alone Yao. Anyone who has played Honor of Kings knows the gold content of Yao on the national server. Ding dong. A message came through on his phone. Nai Xiong, when are you free today? Lin Li saw it and couldn't be bothered to reply. What was there to chat about if she wasn't paying? Public servants are very busy, especially during the few days he disappeared. The most messages on WeChat were from her. Good morning. Still sleeping? Are you busy this afternoon? Time to rank. Have you eaten? Good night. Did you sleep? Lin Li tossed the phone aside, feeling nauseated by the game. Any interest or hobby turning into a means of making a living could be extremely painful. Around noon, the nurse brought in a light lunch. Just as Lin Li was eating, there was a polite knock on the door. Lin Li looked up and saw two masked men at the door. He quickly recognized one of them. Wasn't that Lao Mozi? After all, they were public figures, and for convenience, wearing masks was a must. The other man, Lin Li did not recognize for the time being, but knew he was definitely from the entertainment industry, as he was holding a fruit basket. Are you eating? Lao Mozi walked in and took off his mask with a smile. Well, what else? Lin Li replied in a somewhat indifferent tone, and his expression seemed to say, didn't you see that? This made Lao Mozi feel a bit awkward. It was as if he was telling himself that his question was unnecessary. Ahem, little buddy. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Tianwang. He quickly avoided the awkward moment and said. At the same time, the man next to him also took off his mask, revealing Lu Tianwang, one of the four heavenly kings of Hong Kong. Hi, little buddy, hello. Lu Tianwang greeted with a warm smile and a wave. Lin Li's eyes lit up. Lu Tianwang. Hello, little buddy, hee. Lao Mozi said, I mentioned to you before. Lu Tianwang intends to purchase the copyright for that song of yours. I know, I remember. Lin Li nodded. I also know that during the time I was kidnapped, Lu Tianwang helped me call for support online. He sincerely thanked. Thank you, Lu Tianwang. It's my duty. Lu Tianwang smiled and waved his hand, then asked with concern, are you feeling better? I should be able to be discharged soon. That's good. Lu Tianwang placed the fruit he was holding on the bedside table. I brought you some fruit. You're too polite, Lu Tianwang. Just coming is enough. No need to bring anything, Lin Li said with a symbolic polite remark. Lu Tianwang chuckled, little but with a big heart. Where did you learn all this politeness? From my grandfather. Lao Mozi sighed inwardly. Your grandfather really taught you a lot. Your grandfather is a respectable person, Lu Tianwang said sincerely. He had watched Lin Li's video where he spoke about Marxism, Mao Zedong thought, and Deng Xiaoping theory, filled with red energy, and he truly admired Lin Li's grandfather for raising such an outstanding and upright child. That's right. Lin Li's face showed a hint of pride. Can I call you Uncle Lu? The best way to build a closer relationship is to start with addressing each other. Sure. Lu Tianwang nodded happily. He would find it disrespectful to be called uncle, as the age gap with Lin Li was too big, and calling him brother wouldn't be appropriate either. I don't really understand the copyright issue, Lin Li said, but I know that song copyrights are divided into adaptation rights, rental rights, performance rights. Lao Mozi and Lu Tianwang only heard half of it before exchanging glances. Lu Tianwang looked puzzled. You taught him? Lao Mozi zipli? It should be his grandfather who taught him. Lin Li, thank you to Horse Run Fast for the strong support. Good comrade. I remember you. And I'll add a chapter this afternoon. Chapter 74. Guardian? I'm still selecting. So which copyright are you buying for me? Lin Li asked with wide, clear eyes. Wait a minute. Lu Tiangong's mind was a bit chaotic. First answer me. How do you know about this? Old Mozi added. Did your grandfather teach you? Lin Li shook his head. Director Zhang. What are you joking about? My grandfather is just an ordinary old man. How would he know these things? After saying that, he picked up the phone on the mattress and waved it in front of them. I searched it online. Old Mozi felt awkward. The internet is really a good thing. Phones are so convenient. It allows an 8-year-old child to know so much. This statement was not a fabrication. Lin Li indeed found it online. After learning that someone wanted to buy the copyright, he specifically went to understand it. After all, the song copyright isn't just sold once. There will be many more in the future. Lu Tiangang sighed in relief. I see. Uncle won't take advantage of you. The copyright is still in your hands. I only want to buy your singing rights. He explained in very simple terms, fearing Lin Li wouldn't understand. In other words, I buy your song, you hold the copyright. No matter how much money this song earns or how popular it becomes in the future, you will get your share. Do you understand? Lu Tiangang smiled. Lin Li nodded, understanding. Lu Tiangang really didn't intend to take advantage of himself. Many singers and companies buy songs and take all the copyrights. In the end, whether the song is popular or not has nothing to do with the original author. Those like him who only buy singing rights are truly righteous. Uncle Lu, how much are you planning to pay? I saw online that many people sell songs for thousands, even tens of thousands. He showed a naive expression, clearly not experienced. He knew that Lu Tiangang wouldn't offer him a low price. After all, this song was already considered successful, backed by a certain streaming data. If it were a song just written, the company and singer wouldn't know its potential, so the price would generally be lower. Some companies would even directly buy out the authorship rights. This means that once you write it, the creator's name in the song will not be yours. That's the worst. If the song becomes popular, although you only earn a few thousand from selling the song, at least your name remains as the creator, which is a signboard for creators. It helps increase visibility and adds weight in future song sales. Lu Tiangang smiled. Definitely more than that. How much is that? Lin Li asked expectantly. 500,000. What? 500,000. Lu Tiangang repeated with a smile. Seeing Lin Li's surprised expression, he explained, if it were a buyout, the price would be higher. The reason it's this price is that this song has been validated online. Old Mosey finally saw another expression from Lin Li, the clever little boy, and he was quite satisfied with his surprise. He added, this song will have more in the future. You will also get royalties. Yes, rest assured. Every penny will not be short. You can trust me on this. Lu Tiangong's eyes were serious. I certainly trust you. Lin Li had a fair amount of trust in his reputation. Being able to stay popular for so long surely had its reasons. Lu Tiangang continued. Given that you are still a minor, according to the law, your guardian needs to sign on your behalf. So who will sign? According to the law, minors under 8 years old have no civil capacity, and any civil legal actions they undertake need to be represented by a legal guardian, including signing contracts. The copyright sale contract involves complex legal relationships and rights changes, which exceed the understanding and handling capabilities of those without civil capacity. Hearing this, Lin Li was momentarily at a loss. He is currently an orphan with no guardian. The local street office and civil affairs bureau are looking for a guardian for him, and if no one fosters him within a certain time, he will likely be sent to a children's welfare institution. Of course, what Lin Li doesn't know is that many people, upon learning about his family situation, have already applied for his guardianship at the local civil affairs bureau. This child clearly looks like someone who will have a bright future. Haven T, they heard of raising a child for old age? They all want to adopt Lin Li, thinking they will become wealthy in the future. But have they heard about how a father rises in status through his son? I currently don't have a guardian. Lin Li shook his head. At this moment, old Mosey spoke up. Isn't Young me supposed to be your guardian? Lin Li pursed his lips. Her name is still on the tentative list. Do you have anyone else who wants to be your guardian? Old Mosey asked in confusion. Not at the moment. I need to choose carefully. There's so many child abuse cases now. Who knows how they appear outside, but come home to lock me in a small black room. Hearing this, old Mosey raised a hand to touch his forehead, as if wiping sweat. Who would dare to abuse you? Anyone who can send 3 human traffickers to the police station would have to weigh their options. Lin Li looked at Lu Tiangang and said, how about this, Uncle Lu? Once I choose a guardian, we can sign the contract. That works. Lu Tiangang nodded with a smile. After school in the afternoon, on the way from school to the first hospital, a convoy was orderly driving on the elevated road. The leading car was a Rolls-Royce with a flying lady. The following cars were vans. Wang Tianyu sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, leisurely sipping fruit juice. So refreshing, so great, Uncle Zhang. Did you see today's show? Wang Tianyu asked the driver, in extremely good mood. I saw it, young master. You performed very well today. Uncle Zhang, wearing white gloves, held the steering wheel and smiled. Look at how frustratedly Jianren looked today, he. Wang Tianyu's little face was full of pride. Suddenly he asked Uncle Zhang, by the way, is the gift for the class monitor ready? After the Chinese class ended in the morning, He Jiong walked out of the classroom, and they immediately discussed who would represent them to visit the class monitor. With his authority as the vice class leader, he proposed himself and fought against the dissenting opinions to secure that spot. It's ready, young master. It's in the trunk. What did you buy? Fruits and 2 boxes of milk. Uncle Zhang said. Why so little? Wang Tianyu immediately became dissatisfied. Sending such ordinary things, anyone would think his family was going bankrupt. Would the class monitor be happy? It was Madame's suggestion. Wang Tianyu had nothing more to say. It was his mother's idea. What could he say? What kind of milk? Just the kind you usually drink, just air freighted from New Zealand today. Wang, the vice class leader. I want to buy the class monitor a car. May I ask what kind of car is suitable for the class monitor S status? Chapter 75. Collecting opinions? Just going through the motions. In the first hospital of Yong City, after discussing song copyright issues with Old Mosey, Lu Tianwang accompanied Lin Li until 3 p.m. before leaving. He didn't forget to invite Lin Li to visit Hong Kong when he had the chance. Class monitor, I'm here to see you. As Lin Li was downloading a red app on his phone, Wang Tianyu's voice came from the doorway. He looked up to see Wang Tianyu in his school uniform, panting as he entered while carrying a basket full of unfamiliar fruits. Behind him was a man in a suit, holding 2 boxes filled with items written in foreign languages. Judging by the packaging, Lin Li assumed they were drinks, though he had no idea what they specifically contained. Tianyu, you're here. How are you doing, class monitor? Wang Tianyu asked with concern. The driver behind him smiled and nodded at Lin Li before placing the 2 boxes of milk on the coffee table and setting down Wang Tianyu's fruits. He then stepped outside to stand guard. I'm much better. Lin Li nodded and pointed to a nearby chair, saying sit. Wang Tianyu was currently very obedient in front of Lin Li. The arrogance typical of a wealthy second generation had vanished. The rebelliousness of the beginning of the school term had also been tempered. Now, he regarded Lin Li as an idol. Besides being made vice monitor by Lin Li and the advice from his parents, there was also the sense of achievement he gained from learning from Lin Li today. Class monitor, I'm here on behalf of the whole class to visit you. Oh, please thank everyone for me tomorrow. Class monitor, today I really got on Li Jianren's nerves, haha. Wang Tianyu, with a cheerful personality and in a particularly good mood today, immediately opened up, talking nonstop about how he confronted Li Jianren. He didn't care whether Lin Li wanted to hear it or not. At that moment, Yang Mi and the others walked in, since they were currently recording this program and had no other commitments, and also worried that Lin Li might feel lonely in the hospital. They came to visit him every day. Teachers, you're here. Eliana Ligrata. Are you feeling better? You'll be discharged tomorrow. Originally, Lin Li had planned to stay in the hospital for a few more days. But after hearing what Wang Tianyu said, he remembered that the day after tomorrow was Teacher S Day. He had to prepare gifts, after all. He was the one who organized it. Class monitor, you're being discharged the day after tomorrow? Before Yami could speak, Wang Tianyu called out first. Yes, the day after tomorrow is Teacher S Day. Even if I'm not feeling well, I need to return to class and bring the whole class to send the most sincere wishes to our teachers. Lin Li raised his chin, his eyes filled with admiration and respect for the teachers. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu quickly observed carefully, silently noting down this posture, this expression, this gaze, and this tone, all the details. Stop. Yang Mi immediately organized him to continue, as they were well aware of what Lin Li was going to do with that demeanor. Making trouble. It's either a mouthful of rhetoric or a talk about morality. Not that they were afraid of him, but they didn't want him to take on a leadership role and educate them. Louis Fei, if that's the case, we appreciate your intentions, but you should focus on recovering. Lin Li ignored her. Teachers, even though it's been a few days, I've always kept your gifts in mind. Don't worry, I will give you a big surprise the day after tomorrow. A big surprise? The words left Yang Mi and the others unfazed. If it were Wang Tianyu saying it, they might have imagined something. After all, they had witnessed a glimpse of the heavenly realm, while Wang Tianyu lived in it. Class monitor, do you need to prepare gifts? Wang Tianyu immediately interjected upon hearing this. Yes, but I haven't prepared anything yet. Do you need me to help with anything? Wang Tianyu was very eager. Lin Li smiled lightly but didn't speak. Instead, he sat up from the hospital bed and put on his slippers. Teachers, you sit for a while. I'll take the vice monitor to walk around the hospital. Walk around the hospital? Jin's eyes twitched. He had heard of walking in the streets, malls, and parks. But this was the first time he heard of walking in a hospital. It was quite novel. Go. He understood Lin Li's intention. He just wanted to talk to Wang Tianyu alone, and it was about the Teacher S Day preparations. He didn't want them to know what gifts were being prepared to maintain an air of mystery. Okay, you all sit for a while. If you're hungry, there's fruit here, and there's a cafeteria downstairs. Feel free to treat it like your own home. Lin Li said as he led Wang Tianyu out of the ward. Why does that sound so familiar? In the hospital garden below, the two sat on a bench. Wang Tianyu curiously watched Lin Li greedily inhale the air mixed with disinfectant. Class monitor, is there something you need? Lin Li exhaled deeply, turned to him, and said, when you get home tonight, gather opinions from everyone in the class group about what gifts to give the teachers for Teacher Day. See if there are any good suggestions, and then compile them. After all, he had previously promised to take the students' opinions into account, but it had been delayed due to the human trafficking incident. Fortunately, there was still a day left, so it was completely feasible. Since it was an event organized by the class, it was only natural to give everyone a sense of participation, right? Oh, I understand now. I'll compile them and send you a message. Wang Tianyu replied, realizing this task was simple and could also showcase his authority as vice monitor. It was a good thing. No need. Lin Li shook his head. You don't need to send it to me. It's just going through the motions. Going through the motions? Wang Tianyu was puzzled, and suddenly, images flashed through his mind. When he was at home, his parents sometimes talked about company matters, mentioning that the company was currently collecting employee opinions. He would often ask, confused, why they needed to collect opinions. His father said, it's just going through the motions. It's just to let the employees know that the chairman cares about them. In an instant, he realized, I get it now. Their opinions aren't important. We decide on the gifts ourselves, right? Yes. Lin Li patted his shoulder, looking at him with an approving gaze. He secretly sighed. The son of a president truly lives up to the title. His understanding is indeed high. Wang Tianyu noticed Lin Li's appreciative look, feeling like a naive child who had just received praise. His mouth immediately curved into a smile, and his tone was filled with excitement. Class monitor, how can I help with the gifts? No need. I will prepare the gifts. Just gonna pick me up the day after tomorrow. Got it. Wang Tianyu promised. But suddenly he seemed to remember something. Since there was no one around, he lowered his voice and said quietly, Class monitor, when I came to the hospital, Guanqian told me that Li Jianren might be trying to impeach us over the class funds. Lin Li frowned slightly. Because you didn't give Guanqian the class funds back then. Chapter 76 Good News. You're joining the Young Pioneers meanwhile. In the principal's office at the school, the students had already left for home, while Hu Jiangwo was still in the office, sitting across from the police chief on the sofa. The two were enjoying tea and chatting. Principal Hu, Lin Li has done a great service for our police department this time, the police chief said with a smile. The human trafficker he brought back during the interrogation, as he said at the time, had a skilled method of operation and was not a first-time offender. Through the interrogation and investigation, we recovered 8 children. This truly makes him ecstatic. With this achievement, he might be able to climb up further next year. Therefore, he came to the school to discuss awarding Lin Li a banner and a bonus. After Hu Jiangwo poured him another cup of tea, he said, the day after tomorrow is Teacher's Day. I will gather all the teachers and students, and you can personally present the award to him on the playground. How about that? That's fine, but I think that's not enough. The police chief laughed. On the day the banner is awarded, let us have this child join the Young Pioneers. Hu Jiangwo pondered the Young Pioneers. The police chief took a sip from his teacup and then said, well, the child's awareness is quite good. He must join the Young Pioneers and take on a leadership role. All right, I agree. Hu Jiangwo nodded. The Young Pioneers generally have 2 batches of membership. The first batch joins around the second semester of the first grade, around Children's Day, and these students usually excel in both academic and moral performance. The second batch joins around the second semester of the second grade, also around Children's Day. It can be said that every child in elementary school will join the Young Pioneers. It's just a matter of timing. Given Lin Li's current performance, even without the human trafficking incident, the school would definitely arrange for him to join the first batch. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse. This was going to allow Lin Li to join the organization directly. So it's settled then? The police chief said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll present the banner, and you can tie the red scarf around him. What does that sound? Of course, Hu Jiangwo was in a good mood. It should be noted that a program crew was currently live broadcasting. Therefore, the police chief personally presenting the banner and medal was also a way to promote their school. Even if the police chief didn't mention it, he would personally tie the scarf for Lin Li. After all, Lin Li was truly a student of their school, and as the principal, personally recognizing a student would show a friendly demeanor. This way, when other students' parents see the school principal being so approachable, they would feel assured to entrust their children to this school. However, Speaking of which, the police chief suddenly said that day, I still hope not to give Lin Li too many opportunities to speak. Just a simple thank you will do. What do you think? Hu Jiangwo quickly nodded. I understand. He understood very well. He vividly remembered the scenes from the opening ceremony that day. He especially remembered Lin Li patting his hand before going on stage. Sigh. What was the police chief afraid of? He was worried about Director Lin appearing, and then it would be hard to distinguish who the real leader was. This child was great in every way except. Hu Jiangwo hesitated. He initially wanted to say he talked too much, but then he thought, isn't that saying the same about himself? After all, Lin Li had taken many of his words. He felt it was nonsense. If it were him speaking, wouldn't others think he was rambling too? So, he rephrased, he has a bit too much official tone. Wonder where he learned that. Ha! The police chief burst into laughter, so I want to speak first, and then let Lin Li give a thank you speech. Before he could finish, Hu Jiangwo nodded again. I understand. You understand again. The police chief chuckled inwardly. Clearly, that day's experience left a deep impression on him. Look at him. It seems he has developed a psychological shadow. All right, then it's settled. I won't continue to disturb you. With his purpose achieved and the task completed, he stood up to leave. Hu Jiangwo stood up to see him off. I'll have someone arrange the process right away and send it to you later. Good. See you the day after tomorrow morning. Remember not to mess up the order. The police chief reiterated seriously as he left. MHM. I understand. The scene shifted back to the hospital. At this time, Lin Li and Wang Tianyu had already left the small garden and were walking down the corridor to the ward. Li Jianren is not to be feared. However, Guanxian is a good classmate who will consider the class leader's feelings. I'll have a good chat with him later at school and see if we can formally induct him into our team. Lin Li learned about everything that happened in the morning from Wang Tianyu, and he also watched a replay of the program online. He had to admit, Guanxian's emotional intelligence and adaptability were impressive. He was appointed as the class life committee member mainly because he performed well in math class, which left an impression on Lin Li. He was also one of the few who didn't join the ruckus when Li Jianren targeted him during English class. Class leader, I think it's best to be a bit cautious. Wang Tianyu reminded with a furrowed brow, kindly. No need to worry. The youth class won't collapse as long as I'm here. Li Jianren won't be able to turn the tide. Lin Li said confidently, just a bunch of kids dare to plot against him. Do you know that in my past life, I watched the entire empresses in the palace by myself? Hearing Lin Li speak so domineeringly, Wang Tianyu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Li even more. He memorized this phrase, planning to use it in the future. At this moment, they had already arrived at the door of the ward. As soon as they entered, Lin Li saw He Jiong and Yang Mi immediately turn their gaze towards him, revealing mysterious smiles, as if they had been waiting for him. Class leader, I have good news for you. Do you want to hear it? Liu Yifei smiled brightly. But Lin Li felt there was a hint of scheming in her smile. I don't want to hear it. Lin Li decisively replied without thinking, leaving them stunned. This was not the response they wanted to hear. Aren't you curious? Deng Chao asked, bewildered. If this matter has a lot to do with me, if I don't ask, you will eventually tell me, Lin Li said with a smile. Yang Mi sighed, covering her forehead. This little brat was too clever. Kids nowadays are really hard to fool. You. She shook her head, realizing that he saw through her and lost interest in teasing him. She straightforwardly said, Director Zhang just called and said that on Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow, you will be awarded a red scarf. The expected surprise did not appear on Lin Li's face, only a calm demeanor that seemed to invite a beating. Oh, but soon, Lin Li's eyes burst with dazzling light. Does this mean I can go on stage? All the teachers and students will attend, right? Chapter 77. You want me to write an application report? Are you crazy? Lin Ting. From now on, the young pioneers will be uniformly renamed to the Youth League. Hope for your understanding. The meaning is the same. In school, Lin Li clearly knows when the emotional value is the highest. During normal classes, there's no gimmick to make him act up. First grade problems, let alone having a system, even without one, can't stump him. After all, he is an adult. When it comes to first to third grade, he is undoubtedly a genius. As for after third grade, the downhill journey begins. The fall of a genius, indeed. Therefore, he is extremely eager to go on stage. Yang Mi and the others see his expression and are puzzled. Why isn't he excited about joining the youth league, but is instead so thrilled about going on stage? This child's way of thinking really leaves them a bit baffled. Shouldn't children be proud to wear a red scarf? Jiong said, "Of course, you're going to the stage. After all, it's a ceremony specifically held for your joining." He then briefly explained why he was suddenly invited to join the youth league. After hearing this, Lin Li couldn't help but feel disdain. How stingy. After he contributed such a significant achievement, they just want to let him join the youth league? Does the youth league need their help to bring him in? Isn't it just that any elementary school student can join? But thinking about it, at his age, what else could they let him join besides the youth league? One must be at least 18 to apply for the party. If he were already 18 with this achievement, he could really fast-track into the party. "Oh, do I have to read the application for joining on stage?" Jiong nodded, then shook his head. "The process hasn't been established yet, but I think under normal circumstances, you would have to read it, especially since this ceremony is specifically for you. If it were an event organized by the school for new youth league members, not everyone would read it, and only one representative would be sent." Lin Li smiled. As long as he could speak on stage, that was enough. So he said to Jiong, "Teacher, could you please help me write an application for joining? Remember to make it profound and have it done by tomorrow night." Jiong was taken aback. What does this mean? Why does this sound so familiar? Before he could continue to be confused, Lin Li added, "The content should best express my passionate feelings for the youth league, my determination to join, and reflect my loyalty to serve the teachers and students." Deng Chao and the others felt their heads were about to crack. Are you joining the youth league? Are you planning to join the party instead? Besides this mindset, Yang Mi and Liu Yifei found it amusing, simply because of Jiong's expression. Jiong's mouth twitched, his eyelids kept twitching, and he looked astonished. Is Lin Li commanding him? Does he think of himself as the Secretary General, asking him to write a report? At this moment, he had a thought he didn't know whether to say or not. Damn. Ever since that day he unilaterally appointed class leaders, he always felt like Lin Li seemed to have sidelined him as the homeroom teacher. But now it seems he is not just sidelining his authority. He is treating him like a subordinate. Immediately, he felt a surge of anger, stood up from the sofa, walked in front of Lin Li, and gave him a hard pinch on the head. "Got some guts, huh? Are you the teacher, or am I?" Jiong reprimanded. "Ouch. That hurts." Lin Li hugged his head. The leader's momentum instantly crumbled. "Jiong, write it yourself. I'll give you the application materials tomorrow. Write it well. If it's not good, you'll write it 100 times. He adopted the stance of a teacher, and for a moment, he finally felt like a teacher. "Teacher, I'm going to report you. You're physically punishing children. This is illegal." Lin Li glared at him with a fierce little face. How can they not change this bad habit? It seems they are even addicted to it. "This isn't corporal punishment, nor am I hitting you. It's a teacher's caring reprimand for a student." Jiong looked at his aggrieved expression and suddenly felt delighted. This is the expression a child should normally have. "Old and serious, what is that about? I'll give it to you tomorrow. After you write it, I'll check it. Don't write anything too outrageous. Do you understand?" Jiong glared at him threateningly. "Otherwise, I might have to exercise my rights as the homeroom teacher. The writing must be standard, not sloppy. And there must be no typos. The core idea must revolve around the joining statement. Got it?" Lin Li listened, his face slightly stiffened. "No, your requirements are even more than mine. Teacher, I'm in first grade. I just started school, and I can't recognize many big characters." Jiong sneered. "When you just started school, when writing problems on the blackboard, wasn't it pretty good? I only know those few. Then use those few characters to write me something." At this moment, Yang Mi stepped forward to smooth things over and smiled. "You still know you're in first grade. First graders should do first grade things and study well." "Okay, Teacher Yang, I'll study hard." Lin Li wasn't one to back down easily. But Jiong's latter threat did have some effect. After all, he is the homeroom teacher. He really could directly dismiss him from being the class leader. If you're dismissed, wouldn't he the people he had offended before ride on his neck? Li Jianren would definitely be the first. If he lost the class leader position, could Wang Tianyu still respect him like he does now? Lin Li couldn't guarantee that. Power makes people around you good friends. Once lost, who are you? Just not kicking you while you're down is already good. "Teacher, don't worry. Tomorrow I will definitely write you a proper application for joining." He turned around and looked at Wang Tianyu, who had been in a daze, and patted him on the shoulder. Tianyu, I'll join the youth league first. You perform well, and then I'll recommend you to join the great team. Wang Tianyu was completely bewildered after entering the ward. The class leader is so amazing. He actually joined the youth league ahead of time. The class leader is really impressive. He even made the homeroom teacher write a report. And he can actually bend and stretch. What his dad often educates him with, a man who knows how to bend and stretch can be called a real man. Relying solely on recklessness is destined not to go far. So, after being bewildered, admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. But hearing Lin Li's words, he replied in a daze. Class leader isn't it that everyone can join the youth league? He was a bit confused. Does this still require a recommendation? Lin Li said seriously, you don't understand. I'll go in first. When I become the leader of the youth league, I'll appoint you as the vice leader. At that time, you'll be one person below 10,000 among all the kids. You can expel anyone from the league just with a word. All the students will see you and have to respectfully call you vice leader. You hold their membership rights. Even the principal has to give us a bit of face. In the future, whenever the school holds a major conference, we will attend those important meetings. The podium will be ours. Wang Tianyu listened, his eyes widening continuously, sparkling with the light of power. What great power! Isn't this just the king of kids? Class leader, whatever you need, just command me. I'll go through fire and water for you. Chapter 78, every day, driving an Audi to pick up Lin Ting. Yang Mi, He Jiong. And others looked at Wang Tianyu's expression, then at Lin Li, who was constantly talking about future grand plans, and their minds once again went blank. A thought surfaced in their hearts. Was it right or wrong to let this kid join the youth team? If it were someone else claiming they wanted to be the captain of the youth team, they would still be skeptical, thinking it was just bragging. But this was said by Lin Li, so they dared not underestimate him in the slightest, because this kid really might make it happen. Just think about the tactics he has used since school started. On the first day, he had already subdued the second-generation rich and officials that families had focused on cultivating. Are you saying he is daydreaming? No, this is his life plan. Looking at Wang Tianyu, the spark in this second-generation rich kid's eyes gave them a familiar feeling. That's right. It was the same look they had when they first entered the industry, wanting to be famous, wanting to make progress. Exactly the same. Clearly, Wang Tianyu had already begun to be brainwashed and controlled by Lin Li. Originally, in their minds, kids like Wang Tianyu, after the show ended, would return to their elite schools, study for a few years, then go abroad to study, inherit the family business. But right now, it seemed that Wang Tianyu might actually graduate from a domestic university following Lin Li. They couldn't imagine, if that were the case, how high Lin Li's future starting point would be with a rich kid like Wang Tianyu as a subordinate. Suddenly, they felt a chill in their heads, remembering Lin Li's initial words. I want to take the civil service examination when I grow up. Success rate 1. Damn, who knows? He might really be called Director Lin in the future, and still with utmost respect. Deng Chao looked at Lin Li, who was still describing future grand plans to Wang Tianyu. Director Lin Li, take care of your health. Your injury just healed not long ago. In the evening, in the affluent area of Minghu, Yong City, in a European-style decorated living room, the family was warmly enjoying dinner. The man at the main seat, wearing a casual short-sleeved shirt, lifted a wine glass and took a sip of red wine, looking at the child across from him. Tianyu, what happened when you met your class monitor today? This family is Wang Tianyu's family. They are from the Magic City, and this place is just an ordinary property under their name, specifically purchased for their son's participation in the youth class. The main purpose of letting their son participate in the youth class as a child star was not the primary goal. They didn't lack money at home. Being a star, they weren't at the point of bankruptcy needing their child to earn a living. The main purpose was to train their child. Dad, the class monitor is going to school the day after tomorrow, and he's going to join the youth team. Wang Tianyu put down his chopsticks and raised his head to tell his father everything that happened after meeting Lin Li today. Lin Li had a lot to say, and he didn't remember everything, but he expressed the main content clearly. After listening, Wang Mingcheng smiled lightly, considering it a rare exception for his son to join the youth team right after school started. He lifted his wine glass and drank the red wine in one go, then said, in the youth class, just follow him well and learn more. As the president managing a huge enterprise, there are countless tasks every day, but he was clear about what happened in the youth class through the specially assigned caretaker and his son. Lin Li left a good impression on him. Promising and financially sound. At the age of 8, with many tricks and a sharp mind, he might seem ordinary in the eyes of adults, but at his age, he was indeed a genius. Born to play politics. Such a person, as long as he is not physically sanctioned when he grows up, will basically be a giant in one area. I know. I've been watching the replay of the class monitor. He is indeed very impressive. Wang Tianyu's clear eyes were filled with admiration. At the side of the dining table, Zhou Weiqing said at this moment, "Since he asked you to pick him up the day after tomorrow, you should pick him up every day from now on. Okay? Huh? Every day?" Wang Tianyu was taken aback. "Yes." Zhou Weiqing nodded, saying that the best way to build a relationship is to give gifts. But your class monitor probably won't accept what he said on the first day of school, so let's try another way. Wang Tianyu frowned, complaining. "Then I will have to wake up early every day." Zhou Weiqing looked at him fondly and smiled. "It's just waking up an hour earlier. If it doesn't work, we can go check out the place where Lin Li lives and buy a nice house there. Right?" Wang Tianyu suddenly got excited upon hearing this. Buying a house near the class monitor, so close. The life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. They buy what they want for convenience. That essay plan, I'll have someone check it out tomorrow. Wang Mingxing agreed, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Tomorrow I'll have someone buy an Audi. Just bear with it this semester and take this car to school." "Why?" Wang Tianyu was puzzled. "My car isn't broken." Wang Mingcheng didn't speak, and Zhou Weiqing glanced at her husband, immediately understanding his meaning, and smiled as she explained. Catering to his preferences, your class monitor always acts like a leader. Although it's unclear who influenced him, it's evident that he enjoys that leadership vibe. Leaders, naturally, should have the cars they deserve. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu responded with an that was half understanding. "Isn't an Audi too cheap?" Zhou Weiqing laughed. "Leaders are all low-key. Don't worry, that kid will definitely like it. They are successful businessmen. The vision of a successful person is extremely important. It's not just about seeing the situation, but also about seeing people. Even if Lin Li doesn't like Audi, it's just a few $100,000 in their eyes, not a big loss. There are plenty of ways to make up for it." After dinner, Wang Tianyu returned to his room, quickly took out his phone, and opened the youth class group chat. Following Lin Li's instructions, he collected classmates' thoughts on gifts for Teacher's Day. He even cleverly added, "Think about it. Tell me tomorrow when we go to school. The teachers are in the group. We want to surprise them." He also informed his classmates that the class monitor would be back the day after tomorrow. Then, he didn't care whether the classmates saw it or not, and directly switched screens to play games. Whether they saw it or not was none of his business, as he had already notified them. Meanwhile, at Xiaxi's home, ding dong, the phone notification rang, and Xiaxi stopped playing the piano, leaning her little head to take a look. Seeing the message, she was overjoyed and ran to where Shen Yutong was watching a variety show in the living room. "Mom, Dad is coming back." Shen Yutong lazily sat up from the sofa, jokingly expressing jealousy toward her daughter, saying that the precious daughter was the most important and that Dad didn't tell her first. "Dad loves me the most." Xiaxi smiled sweetly. "Dad said his flight tomorrow night will take 14 hours. Then should we take a day off the day after tomorrow to pick up Dad together? I want to go a bit. But the day after tomorrow is when the class monitor starts school." Shen Yutong was instantly dumbfounded. If her husband knew that their beloved daughter gave up picking him up for a man, he would probably be very sad, right? Lin Ting. "There's still the afternoon. I asked comrades to click the urge update, send some small gifts, and follow. Thank you all." Chapter 79 Teacher's Day Gift. Can I not have it the next day at noon? September 9th, sunny. At the hospital, Lin Li completed the discharge procedures with the accompaniment of the program team staff. Inside the car, the staff asked through the rearview mirror, "Little friend, are you going to school or going home?" Lin Li pouted and asked back, "If you're my age, what would you choose?" The staff stiffened, "Going home." "You already know the answer. Why ask me? Are adults this childish?" Elayena Lijigalat. The staff let out a heavy sigh. And now he could completely understand the feelings of Yang Mi and the others back then. So, on the way back to Lin Li's home, he didn't say another word. After dropping him off, he handed him a registration form for joining the Young Pioneers, leaving only one sentence. "Call me immediately if you need anything, and be safe. Then he quickly stepped on the gas, driving the luxury car with the momentum of a sports car. Lin Li pouted. Young people really can't say anything, pushing open the door of the house that he hadn't been to for a few days. He placed the registration form on the small table. After tidying up a bit, he didn't stay long and put on a mask to go to the supermarket to buy gifts for Teacher's Day tomorrow. Currently, he could be considered a celebrity, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he simply wore a mask like a star. At this point, he had nearly 4,000 yuan in hand. 600 yuan was class funds, and a little money was the inheritance from his original self. After entering the nearby small supermarket, he went directly to the cleaning supplies section and quickly found what he wanted to buy. He picked it up and went to check out, spending a total of 15 yuan. Then he ran to the flower shop and bought a pack of wrapping paper for flowers, spending 10 yuan. After that, he went to the small commodity market to buy a beautiful jewelry box, spending 25 yuan. Finally, he went to the hardware processing shop. After finishing everything, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Li set the prepared gifts aside and then went to the stove to cook a bowl of plain noodles. Ding dong. The WeChat notification sound rang. Lin Li brought the plain noodles without any green plants to the small table. After sitting down, he picked up his phone to check. It was a message from the class leader, He Jiong. He Jiong, be careful at home alone. If anything happens, make sure to call me. He Jiong, fill out the registration form for joining the Young Pioneers tonight. Don't forget to hand it in tomorrow morning, and if you have any questions, remember to ask. Don't write randomly. He Jiong, the joining ceremony will be organized on the playground during the break tomorrow. You will go on stage, and the police chief will personally commend you then. He Jiong, see this and reply. Lin Li, while lowering his head to eat noodles, sent A1 with one hand on the screen. Great, I can give a speech again tomorrow. He thought about how to perform well on stage tomorrow. So, he sent another message to He Jiong. Lin Li, teacher, don't worry, I will fill out the registration form seriously, and I will perform well on stage tomorrow. I won't let you down. He felt that this sentence was a standard reply for a contemporary young man. Not overly dramatic, just serious words. He Jiong would surely feel very gratified upon seeing it. At this time, He Jiong, who had finished sending off the children and was chatting with Deng Zhao and others in the office, saw the reply. He looked up at Deng Zhao, raising his eyebrows. Why do I always feel that something is going to happen with such ordinary words? Deng Zhao, puzzled, asked, what did he say? He Jiong turned his phone screen to show Deng Zhao and the others. I want to let you down, Deng Zhao pondered for a moment and then said 4 words, be careful, mainly because this child always brings us surprises. Yang Mi paused slightly, feeling that the wording was wrong, and corrected, shocks. Liu Yifei shook her head with a bitter smile. They were indeed played by Lin Li. A simple reply, ordinary words, a normal child's response, yet it made them anxious. Who would believe this? However, tomorrow should not have the same situation as the opening ceremony. At this moment, Deng Ziki spoke up. The principal and they are more afraid than us. In the established process, they didn't arrange for Lin Li to give a speech as a new member, but let the second grade new member speak instead. He Jiong smiled. The principal and the others are also wary of Lin Li. Of course, after the police chief discussed with Hu Jiangwo yesterday, he immediately held a meeting to discuss the process for new members joining. Originally, according to the formal procedure for the Young Pioneers joining ceremony, there must be a new member giving a declaration and reading the registration application. This is a complete joining process. However, the police chief repeatedly emphasized that Lin Li cannot speak. Although he could let Lin Li say a few words of gratitude, he understood from the repeated warnings that if they could avoid letting him speak, they should not give him the opportunity. But the necessary process for the joining ceremony must include new members giving remarks. This really troubled him. After all, this is the Young Pioneers joining ceremony. The process has clear regulations. Missing parts of the process would inevitably lead to complaints from some people. As the principal of the school, he certainly could not make this mistake. Therefore, he listened to some teacher suggestions and finally decided to let the second grade students who had not yet joined the Young Pioneers join this time. The process cannot be broken, but the time of the ceremony has no clear regulations that it must be held around Children's Day. At that time, let the representative of the second grade joining students give remarks, perfectly solving all problems. Yang Mi sighed softly. To be honest, Although I'm a bit afraid of Lin Li making a scene on stage, I am still a bit looking forward to his antics. Looking forward? Don't forget, tomorrow is Teacher's Day, He Jeong said solemnly. With his unpredictable nature, Teacher's Day will definitely give us a particularly big surprise. He emphasized the word surprise. So, we still have expectations for tomorrow. Yami remained silent. Tomorrow is Teacher's Day. He has to prepare gifts for us. She felt a bit uneasy. On the first day of school, Lin Li organized his classmates to give gifts for Teacher's Day. To be honest, it was very touching. But after getting to know Lin Li's personality during this time, the value of the gift is unclear. After all, the class funds only total 600 yuan. What can be known is that this gift will definitely be very special. I hope the gift I receive is as ordinary as the one Li Qin gave. Deng Zhao said with a bitter smile, his eyes full of helplessness. Even if it's a stone, it's much better than other flashy and shocking gifts. I don't know what the gift is, but tomorrow we will definitely be very awkward. He Jeong sighed with a complex expression. Liu Yifei, is it still too late for me and Director Zhang to take a leave? Lin Li speaks on stage, and all the teachers and students will be awkward together, but the gifts will make the four of them embarrassed. The scope may be narrowed, but the impact remains unchanged. Chapter 80. All eyes on the internet. The future of the king. The sun shines brightly, and the flowers smile at me. The little bird says, good morning, good morning. Why are you holding a gift? I'm here to deliver care, bringing surprises to the school. Love teachers and classmates. When we grow up, we should work for the welfare of the people. September 10th, Wednesday, Teacher's Day. Lin Li got up early without any laziness. As a qualified class leader, he had to arrive at school on time. Brushing his teeth and washing his face in one go, he looked at himself in the mirror, who had a decent leadership aura, and smiled to himself, thinking, I'm really handsome. I wonder which girl will benefit from me when I grow up. After a brief moment of self-admiration, he put on his backpack, picked up the nuclear bomb that would shock Yang Mi and others' hearts, and pushed the door open to go out. Looking at the clear weather, he sighed, another energetic day. Just after he sighed, he looked up and saw a brand new black Audi parked outside his door. Class leader, I'm here to pick you up. The driver quickly got out of the car and opened the back door when he saw Lin Li coming out, and Wang Tianyu immediately got out and ran over. When he reached Lin Li's side, he saw that Lin Li had a flat object wrapped in red cloth under his arm and was holding a bouquet covered with a gray veil. He didn't show any unusual expression because Lin Li lived in such an environment. Wang, the young master, never judges his friends by their family assets. Is this a gift for the teacher? Wang Tianyu asked. Yes. Lin Li nodded. Let's go. Time to bring warmth to the teacher. All right. Wang Tianyu responded, curiously asking, Class leader, what is that? After all, he was still a child and hadn't fully grasped the idea of not casually asking leaders questions. He would learn that if leaders wanted to say something, they would naturally tell him. You'll know when we get to school. Lin Li smiled. Oh, Wang Tianyu nodded, understanding, and didn't pursue the question further. The two entered the back seat of the car, and the bouquet was handed to the driver to place on the passenger seat and fasten the seatbelt. When the driver took the flowers from Lin Li, he was slightly taken aback. Wow, why is this bouquet so heavy? Is it filled with gold bars? However, as a dedicated, wealthy driver's driver, he was naturally more mature than a child and didn't ask any questions. The Audi slowly drove toward the school. Lin Li sat in the back seat, glancing at Wang Tianyu, unable to stop silently sighing in his heart. Young Master Wang was also experiencing some of the hardships of life with him. Instead of taking a good Rolls-Royce, he was riding in an Audi A6 with him. At the moment he saw the vehicle that came to pick him up, he had guessed a little about its significance. Wang Tianyu's parents wanted their son to improve. They were giving him a signal to take good care of their son. The Audi A6 has a special meaning in Huaxia. Driving a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz only represents wealth, but sitting in the back of an Audi A6 signifies something deeper. Lin Li sighed inwardly. His parents, really know how to judge people. No wonder they have such great assets. Their judgment is impressive. If Wang Tianyu had come to pick him up in that little golden car, he wouldn't have said anything. Even if Wang Tianyu had changed cars to another luxury vehicle, he wouldn't have thought much of it. Just because they have money, what's wrong with changing cars? But the Audi A6 was different. If he guessed correctly, this Audi A6 will be his regular vehicle for a while. Your parents are thoughtful. I really like this car. Lin Li smiled at him. Really? Wang Tianyu was overjoyed. My mom said you would definitely like it. Sure enough, please thank uncle and aunt for me. He then turned to the driver and apologized. Sorry to trouble you, driver. Uncle Zhang quickly raised one hand from the steering wheel and waved it. Young Master Lin, you're too polite. It's part of my job. As long as the young master is happy. Look, this is the benefit of having wealthy classmates. Just adding one more identity. Wang Tianyu was over the moon at this moment. His parents were really impressive. He had been anxious last night when he went to bed. When this Audi A6 was sent over, he was worried that the class leader wouldn't be happy. After all, this car only cost a few $100,000. Even though it was high-end, in his eyes, their family's nanny wouldn't even drive this car to buy groceries. But to his surprise, the class leader not only didn't complain, but seemed quite pleased to thank his parents. What does that mean? It means no wonder they are parents, and he is their son. At school, the youth class live broadcast started as scheduled. As soon as it went live, the number of viewers reached the peak of Lin Li's last appearance on the youth class screen. This was because today is Teacher's Day. Today is the day Lin Li escaped from the human traffickers, a king's return. Today is the day he received recognition from the police. From the very first day of the new Star Youth Class broadcast, the audience who followed Lin Li knew that today was the day he brought care to the teachers. Similarly, after the human trafficking incident was exposed, Lin Li's presence on the internet was unprecedentedly high. Many people who didn't follow this variety show or didn't watch variety shows had heard of Lin Li's deeds. My name is Lin Li, just like the towering trees in the forest. I want to stand tall and be an upright person. I will not tolerate corruption and bribery. When I grow up, I want to include foot therapy and health insurance. With an innate musical talent, I created Huaxia people, rushed dozens of kilometers to deliver a blood-loss victim to the police, entering the game, defeating the heavens, full of positive energy. At the age of 8, I appeared on the Central Mother's legal program. Which of these statements isn't trending all over the internet? Therefore, when the program team officially announced last night that Lin Li would go to school, as usual today, countless viewers who had heard of Lin Li's stories flocked in. As a seasoned director, Lao Mozi deeply understood what expectation and traffic meant and how to create momentum. He announced in advance that Lin Li would be on the podium to receive an award today. Instantly, the audience's emotions surged. The podium award? It's Lin Li again. Goodness. Director Lin is going to express his firm political thoughts. Thus, the anticipation was at an all-time high. The barrage in the live broadcast room was already flying like snowflakes, completely filling the screen. If the barrage wasn't blocked, one couldn't see the camera footage at all. Do you know why I don't like watching live broadcasts? Because you can't fast forward, skipping some boring opening plots, and jumping straight to the thrilling climax. Welcome back, Director Lin. Did anyone go to pick him up? I'm more anxious for Director Lin to appear than to pick up my wife. Where's the little baby Director Lin? Ani wants to adopt you. Today will surely be filled with joy, and there will be an important speech from Director Lin. I don't even want to attend my tutor's political class later. So many people are praising a little kid. I really want to see for myself. Where are the Imperial Forest Army? Chapter 81. As soon as he appeared, I felt a surge of red energy in the youth class. As time passed, one by one, the classmates arrived. The class monitor is coming today. A little girl with big, sparkling eyes was filled with anticipation. Xiaoxi, can I switch seats with you? I want to sit next to the class monitor. A girl with pigtails, her cute round face slightly tugged at Xiaoxi's sleeve, saying in a soft voice. No. Xiaoxi shook her head decisively. Why not? The girl's bright eyes dimmed instantly. Because I'm the future wife of the class monitor, Xiaoxi said, her delicate face slightly flushed with a hint of pride. The girl with pigtails was momentarily stunned. You two have progressed to that level already? On the other side of the classroom, Li Jianren, Yuan Hua, Wu Cheng, and their small group were watching the excited students waiting for Lin Li's return with cold eyes. Today, they had a needle that could easily pop the bubble. Watching the joyful girls and Lin Li supporters, they smirked with a hint of ha-ha-ha laughter. The more you admire Lin Li now, the more disappointed you'll be later. Today is his day of destruction. Yuan Hua said fiercely. Li Jianren nodded, saying with a hint of maturity, let him show off a bit longer. Embezzlement of public funds is a serious crime. Today is our time to shine. Wu Cheng crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. My dad keeps telling me to follow him and not rebel. saying that rebellion isn't suitable for me. His father, like Wang Tianyu's father, had said some things to him, but he couldn't care less. So he was even less likely to remember. Today, I must make him see me in a new light, he said angrily. Exactly, Yuan Hua agreed. At this moment, Li Jiechi spoke softly. What if we fail? Li Jianren hadn't considered this question because he didn't think he would fail. But he still replied, if we fail, it just means we didn't work hard enough. We need to reflect on ourselves. Yuan Hua patted Li Jiechi on the shoulder. Failure is the mother of success. If we fail this time, we'll learn from it and come back stronger next time. What is there to be afraid of? Li Jianren said, right? Unless he makes no mistakes at all in a youth class. As long as he makes even the slightest mistake, we will magnify it infinitely. The two of them were the leaders of this small group and also the think tank. Their education was vastly different from that of other children. Being influenced by families of officials, they understood more in certain aspects than normal kids. There wasn't a single idle person in the youth class, and that was absolutely true. One must not underestimate the current children, especially those growing up in such an environment. For example, the rich second generation like Wu Cheng and Wang Tianyu. While ordinary kids cheer for a newly bought Ultraman, their rooms are already filled with toys they've long lost interest in. Once they get bored, they want something else. This leads to them receiving a much wider variety of experiences than ordinary people in the same amount of time. With more exposure, they naturally understand more than ordinary people. At this time, He Jiong and others walked into the classroom, and 5 teachers appeared in front of the camera. As soon as the teachers arrived, even before class started, the students quickly returned to their seats, their eyes wide with greetings. The 5 walked to the podium, and He Jiong smiled at the students and said, "The class monitor is about to arrive. Let us welcome our little hero together." Although this little brat Lin Li had tricked them before, it cannot be denied that what he did this time, aside from being outrageous, was a refreshing and uplifting event. As teachers, they should lead the class in welcoming him in front of all the audience. They didn't advocate it, but they had to praise it. Similarly, they had also received Lin Li's message in advance, informing them to come to the class and personally present his intentions in front of everyone. To be honest, from the moment they received the message to arriving at the youth class, they had been quite nervous. This kid wouldn't embarrass them too much, would he? He should leave some face for himself, right? Hopefully, the audience in the live stream erupted when they heard He Jiong's words. He's here, he's here. Lin Li is here. He brought gifts. I'm ready with my notes to study hard. Imperial Forest Army, take your positions, protect the honor. I can already smell the red energy. Finally, under everyone's eager anticipation, 2 small figures appeared at the classroom door. Lin Li, Wang Tianyu. The latter lagged slightly behind, holding what looked like a bouquet of flowers. Strictly speaking, it was flowers, just that they didn't know what kind. Lin Li, on the other hand, was holding a flat object wrapped in red cloth, which was also unclear. Dear teachers, beloved classmates, and great online viewers, long time no see. He entered with a smile, nodding to the 3 directions. He Jiong, the teachers in one direction, the students in another direction, the cameraman in another. Seeing the arrival, He Jiong immediately scanned the items in their hands. Flowers. No problem. This is very normal, acceptable, and won't embarrass us. From his years of gift-giving experience, Lin Li's red-wrapped item should be something like a plaque. If it was a plaque, there wouldn't be anything suspicious, just afraid. It might hide some surprises, but he thought it shouldn't make things too awkward for him. Welcome back, class monitor, to the youth class. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called out to welcome the classmates. Welcome back, class monitor. Cheng Junyu, sure, Sun Lin. And other members of Lin Li's faction shouted the loudest. Class monitor, Xiaoxi shouted, her small hands instinctively clapping, extremely excited. Girls like Song Yixue and Cheng Yoshue were the same. Their small hands clapped vigorously, and their faces were flushed with excitement. Lin Li held the item in his arms with one hand and waved the other high. Comrades, you've worked hard. Class monitor. The students responded vigorously. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream were sending barrage comments filled with their playful emotions. Not hard at all. Serving the people. Lin Li actually calls us great online viewers. I feel respected. No wonder he's Lin Li. He holds us high. In his heart, we are the most important. just for this sentence. I voluntarily joined the Imperial Forest Army. Protect our people's class monitor. At this moment in the camera, Wang Tianyu felt a surge of vanity. Everyone was looking at them. Everyone was welcoming them. He was exceptionally thrilled. Being with the class monitor felt glorious. Chapter 82. Oh no, this wave is coming for me. Lin Li waved his hand slightly, signaling for them to quiet down, but the effect was not obvious. However, it didn't matter. He shouted, Su Gaojia, organizational discipline. Upon hearing the class leader call him, Su Gaojia immediately became serious and said, Everyone be quiet. The class leader has something to say. Similarly, other class officers like Shi Senlin, Song Yishue, and Guan Xian helped to maintain order. Everyone stop talking. The class leader wants to speak. Be quiet and let the class leader talk. With their intervention, the class quickly quieted down. With rosy cheeks, pairs of bright eyes were excitedly fixed on Lin Li. Lin Li was very satisfied with the performance of the class officers, nodded slightly, and praised them. In an instant, Su Gaojia and the others felt as content as Wang Tianyu. The class leader praised them. Lin Li brought Wang Tianyu to stand in front of He Jiong and the others, beginning the gratitude segment for Teacher's Day. He cleared his throat, skipping any lengthy preamble and going straight to the point. At this moment, the photographer also understood the situation well, jogging over to stand behind He Jiong, perfectly capturing Lin Li and everyone in the class in the frame. Teacher He, Teacher Yang, Teacher Liu, Teacher Deng Chao, Teacher Deng Ziki. He Jiong and the others wore kind and indulgent smiles. Although they were quite afraid he might say something shocking or play a prank with gifts. They had to maintain a good appearance. After all, they were all actors, and even the singer Deng Ziki was in character at this moment. Today, September 10th, is Teacher's Day. This holiday is your holiday. It's perfectly normal, no problem at all. Yang Mi and the others thought to themselves, the opening was normal, with no excessive words, fitting for a primary school student. However, with the next sentence, their smiles began to freeze. Here, on behalf of the junior class, primary school students, middle school students, university students, graduates, master's students, doctoral students, elderly university students, and all the people, I extend holiday greetings and high respect to you. The vast number of teachers and educators across the country, including retired faculty. Happy Teacher's Day. As soon as the words the people were spoken, they knew. Director Lin had logged in. What right does a primary school student have to represent so many? Who gave you that authority? Also, how does a primary school student understand so much? In stark contrast to their feelings, the netizens became even more excited when they heard those two words. Good. I, the president of the student council at XX University, agree with him representing us. I've been retired for many years. And to be mentioned again by a primary school student, I'm moved to tears. Happy Teacher's Day to all teachers. Our XX University wishes all teachers a happy Teacher's Day. Our XXX University. At this moment, on an overpass in the city, a coaster was driving towards a certain school in the city for Teacher's Day visits. Inside the vehicle, a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket looked back with a slight frown. What are you looking at? The man behind him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined, immediately responded. Director, I'm watching a variety show, and they're organizing the Teacher's Day blessing segment. What show? The junior class director. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled broadly. He was familiar with this show, which was currently popular on the internet. Moreover, they had approved this program during its initial stages. However, as he listened to the voices from the program, his brows furrowed again. Who is speaking? Director, it's the recently popular child star Lin Li. Oh, he elongated the sound. Speaking of Lin Li, he is even more familiar. The little hero of the internet. However, he felt that this term, Secretary Chun. Why does that term sound so familiar? Secretary Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and timidly replied, Director, that seems to be a term I wrote for you. The middle-aged man was taken aback, recalling the opening ceremony of the junior class. Oh no, this wave is coming for me. They VE crossed words. Stop watching, quickly revise that for me. Secretary Chun, hearing this, sweated even more, looking at the school just ahead as they exited the overpass. Change it now? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, in the administrative building next to the junior class, the police chief had already arrived and was having tea with Hu Jiangwo. At this moment, He was extremely grateful for his foresight. Otherwise, if something like this happened during the entrance ceremony, cough, cough. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He slowly exhaled. This child has a bright future. Hu Jiangwo didn't speak. At this moment, he was imagining the expression of his superior upon seeing this scene. Their SA teammate now, in the junior class. Lin Li was still speaking loudly, his tone righteous and selfless. He Jiang and the others increasingly felt something was off. Teachers are the foundation of education, the source of enlightenment. To be a good teacher, one must promote and practice the spirit of educators, being a great teacher for students in learning, in work, and in life. Was he thanking the teachers or educating the teachers? Listening to his words, they felt, it wasn't wrong, but your identity is not right. Nevertheless, they genuinely wanted to applaud. This child was speaking so well. The positive energy was overflowing. If they were the audience at this moment, they would surely cheer for this child. Lin Li let out a small breath. The official words had been completed, and now he looked gratefully at He Jiang and the others. Teacher He, Teacher Yang, Teacher Liu, Teacher Deng Chao, Teacher Deng Ziki, in the past few days, you have sown the seeds of knowledge in our young hearts. You are not only disseminators of knowledge, but also guides for our souls. Upon hearing this, they began to relax. It felt normal again. Lin Li's earlier authoritative tone had truly pressured them. At that moment, they really wanted to say, we're just guest teachers, not real teachers. In fact, our true identity is actors, performers. Now, hearing these words, there was no pressure at all, and they felt quite moved. I want to especially thank the teachers for using love and wisdom to support our growth. You're not only our mentors in learning, but also role models on our life path. With the shift in identity, all the pressure disappeared. Lin Li used we instead of they, instantly making He Jiang and the others feel that he was still a child. At this moment, Lin Li nodded at Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu immediately understood and hurried forward, using all his strength to hand over the heavy bouquet. I now, as the class leader, represent all the students of the junior class to extend the warmest care to the teachers. Seeing such a serious Lin Li, combined with his earlier words, He Jiang had already cast aside any thoughts of Lin Li possibly playing a prank on them, and reached out to take the bouquet. As he received the bouquet, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 83. Flower Language. Stronger than gold, love like silver threads. The first feeling after taking over was heavy. The second feeling was a bit cold. Wang Tianyu was still a child after all. He didn't let go directly. Otherwise, He Jiang would undoubtedly struggle to hold on without any preparation. The teacher is a bit heavy, he kindly reminded. He Jiang glanced at him with slight gratitude, thinking, you were such a good kid. If it weren't for you, I would have been the first to make a fool of myself in front of the whole internet. At that moment, he suddenly became clear-headed, and all feelings of gratitude vanished. All right, teacher, I've got it steady. He Jiang wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Really, in that second, he had a lot on his mind. For example, others might think he was being pretentious. It's just a bouquet of flowers. Why do you have to say he had it steady? How much weight could a bouquet have? Wang Tianyu nodded, then let go and took a step back, giving the center stage to their beloved class monitor. Teacher, this bouquet of flowers represents our gratitude from the whole youth class. Lin Li showed a grateful expression. Don't be fooled by this ordinary bouquet. It's quite expensive and heavy. When she said the word expensive, she lowered her voice, but emphasized heavy. Yang Mi and the others felt slightly relieved. Thankfully, it was just an ordinary bouquet. Thank goodness. Only He Jiang at that moment felt a deep bitterness. It really was quite heavy. How could he not understand the meaning behind those two words? However, to avoid embarrassment, he didn't lift the sheer veil on top to see the true face of the flowers. Instead, he held the bouquet close to his chest, having no expectations for it. In fact, he felt that once he unveiled it, it would definitely leave them all in a state of shock. Thank you, class monitor. Thank you to all the students of the youth class. The teacher is very happy. He Jiang put on a professional fake smile, thinking this part should be able to be avoided, as long as Lin Li didn't ask him to unveil it. Even if he did, he had several ways to dodge it. Never underestimate the control of a gold medal host in the entertainment industry. Teacher, why don't you take a look? Suddenly, Deng Zhao next to He Jiang spoke up. Yeah, Deng Ziki chimed in. They saw it as just an ordinary bouquet of flowers, and their previously anxious hearts had relaxed. At this moment, they felt they had overthought it. They had underestimated the kindness of the children. Thus, they were filled with anticipation to see what kind of flowers it was. It should be lilies, right? Lilies symbolize purity, happiness, and good fortune, suitable for expressing blessings and gratitude to the teacher. Or maybe carnations. Carnations represent love, charm, and respect, suitable for giving to teachers to express admiration and gratitude. Perhaps it was. Hee-jeong, you're all mature adults. You've been in the entertainment industry for so long. How come you have no insight? Can't you see the cold sweat on the back of my neck? This is a bomb. Who pulls the ring themselves? Just as he was quickly organizing his thoughts in his mind, trying to find a way to wake up Deng Zhao and the others and avoid this awkwardness. Teacher, please unveil it. We really want to see the flowers the class monitor prepared for you. They must be beautiful. The deadly voice rang out in the youth class. In an instant, one person took the lead, and the other students began to cheer as well. Yeah, teacher, I really want to see it. The flowers must be beautiful. Please open it. Teacher, what does it feel like to be in a difficult position? Has anyone experienced it? Hee-jeong felt that way now. Facing Deng Zhao, facing Lin Li, he had countless words to gloss over the situation. But looking at these children with clear eyes like college students, he couldn't bear to disappoint them. Hee-jeong still had a kind heart, and he made up his mind. Awkwardness is awkward. He couldn't hurt the children's goodwill. So, he adjusted his mindset and tried to achieve the highest state of dealing with changes with constancy. He smiled and said, I also want to see the flowers the class monitor gave us. I believe they must be very beautiful. After saying that, he swiftly pulled away the sheer veil covering the bouquet, and immediately a silver sea of flowers appeared before everyone's eyes. On this silver flower sea, 5 colorful flowers were blooming magnificently. At first glance, didn't seem like much. It even felt quite normal, a fun gift. But upon closer inspection, the photographer, being very considerate, focused the camera on the bouquet in Hee-jeong's hands. In an instant, the whole live broadcast room erupted in laughter. It's blinding. Is it a steel wool ball? The key is it's not just one steel wool ball. It's a clump. Does Lin Li want to be reserved and wealthy too? Guys, I can't hold it in anymore. Those 5 flowers are actually made from dish towels 666. I usually don't laugh unless it's particularly outrageous. But this is so outrageous. Ha ha. I forgot Lin Li is still a kid who can come up with this kind of thing to give to a teacher. You can see their faces. It looks like they're about to burst with embarrassment. If it were me, I'd be embarrassed too. As Netizens said at this moment, Hee-jeong and their faces had turned the same color as pig liver. Lin Li was very understanding. He was a child who knew how to gauge the situation. He wouldn't let anyone feel awkward. Moreover, they were now under the camera's lens. He still had to establish his persona and absolutely couldn't be mischievous. Similarly, to prevent being called into the small black room, office, later, and to prevent them from abusing their power to dismiss him from the monitor position, he loudly declared, Teachers, this bouquet is something I made overnight last night, using 36 steel wool balls representing our 36 students in the youth class. And the flowers on top are made from 5 dish towels. I believe you understand that this represents you. Yang Mi tugged at her frozen fake smile, glanced at the bouquet, and then looked at Lin Li. Inside, she was shouting, Do you know the flower language of steel wool balls? Is it appropriate to give this? Although this bouquet was beautifully made, one could still feel the hidden meaning of restraint and wealth. Liu Yifei, Yang Mi, Deng Ziki, and the others had smiles on their faces, but Lin Li could already feel a chilling sense of unease. He quickly got to the point. Don't be fooled by being just an inconspicuous cleaning item in life, but it can remove stains and restore the original shine of objects through daily friction. Just like you, on the path of educating us, with endless patience and wisdom, you repeatedly wipe away the grime on our souls, guiding us to see the brilliance of knowledge, reclaim ourselves, and walk towards a brighter path in life. Does the object itself have other meanings? No. Now, I set the standard. Stronger than gold, love like silver threads. This is the flower language I have bestowed upon this bouquet, and I hope the teachers like it. Chapter 84. Flattering well. Rising to new heights. The value of the gift is not measured by money, Even the simplest and cheapest gift can be priceless as long as you can weave a story, hold it with care, and connect its meaning to what you want to express. A simple example: is a diamond valuable? It's just an ordinary transparent stone. But once it's linked to love, its price skyrockets. Various beautiful slogans have led countless couples to part ways and become the most familiar strangers. Lin Li understood what the steel wool represented, and he knew it was inappropriate to give it to them, no matter what kind of gratitude program it is. Flowers are considered the most basic gift. But think about it. How expensive are flowers in the flower shop now? The cheap ones are around 100, and the expensive ones can go up to thousands. If you buy expensive ones, someone will surely say something. If you buy cheap ones, they'll be too generic and lack emotional weight. So, he decided to make a bouquet himself. He had purchased a skill during the period of human trafficking. Crafty Hands allows you to turn any unremarkable item into a practical object. The whistle in Ting Ting's hand was also made using this skill. Otherwise, who would study such things if they weren't specialized? Lin Li continued. This bouquet also represents the teacher-student bond between us, which will never wither. His lively, big eyes were filled with sincerity, revealing his genuine kindness. He Jiong and the others gradually lost their awkwardness after hearing his forced explanation. The children probably didn't understand patience and wealth yet. If he explained it this way, they could accept it. Looking down at the bouquet, made from steel wool, it looked a bit more pleasing to the eye. But why was it a bit heavy? Steel wool isn't that heavy. A normal bouquet usually has floral foam at the base to provide moisture to the flowers. So a whole bouquet would be slightly heavy, but this steel wool shouldn't need moisture, right? He didn't dwell on the problem for now and looked up at Lin Li. Did you make this yourself? Lin Li quickly nodded. Yes, teacher, I made it myself. I want to see it yesterday, and normal flowers are too expensive. The intention from us students towards our teachers is that the gift should be light, but the sentiment should be heavy. Listening to his words, Yang Mi and the others stared intently into Lin Li's eyes. Besides sincerity, they didn't see any other unusual expressions. It seemed this time he was truly sincere. You put in a lot of effort, Louis' face said softly. Yang Mi also remarked, you've worked hard, just out of the hospital yesterday, and you still made this bouquet of everlasting flowers. Upon hearing this, Lin Li's small face became serious. Hey, what do you mean by hard work? Serving the class and the teachers as the class leader is my duty. As long as you are happy, no matter how hard or tired I am, what does it matter? The audience in the live stream went from teasing Lin Li about giving a meaningful steel wool to a sudden change in the atmosphere after he gave it a new floral meaning. How can Lin Ting speak so well? Impressive. Lin Ting's thought process is really amazing. Linking steel wool with teachers. Lin Li's emotional intelligence is really high. Low emotional intelligence, patience, and wealth. High emotional intelligence. Brushing off the dirt on the soul. I remember we haven't taught metaphorical techniques in the first grade yet. Don't doubt Lin Ting. He is a genius. Haven't you noticed after all these days? Right? Don't use ordinary thinking to measure a genius. In the youth class, He Jiong and the others were not curious or confused about this. During his hospitalization, they often visited him, and when bored, they would ask him about all the things he knew, and without fail, his answer was always, "My grandfather taught me." So, they were only curious about that grandfather who picked up trash and raised Lin Li alone. That mysterious and respectable old man. What kind of wise elder could teach such a big-minded, highly conscious child? They were very curious, but they didn't investigate further. After all, the deceased deserves respect. As for Lin Li, he had already seen all. He Jiong and asked, "What did you add in here? Why is it so heavy?" Lin Li replied, "I added a few layers of iron plates at the bottom. I thought, if a valuable gift doesn't have the word valuable attached to it, at least it should have some weight. This also symbolizes that teachers hold a significant weight in our hearts." Listening to his explanation, to be honest, nobody dislikes hearing good things, especially from teachers. Look at this kid, so articulate and sweet-tongued. Wang Tianyu had not shifted his gaze from Lin Li since the beginning, his ears constantly receiving Lin Li's words. He took mental notes of every word Lin Li said, planning to analyze them word by word when he got home. Meanwhile, many viewers were also giving Lin Li a thumbs up for his words on the screen. As the saying goes, flattery is the best form of praise. and a well-delivered compliment can take you to new heights. At this moment, Deng Zhao and the others no longer felt the awkwardness they had when they first saw the steel wool. They felt gratified. The child truly understood. He didn't intentionally make it difficult for them. Handmade, with a flurry of sweet talk, it was comforting. "I really like this bouquet," he said sincerely. "Thank you, class leader, and thank you, classmates, for your thoughts." Yang Mi and the others also began to express their gratitude. Song Yishue and Xiaxi smiled, praising Lin Li in their hearts. The class leader is really resourceful. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't think of so many nice things or make such a gift. Affection level 10,086. Meanwhile, Li Jianren and others were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If it weren't for Lin Li, the one receiving praise for the gift would have been them. Dislike level 10,010. At this point, Lin Li continued, "Of course, our class not only prepared flowers." As he spoke, he slowly unwrapped the red cloth from something he had been dragging in his hand. There's also this equally special gift. When Liu Yifei and the others saw what was gradually being revealed in Lin Li's hands, they no longer felt anxious. Was it awkward compared to the steel wool? Their faces showed anticipation. However, when they saw a shiny stainless steel plaque appear, they were once again stunned. Why are the gifts this child gives always so unexpected? The plaque read, first line, "The enduring teacher-student relationship, eternal and evergreen," in black font. Second line, "Hejiong, Deng Zhao, Yang Mi, Liu Yifei, Deng Ziki," in black font. Third line, "Happy Teacher's Day," in red font. Under Teacher's Day was today's date. And in the bottom right corner was, "From all the students of the youth class, Chapter 85, a light gift with deep feelings materialized at this moment. The awkwardness that had faded seemed to resurface a bit." Deng Ziki stared wide-eyed at the leader, her expression caught in an awkward situation of wanting to laugh, but not wanting to. She didn't need to turn her head to see Hejiong and the others. They surely wore the same expression. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Is he trying to eliminate his own expectations for gifts and the excitement of unboxing? Deng Ziki felt that after this incident, she wouldn't have much surprise for any gifts from friends or fans on future holidays. Isn't this the plaque hanging at the entrance of our office? Lin Ting's mind is just not like a normal person. He is giving a very novel gift. Without saying it, I already know the meaning of this gift. Just like stainless steel, it never fades, right? It is indestructible. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Don't you understand the meaning of giving a plaque? The viewers in the live stream were almost laughing madly. Nowadays, there are so many people showcasing gifts online, but I've never seen anyone give gifts like this. Innovative. So freaking innovative. Some keen-eyed, business-minded viewers seemed to sense a business opportunity and quickly closed the live stream to hold an emergency meeting. In the youth class, Yami let out a long sigh and muttered, "This can't be something you made yourself, right?" At this moment, she truly didn't know what to say. If she were to say it was a surprise, there was a little, but not much. If she were to say it was a shock, it was much better than the last steel wool bouquet. After all, this kind of plaque was a symbol of honor given by emperors in ancient times. Of course, it's the same in modern times. It's usually used when leaders or higher-ups give recognition. Wait, emperor, leader. Her chest rose and fell violently. Good grief. The steel wool bouquet was not the embarrassing surprise. This is it. Hejiong and the others clearly thought of this too. Some of them had acted in historical dramas, so they naturally understood what this meant. Of course not. This was custom-made by my master. Lin Li's clear voice rang out. My grandfather told me that in ancient times, plaques were given to contributors with achievements. Although you are big stars and not in a formal educational system, you are currently our teachers. Teachers are the greatest in our students' hearts. So, I think giving plaques is very appropriate. You deserve it. After saying these 3 sentences, Hejiong and the others knew they couldn't blame him for being inconsiderate. My grandfather said, "Contributors, you deserve it." He didn't know the other layer of meaning behind giving a plaque. He said, "We are contributors." He said we deserve this honor. Hejiong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid, with his little phrases, made it impossible to find fault. Thank you, class monitor. Thank you, all classmates. They thought the gift-giving segment should be over by now. So it was time for them to express their gratitude. Classmates, this is the most special and precious teacher day gift I have ever received. When Jiyoung said the word special, he glanced at Lin Li and gave him a gentle glare. Then he faced the other classmates again. We're not real teachers, but seeing how much thought you put into preparing this gift for us makes me feel incredibly happy and proud. To be honest, if it were a normal gift without what just happened, he would have gotten a bit teary-eyed and sincerely thanked them. However, after experiencing Lin Li's 2 waves of antics with his special gift, he was just a host, not a professional actor. He couldn't act it out. It wasn't just him. Even professional actors like Yang Mi, Deng Zhao, and Liu Yifei couldn't act out all. Thank you for making me the happiest teacher in the world. After he finished speaking, he took a small step back. At this moment, each teacher should say a few words of thanks. Classmates, Yang Mi stepped forward, ready to speak, but suddenly Lin Li spoke up. Teachers, don't rush. I still have one more gift to give. The 5 teachers instantly stiffened. There's more? It's not over yet. Lin Li quickly pulled out a delicately packaged small gift box from his coat pocket. He stepped forward, holding it in his right hand and opening the box with his left. At the moment of opening the box, Deng Zhao was flooded with a sense of familiarity. A plain stone was prominently displayed in a gift box that didn't match its price. The stone had no distinguishing features. It wasn't heart-shaped, nor was it any collectible stone. It was even a pebble. It was as ordinary as a stone picked up randomly from the roadside. Li Chun at least sent something with a bit of shape. This is too casual. Lin Li revealed a slightly regretful expression and said, I originally wanted to find a piece of rock that would symbolize our teacher-student bond as solid as a rock. But his little face looked very aggrieved. I couldn't find one, so I could only find an ordinary stone to replace it. I hope the teachers like it. The aggrieved expression vanished, and his eyes sparkled with expectation as he looked at them. Good. A gift of a stone makes me think of someone. Just name the brother. You can't find a second person in the entire entertainment circle. No, let us correct that. There's a successor. Lin Ting is the second one. I'm about to cry. Clearly, their SA class fund of 3,600 yuan. Yet he gave the cheapest gift. Upright and incorruptible to the core. Exactly, the handmade bouquet, the stainless steel plaque, the stone. I roughly calculated it probably didn't even cost more than 200 yuan. The gift box is more expensive than the gift. I'm really crying. Lin Ting's style is simply incredible, to be honest. Even if he spent all 3,600 yuan on gifts, I wouldn't say a word against him. Really, after all, a gift worth 3,600 yuan is just street vendor goods in the eyes of these stars. Upright and incorruptible director Lin Li's 3 gifts were very cheap. To be honest, giving these to star teachers felt a bit embarrassing. But he won the praise of all the viewers online. The gifts were absurd, but combined with his speech and various expressions, they all conveyed the message of a light gift with deep feelings. In the youth class, Jiyoung and the others also felt this. Clearly, their SA class fund of 3,600 and it's handmade, and now their SA stone. Each one reflects the deep affection between teachers and students. Usually not serious, but everything done was spot on. Meanwhile, in the back row of the class, Li Jianren, Yuan Hua, and others saw the dawn of victory flickering in their eyes. He bought such cheap things just because he used the class fund to buy a phone. What handmade, what's solid as a rock. Each gift in their eyes confirmed that he truly misappropriated public funds. Lin Ting, thank you for the strong support from Minkwan who likes watching. Good comrade. I thank you on behalf of all the youth class members. An additional chapter will be added in the afternoon. Preview. Not a penny spent. Director Lin. Chapter 86 Report. I want to report class leader Lin Li at this moment. Deng Xiao stepped forward and took the ordinary stone from Lin Li's hand, which symbolized unwavering strength. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Big Black Bull, your excellent tradition has spread. Look, even 8-year-old kids have started giving stones. Thank you, class leader. We really like this gift, Deng Xiao said gratefully. As you said, the value of a gift lies in the thought behind it. And I think we all feel your sincerity. After saying this loudly, he moved his lips and asked Lin Li, who was just a breath away. In a voice barely above a whisper, no more gifts, right? Lin Li heard this and subtly shook his head. Jiyoung and the others were all paying attention to Lin Li, and upon seeing his shake of the head, they finally realized the gift-giving segment was over. In an instant, genuine smiles appeared on their faces. This sincere smile, reminiscent of surviving a catastrophe, was enough to be included in a textbook on acting smiles. Deng Chao continued softly, "Don't talk. Let's be quiet for a while. Your brother Chao is going to be worn out by you." Elena Liuadianli nudda. He really didn't want to say anything anymore. The task was complete, and the subsequent work was theirs. "Classmates, listen to me. Thank you all." Seeing him nod, Heejong's previously anxious heart finally relaxed, and he began to express heartfelt gratitude to his classmates. After he finished, Yangmi and others took turns to express their thanks. For them, as performers, words of gratitude were simply routine, the usual process of receiving awards at ceremonies, requiring no thought at all, just flowing out. "Classmates, the gifts you prepared for us are wonderful. We can feel everyone's respect, love, and gratitude in each one. It's clear that the class leader put a lot of thought into this." Just as the class leader just said, "The bond between us teacher and students is as solid as a rock, everlasting, and like flowers that never wither. This is the happiest day for us this year." At this moment, while they were expressing their thanks, the back rows Li Jianren was thinking rapidly, organizing his words on how to get him kicked out of the youth class. Looking at Lin Li's proud face next to the teacher at the front, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Your time has come." A phrase he once heard on Douyin flashed through his mind. Something about heaven has perished, yellow heaven shall rise, the year is Jiazi. He couldn't remember the rest. At that time, he understood that it meant rebellion, to impeach and overthrow a tyrant's rule. Today, he was going to shout this phrase out loud. He was just waiting for the teacher to finish expressing gratitude, wanting to present himself as a sensible, obedient, disciplined, good student in front of the teacher. He needed to leave a good impression. About 2.5 minutes later, Heejong and the others' lengthy expressions of gratitude, mixed with correct values, came to an end. At that moment, Li Jianren felt it was the best opportunity. He immediately raised his right hand and shouted with full force, "Report. I want to report class leader Lin Li." Li Jianren's shout acted like a signal, and immediately, hands shot up one after another from their faction. "Yuan Hua, report. I formally accuse class leader Lin Li." "Wu Cheng, report." "Li Jiaqi." The entire class, which had been happily listening to the teacher's words of thanks, suddenly fell silent, each little face displaying shock. Similarly, the live broadcast room was the same. "What's going on? What's going on? They are rebelling. Are they out of their minds, choosing such a time to challenge Lin Li, who is being praised? Damn, it's exciting. Li Jianren has been lurking for so long, and he is finally going to take action. What are they going to accuse? What has Lin Li done? Do they have evidence against him? No, Lin Li has been in the hospital these past few days. Who knows? These kids are all clever. But I know a good show is about to start." Li Jianren's shout and their factions' voices immediately ignited the netizens. This is way more exciting than a drama. Everyone knew Li Jianren had rebellious intentions, and all were aware that he would eventually confront Lin Li on the show. But they didn't expect it to happen so soon, and on such a day when Lin Li just returned, during his glorious moment of rebellion. They initially thought Yuan Hua and the others would keep a close watch on Lin Li after his return, looking for mistakes to take the opportunity to impeach him. But it seemed they already had something. Many people's curiosity was piqued. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh at how formidable this group of kids is. Currently, it is understood that Li Jianren had already obtained some incriminating evidence against Lin Li, but they hadn't revealed it until now, lurking in wait for the right moment to expose it at such a time. Typically, in such situations, it can cause immense psychological harm. It's like falling from heaven to hell. Many netizens understood this, all exclaiming, "Goodness, the youth class truly doesn't accept useless people." In the youth class, Wang Tianyu, Shi Sun Lin, and others were already furious when Li Jianren shouted that line. "How dare you report the class leader? Who do you think you are?" They were the ones who least wanted Lin Li to fall. After all, if Lin Li fell, they would all go down with him. During this time, they had already experienced the power that class leaders possess. Although it wasn't much, under the class leader's classic words, everyone would refer to their positions. That is a sense of superiority. "Guan Qian, boldly, who gave you the guts to report the class leader?" Sure, Sun Lin. How dare you? The class leader is not someone you can provoke. Wang Tianyu glared at Li Jianren, mimicking Lin Li's previous posture, not impulsive but coldly watching them. We naturally have evidence. Yuan Hua displayed an extremely confident expression. Now they could finally stand tall and proud. After enduring for so many days, they were finally ready to sing their victory song. Soon, the youth class's sky would change. This sky would bear the surname Yuan. Li Jianren had the same thought. Today was the day of regime change, and from now on, the youth class would bear the surname Li. Wu Cheng and the others saw Shi Sun Lin still talking back and immediately rebutted. The entire classroom was bustling with activity. At this time, the teachers on the podium looked at the classroom, ready to break out into chaos. He Jiong felt a hint of displeasure. It was hard-won to finish the gift segment. Hard-won for Lin Li to not cause trouble, and he could finally take the opportunity to go back to the office for a drink to calm his nerves. But now you guys are jumping up. Rebellion. However, he didn't show it on his face, but wore a puzzled smile. Li Jianren, what did you just say? You want to report the class leader? Yes. Li Jianren shouted loudly. He Jiong frowned. Come up and explain what is going on. Then he turned to the other classmates and said sharply, everyone quiet down. Chapter 87. Embezzlement of Public Funds. Character collapse as Lin Li's most loyal supporter. Wang Tianyu was anxious upon hearing this. Teacher, Li Jianren is definitely slandering the class monitor. Don't speak yet. We need to clarify if it's slander first. Teacher, he glared at Wang Tianyu lightly, clearly displeased. Deng Chao stepped forward and said, everyone, please remain quiet until we understand the situation. He then looked at teacher, and nodded towards the classroom door, his eyes showing a questioning expression, suggesting whether they should take the two outside to confront them. Teacher, he shook his head slightly. It was definitely not possible to take them out now, with so many people watching online. If Li Jianren had reported to the office alone, it could have been managed. But with so many eyes on them now, as teachers, the homeroom teacher could not show favoritism and needed to enforce the law impartially. Li Jianren walked to the edge of the podium, coldly glancing at Lin Li. It was hard to tell what emotion he was feeling, but he automatically imagined in his mind. He must be very anxious right now. Kid, do you know who my dad is? It's Li Gang. Teacher, I report that class monitor Lin Li has embezzled class funds. He shouted confidently. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole internet was astonished. Embezzling class funds. Isn't that just embezzling public assets? The classmates in the class began to whisper among themselves. A neutral student next to Yuan Hua quietly asked, is it true? A faint sound, but once many people said it, it became exceptionally noisy. In an instant, the entire classroom was in an uproar. Netizens, no way is it true or false. Lin Li embezzled class funds. His character is collapsing. 3,600 yuan, no, 3,500. It can't be that serious. What do you mean it can't be serious? Isn't Lin Li's family poor? Over 3,000 yuan should be a huge amount for a kid like him. He must have had some crooked thoughts. He spoke so well at the beginning of the school year, rejecting corruption and wanted to be a good class monitor. Turns out he couldn't resist temptation in private. Once a person has power, money corrupts. This kid, daring to embezzle public funds at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? He must be severely punished. Lin Li, I used to like you so much. Now you've disappointed us. At such a young age, ugh. Disgusting? Wow. You guys change your tunes so fast. Before you were all calling him Lin Li. Now you're directly calling him by his name. Don't spread rumors. The internet is not a lawless place. There's no solid evidence yet. On the internet, amidst the mix of opinions just moments ago, the beloved and cherished future good cadre Lin Li was now being labeled as a law-breaking bad kid with improper conduct and audacity. In the youth class, He Jiong, Yang Mi, and others had serious expressions. Listening to Li Jianren's words, they realized the severity of the situation. Embezzlement of public funds is itself a criminal act, and their program promotes positive energy. If this matter is not handled properly, or if Lin Li indeed did what Li Jianren claimed, then this child's future would be ruined, leaving him with a lifelong stain. Any mistake in the program would be magnified by netizens, and moreover, the internet has a memory. What kind of person did Lin Li usually present to netizens? An upright, smart, wise, and big-picture thinker who would benefit the people in the future. But this behavior is enough to be embedded in everyone's minds. No matter where Lin Li goes to study later, or where he works after graduation, people will mention, "Hey, isn't that the child star who embezzled public funds at 8 years old? Oh, isn't that Director Lin? We can't hire you. Kid, you have a criminal record." This incident is no longer just about character collapse, but about a child's lifelong future. This Li Jianren really, regardless of whether it's true or false, should not have said it in front of so many people. They kept pondering how to minimize the impact of this incident while their eyes continually scanned the faces of the two, looking at the serious and confident Li Jianren, and then at the slightly frowning and downcast Lin Li. Their hearts sank. It seemed to tell them that Li Jianren was telling the truth, while Lin Li was too guilty to look him in the eye. Meanwhile, in the backstage broadcasting center, the old strategist had the same realization. The biggest program accident since the launch of new Star Youth Class had occurred. A variety show named after children has higher stakes than ordinary ones, which also implies high risk. Children's mentalities are not yet mature. They do not consider many factors or think about consequences. This leads them to not understand how their actions now might affect their own futures or others. In the program, details would be magnified, and netizens would stir up public opinion. If performed well, they might become popular for a while. But if there are serious mistakes, it could ruin their future. Clearly, this was such a situation. Notify the PR department to prepare an emergency plan, the old strategist said in a deep voice to his assistant. Make several copies, just in case of various situations. Understood. The assistant nodded and quickly left the studio to call the company. The old strategist stared at Lin Li Jianren, and teacher he on the big screen, his brows already furrowed into a shape. He muttered to himself, "Old he, it's time to test you. Let's see how you can suppress this situation to the lowest point." In the principal's office, Hu Jiangwo sighed inwardly. This is a disaster. If Lin Li, as a student of our school, really did this, it would severely affect the school's reputation. He looked at Lin Li's expression in the live broadcast, thinking the same as Yang Mi and the others. This is just a child's guilty behavior after making a mistake, right? If Lin Li hadn't done this, with his eloquence and intelligence, he would have rebutted Li Jianren long ago and wouldn't just be standing there. It's not his style at all. The police chief was also watching the program in silence. He sighed inwardly. How could this kid be so foolish? It seemed that he wouldn't be able to join the youth team today, after all. They had previously tried every means to prevent Lin Li from speaking on stage, but now it seemed he couldn't even get onto the podium. Chapter 88. Does silence imply agreement? In the youth class, Li Jianren asked, "Do you know anything, or do you have any evidence?" Li Jianren's expression was serious as he added, "Children cannot lie." "I do," Li Jianren said proudly, puffing out his chest. "Teacher I won't lie. I saw it with my own eyes." He then recounted in detail what he had witnessed after school on the first day, a narrative he had rehearsed countless times in his mind over the past 10 days, waiting for this moment. Later, I specifically asked the staff at the phone store. The class monitor, "No, Lin Li bought a phone for 200 yuan. Our class fund is only 600. No, excluding his own, it's 500 yuan. He then shared his father's analysis with He Jiong and the others. Lin Li, who collects garbage, how could he have so much money for tuition, which was raised by his grandfather collecting bottles? Even if he were to buy a phone, purchasing one that costs over 3,000 yuan is too coincidental, too extravagant, right? There's so many phone models. Why would he directly buy the 200 yuan one? Isn't that suspicious? When a poor person suddenly has money, their first thought is to spend it, and it's often revenge spending. That's point one. Point two, the next day at school, he appointed Guan Xian as the life committee member, but he didn't hand over the class funds that the life committee should manage to Guan Xian. ISNT it because he simply can't produce it? At this moment, Li Jianren raised a third finger, displaying a victorious and certain expression as he loudly declared. Third point, the gift prepared today. Handmade? A stone? Such a cheap gift shows no thought. It must be because there's no class fund, so he's just trying to fool the teachers. All eyes in the room focused on Li Jianren, making him feel particularly proud. He raised his voice, retracting 2 fingers and pointing at Lin Li, glaring at him. With so much evidence, there's only one truth. That is, you misappropriated public funds. After he said this, Yuan Hua and the others immediately applauded in their hearts. The oppression they had felt for 10 days was finally released at this moment, and they felt much more relaxed. He angrily shouted, "Our youth class fund is 500 yuan. Is it not enough for you to buy a gift? Sending such a cheap gift makes our youth class lose face. What small gift with great sentiment? You simply can't take out money to buy a gift." Wu Cheng stepped forward a few steps from the back row, standing beside Li Jianren, his eyes filled with contempt. "You admit your mistake now, and I'll give you 35,000 yuan, plus a folding phone, then get out of the youth class. We don't want someone like you." Zhang Chaoyu, who was on the same side as them, laughed and shouted. His family also had money, but it couldn't compare to Wang Tianyu and Wu Cheng. He was tall and strong in the youth class. Looking at Lin Li, who was silent and had his head almost drooping to his chest, he felt great satisfaction. Wang Tianyu, Guan Qian, and the other class officers were uncertain. Listening to Li Jianren's logical arguments, their anger towards him gradually dissipated, and they stared blankly at the bowed Lin Li. Some class officers even took a step back, as if wanting to keep their distance from Lin Li. The live stream was already explosive. Director Li is so clear-headed, I'm starting to believe it. Lin Li is doomed. I said it. The gift was too cheap, almost hasty. It turns out he has no money. Calculating it like Director Li, I figured out the stainless steel plaque, stone box, steel wool, plus his 200 yuan phone is almost all the class fund. Good. I was still hoping he would grow up to benefit us, but he can't resist temptation at such a young age. How will he be when he grows up? When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. This is absolutely correct. Look, under Li Jianren's powerful words, the netizen sentiment turned overwhelmingly against Lin Li. Lin Ting? No, now it's only Director Li. No one likes a child with poor character. In the youth class, Li Jianren's faction either criticized Lin Li or coldly mocked him. Wang Tianyu and other class officers were uncertain, while the neutral faction whispered and watched online. He Jiang felt a bit of a headache. He raised his voice, the usual friendly smile on his face replaced by seriousness. "Lin Li, look at me. Is what Li Jianren said true?" He didn't want to believe that Lin Li would misappropriate public funds. The words Lin Li had said on the first day of school still echoed in his mind. This is a very unhealthy social atmosphere. We should eradicate it. I am a clean and honest class officer. In the time he had known Lin Li, despite his formal tone, everything he said and did revealed the correct worldview. He was also very mature, understanding a lot, thanks to his grandfather's good education. How could a child with such good character misappropriate public funds? But looking at Lin Li, who usually spoke so eloquently, now silent like a mute, He Jiang could only think one thing. He really did misappropriate public funds. Even if he argued with Li Jianren, defending himself, he chose silence. In this situation, silence implies guilt, right? Especially for his temperament. Disappointment spread among the teachers. Yang Mi sighed lightly, crouched down, placed her hands on Lin Li's arms, and looked up at him. Although she was very angry, she still spoke in a gentler tone. "Lin Li, tell the teacher, what exactly is going on? We know you are a smart child and have always been a role model in the youth class, but it's okay to make mistakes. What is important is to be brave enough to admit it and then correct it. Do you understand?" All the classmates' gazes were now gathered on Lin Li's head, and he slowly raised it. There was no sign of the guilt, fear, or panic they expected. Not even a single tear fell. He raised his hand to touch his nose, revealing a smile that shouldn't have appeared at that moment. He can still smile? Doesn't he realize the seriousness of this matter? Countless viewers in the live stream were shocked. "I did not misappropriate public funds," Lin Li said calmly. "Then you?" He Jiang was about to ask why he didn't defend himself when Li Jianren accused him, but Lin Li interrupted, seeming to guess what he was going to say. "I was just thinking whether I should cry a bit right now." Lin Li grinned. Being slandered is worth crying about. Chapter 89. Not a penny spent. Completely heartbroken Director Lin turned to Li Jianren with clear and upright eyes. "Li Jianren, I know you've been coveting my position as class monitor, but you can't compete through slander. The class fees are collective assets, and no one has the right to use them alone, myself included." Before Li Jianren could respond, Lin Li shifted his tone, glaring angrily. "Do you have any direct evidence to prove that I embezzled public funds?" His demeanor showed no signs of guilt or panic. Your father is the director and works in the judicial unit, so you should be well-versed in the law. Do you know what kind of behavior it is to slander an innocent class officer? Lin Li's tone carried a hint of sarcasm and questioning. In an instant, Wang Tianyu, He Jiong, and all the viewers in the live stream felt the pressure from Director Lin. The familiar aura of authority returned. He Jiong and the others were slightly taken aback. Despite Lin Li's young face, only 8 years old, his presence made them feel uneasy. Not to mention, it was even more so for Li Jianren and other children of the same age. I. Li Jianren, who had just been eloquent and listing Lin Li's alleged wrongdoings, suddenly stuttered. He felt as if he were facing not Lin Li, but his beloved father. I. He couldn't get out anything other than I. Wang Tianyu and the others were extremely excited. He's back. The familiar class monitor is back. Similarly, their confidence in their respected class monitor broke through doubts and disappointment, flooding their hearts once again. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and felt their wavering hearts tilt back towards Lin Li. Wow, Director Lin's aura is impressive. Great, he's called Director Lin again. I can't believe Director Lin was just pretending to be guilty. With his presence, I immediately suspect Li Jianren is slandering him. This kid is truly remarkable. At such a young age, he already has the aura of a ruler. I said it. How could Lin Li embezzle public funds? He is our future good cadre. Director Li produced evidence and threw in his face. I won't allow a child to be this arrogant. In a youth class, because of Lin Li's return of momentum, Wang Tianyu and the others were filled with courage and confidence, and they began to argue loudly. That's right, Li Jianren. Do you have direct evidence? I tell you, slandering class officers 1T work, even if your dad is Li Gang. Sure, Sun Lin straightened his back and was the first to loudly question. You slandered the class monitor in front of so many people, damaging his reputation. I tell you, my dad is a lawyer, I understand the law. Zhang Yida, who was appointed by Lin Li as the representative for computer class, shouted at this moment. Wang Tianyu stepped forward and stood behind Lin Li, glaring at Zhang Chaoyu. Who did you just tell to get out of the youth class? You insulted the class monitor with 35,000. I'll give you 350,000 and you get out. Wang, being wealthy, directly multiplied the amount by 10. Zhang Chaoyu turned pale when Wang Tianyu called him out. If it were Lin Li, he would definitely retort, but it was Wang Tianyu. Yuan Hua rushed up at this moment. Wang Tianyu, we are talking about Lin Li's embezzlement of public funds. Don't change the subject. Boldly, Lin Li is what you called. Call him class monitor and vice monitor. Guan Qian immediately squeezed through the crowd and shouted. Seeing two factions arguing in the class, He Jiong shouted angrily, stop arguing. What are you acting like? Deng Zhao also looked angry. Everyone be quiet. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Deng Ziki frowned and followed Deng Zhao to stop them. With their intervention, the class temporarily regained some quiet. He Jiong glanced at Lin Li and then turned his gaze to Li Jianren. Li Jianren, do you have direct evidence to prove that Lin Li embezzled public funds? No. Li Jianren glared fiercely at Lin Li, stubbornly refusing to back down. His mind, after being impacted by Lin Li's imposing presence, had already recovered. Teacher, I have no evidence, but you can directly ask him to take out 600 yuan from the class fees. He was confident Lin Li wouldn't be able to do it. Hearing this, He Jiong looked directly at Lin Li, silently inquiring with his eyes. Lin Li understood. Without saying a word, he took out his phone, unlocked it, and without showing them, directly transferred 600 yuan to Guan Qian's friend. I've already transferred it. Li Jianren, I tell you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. The reason I Haven T transferred it to the Life Committee member Guan Qian is that he is still in the probation period and not official. Lin Li mentioned that when Wang Tianyu came to visit him in the hospital, he had heard about how Guan Qian spoke up for him that day, and this was a way of returning the favor. At this moment, Guan Qian took out his phone, looked at the WeChat transfer, and quickly showed the screen to Li Jianren, He Jiong, and all the classmates in the class. After a round, the 600 yuan class fee was here, proving that the class monitor did not embezzle public funds. Looking at the orange transfer record, Li Jianren's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't he just buy a phone? How could he still have money? Where did he get the money from? Did my dad analyze it wrong? Damn it. He actually tricked his son. The expressions of Yuan Hua and others were similar, but they were not thinking about their own fathers, but about Li Jianren. This fool. It's over. Didn't they say he embezzled public funds? Now their minds were about to explode. Where did this money come from? At this moment, Lin Li did not give them much time to be surprised and pressed the attack. The education I received since childhood tells me not to embezzle, not to break the law, not to commit crimes, and to serve the people wholeheartedly. I know you have always looked down on me because I am poor. Although I am very poor, I'm not so poor that I have no ambition. The class fees, I haven't spent a single penny. All are here. I dare not spend it. Even the gift I gave to the teacher today was something I paid for myself, with the plan to discuss it with everyone after it was over. Lin Li said without a change in his expression. I thought that if you were not satisfied with the gift for the teacher, I would bear this cost myself. But unexpectedly, you actually slandered me because I bought a cheap gift. You let me down. After Lin Li finished speaking, he immediately looked at the stunned He Jiong and the other teachers. He bowed deeply to them, then stood up and patted Wang Tianyu on the shoulder. He then faced all the classmates, sweeping his gaze across their faces one by one. Director Lin, thanks to Comrade Supreme Emperor Yin for the strong support. An additional chapter will be added in the afternoon. The voice of Berlin is coming. Do princes and nobles have any kind? Chapter 90, resigning from the position of class monitor. Leaving the youth class, Lin Li took a deep breath. His serious eyes filled with a heavy sense of grievance as he looked at them. A qualified leader who cannot gain the trust of the people indicates that he has not done well enough. I believe that during my time in office, I have not done anything to let my classmates down, nor have I infringed upon your interests, yet some classmates are still dissatisfied with me. I think I'm not a good class monitor. Therefore, I now announce that I voluntarily resign from the position of class monitor of the youth class. The education I have received since childhood has taught me that I should not take advantage of the people, but you have actually slandered me. Lin Li's voice lowered and paused, slightly choked up. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Every classmate and teacher had an incredulous expression on their faces, their eyes wide open. He Jiong's mouth was slightly agape, truly a wave of trouble following another. What was wrong with this teacher's day? Wasn't it supposed to be a joyful occasion? Even those who had always wanted Lin Li to step down, like Yuan Hua's faction, should have been happy. Wasn't this news precisely what they had fought for in unity? But they currently felt no such emotion. At the same time, I announced that I am withdrawing from the youth class. Lin Li slightly organized his emotions, reluctantly looking at Xia Shi and the others. I have been very happy during my time with you. Please do not try to keep me. I truly do not deserve to stay here. We are not from the same world. I should leave voluntarily. After saying this, Lin Li deeply bowed to them. This statement was like throwing a small boy into a calm lake, instantly causing the entire class to boil over. Lin Li, you don't have to leave. Just resolve the misunderstanding. He Jiong quickly regained his senses and stepped forward anxiously. Lin Li, there is no need to leave. I know you have been wronged. Yang Mi said, glaring at the stunned Li Jianren, and looking at the strong yet aggrieved Lin Li. She softly said, but we did not mean to drive you away. At this point, they had been repeatedly shocked, causing their minds to short-circuit slightly. They seemed to have forgotten that Lin Li was a master of tea art. Thank you, teachers, but my identity is unworthy. Lin Li sighed, his head slightly lowered. I should go back to the ordinary class. Goodbye, don't think of me. He then raised his head to glance at Yang Mi, and turned to the dazed classmates in the room, saying, classmates, don't think of me. If you really miss me, come to the building across the way, class 1-2, on the second floor, to find me. You are always welcome. If you are still willing to recognize me as your class monitor. After saying this, he shrugged off Yang Mi's hand resting on his arm, turned around without any lingering feelings, not even taking the books from the desk. He left with such determination. He walked away gently, just as he had come gently. Lin Li's series of words kept the classmates in a daze. Resigning as class monitor, leaving the youth class? No, no one is driving you away. Seeing Lin Li about to disappear at the door, Wang Tianyu immediately reacted and quickly grabbed him. Class monitor, you can't leave. You still have to lead us honorably. Guan Qian also reacted quickly and said urgently, Class monitor, stay. The youth class cannot be without you. Sure, Lin. Class monitor, I still need to protect your safety. If you go too far, I can't protect you. Xia Shi, Cheng Yushiwe, and Song Yishiwe already had red eyes, with small pearls of tears rolling down their cheeks. Woo, class monitor, you can't leave. What will I do without you? The many class leaders from Lin Li's faction shouted and cried out, as if facing a life and death separation. When a child cries, he truly cries. And it's the kind that brings about the butterfly effect. Is Lin Li really leaving? It doesn't look like a fake. Lin Li must be very aggrieved. I understand that feeling. When I was young, I was also falsely accused of stealing money, and at that time, no one believed me. My mouth was clumsy, and I didn't know how to explain it. That feeling of being untrusted is very painful. Do they really think our Lin Li is easy to bully? Yuling Army, where are you? The featherweight Yuling Army. You didn't come out when Lin Li was being exposed online, and now that it's over, you come out to clear the name? I can't imagine how sad Lin Li must be right now. Who just spoke against Lin Li? This program cannot be without Lin Li, just like the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Lin Li's ideological awareness is so high, not taking advantage of the people. How long has it been since I heard this? Does anyone still remember this saying? Lin Li's art has only been experienced by Yang Mi and the others. In the eyes of netizens, Lin Li is just a slightly principled, official-sounding good class monitor who wholeheartedly seeks benefits for the common people. So at this moment, they genuinely believe Lin Li has suffered tremendous grievances and is unwilling to stay in the youth class. Who could stand it? Wang Tianyu held onto Lin Li's arm tightly, not letting go, and turned to glare at Li Jianren, shouting, "Hurry up and apologize to the class monitor, or I won't let this go with you. You all better apologize, then get out of the youth class. The ones who should get out of the youth class are you. He is our good class monitor, a good leader." Sure, Sun Lin rolled up his sleeves, really wanted to slap Li Jianren and the others. At this moment, the situation had turned overwhelmingly in favor of Lin Li. What does it mean to be a general? This is it. Lin Li pretended to be determined to leave, but in fact he was standing still. Wang Tianyu didn't understand and held onto him tightly. Li Jianren and the others felt the classmates' hostility, their minds in chaos. Li Jianren, why don't you apologize? You have disappointed us too much. The class monitor is so good. The female classmates also began to loudly criticize. The class monitor is a hero. Is this how you treat a hero? Xiaxi said with an angry face, her bright eyes filled with fury. Deng Zhao stepped forward, grabbing Lin Li, saying, "Don't go." Just like they said, the youth class cannot be without you. You still need to lead everyone to learn and improve together. Then he bent down, leaned close to Lin Li's ear, and whispered, "Little brat, enough with the act. Don't make it hard for us to back down. I promise you, in the future, you will be the class monitor of the youth class, and no one can shake your position." After a brief moment of shock, Deng Zhao and the others quickly realized Lin Li's intentions. This little brat is indeed a high-end art performer, a total drama queen. One step back to advance. One step to provoke conflict. The unfavorable situation was instantly turned around. But let him play it out. No need to think. The originally derogatory public opinion against Lin Li would inevitably turn overwhelmingly in his favor. If Lin Li really left, they would remain silent, and our program would be completely finished. The netizens would drown the production team in spit. Lin Li, upon hearing this, revealed eyes filled with a sense of brokenness. Chapter 91. The greatest mistake is not respecting teachers, he quietly said. What authority do you have as a PE teacher? Hearing this, Deng Zhao really wanted to give him an 80. What kind of talk is this, looking down on others? Teacher, he and the others thought the same way. I guarantee my character. All right, seeing how sincerely you all want me to stay, I will reluctantly help you deal with this mess. In an instant, Elena Li's griavansa banisha. He then patted his head and turned to Li Jianren, who was desperately holding onto Wang Tianyu. Wang, your shirt is torn. Class monitor, don't go. I'm not leaving for now. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu hesitantly loosened his grip, but he did not completely let go, as if he would pull him back at the first sign of trouble. Lin Li walked back to the classroom. When the classmates saw Lin Li returning, they immediately began to cry and plead for him to stay. A class of first graders felt like a kindergarten just starting the school year. Deng Zhao walked back to He Jiong's side and whispered a few words. He Jiong smiled bitterly. Well, the homeroom teacher no longer has the authority to change the class monitor. The position has been completely undermined. Lin Li waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. I know you all want to cry, but don't cry just yet. I haven't left yet. Upon hearing this, the students stopped crying a little, with tear-streaked eyes looking at him. I know you all are reluctant to part with me, and I feel the same way. But what happened today has left me exhausted. He said angrily, today is Teacher's Day, a day meant to make teachers happy, and they should have joyful memories. But some people, in pursuit of personal gain, have conspired against my position as class monitor, ruining this holiday. How can you be so lawless? Do you still have our beloved teachers in your eyes? Lin Li's sharp gaze fell on Yuan Hua, Zhang Chaoyu, Wu Cheng, and others. Wherever he looked, those few rebels lowered their heads. Seeing them ashamed, Lin Li sneered in his heart. These little brats still dare to fight with me. I want to let you off easily. Talking about other things might not get through to them, but these people have all received a good education. Respecting teachers and elders should have been instilled in them from a young age. Is it aimed at me? No. You are now targeting the teachers. As a class officer, I must always accept criticism and supervision from the classmates in the class. But I cannot tolerate your disrespect towards teachers. This is what hurts me the most. Stepping onto the high ground, I will win people over with virtue. Lin Li understood morality well. He directly redirected their accusations towards He Jiong and the others. With just a few words, he made the rebels surrender, cleverly avoiding his own issues and denouncing them for ruining the festive atmosphere. At the same time, he pressured the classmates against Li Jianren and the others. If you don't apologize, I will leave. So, will you apologize? This apology you must give. If it weren't for Deng Zhao quietly telling them and their understanding of Lin Li's character, to be honest, they would be quite moved by his words. Still not apologizing to the teachers, Lin Li sternly reprimanded, looking just like an elder educating their descendants. Since Lin Li transferred 3,600 yuan to Li Jianren and suddenly announced his resignation as class monitor, he has been in a state of confusion. His mind was blank. Yuan Hua felt no rebellious thoughts anymore. Mom, Lin Li. No, the class monitor is so scary. I can't fight against him. I want to go home. This jerk Li Jianren has ruined me. Faced with the angry eyes of his classmates, he knew today was a complete failure. Teachers, I'm sorry, Wu. I was wrong, he cried, partly from the pressure from Lin Li, partly from feeling the moral condemnation, and partly because he felt miserable for being betrayed by his foolish teammates. It hurt. With Yuan Hua leading, others began to lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Teachers, I'm sorry. Wu Cheng and Zhang Chaoyu wanted to dig a hole and hide. Hearing the apologies like the buzzing of mosquitoes, Lin Li raised his eyebrows, louder. I'm sorry, teachers. With Lin Li's scolding, Yuan Hua and the others immediately shouted their apologies at the top of their lungs, and after shouting, they burst into tears. Wang Tianyu and the others looked on, thoroughly pleased. No wonder he is the class monitor, and I am just another class officer. Look at this momentum. It's something I can learn from for a lifetime. Children are at the age where they easily admire others. Lin Li's appearance today has already penetrated their hearts, perhaps many years later. They will recall that time when they were 8 years old, and the class monitor, who had an imposing presence, stood before them. Xia Shi, Song Yixue, and the others, standing at their seats, looked at the domineering Lin Li, their big eyes filled with little stars. If boys have ranks in their eyes, then undoubtedly, Lin Li is at the T0 level, and he is far ahead of everyone else. Although at this age, they may not know what love is. They understand what liking someone means. He Jiong spoke up. All right, they have admitted their mistakes, and we have forgiven them. So go back to your seats and sit well. Today is Teacher's Day. Let us all be happy. Yes, you recognize your mistakes, so you are good kids. Yang Mi and the others also came forward to smooth things over and liven up the atmosphere in the class. But Lin Li felt that this was not enough. This kid is so young, but holds such grudges. It was just a matter of taking the class monitor position. They even resorted to stalking, and he even asked the shopkeeper how much his phone cost. Luckily, he paid after collecting the class fees, and and the shopkeeper didn't see the whole process. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he and T filled the loophole this time, once exposed, his life would be half ruined, and he could forget about taking the civil service exam. Doing 100 things right doesn't T make up for one mistake. Moreover, he did it at such a young age. Although as long as he fills the public fund loophole within 3 months, it wouldn't count as misappropriation. This involves professional ethics. Who would dare to hire him when he grows up? But now it's live-streamed. So many people are watching. Thinking of this, Lin Li got angry. He must give him a good lesson today. So, he continued, Li Jianren, Yuan Hua, Zhang Chaoyu. Lin Li called out each name, and everyone who was called looked up in shock. What? The teacher has already forgiven us. Why are you still going on? Is it not over yet? After looking at Lin Li, they helplessly turned to He Jiong, Yang Mi, and the other teachers. They wanted He Jiong and the others to help, to make Lin Li stop talking. But He Jiong paid no attention. He knew that Lin Li must be feeling angry about this, and this child was too mature for his age. He couldn't be judged like a normal 8-year-old. Slander and rumors? If it were any other normal child, being slandered in front of a live broadcast would truly ruin that child. It would leave a shadow on their body and mind for a lifetime. Chapter 92, who has always been against him. He is very clear, a cheerful child can become self-conscious, a self-conscious child can become withdrawn, and so on. They believe Lin Li will handle it well, in his own way, so they are temporarily standing by and watching. Some viewers in the live broadcast room feel that Lin Li might have gone a bit too far. Enough is enough. They have already admitted their mistakes. Nonsense. Would you be happy if your child was slandered and framed in front of the entire internet? They should have considered the consequences when they did this. What if it were another child instead of Lin Ting? Can you imagine that? Anyway, I support Lin Ting. How? Only the officials are allowed to set fires, while the common people are not allowed to light lamps? They're just kids. Damn it. Making it seem like Lin Ting isn't child. In the youth class, Lin Li pointed out each person who bullied him at that time. Every single one he called out. He doesn't know who supports him, but he is very clear about who has always been against him. You all owe me an apology. And you owe an apology to all the parents in the world. Lin Li said sternly. What kind of behavior is this? To casually slander others without sufficient evidence. Do you know what serious consequences it can cause to others? Children are the future flowers of the motherland, nurtured carefully by parents and cultivated diligently by teachers. And what about you? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew a chorus of voices from parents with children across the internet. Nowadays, school bullying incidents are common. Many parents are afraid that their children will be bullied at school, although they may not come from wealthy families. Which one of them does not regard their child as a precious treasure? They can't even bear to scold them at home. And if they find out that their child has suffered such great grievances at school, they would feel like going to the kitchen. After Lin Li finished speaking, he looked at the currently weak and helpless Li Jianren and the others. Kid, today, even if your dad comes, it won't help. Moreover, Lin Li is certain that their parents will not get involved. The benefit of the youth class is that many parents' identities can be dug up by netizens. Never underestimate the ability of netizens to investigate people these days. If there is any misconduct, they really dare to dig deep. As for Li Jianren and their parents, they are either department heads or district heads. Can they withstand scrutiny? Apologize to me and all the parents. Yuan Hua and the others are now completely numb. Their whole body feels weak. Right now, they can't muster any thoughts of resistance. They just want to escape this place as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, class monitor. I'm sorry, everyone. They shouted with their eyes closed. Li Jianren, with tears streaming down his face, shouted even louder. Class monitor, I was wrong. Wu Jiechi cried particularly loudly, repeatedly saying sorry. His mindset has been completely shattered by Lin Li, class monitor. Sob. Wu Cheng, the chubby kid, was the same, crying and sniffling. After all, they're still just 8-year-old children. At this moment, Li Jianren and Yuan Hua have blank expressions, like empty shells. Lin Li carefully scanned their faces. Although he couldn't see their inner thoughts, he could roughly guess from their cries and expressions. Right now, they feel 3 parts regret, 3 parts guilt, 3 parts fear, and 1 part unwillingness. On the other hand, Wang Tianyu and Guan Xian are much simpler. They radiate 2 words from the inside out: loyalty He knows that Li Jianren can no longer stay in the youth class, and moreover, his parents will not let him stay after this incident. What did he just name? It was the list for expulsion. It was the list of those who would be dismissed from the youth class. They have almost no standing in the youth class anymore. Plus, with the excuse of leaving the youth class to pressure them, staying in the youth class will not be easy for them in the future. I accept your apologies. Lin Li smiled. Making mistakes is not scary. What's scary is knowing you're wrong, but not correcting it, or not admitting your mistakes, and then repeating them. I hope you can remember today. Then he turned to the teacher and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you trouble today. After saying this, he turned to the camera and apologized again. I'm sorry, friends and viewers, for wasting your precious time. The netizens saw Lin Li's exemplary apology, which was 1,000 times more sincere than Li Jianren and the others, and they sent a barrage of praise. At this moment, Lin Li walked up to Li Jianren. I know you have always wanted to be the class monitor. If you had run for it in the right way, I would have nothing to say if I lost. This would prove that your ability is above mine. But unfortunately, you took the wrong path. He shifted his tone. However, I am a very magnanimous person. I will not hold a grudge against you. I hope you can adjust your mindset in the future. After saying this, Lin Li patted him on the shoulder in a comforting manner, then turned to Yuan Hua, Zhang Chao, and the others. Students must prioritize their studies. I hope you can learn a lesson from this and strive to give a satisfactory answer to your teachers and parents in the future, instead of fighting all day in class. This time I won't blame you, but next time, I advise you to be careful. Wu Cheng and the others buried their heads deeply. They didn't dare to look Lin Li in the eye, and, at this moment, they were already thinking about leaving the youth class. They are much more mature than some of their peers and clearly understand that they have embarrassed themselves greatly with this rebellion. Not to mention that the other students in the youth class will laugh at them. Even the students on TV will laugh at them. At this moment, in a city bureau, the bureau chief, Li Gang, returned to his office after the morning meeting. He had just sat down when his phone rang. Hello, wife. What's the matter? I just finished the meeting. The voice on the other end was Li Jianren's mother, Li Gang's wife. Li Jianren's mother said, I want to handle the transfer procedure for Ren this afternoon. What's wrong? Li Gang frowned. He can't stay in the youth class. What? Then Li Jianren's mother briefly explained what she had just seen in the live broadcast. After listening, Li Gang sneered. I told you not to send the child to the youth class in the first place. Now look, I've lost all my face because of him. As soon as he mentioned this, he got angry. Look at the first day of school. My dad is Li Gang. I am the bureau chief. How much attention did that bring him? Now he has lost so much face. Did you not tell Ren that Lin Li embezzled public funds? Didn't you also teach him? You didn't teach him well, and now you're blaming me? Li Jianren's mother became furious. Stop arguing. We're getting too worked up. How about this? Let's transfer Ren to Jinling City. What? Sending him so far? Chapter 93. Terrifying indeed. Class power stabilized. Li Jianren's mother was shocked. Well, you should rent a place over there to take care of things. The youth class definitely won't work out, and that Lin Li is someone Ren can't compete with. Li Gang sighed softly. He initially opposed his son participating in the youth class. He had always wanted his son to follow in his footsteps into a government career or join the military. He had little interest in child stars or the entertainment industry. Therefore, he had been cultivating Li Jianren's knowledge at home, so he could quickly integrate into society when he grew up. However, his wife believed that the child was still young and suggested preparing an alternative path just in case. Eventually, she won, and he ended up in the youth class. On the first day, when he watched the replay and saw the self-introduction scene, it nearly choked him. What a terrible start. Did he know how many people would be watching him because of that one sentence? Alas, to prevent the child from continuously using himself in conversations later, he actually wanted Li Jianren to withdraw from the program that day. However, after seeing Lin Li, he stopped that thought. In his eyes, Lin Li was undoubtedly a sharpening stone for his son's development. This kid, so young yet so imposing, was just the right challenge to help his son grow. So, he often called to guide his son on how to behave in class. All right, enough said. After school, you should talk to the program team. After hanging up the phone, Li Gang opened Douyin, wanting to see how his son lost in the morning. The more he watched, the more his brows furrowed. Incredible, truly incredible. His son really lost without any shame. Li Gong sighed. This little kid was quite adept at manipulating human nature, creating momentum for himself, and loved to take the high ground. His speech was so eloquent. He didn't focus much on how Lin Li managed to collect the class fees. He just lamented that his son's resilience wasn't strong enough. If only they could have checked Lin Li's payment records back then, they might have turned the tables. But that was no longer important. His son had completely failed, and his ability to handle pressure was far inferior to Lin Li's. Just taking out the class fees had left him stunned. At that moment, the live broadcast of the youth class was showing He Jiong announcing that Lin Li had officially become the class monitor for the semester. Li Gang put down his phone and picked up a teacup from the table, taking a small sip. He thought to himself, Lin Li was simply terrifying. His methods were so sophisticated. From the moment his son reported the misappropriation of class funds, he had set up a trap step by step. Killing two birds with one stone, he firmly secured his position as class leader and sidelined direct leadership. Li Gang found himself increasingly interested in Lin Li. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rinrin lost without any shame. This kid was simply cut out for politics. He knew how to leverage situations and, in just a few minutes, thought of using the class fee issue to pressure the homeroom teacher, thereby gaining absolute power in the youth class. If this child continues with the original intention of serving the people, his future will be extraordinary. At such a young age, he has already won the favor of the public. He thought it was time to toughen up his son. After deciding, he closed the live broadcast and switched to his phone's contacts, dialing a number. He had already determined which school to send Li Jianren to for some training. At this moment, in the youth class, the students had been calmed down by He Jiong, who also announced Lin Li as the class monitor for the entire semester. After the announcement, he gave Lin Li a slightly helpless glare, as if to say, "Are you satisfied now? If you dare to mention leaving the youth class again, don't blame me for using my authority to bully you." He had a love-hate relationship with Lin Li. What he liked was that this kid was very sensible, knowing what to do and say, radiating positive energy. What he hated was that he was too mischievous, too fond of official jargon, and too much of a troublemaker. Lin Li sensed He Jiong's gaze and chuckled, nodding. "Let's go. Are you kidding? Didn't you see I left without even taking my textbooks? Li Jianren, come with me to the office." He Jiong called out to Li Jianren, who had been thoroughly played by Lin Li today and needed some guidance so that he wouldn't develop any psychological shadows. Li Jianren was devoid of energy, not calling out, silently following him out of the classroom. At this moment, Yang Mi said, "Everyone take a break. Lin Li, come out with me." Lin Li was called out, slightly taken aback, but then quickly understood. "Okay, Yang." He nodded and said to Wang Tianyu beside him, "Wang, I'll step out for a bit. You keep an eye on the class." "Sure, monitor." Wang Tianyu was overly excited at this moment. The monitor wasn't leaving, and he still affectionately called him Wang. In an instant, the little kid who had just been crying and begging for the monitor to stay disappeared, standing tall and clearing his throat. "Everyone, quiet down and return to your seats. The monitor isn't leaving." Outside the classroom, Yang Mi brought Lin Li to the stairway. She looked around to ensure no one was watching and immediately gave Lin Li a light knock on the head. She frowned and said, "You little brat, you sure know how to play? Hey, Mijia, don't be mad. Getting mad gives you wrinkles. I want to say anything about today. Can you explain the class fee situation on your phone?" Yang Mi glared at him. She was the only one who had seen Lin Li earn money by taking orders and quickly thought of some things. "Mijia, don't overthink it. It's not what you think. My grandpa left me some money." Lin Li would never admit it. His life didn't allow for any blemishes. He knew that the only way to prove he misappropriated class funds was to check his grandpa's payment records. But that would require police documentation. Who would be so bored as to investigate an 8-year-old child for such a trivial matter, especially one who was already deceased? It's worth mentioning that if a phone card falls into arrears for a long time without payment, it will be automatically deactivated, or direct relatives must go to the service center with a death certificate to cancel it. Lin Li's old flip phone could still use the phone card, and he had recharged it a bit afterward. As long as he found a guardian to help him register a new phone number, he could cancel it, and this matter would never be discovered again. Yang Mi sneered, "You little brat, it's one thing to fool others, but you're trying to fool me." "I really didn't. All right, I believe you. I believe you." Seeing him so stubborn, Yang Mi was too lazy to dwell on the topic. She just reminded him, don't do this kind of thing again in the future. If you encounter difficulties or need anything, just come to me directly. I really didn't tea. Lin Li felt a bit moved, but still didn't admit it. Teacher Yang, I'll head back now. Chapter 94. Xia Shi. My dad is coming back to invite you to dinner, little brat. I'll take you to a variety show this Saturday night. Yami spoke up at this moment. After visiting his home last week and seeing his gaming skills, she wanted to win custody of him. And she also wanted to fulfill her promise to take him to the variety show after he got the most votes. So, after leaving his house, she mentioned it to her agent. After all, Yami is a top star in the entertainment industry, thinking about going to the show alone. It could be a bit tricky. Soon, the organizers agreed. When Lin Li heard this, he was finally excited, and the impatience in his eyes when looking at Yang Mi faded away. Sister, since you were the first to bring me onto a variety show, let's each go our own way from now on. You call me class monitor, and I'll call you sister. Yang Mi chuckled lightly. Little rascal, not bad. You do have a bit of conscience. She felt that calling her sister once again drew her closer to Lin Li. It was no longer just a simple teacher-student relationship. Of course, I'm a person who values gratitude. You take care of me, and I won't let you down. What variety show? I'll help you stir up the hype. The King of Glory All-Star Game. No problem. I'm good at gaming. I guarantee you'll win. Who are the opponents? There are streamers, celebrities, and professional players. Small matter. Just professional players. Who are my teammates? Me, Shun Tung, Lu Dahua, you, and another professional player. Upon hearing this, Lin Li pondered for a moment, then frowned at her. Sister, is there a shortage of commentators? At this moment in the classroom, Deng Chao and Lu Yifei were playing some games with their classmates. Due to the gifts for Teacher's Day and the time it took, they were delayed for quite a while, leading to the second class starting late. The second class had already passed for more than 10 minutes. And since not all students were present, they didn't have class. Lin Li stood at the corner of the classroom door, rubbed his head, and then walked in with a casual demeanor. He shouted, report. Lin Li, come in. Deng Chao acknowledged him upon seeing him. Lin Li walked into the classroom, heading towards his seat, and every student he passed gave him a look of attention. Sitting back in his long-lost seat, Lin Li looked at Deng Chao and waved his hand, continue. Seeing him like this, Deng Chao really wanted to go up and give him a few hard knocks on the head. What kind of posture is this? You're acting like a leader coming to inspect work. With a helpless sigh in his heart, he said, all right, students, let us continue. However, it was clear that most students' attention was on Lin Li, including Wang Tianyu, the sports committee member Shi Lin, and others. Lin Li didn't mind. Classroom discipline? In the past, there was no discipline committee, so he, as the class monitor, had to say something, but now there was a discipline committee. He rested his hands on the desk, crossing them, and assumed a serious posture, as if he were listening to a meeting. Class monitor. His desk mate Xia, she suddenly tugged gently at the corner of his shirt under the desk. Lin Li turned his head in confusion. My dad is coming back today. Xiaxi's eyes were a bit red. She had just cried too hard. She whispered softly. Oh, Lin Li was curious. What does your dad coming back have to do with me? He had long forgotten what he had said to Xiaxi back then. To him, those words were just something he said casually to tease the little girl. Xiaxi was innocent and didn't notice anything, saying sweetly, didn't you say you would ride a motorcycle to marry me? Lin Li, upon hearing this, instantly recalled what he had said back then, raising his eyebrows. Oh, did you tell your dad what I said back then? I told my mom, and my mom said she would invite you to our house on Sunday. Xiaxi smiled sweetly. Visiting? Lin Li pondered slightly. This might not be a good thing. He was very clear about what his words would mean to a father with a little girl. It was akin to the hatred of a husband stealing his wife. A daughter is a father's little lover. Now that little lover is being coveted by someone, wouldn't he want to give that person a good beating? Lin Li thought that if he were in Wang Tianyu's situation, Xiaxi's parents probably wouldn't care much about him, as their daughter had already reserved a spot in a wealthy family. But what does your dad do? Why has he been on a business trip for so long? Lin Li asked cautiously. He wasn't afraid if her dad was in business. He was just afraid if her dad was a Dragon King. My dad is a pianist. He is amazing at playing the piano. He went abroad for an exchange meeting. Xiaxi answered without hiding anything, explaining what her dad was doing abroad. An artist. So Xiaxi comes from an artistic family. Lin Li nodded. Tell your dad I'll come on Sunday. Since he was invited, how could he not go? Yay, I'll tell my mom right away. Xiaxi's bright, eyes suddenly filled with joy. At this moment, Lin Li remembered he hadn't submitted the application for joining the team to Hejiong. He thought about it and took his backpack from the hook beside the desk, pulling out the application. After that, he hung the backpack back in place, planning to submit the application to Hejiong during recess. He placed the application in the drawer. Suddenly, his fingers touched an object that didn't belong in his drawer. He was quite clear about what was in his drawer. He remembered there was nothing but books. He looked down to take out the object, staring at the box filled with foreign writing, lost in thought. What the? Who is testing me? He quickly thought in his mind. Who sent this? Xiaoxi noticed Lin Li discovering the thing she had put in his drawer and covered her mouth with a giggle. The class monitor saw it. Is he very happy? He should be, right? This box of candy is really delicious. Xiaoxi, do you know who put this in my drawer? Lin Li thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who was trying to mess with him. I put it for you, Xiaoxi said happily. Lin Li was stunned. He never expected it was his desk mate who had sent it. Class monitor, are you not happy? Seeing that you didn't show the expected surprise, Xiaoxi fell a bit down. Happy? How could I not be happy? Lin Li saw her aggrieved, yet adorable expression, and his heart melted. Don't cry, I really like it. Really? When I have money, I'll take you to the amusement park. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately beamed. Her previous disappointment vanished. Great. When? When it depends on how your dad feels about me. Oh, I? Lin Li sighed lightly. You won't understand. You'll know when you grow up. Oh. Xiaoxi found it strange. Why does the class monitor always say things she doesn't understand? Her dad is very gentle. He has never scolded her. So why does it seem like the class monitor is a bit scared? Chapter 95. Damn it, I actually got banned. At this moment, Hejiong brought Li Jianren and the others back to the classroom. Lin Li looked up and saw that Li Jianren and the others still had that dejected look on their faces, completely lacking in spirit. They didn't even dare to look at the other students in the class when they entered. After returning to their seats, they just slumped over, seeing their demeanor. Lin Li guessed that he probably wouldn't see Li Jianren and the others tomorrow or next week. How pitiful. Why did they have to oppose me for no reason? If only they were as smart as Wang Tianyu and followed me, they wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Class monitor, come out with me for a moment. Hejiong shouted at him. Okay, Lin Li replied, pulling out the team application from his desk drawer and quickly following him out of the classroom. Hejiong didn't take him back to the classroom, but stopped in the hallway. The matter from today has passed. Don't bully Li Jianren and the others anymore. He glared at Lin Li, feeling a bit helpless towards this kid. What bullying? They bullied me first. Lin Li immediately became unhappy. All right. Hejiong didn't want to argue with him about who bullied whom. Regardless of who started it, you can't mention them today. They're withdrawing from the program. Withdrawing? So soon? Lin Li feigned surprise, even though he wasn't actually surprised at all. With such a big incident, do you think their parents would let them stay in the program? Hejiong explained that their parents had already called Director Zhang. Okay, as long as they don't bother me anymore, I promise not to bully them. Lin Li assured him, finally managing to push those who defied him out. In ancient times, this would be considered exile. Yes, exile. Hejiong looked at the paper in his hand. The team application? Yes, I wrote it last night. Here it is. Lin Li handed the application form to Hejiong. Hejiong took it and glanced roughly at it. Lin Li's writing was standard, and he didn't pull any tricks on it. All right, I'll submit it for you later. You can go back for now and prepare well. I'll take you to the playground later for the team initiation ceremony. Okay, Teacher He, don't worry, I'm always ready. Lin Li patted his chest and said, when it's time for me to go on stage, I will definitely make our youth class famous and won't let you down. Hejiong nodded, his expression calm, but secretly amused. Still want to show off? Just stand on the stage. Your biggest exposure point will be when you receive your award and tie on a red scarf. Lin Li had no idea what he was thinking and didn't know that the principal and the police chief were holding a collective initiation ceremony to sanction him, completely eliminating any opportunity for him to speak. If there was any, it would just be the police chief handing him a banner and certificate, thanking him separately at that moment, with just 2 words and without a microphone. The second class in the morning soon ended, and, as usual, it was time for the break exercises. Students from all grades gradually came out of their classrooms, lined up in the hallway, and headed to the playground under the teacher's guidance. Outside the youth class classroom, students lined up finding their classmates in front and behind them. Sure, Sun Lin, acting as the sports committee member, shouted, "Hurry up, line up." Lin Li was currently following the school's teachers to the new recruits lineup. "Hey, teacher, you look so familiar. Have I seen you before?" Lin Li asked curiously, looking up at the teacher behind him. "Have you forgotten me?" The teacher paused, turned slightly, and smiled. "You haven't called me since the phone call." "Huh." Lin Li immediately recalled that this was the teacher he had flirted with on the first day of school. "Teacher, how could I forget you? I was just testing you to see if you remember me." "You little rascal, you really can talk, and your mind works quickly." She could see that Lin Li had actually forgotten her a long time ago, but he was quick-witted and immediately came up with an excuse. Lin Li chuckled and asked, "Teacher, what is your name?" "Name? Ha!" Upon hearing these words from him, the teacher couldn't help but laugh. "My surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Qian. You can just call me Teacher Zhou." Oh. Lin Li nodded and didn't ask further. He followed her to the playground to prepare for the stage. However, when he arrived at the back of the playground, he was slightly stunned when he saw a crowd of elementary school students. "Isn't today my initiation ceremony and award ceremony? Why are there so many people? Are you Lin Ting? My mom likes you a lot." A second-grade student shouted loudly upon seeing Lin Li. "Lin Li, you are joining the team with us?" Lin Li had become somewhat of a celebrity. Being from the same school, those students approached to greet him. Hello, comrades." Lin Li waved his hand with a smile. "Lin Ting, hello." The little kids immediately responded cheerfully. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you going to the playground?" Lin Li asked. He glanced around and saw quite a few students here, not less than 80. It was a bit strange to have so many people gathered here. "We are joining the team today," said one of the elementary students. "Joining the team?" Lin Li was taken aback. "You are all joining the team?" "Yes." "Youth League?" "Yes." Lin Li felt overwhelmed. Didn't they say today was a special initiation ceremony and award ceremony just for him? How? He hurriedly walked over to Zhou Qian. "Teacher Zhou, what's going on? Didn't they say I was the only one joining the team?" He fully played the role of ask if you don't understand. Zhou Qian replied, "Who told you that you were the only one joining the team? Today is also for the second graders who haven't joined the team." Ah, Lin Li immediately felt dazed. A collective initiation means he couldn't enjoy the glory alone. "You didn't know?" Zhou Qian looked puzzled. "I didn't receive any notice." Lin Li's head felt a little muddled, but he could accept it. A collective initiation was fine. Participating with the masses was an honor. However, when he heard a voice, "Today I stand here, filled with immense excitement and pride, because I have the honor of being a representative of the new youth team members to express our heartfelt voices at this solemn and sacred moment." Damn it, isn't this my speech? He glanced over and saw a nervous little girl reading from paper. Goodness, he wasn't even the new team representative. The principal treats me like this? He thought that even if it was a collective initiation, at least he should be a representative. After all, he had made contributions, and this initiation ceremony was held because of him. However, every sight he saw now was telling him he had been banned. Chapter 96 Hu Jiangwo. It's over. He's holding a grudge against me. Lin Li never expected to be sanctioned by justice. Did I say something worse than your principal? You said I said. Isn't it all for the teachers and students of the school? What's the difference? I can't enjoy the glory myself, and you won't let me speak, just standing on stage? He was very angry, and the consequences were serious. If only someone had told him in advance to say less. He would have said less out of respect for the school leaders, but doing this is very unkind. Not communicating with the people, not listening to their voices, will surely make the people have opinions. Lin Li squinted his eyes, his mind racing. Meanwhile, on the playground, each class, led by their teachers, was orderly arriving at their designated areas. Red flags waved in the hands of several students. On the right side of the track, a sixth-grade student energetically held up the Young Pioneers flag, with a student on each side, both spirited and wearing red scarves. They were the flag bearers of the school's Young Pioneers team. In the Young Pioneers position, Sure Lin stood at the front, holding a red flag, standing there with a dignified expression. However, his eyes occasionally glanced at the flag bearers, filled with envy, wondering if he would ever have the chance to be the one holding the big flag. It looked so cool. In his eyes, that flag bearer was just as impressive as the soldiers welcoming foreign guests or raising the national flag on TV. He quietly asked He Jiong, who was standing in front of the team, "Teacher, I also want to be that one. Do I have a chance?" Heejong looked at him and then followed his gaze. The flag bearer? Yes, there's a chance, but you have to join the Young Pioneers first. Oh, sure, Lin replied. Isn't the class monitor going in soon? Can I just ask the class monitor for this role? After the second class ended, when Heejong led the team to the playground, he had already informed them that Lin Li would be joining the team today. So he thought, if the class monitor went in, given that he was the class monitor's little follower, he should be able to get this position. Heejong looked at him strangely. Are you overly confident in your class monitor? Not to mention that he just joined the team and doesn't have the qualifications. Even if he had some qualifications to a point, you still have to join the Young Pioneers first. Moreover, according to their progress in joining the Young Pioneers, it won't be until the second half of the semester, around Children's Day. By then, the program will be over, and you will all return to your respective schools. Even if Lin Li rockets to become the captain of the Young Pioneers, he won't have the authority to appoint you unless Sure Lin can stay at this school. Heejong didn't directly answer him, but encouraged him with a smile. As long as you perform well, you will definitely get it. Even if you don't need your class monitor, you could do it too. Oh, but I want to become one quickly, holding the flag and walking in front of the national audience. That would be so cool. He murmured softly, wondering if he could find a shortcut with the class monitor. His voice was small, but Heejong still heard him. Kid, your idea is very wrong. Time passed second by second. Once all classes entered the playground, Hu Jangwo, wearing an administrative jacket, and the police chief in a full police uniform with a wide-brimmed hat came down from the administration building. They were followed by a group of school leaders and police personnel, a grand scene. It's about to start, Hu Jangwo said with a smile. The police chief nodded, looking at the straight-backed children and sincerely praised, Principal Hu's education is effective. The children are all spirited. These are the pillars of the future country. You're overpraising me, Director, Hu Jangwo said politely, waving his hand, his face beaming with pride and humility. I haven't done anything. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the teachers and students in the school. I can only see these children growing up strong by standing on their shoulders. The two exchanged their usual pleasantries. At this moment, as they passed by a formation, both fell a sharp gaze. They unconsciously looked in the direction of the gaze. There stood Lin Li among a group of taller second-grade students, staring at them intently. It seems he already knows. Hu Jangwo chuckled awkwardly. This kid is smart. Given the situation, he must have guessed it. The police chief was unconcerned. Principal Hu, you have something to worry about now. Hu Jangwo was taken aback, immediately understanding his words. Oh no, it turns out he's holding a grudge against me. After all, the order of the school assembly is something I decided. After the police chief finished speaking, he patted his backside and left, while Hu Jangwo was still at the school. Moreover, this is his own school. He can't just leave. Look at how Lin Li acted this morning, making those big stars struggle enough. With his mischievous nature, today this matter should start affecting the school, right? No, be more confident. Remove the should. It will definitely cause trouble. Hu Jangwo felt a bit of a headache. Director, look at what you said. I can't manage a child? It's not a big deal. He forced a calm smile. The police chief looked at his guilty expression but didn't point it out. Indeed, he was just a child, and he believed Principal Hu would be able to handle it. Hu Jangwo could only swallow this bitter pill. After all, he was a bureau chief. While he was just a principal, there was still a gap in their identities. It's starting. Hu Jangwo sighed inwardly, looking at the podium in the distance. At this moment, a sixth-grade girl on the podium held a microphone, wearing an armband with 3 stripes, and with a sunny smile, she loudly said, Dear classmates, hello everyone. Today we are holding the induction ceremony for new Young Pioneers members here. She was the publicity committee member of the school's Young Pioneers team. She joined the team committee in 5th grade. The induction ceremony for new Young Pioneers members is usually hosted by the team leader or the deputy team leader. However, both of the highest leaders have already graduated and moved on to middle school. Currently, both positions are vacant. Therefore, she had no choice but to host this ceremony. Present at today's induction ceremony were the school party branch secretary, the principal, the police chief of Yongsheng, the director of the Young Pioneers Committee, the vice principal, and others. She smiled with energy and enthusiasm. Let's give them a warm round of applause to welcome their arrival. As soon as she finished speaking, the teachers on the playground started clapping, and the students quickly followed suit. In an instant, Warm applause echoed throughout the campus. The induction ceremony for the Young Pioneers' new members officially began. Chapter 97. The ceremony for joining the Young Pioneers, becoming the glorious successor. Proceeding to the first item, flag raising. Young Pioneers members and counselors salute. Swish, swish, swish. On the playground, all students except for the first graders quickly raised their right hands high above their heads. The sound of drums echoed. The atmosphere became solemn and enthusiastic. Wang Qianyu and others from the youth class stood in place, their big eyes darting around, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, the flag bearers marched in step from one side of the playground, solemnly approaching. When they reached the side of the podium, they turned orderly to face the students and raised the flag high. The music stopped. On the podium, the team committee host announced, proceeding to the second item, singing the team song. A committee member, also wearing 3 stripes on her arm, walked up from the podium, then faced the students on the playground, gesturing with one hand as a music conductor. This student was the entertainment committee member and also a little girl. In an instant, the music began to play again. We are successors inheriting the glorious tradition of revolutionary predecessors. The audience in the live stream began to share fewer teasing comments and more reflections. I particularly remember how glorious it was when I joined the Young Pioneers in the first grade. Over the course of more than a decade, I never knew whose class I was taking over, but now that I've grown up, I finally succeeded my dad and became a qualified factory manager. Every time I see such a scene, I feel nostalgic, longing for childhood when I wish to grow up, and now as an adult, I wish to return to my childhood. Hey, would you believe me if I said I never joined the Young Pioneers? The teacher Wu Ti let me in. I can still sing this song. It seems engraved in my DNA. Brothers, raise your hands if you can still sing it. At this moment, this scene was broadcasted across the internet by the program team. Many people reminisced about the Young Pioneers joining ceremony, evoking countless memories of their student days, as if they could see their childhood selves standing under the flag, filled with infinite hopes for the future and deep love for the motherland. Love the motherland. Love the people. The bright red scarf flutters on the chest. After the team song concluded, the publicity committee host raised the microphone and continued loudly, proceeding to the third item, reading the decision to form the Young Pioneers team for the grade. This item announced the establishment of the new team. The previous 6th graders had already graduated, and many members were promoted, so the new team was starting to be organized. After this announcement, the host proceeded to the 4th item, announcing the list of new members. Today, the school has a total of 108 new members joining the Huaxia Young Pioneers. Please, the team committee, announce the list of new members. Another student wearing 3 stripes on their arm walked up to the podium and saluted all the teachers and students. Then, raising the microphone, they solemnly announced, according to the membership standards and the decision of the Young Pioneers Committee, Zhang Zian, Li Zian, Shen Zian, Lu Zixuan, Fang Zixuan, Zhang Zixuan, Jin Haoren, Cheng Haoren, Yu Haoren. Discussing the importance of naming, there are more than 10 names repeated in one class. When calling out in the crowd, without surnames, there will be more than 10 responses. Originally, the audience in front of the screen appeared to have a somewhat solemn atmosphere, but suddenly burst into laughter due to this high repetition rate. Is naming now so casual? If it weren't for the different surnames, I would think they repeated the same name several times. You can't follow a template like this. At least change the tone a bit. Well, it turns out there are so many repeated names. I should change my son's name, Sai. Why didn't I hear Lin Ting's name? Lin Ting is in the Wait a Minute group. Sure enough, as the netizens said, after this committee member read out more than 10 names, the remaining ones were collectively called by the nickname. Wait a minute. In the new members formation, Lin Li's eyes widened. Is his name really that hard to remember? Why am I being called Wait a Minute? After all, I am a young hero who has saved 5 children. How can they not take me seriously? It's not good to say I'm the first one called out. At least I should be recognized outside of Wait a Minute. It must be that old Deng's arrangement again. He glanced at Hu Jiangwo's back, adding a bit of coldness to his heart. Meanwhile, among the school leaders in front, Hu Jiangwo felt the temperature suddenly drop. He slightly raised his head to look at the sun in the sky, but there were clouds and no wind. At this moment, the 5th item of the committee commenced, awarding the red scarves to new members. In the new member formation, Zhou Qian organized the line, "Follow me." Then, under her lead, the new members formation walked to the front of the podium. Simultaneously, on the other side, a formation of old members, each holding a bright red scarf, walked to the podium under the guidance of their teacher. The old members were to present the red scarves to the new members. The two formations intertwined, forming one line of new members and one line of old members. Hu Jiangwo originally intended to personally present the red scarf to Lin Li. But due to a change in plans for a collective joining ceremony, it would seem very abrupt if he presented it to Lin Li alone. Lin Li, like other new members, received his scarf from an older member. A fifth-grade student put the scarf on him and quietly said, "Lin, class leader, come visit us in class 5-2 sometime." Lin Li smiled and replied, "No problem. I'll come by when I have time." "You must come." "I will, don't worry." After all students had their red scarves on, they saluted each other. The sixth item of the joining ceremony began. The new members took the stage to deliver their joining declaration and lead their classmates in the oath. Here comes Lin Ting's performance. The audience in the live stream was highly anticipating. In their eyes, whenever their essay representative in such occasions, it must be Lin Li. Who else could it be? However, when a shy second-grade girl walked up to the podium, the netizens were stunned. Did they get wrong? Why isn't it Lin Ting? This is such disrespect to Lin Ting. Brothers, there's no need to think about it. It must be because they're afraid of him stealing the lines. Now that you mention it, I understand. The principal is afraid of Lin Ting, but I remember there's no principal speech at the joining ceremony, right? It seems so. So what is he afraid of? It's strange. Probably due to insufficient academic qualifications. After all, Lin Ting is only in the first grade. Lin Li not taking the stage as the representative of the new members indeed disappointed many netizens. Today is Teacher's Day, and the biggest expectation for the program is, of course, Lin Li giving a speech on the podium. But a certain netizen, the program team falsely advertised, refund the traffic. After the new members finished their speeches and led all new members in the oath, the joining ceremony was about to come to an end. "Let us go, director. It's your turn to take the stage soon." Hu Jiangwo smiled and said to the police chief, "Let us go." A group of school leaders followed behind him toward the podium. Lin Li turned to watch them approach, glaring at them fiercely, silently thinking, "You better not give me any opportunity to hold the microphone." Chapter 98 Lin Li. Then I'll just say a few words. The induction ceremony for the young pioneers was successfully concluded in a solemn and warm atmosphere. The bright red scarf shone brilliantly under the rising sun, reflecting the innocent yet determined faces of the children. Now, let's warmly welcome the principal to the stage. After the team committee's publicity member hosted the induction ceremony, he called out loudly. Hu Jiangwo adjusted his attire, walked up to the podium with a calm expression and a smile, and took the microphone from the host. "Good morning, teachers and students." He cleared his throat slightly, and his voice resonated warmly and powerfully. The entire venue quickly fell silent. All eyes turned to the spirited highest leader of the school on the podium. Today, we are not only witnessing the joining of a new group of young pioneers, but we are also here to recognize a student who has demonstrated bravery and responsibility through his actions. Upon hearing this, the students of the junior class, led by Wang Tianyu, became excited. Their son was about to rise on the podium. Hu Jiangwo scanned the audience and continued with a smile. "I believe everyone already knows who it is." He paused slightly, raising his tone. "Last week, a shocking child trafficking incident occurred in the Yongqing area. I think students and teachers have heard about it. Among them, one of our classmates was a victim of trafficking. Almost all the teachers and students knew about it, as it had become quite a big deal at the time and was even reported on national legal programs. At this moment, all the students turned their gazes to the new members standing at the podium, searching for the first-grade student who was driving without a license. Meanwhile, among the new members, some turned their heads or glanced at Lin Li. "Ahem, don't look around, listen to the principal's speech." Under the watchful eyes of the people, Lin Li dared not show any signs of lethargy. He straightened his small face, lifted his head, puffed out his chest, cleared his throat, and quietly said. Hu Jiangwo noticed the students' gazes and smiled gently. "That's right. This student you all know is our school's Lin Li." He continued passionately. In this sudden incident, facing the vicious traffickers, he did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped forward, using his wisdom and courage to successfully rescue 5 children. Before he knew it, 5 minutes had passed. Hu Jiangwo's face was flushed, whether from the sun or from excitement was unclear. In any case, all his speeches conveyed one point. Thank goodness Lin Li has a good principle. The viewers in the live stream room were gradually losing interest. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. When Lin Li comes on stage, just me. I came to watch the show, not to hear him report work. Don't rush under these circumstances. There's still a director to come. This reminds me of my childhood on the school playground. It never ends. Isn't this taking up other kids' time? If he keeps talking like this, with the police chief coming later, we want to have morning classes. Could the program team please switch the camera to Lin Li? If it were Lin Li speaking, it would be a gimmick, but if it's Hu Jiangwo or an adult speaking, the netizens feel there is no highlight. This led to many people losing patience and leaving the live stream room because they simply didn't want to listen. On stage, Lin Li's face, which had been serious like a senior official, began to show displeasure. Why was Hu Jiangwo talking so much? Was he trying to make up for the opening ceremony? On the playground, teachers were still smiling and listening humbly. Meanwhile, the older students were beginning to show displeased expressions. They say school is our second home, a place for us to learn. But you're taking away our time to study seriously, to swim in the sea of knowledge. In one class, how many words can we memorize? How many math formulas can we learn? Let us take Lin Li as an example. Not only to pursue excellence in academics, but also to continuously improve our moral character, becoming useful talents for society, contributing our strength to build a more harmonious and beautiful society. Once the sentence was finished, those familiar with Hu Jiangwo, or teachers who often held meetings, knew he was done speaking. So they immediately began to applaud to set an example. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, applause echoed across the playground. No matter how impatient some students were, they all applauded. After all, he was the principal. Similarly, some teachers were also impatient, but they were employees. He was the leader, and they still had to put on a show. Amidst the warm applause, Hu Jiangwo continued to raise the microphone. Next, let us give the warmest applause to welcome our esteemed police chief to the stage, to personally present the honorary banner to our young hero, Lin Li. After finishing these words, the vice principals at the podium politely extended their hands, signaling the police chief to come up. At the same time, Zhou Qian called Lin Li from among the new members, asking him to come up together. The classmates in the junior class, seeing Lin Li finally on stage, became lively again, clapping vigorously. Yang Mi, He Jiong, and others felt the same way. To be honest, they were really annoyed just now. They even doubted whether the appearance fee for this program was less. After the police chief came to the stage, Hu Jiangwo immediately extended his hand politely. Thank you for taking the time to come here despite your busy schedule. You're too polite. After the two exchanged polite handshakes, Lin Li pouted, feeling this was just false courtesy. It's all yours now. After Hu Jiangwo released his hand, he handed the microphone to the police chief. The latter nodded, then faced the students on the playground. Good morning, children. The teachers started to applaud again. I would like to thank Principal Hu for nurturing the future buds of our nation for the people. The police chief continued Lin Li's deeds. As he just detailed, I won't elaborate further, just a few brief words. Evil, regardless of its size, is a serious challenge to social order. Omitted several parts. From that phrase, just a few brief words, the number of viewers in a live stream room dropped significantly again. Those who have attended meetings know that these brief words do not mean just a few words. Each one contains several major points, and each major point has several minor points. Fortunately, this time he didn't say too much. He praised Lin Li and provided students with some emergency safety measures and how to prevent dangers, promoting positive energy. After he finished speaking, a police officer walked up from below carrying a banner. Of course, he didn't bring a monetary reward. That will be given privately later. The police chief took the banner from the officer's hand, smiled at Lin Li. Thank you for your bravery, little friend. At this moment, Lin Li felt a bit numb. It seemed he sensed the two had a strong wariness towards him. They clearly had no intention of handing him the microphone. After he took the microphone, he forced a smile and said, Thank you, Chief. The police chief smiled. The microphone is yours. You understand the arrangement. All right, I'll keep it brief too. Chapter 99 Speech. It shouldn't be like this, Lin Li said calmly. He could still understand the meaning of the police chief, which was that all arrangements for this meeting were led by Hu Jiangwo and had nothing to do with him. If there was a debt, there was a debtor. If he wanted revenge, he should go find Hu Jiangwo. The microphone given to him was merely because they had finished speaking, said what they needed to say, and were not afraid of him stealing their words, leaving a good impression in front of him. Look, your principal won't let you speak, but I will. Are you touched? Be grateful. In response, Lin Li couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Believe you? You two old geezers are quite cunning. It must have been a joint scheme. Now you're just shifting the blame to Hu Jiangwo. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo was staring wide-eyed at the police chief. No, leader, we can't be so unkind. I've completely eliminated Lin Li's chance to speak, and you're now giving it to him. What does that mean? Just a few simple words will do. Although he was constantly complaining in his heart, a look of indulgence and pride was on his face. I'll just say a few simple words. Lin Li emphasized the word simple. He took the microphone and then faced the students on the playground. He shouted, "Students, let's first welcome the two leaders to come down with warm applause." Hu Jiangwo and the police chief were momentarily taken aback. At first glance, the sentence seemed harmless, but upon reflection, it felt quite meaningful. Come down, doesn't that mean to fall? Who taught you to use such terms? Is it appropriate? The two exchanged glances, each reading the other's thoughts. This revenge is a bit too quick, isn't it? And in Hu Jiangwo's eyes, there was an additional thought. You're asking him to speak. Isn't that just asking for trouble? They both sighed inwardly, but at that moment, they had no intention of taking the microphone back. How take it back? Clap, clap, clap. The applause at the scene was exceptionally intense, even more so than when the two of them took the stage. This left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm the principal. I'm the police chief. Applause represents many meanings, and in comparison, it was clear at that moment who was the most popular and who was truly in the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was also increasing at a visibly frantic rate. Netizens who had left earlier received notifications from friends and rushed back. Lin Ting finally took the stage. "Ha, the use of come down is great. It's hilarious. Would it be even better to say fall down?" Lin Ting is still being subtle. I said, how could the school not arrange for Lin Ting to speak alone on such an important occasion? I was drowsy during other speeches, but I perked up to listen to Lin Ting's report. The increase in the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was filled with profound meaning, just like the applause at the scene. Fortunately, Hu Jiangwo and the police chief couldn't see the data from the live broadcast room. Otherwise, their mentality would probably collapse even more. At the chairman's table, Lin Li held the microphone in his right hand, raised his left hand slightli to wave, signaling everyone to be quiet. The two leaders just spoke well, so I won't add anything. Below the stage, He Jiong, Yang Mi, and others closed their eyes, feeling a sense of unbearable embarrassment. Are these two leaders out of their minds? Why give them a microphone? Isn't this just asking for trouble? In one word, it demonstrated what true leadership and false leadership are. The two who had just stepped down from the stage felt exceptionally bitter. To sum it up, Lin Li took a deep breath, entered the zone, and shouted with full vigor, "We must not coexist with evil." Good. The class leader spoke excellently. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tianyu and others from Lin Li's faction were the first to applaud and shouted loudly. They didn't even need the teachers or senior students to lead. They were extremely self-motivated. After they started, the applause erupted again across the entire venue. A large-scale speech event was quite exhausting. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Lin Li shouted, "Students, do you often feel pressure from comparing yourselves to others? Do you have endless homework during holidays and endless tutoring classes? Have you ever been bullied?" The students who had been applauding suddenly froze at these two questions. The three questions indeed made the entire playground fall silent. Relevant images floated in their minds. A certain teacher, "Look at the class next door, so-and-so. They scored so high. Why can't you?" A certain parent, "Have you finished your homework? I'll take you to math tutoring at 6 p.m. and on Sundays." A certain classmate, "Hey, you better wait for me after school." The teachers and school leaders were also confused. What's going on? Why is he talking about this? Has there been bullying in the school? Before they could think much more, Lin Li's next words, tinged with emotion and helplessness, came out. Students, our childhood shouldn't be like this. We have born pressures we shouldn't have at such a young age. Lin Li's voice gradually rose. Childhood should be carefree, colorful, and the best memories we save for our lives. After saying this, Lin Li half raised his left hand, fingers pointed to the sky, excitedly saying, "But under endless pressure and comparisons, our childhood has become a memory only of studying and doing exercises." The students began to react one by one. Yes, in their limited memories, it seemed that since they started school, all their memories were related to studying. And at this moment, a group of students started shouting, "That's right. I have to go to school during the day, go to tutoring at night, and still have to go on weekends, busier than my parents at work. Boo-hoo. I haven't had a good time in a long time." As complaints echoed, the entire playground became noisy, and the teachers couldn't manage it at all, because many teachers were also reminiscing about their childhood. It seemed, just as Lin Li said, their childhood was only filled with memories of endlessly doing exercises. Hu Jiangwo stared blankly at the scene and Lin Li on stage. "Didn't I tell you to just say a few simple words? You opened your mouth with such a big title. Also, did you go off topic? We asked you to talk about fighting against human traffickers, and you talked about studying?" The police chief chuckled lightly. "This is interesting. I want to hear what he has to say." He looked at Lin Li with great interest. This kid always brought him a different perspective. Of course, as long as he didn't supplement his speech, talking about anything else was fine. Studying is a shortcut to success, but not the only way. Lin Ting. There's more in the afternoon. Chapter 100. Are you trying to lead a rebellion? What topics can stir students' emotions? What topics can gain their support? Without a doubt, it's their academic performance, something closely related to their age. At this moment on the playground, besides the teachers and school leaders, all the students are looking at Lin Li on stage with excited expressions. His few words resonate deeply with them. "In my eyes, what is truly needed on the road to success is perseverance and willpower." Lin Li gradually became more animated, his voice powerful and resonant. "Each of our childhoods is different, but the most similar aspect is the lack of happiness." At this moment, even Li Jianren and Yuan Hua, who have always had issues with Lin Li in the youth class, felt their calm demeanor ripple with his passionate words. Their families, compared to others, have higher expectations and broader learning content. The vacant eyes that were defeated by Lin Li now sparkled with light. They looked up at Lin Li, who was passionately speaking on stage. They felt drawn to him. "You are under pressure every day, losing the unique innocence of childhood. Elena Li Shota. Now tell me, are you happy?" In an instant, many students shouted, "Not happy." Some were genuinely unhappy, while others were just joining in the fun. In any case, the entire playground was filled with their voices. Hu Jiangwo, seeing this, felt sweat slowly forming on his forehead. What is this kid trying to do? And what about you students? Hasn't the school given you happiness? Aren't you happy in school? He murmured. "If I had known, I would have let him speak. My normal speech is much less pressuring than this." The police chief looked at him sympathetically and patted Hu Jiangwo on the shoulder. "Look, your school students are so full of energy, standing for so long and still so spirited." Hu Jiangwo forced a dry laugh. He felt a frustration he couldn't express. At the same time, he cursed the chief in his heart. Damn it, why give him a microphone for no reason? In the youth class, Wang Tianyu and others shouted particularly loudly. No matter what Lin Li said, they just shouted mindlessly. At the back, Yang Mi and Lu Yifei exchanged glances. "This kid is really good at stirring emotions," Yang Mi said. "I feel like he is trying to lead the students to rebel." Lu Yifei stared blankly at Lin Li, who was passionately speaking at the podium. "Turns out, it's not just you who feels this way." Deng Chao chimed in. "This guy really gets revenge, and in the most direct and fastest way. Well, let us avoid offending him in the future. This kid's mind is different from others." Yummy chuklet awkwardly. The others nodded seriously. They didn't want to offend someone who could take revenge on the spot and might become their leader in the future. At this moment, on the podium, Lin Li took a deep breath. "I heard your voices. So tell me, do you want to learn while also feeling satisfaction and happiness? Fill your childhood with joy so that when you grow up, you can reminisce, 'Oh, I had beautiful memories of my childhood.' A few sentences struck at the core of the students. Every day is a boring class. Every day you wake up to study. Endless books to memorize. Endless scoldings to endure. Endless problems to solve. The higher the grade, the closer they get to finals, and the worse the PE teacher's health gets. Think. Elementary school students are always the easiest to provoke emotions. As long as you touch their hearts, they will express themselves completely, especially when led by other classmates. The emotions quickly spread, even the top-performing students in the class. After all, geniuses are few, and excellent grades are mostly accumulated over time. Lin Li was very satisfied with their response. He continued to stir the students' emotions. In school, we only have 10 minutes of break between classes, but it's still taken away. Lin Li opened his left hand toward the students. We have 40 minutes of class with a 10-minute break. 50 minutes, 50 minutes. One class after another. We don't even have time to go to the bathroom or take a short break. If pressure cannot be released, this is not learning. It's exploitation. These words made the upper grade students' shouts surpass those of the lower grades. The substitute teachers and homeroom teachers in the upper grades were stunned listening to their students' shouts, starting to doubt. Is this how we teachers are? Teachers like a drag on classes, talk a bit, and the bell rings for the next class. Similar sentiments echoed among the upper grade students. Some teachers noticed that even those students who performed well and were among the top in their classes were complaining. At this moment, it was not just the teachers, but also the school leaders. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all reminded of their own school days by Lin Li's words. If there were high school students or third-year middle school students at this moment, they would definitely comment on the bullet screen. Their emotional grievances were even heavier than those of elementary school students. However, unfortunately, they were in school at this moment and couldn't see it at all. On the school playground, Hu Jiangwo looked at the excited students, silently lamenting that things were getting out of hand. It's one thing for the sixth graders to shout, but what are you first and second graders doing? He looked up at Lin Li on the podium. Kid, I'm not stopping you from speaking. Do you really need to cause a commotion? You're only in first grade. Moreover, you are seriously off topic. I asked you to talk about evil, to build values, not to lead a rebellion. On the podium, Lin Li did not conclude this topic. Instead, he turned to another topic that resonated deeply with some students. Classmates, how many of you have experienced bullying? As soon as he said this, the high-spirited atmosphere dampened slightly. Some students lowered their heads. Clearly those who had been bullied or had once been bullied. Lin Li continued, bullying exists in every school, in every place, even in adult society. It remains the same. Bullying is a form of evil, not only violating our rights, but also leaving an indelible shadow on our childhood. It may accompany us for a lifetime. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo was sweating profusely. What is this kid talking about? The words bullying are so sensitive. You're speaking about this in front of all the students, and especially during a live broadcast, suddenly bringing this up, won't it lead to misunderstandings? No, I'm not stopping you from speaking. You're hitting me with such intensity. Among the students, a few showed bitter expressions. Bullying. How could there not be? Lin Li's tone was serious, his voice gradually rising. His hand forming a gun, gesture pointing at the students. Chapter 101. You need a leader you didn't answer me. Which shows you don't have the courage to face my question. You are afraid to tell your parents, afraid to tell your teachers. Because you fear that the bullies will retaliate against you even more crazily. The heads of those students drooped even lower. If you dare to tell the teacher, you're dead. This phrase might be unfamiliar to others, but for them, it is like a nightmare. What you are doing is cowardly behavior that will only make the bullies more rampant. When Lin Li said this, saliva flew from his mouth, and his youthful face was full of anger. You don't have to live in dark cowardice. The turning point of your lives is that you need someone who can uphold justice for you. On the podium, Lin Li spoke passionately, and the bullying classmates below seemed to be stirred, slightly raising their heads and looking at him timidly. You need a leader, Lin Li said, clenching his right fist and striking his chest with force. A visionary leader, someone who can promote your learning, bring you joy, and listen to your grievances and uphold justice for you. Then he formed his left hand into a gun gesture again, raised it halfway to the sky, and spoke passionately. Now he has arrived. He is right here in this school. Upon hearing this, even the dullest teachers and school leaders reacted. This little kid has talked so much and brought up so many topics just to become the student leader. You, a first-grade elementary school student, who just started school 10 days ago, actually want to be the ruler of all students. If it weren't happening right in front of them, they would never believe it. Wow. The momentum and words of Lin Li made even an adult like me feel passionate. Give him a chance to speak, and he could turn it into a campaign rally. 666. Lin Li is simply a born leader. This sounds a bit childish, but it is indeed inspiring. I can't imagine how he would speak when he grows up. I would probably follow him to the death. Brothers, have you noticed the contrast? Fake leaders spout a bunch of nonsense, while real leaders serve the people. Lin Li has pinpointed the emotional points well. Learning and bullying. Wow. These are all the concerns of the children. I just feel that Lin Li's ambition might be inflating too quickly. He is trying to establish his own power directly in the school. Just say, with someone like this speaking for you and serving you, would you support him? The viewers in the live stream, although they've already left their student days, are either working in companies or just idling at home. Lin Li's speech might not resonate too much with them, but they couldn't resist his passionate and impassioned delivery. No one was saying he was 8 years old anymore, or anything like that, because they were starting to get used to his behavior. He always brought them surprises. If Lin Li had just gone up and said a couple of simple sentences, they would have felt it was strange. Likewise, no one in the live stream asked how an 8-year-old child could understand so much and speak so well. In short, he has a grandpa full of red political energy. On the podium, Lin Li continued to speak, seemingly indicating that he would form a party today, establish a team, and then sit in the principal's office on the principal's throne. In the youth class, Wang Tianyu, Guan Qian, Shi Sunlin, and others had already lost their voices from shouting. How come our class leader is so awesome? Is this what our class leader looks like when he goes all out? Their admiration for Lin Li was like a surging river, endless. Class leader is awesome. Voice-breaking class leader. Xiaxi's eyes were full of little stars. Although she didn't quite understand what Lin Li was saying, after all, she hadn't experienced it. But that didn't stop her from being moved by Lin Li's passionate speech. Li Jianren, Yuan Hua, and the others were completely convinced by Lin Li's powerful speech. Their eyes were wide open, feeling the excitement of the entire crowd. A thought kept flashing in their minds. I can't believe I'm opposing someone like him. Honestly asking themselves if it were them, they absolutely couldn't do what Lin Li did. To be honest, they were a bit eager to improve, but their own little pride still wouldn't allow them to admit it. At the back of the youth class, several star teachers felt their scalps tingle. Deng Ziki blankly said, "Do you remember what he said to us after he appointed the class leaders?" Hearing this, Deng Zhao and the others immediately recalled what Lin Li had said after appointing the class leaders in the office. If it's a solid group without internal strife, their ambitions will grow and their courage will increase. What does this mean? Yang Mi and the others were immediately stunned, looking towards Lin Li on the podium. So it turns out that he is the one with the biggest ambition in the entire class. The youth class had already seen that after Li Jianren's attempt to overthrow his class leader position in the morning failed, tomorrow, the voices opposing him would disappear in the youth class, sent to the frontier. This means that besides Lin Li's faction, those who are neutral can be considered to have no internal troubles. A situation of great unification has been achieved, according to the history of past dynasties. With internal troubles removed, it should expand its territory. Now Lin Li is directly crossing grades and expanding to the entire school. At first, it sounded so nice, helping us balance the entire class, managing the youth class, but it turns out he is the most dangerous one. Deng Zhao quickly realized that this little brat is an ambitious person. If this kid were in ancient times, with this mouth and the ability to stir emotions, he would be one of the main leaders of a rebellion. Louis Fei was lost in thought. Look at how he has fooled these kids. Yami raised her hand to rub her brows. Honestly, I was also stirred up by what he said. Suddenly, Yang Mi's phone in her pocket vibrated, and she looked down to take it out. WeChat message. Li Dan, Mi Jia, can you tell Director Zhang to let this kid participate in the talk show together? The pay is not an issue. On the podium, Lin Li had already talked about poor students, top students, wealthy families, ordinary families. In short, he was stirring emotions however he could. On one side of the audience, Hu Jiangwo's face turned completely dark. The The dean behind him stepped forward and whispered, "Principal Hu, should we pull him down? Pull down?" Hu Jiangwo turned and looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. "It's a live stream. How can we pull him down? Don't you know what impact that would have on our school?" The dean quickly apologized. "I didn't think it through." Now, pulling Lin Li down, the online discussion would definitely erupt, saying something like students speaking and teachers deliberately interrupting, not letting students speak, and so on. Or, should we go turn off the sound control of the speaker? The dean came up with another idea. Look at the principal's face. As a subordinate who wants to make progress, I must solve problems for the leader and always flatter. Then you go, Hu Jiangwo said expressionlessly. Chapter 102. Come to my office for a bit, and the director can join too. The head of the teaching department chuckled awkwardly, and it was clear he was joking. He certainly didn't want to be the scapegoat. If it weren't for the live broadcast and the presence of the police chief, he might have really gone and unplugged the central control speaker. But it was absolutely not possible to do that now. The police chief then said, "Let him speak. Actually, the bullying behavior he just mentioned is quite positive, haha." Hu Jiangwo smiled with a forced grin, currently cursing his ancestors for the nth generation in his heart. What a sin. At the podium, Lin Li raised his arm and shouted, "All the underperforming students and those from poor backgrounds, please raise your hands. You should not be discriminated against by others, and you should not look down on yourselves. Commanded by heaven, may you live long and prosper. Can nobility and high officials be born solely of lineage?" As soon as these words were spoken, the teachers and school leaders in the audience instinctively leaned to one side. Goodness, he is shouting a revolutionary slogan now, and he says this isn't a rebellion? But they thought that the elementary school students probably wouldn't understand. This seemed to be content from a middle school textbook. Yet they saw the enthusiastic elementary school students everywhere shouting and screaming heart-wrenchingly. It seems they didn't need to understand. Just shouting was enough. We should not be discriminated against. We should not be exploited. We should not be bullied. We must take responsibility for our childhood, and we must say no to all injustices. Lin Li's right hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, a tremble of excitement. He had gotten himself worked up. His left hand struck a gun gesture, swinging vigorously. "We are the future successors. The future belongs to us." After saying this, Lin Li retracted all his gestures, his expression returning to normal, his eyes bursting with determination. A true speech doesn't need excessive embellishment. It should start from the real interests of the masses and be able to move their emotions. That is an effective speech. Lin Li knew it was about time. If he continued, Hu Laoding would be asking for his tuition back. The hard-won power he had built up could not be hit by high-level strikes. Thank you, classmates, for listening to me for so long and taking up so much of your time. I sincerely apologize. In the future, I will run for the position of squad leader in the Young Pioneers. My original intention for running is to listen to everyone's voices and to create an interesting and harmonious campus environment for everyone. At that time, please vote for me. Thank you all. Lin Li deeply bowed to his dear classmates and then calmly walked down from the podium. Many teachers couldn't help but twitch their lips. This kid actually had this idea in the end. Do you know you just joined the team today? You just joined, and before you've even shown anything in the Young Pioneers, you're already thinking about becoming squad leader? You're skipping over the positions of team leader and deputy team leader. If our school didn't have a chief with 5 stripes, would you go straight for that? This little brat-ass ambition is really shocking. Seeing Lin Li finally off the stage, Hu Jiangwo exchanged a knowing glance with the head of the teaching department. The latter immediately understood and rushed to the podium to maintain order. Although this task was somewhat difficult at the moment, Hu told him he was subordinate. Just as Lin Li stepped off the stage and hadn't reached the new team members' formation, he was called by Hu Jiangwo. He stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Lin Li's hair. "Lin Li, you did well." Despite his gentle smile and extremely doting tone, Lin Li could clearly feel the murderous intent in his gaze. "Not bad, Principal. You spoke even better. I was just standing on the shoulders of giants." Lin Li modestly touched the back of his head. "Shoulders of giants? You're not just standing on my shoulders. You're riding on my head." Hu Jiangwo silently cursed. "Come on, let's go sit in my office for a bit." Lin Li was taken aback. He was going to get scolded behind closed doors. "Principal, I still have classes." Classes can wait. A few minutes 1T make a difference. I mainly want to give you a bonus. Mentioning the bonus, Lin Li knew he had to go, whether it was for his inner desire for money or whatever. Follow the money. At that moment, the police chief spoke up. Principal who, I 1T continue to disturb you. There are still matters at the station, so I'll take my leave. Chief, don't rush to leave. Let us go sit for a bit together. It 1T take much time? Hu Jiangwo understood what he was thinking. The trouble was caused by you. So why should I bear the blame? After throwing the blame, you wanted to run. You really are something. You're so noble. I have quite a bit to do at the station. I'll come again when I have the chance. The police chief waved his hand to refuse. He definitely couldn't go to the office. He had finally shaken off the animosity. However, he knew Jiangwo wouldn't let him leave so easily and would definitely try to retain him. I need to think of a way to escape. Suddenly, an officer behind him stepped forward and said, Chief, you weren't disturbed just now. There's a tricky case at the station that requires your presence. Upon hearing this, the police chief felt secretly pleased. This comrade is quite good. There's room for advancement. Really? His expression furrowed slightly, revealing some displeasure as he reprimanded. Why didn't you say it earlier? He then turned to Hu Jiangwo, Principal Hu, I'm really sorry. I have to go uphold justice for the people. I'll definitely come again when I have the chance. After saying this, he showed an apologetic smile to the other school leaders and then didn't wait for Hu Jiangwo to continue persuading him, quickly walking towards the school gate. Hu Jiangwo stared blankly at his departing figure. Your subordinate is quite well trained. He looked down at Lin Li and said, Lin Li, aren't you going to say goodbye to the chief? Lin Li understood what he meant and nodded quickly. I get it. He looked up and shouted to the gradually receding police chief. Comrade chief, I will personally come to the station to thank you another day. The police chief suddenly stumbled in his steps from afar. On the playground, under the direction of the head of the teaching department, the classes began to leave the playground in an orderly manner to return to the classrooms. After the emotional outburst just now, the students felt a hint of fatigue, especially their voices. Although tired and slightly hoarse, they still kept talking the line. The first graders are so amazing. Just kidding, it's Lin Li, as he is called in school. When do we start voting for squad leader? I want to vote for him. At this moment, in the youth class line, Sun Lin held the flag, following He Jiong, and looked up at Lin Li following Hu Jiangwo in the distance, Novelli asking, Teacher, the class leader went with the principal. Is he going to be appointed as squad leader? He Jiong didn't stop his steps and didn't answer him. Appointed? More like punished. Sigh. This morning has been quite eventful. What would happen in the principal's office? Lin Li didn't bother to think, because there was really no need to think about it. Chapter 103. Hu Jiangwo. I'm really having a hard time. Principal's office. Lin Li Chu stood in front of the desk, holding 20,000 yuan in cash. Hu Jiangwo sat in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. They had been in the office for 5 minutes. As soon as he entered, Hu Jiangwo said no extra words, directly handing the bonus to Lin Li, then sitting down without speaking or scolding Lin Li, just sipping tea. Silence always makes people feel oppressed. Lin Li felt that if he didn't speak, this old man would probably finish his tea before saying anything. Principal, if there's nothing else, can I leave first? He tentatively said. Hu Jiangwo put down his teacup, his eyes focusing on Lin Li's face this time. Elena, I have always thought you were a very understanding and obedient child. Hearing him finally speak, Lin Li's expression relaxed instantly. Principal, just as you think. I am very understanding and obedient. Hu Jiangwo, hearing this shameless remark, glared at him and said, understanding what? He paused on the last word, feeling it would be disrespectful and tarnish the image of a great principal. Do you know what kind of pressure you will bring to the teachers today? Do you know what kind of impact you will have on the internet today? Lin Li nodded repeatedly. I know. You know what? Hu Jiangwo was a bit broken. How could this kid be so irritating? Principal, stay calm. Don't use foul language. It will lead me astray. Lin Li had a serious expression, which really made Hu Jiangwo's blood pressure rise a bit. Hu Jiangwo tried hard to calm himself down, picked up the teacup, and without savoring the tea's aroma, took a big gulp. Putting down the teacup, he took a deep breath and said, Lin Li, at your age, you should be receiving knowledge, not vying for power. Principal, I'm not. I'm an adult. Can I see your little thoughts? Hu Jiangwo glared. You are too anxious. You are a student of our school. Based on your performance, you will eventually become the squad leader. At this moment, he didn't mention not letting Lin Li speak. He understood that this situation might be caused by him not giving Lin Li a chance to speak, which stirred up the students' emotions. Ultimately, it was who caused all this. But how could a great leader be wrong? Principal, to be honest, I will definitely become the squad leader in the future, or even the captain of the 5 stripes, but it may not necessarily be at your school. Lin Li chuckled and blinked. You also know that I am considered a child star now, and I am an orphan. There are many people wanting to raise me, including wealthy ones. You say if I am raised by them, will I still be in a public school? Studying abroad is uncertain, but at least it would be a prestigious school. His guardian has yet to be confirmed, but Lin Li is not worried at all now. Other orphans are chosen by others, while he is choosing others. The reason is simple. Those people see the opportunity to become wealthy through him. Hu Jiangwo paused. This sounded somewhat threatening. Indeed, just as Lin Li mentioned, based on some news that he and Lao Mozi had recently received, many wealthy people wanted to adopt Lin Li. This child is simply too smart and resourceful. The road to wealth is bright, not to mention the future. Even in the present, he is considered a child star now, and if he participates in some variety shows or shoots some advertisements, he can make a fortune. Hu Jiangwo exhaled, his previously serious expression immediately softened. Lin Li, you must be tired of standing, sit down. In the adult world, interests always come before everything else. As long as you have something of value, you will face smiles in any situation. This is the best example. Principal, I want to sit down, I still have to go to class. Lin Li said with a smile. All right, then you go back to class and perform well. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo had no intention of scolding him anymore. Lin Li's meaning was very clear. It's hard to say what will happen in the future, but at least for now, he is still in the youth class, still in their school. If he overly scolded him today, who knows? He might directly find a good guardian and leave the youth class. Then I'll leave first, goodbye, principal. After Lin Li finished speaking, he left the principal's office in a flash. Hu Jiangwo felt a headache coming on. It was too difficult to gain any advantage from this kid. He didn't sulk like a child, saying things like, you didn't let me speak, but instead used his advantages to make Lin Li recognize the situation directly. It's really outrageous. Hu Jiangwo sighed inwardly. I hope this child doesn't take the wrong path in the future otherwise. Sigh. In the morning, due to the youth team's admission ceremony, coupled with 2 leaders' lengthy speeches and Lin Li's passionate address, it was already the ringing time for the 4th class of the morning. In the youth class, the 4th class was math. Yang Mi was methodically writing basic problems on the blackboard. Wang Tianyu and the others had no mind to listen at this moment, their eyes fixed on the teacher's door, eagerly awaiting that tall, radiant figure to walk in. Yang Mi finished writing the problems and turned to look at the students in the class. Seeing that each of them was distracted, she sighed inwardly. To be honest, she didn't have much desire to teach either. However, as a teacher, she still had to fulfill her responsibilities. Wang Tianyu, come, what is the answer to this problem? She didn't bother to ask them to raise their hands, but directly called on him. Wang Tianyu was taken aback. Huh? He quickly reacted and stood up, looking at the math problem on the board. 9. The requirement was that the numbers in the brackets should be the same. This type of problem was naturally not difficult for Wang Tianyu. He glanced at it and already had the answer in mind. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a dryness and pain in his throat. Ugh! He had shouted too vigorously on the playground. And while he didn't feel much during the excitement, now that his emotions had slightly cooled down, it hurt so much. What is wrong? Yang Mi asked when she saw his pained expression. It hurts. Upon hearing this, she quickly walked down from the podium and came to Wang Tianyu's side, asking with concern, where does it hurt? Wang Tianyu swallowed lightly to lubricate his throat, making it not feel so fiery and dry. Yang Mi immediately understood, giving him a knowing glance. She remembered very clearly that Wang Tianyu and the others had shouted the loudest on the playground. She sighed inwardly. Serves him right. Sit down, she said helplessly. Is there anyone whose throat isn't dry who can answer? Chapter 104. The Logic Genius. You'll get a raise only when your full adults have topics of interest for adults. Young people have content that interests young people. Students are no different. During break times at schools across the country, some students sneakily take out their phones, taking advantage of their free time. They either reply to their early romantic interests on WeChat or engage in other activities. But none of them fail to check out the trending hot news online. Lin Ting, childhood shouldn't be like this. Roars from the students, we want to be happy. How dare you imagine that an 8-year-old child is actually a speech genius? What's going on? Are the students rebelling? When did that happen? Not considering themselves as students? Not calling a rebellion? One by one, they hurriedly clicked in to watch some clips and replays. Our childhood shouldn't be like this. 50 minutes for a class. You need a leader. Bullying. Students from various schools widened their mouths as they witnessed this scene. Every word struck a chord. Middle school and high school students suddenly felt a surge of passion. This is not just a good class monitor for the youth class. This is simply a good leader for all students. He spoke about what we dare not speak. He said what we dare not say. He raised what we dare not raise. Some students, in their excitement, forgot themselves and even repeated Lin Li's words in the class group. But immediately, notification, you have been muted by the group owner. Group owner, class teacher student, please bring your phone to the office. Oops. In the youth class, Lin Li returned to class, pretending to stare at the blackboard, listening to Yang Mi's lecture. Meanwhile, other classmates, like Wang Tianyu and others, couldn't take their eyes off Lin Li since he returned. Even those about to head to the border, like Li Jianren and Yuan Hua, occasionally glance at Lin Li. Classmates. Focus, Yang Mi said helplessly. Lin Li was snapped back to reality by her shout and turned to look at his classmates, quickly understanding. He immediately said, classmates, pay attention in class. Don't look at me. Look at the teacher. Look at the blackboard. I know I have a towering figure in your hearts. But no matter how towering I am, I can't compare to our teacher who is giving us class. Flattering her, Yang Mi's helplessness vanished, and she shot him a light glare. Still, this little brat is sensible. Everyone, pay attention in class. She clapped her hands, calling the students to gather their attention. The morning class ended. Yang Mi didn't leave, but took the students to the cafeteria for lunch. As soon as they arrived in the cafeteria, a group of students, whether just arriving